Chapter 1. The Altered World. In the bustling metropolis, within a modest rental apartment, Lin Hao had just awakened, sitting on the edge of his bed, massaging his aching head from a night of excessive drinking. This morning, his younger sister, Lin Han, had called to inform him that their mother required heart bypass surgery, the cost of which amounted to over 100,000 yuan. Compounding this financial burden, Lin Han had achieved outstanding results in this year's college entrance examination and was set to enroll at Magic City University, incurring substantial tuition fees. These mounting pressures left Lin Hao, who had just begun his internship at Magic City Television with a meager salary of 3,500 yuan, gasping for breath. Yet he bore the weight of being the eldest son. His father had tragically passed away in a car accident, and their mother had tirelessly raised both him and his sister through odd jobs and selling scrap. That he had hoped that with a job, life would improve, but fate had played a cruel joke on their family. Ding, the Entertainment King system is loading. 10, 20, 100, loading complete. Host, Lin Hao. Acting skill, none. Singing ability, none. Works, none. Reputation points, 0. Background world modification initiating. As Lin Hao rubbed his temples, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Who? Who is speaking? Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, Lin Hao sprang from his bed, terror etched on his face as he scanned his surroundings, yet no response greeted him. Just as he contemplated whether he was hallucinating, the voice returned. Background world modification complete. The host has received a novice gift pack. Will you claim it now? Are you human or a ghost? This time, Lin Hao was convinced he hadn't misheard. He often indulged in online novels and sensed that he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Novice gift pack awaiting collection. Will you claim it now? The system continued to ignore Lin Hao's inquiry, reiterating its question. Instinctively, he responded, claim. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the complete set of skills from Ghost Blows Out the Light, narrated by teacher Zhou Jianlong. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt a rush of knowledge flooding his mind, the entire content of Ghost Blows Out the Light materializing within him, and, astonishingly, his voice transformed into a remarkably unique timbre as he read. Ghost Blows Out the Light? Isn't that the debut work of Tianxia Bakang? Could it be? This book, regarded as the cornerstone of the tomb raiding genre, holds an esteemed position in the annals of online literature, and it was among Lin Hao's favorites. Quickly, he grabbed his phone and frantically searched for other renowned works he was familiar with. His bewilderment, whether it was films, songs, or novels, all those household names were absent, replaced by unfamiliar titles he had never encountered. He immediately delved into the state of this new world and was left astounded. The planet was no longer called Earth, it was known as Blue Star. The history of Huagua had been altered since the Qin dynasty, with Fusu succeeding the first emperor Qin, leading to subsequent changes in history. From the Qin dynasty onward, all celebrated literary works and historical figures had been transformed. Lin Hao sat on his bed, striving to digest this overwhelming information. Buzz, buzz. Just then, his phone rang, displaying the caller ID as little sister. Hello, is this Lin Han? Lin Hao perked up, seizing the phone anxiously. He feared that his loved ones and friends might have also undergone changes. Brother, what are you talking about? Hearing her familiar voice, Lin Hao finally felt a sense of relief. How is mother's condition? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He needed to ascertain the extent of the system's alterations in this world. The doctor said we need to rush her surgery. Brother, I don't want to go to college anymore. I want to work and earn money. How dare you, Lin Han? If you drop out, I swear I'll make you regret it. You need not worry about money. I'll find a way. Infuriated by Lin Han's thoughts, Lin Hao scolded her fiercely over the phone. But brother, the surgery will cost a lot, and college will too. Where you get that much money? Woo, Lin Han whimpered, feeling wronged by his reprimand. Rest assured, I have a plan. You must continue your studies. Have an uncle and aunt expressed their unwillingness to lend us money. They said this is our family's affair and that they have no money either. I understand. Don't plead with them. They are heartless. I will find a way to cover both the surgery and your tuition fees. Just stay home and take care of mother, and if anything arises, call me. After concluding the call, Lin Hao glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Remember this, Lin Han. If you dare to drop out and work without my consent, I will no longer recognize you as my sister. Now, I must head to work. With that, he tossed the phone onto the bed, got up to wash up, and rode a shared bicycle towards Magic City Television. Half an hour later, Lin Hao arrived, donned his work badge, and proceeded to the program group. There, he encountered familiar faces, and he began to grasp that the system had only altered the historical and cultural landscape of the world, the people, and work environment. Around him remained unchanged. What do you mean? Li Wei is no longer selling the copyright. How did this happen? The deadline is approaching. How do you expect me to explain this to the audience? At Magic City Television, the head of the midnight storytelling program, Li Jian, was furiously berating a woman before him. Boss, Li Wei said our offer was too low. He has sold the audio rights to Penguin FM. Too low? I see him as an ingrate. If it weren't for our program airing his novel last time, he wouldn't have gained this fame. What do we do now? Li Jian, hands on his hips, paced anxiously. Midnight storytelling was a radio program with a low status within Magic City Television, and some even suggested its cancellation. If this issue remained unresolved, the program would face certain extinction. Boss, should we find another book? Now we have no choice. Don't you have some resources? Hurry and reach out. We can offer a higher copyright fee. In short, we must have a story to broadcast tonight. The chastised woman was Ding Mei, the program's director and Lin Hao's direct supervisor. She clapped her hands. Everyone, listen up. You are aware of the situation. Li Wei has backed out at the last minute and will not sell us the rights. I need all of you to activate your connections and contact authors of popular supernatural novels. We must secure the audio rights as swiftly as possible. With her words, everyone sprang into action, except for Lin Hao, who remained motionless. Lin Hao, go fetch me a cup of tea. Lin Hao, take out the trash. As usual, no one regarded this newly arrived intern with any seriousness, treating him as a mere errand boy. Ding Mei also paid him no mind. Chapter 2. The emergence of Ghost blows out the light. Mr. Li, have you recently published a new book? Indeed, we wish to acquire the audio rights to your work. What? They've already been sold? I apologize for the intrusion. Mr. Liu, do you still hold the audio rights? 1 million? Isn't that a bit excessive? Hello? Hello? Such voices echoed throughout the production team. While Li Jian and Ding Mei were also in communication, the atmosphere was so tense it was almost suffocating. The program Midnight Storytelling aired novels between 10 and 12:00 and Oppo's clock. With only 10 minutes until the show began, they had yet to secure the rights. What should we do? Boss. Ding Mei and Oppo's face reflected despair, her fear preventing her from looking at Li Jian. If you ask me, who should I ask? Li Jian, agitated, took a drag from his cigarette. Without a novel to broadcast, he couldn't possibly write one on the spot. Boss, there are only 3 minutes left. Shouldn't we find an excuse to pause today's episode? Are you joking? That would be tantamount to professional suicide. The station's management has made it clear. If our ratings do not improve in the next 5 days, the show will be officially canceled. It may be easy to fabricate a reason for the audience, but how do we justify it to the executives? Ultimately, this is our own negligence. 1 minute left, boss. Should we just replay an old episode? It's better than nothing. Ding Mei kept glancing at her watch, and all eyes were on Li Jian. Sighing deeply, Li Jian felt a wave of helplessness and bitterness wash over him. This program was his brainchild, akin to his own child, and now it faced such a dire predicament. It pained him immensely. He was just about to approve the idea of replaying an old episode when a sudden voice interrupted. Lin Hao, what nonsense are you up to? The group turned to see that the speaker was Lin Hao, and their expressions were filled with curiosity, with Ding Mei even scolding him directly. You want to give it a try? Have you acquired the audio rights? Li Jian recognized this in turn, but had little impression of him. Lin Hao shook his head. Sensing Ding Mei esh impending ret. I have written my own novel, and I believe it is not inferior to the previous works. Lin Hao spoke with determination. This was Ghost Blows Out the Light, a sensational novel about tomb raiding that had swept across the nation, far surpassing the previous lackluster offerings. The realm of supernatural fiction was still mired in mediocrity, primarily focused on mere frights, with chaotic plots. All right, you're in. Go. Li Jian gritted his teeth, deciding to take a gamble. After all, anything was better than airing a repeat. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to assess Lin Hao's capabilities. The announcer cast a displeased glance at Lin Hao, but stepped aside. Lin Hao immediately took his place, donned the headphones, adjusted the microphone, and after steadying his nerves, commenced his inaugural narration. Greetings, dear listeners. Welcome to Midnight Storytelling, where we share a story every night. I am your new companion, Lin Hao, and tonight I shall present the novel and Oppos. Ghost Blows Out the Light. And Oppos. Lin Hao and Oppos. S. introduction was delivered in his own voice, his Mandarin flawless. Though lacking the typical broadcast tone, it was more than acceptable. He then selected a piece of background music, and his voice suddenly shifted, taking on a raspy, yet subtly mysterious quality. The version of Ghost Blows Out the Light, narrated by teacher Zhou Jianlong, was widely acknowledged as the best, with a voice that perfectly matched the context, creating an immersive experience for the audience. Tomb raiding is not a matter of feasting or writing essays. It cannot be so refined and leisurely, so elegantly articulated. After all, those actions of dragon and tiger, earth-shattering and tumultuous, are extraordinary. As Lin Hao's voice resonated, the entire production team fell silent. Tomb raiding? And Lin Hao's voice is like this. Silence. Do not disturb him. Noticing some murmuring among the crowd, Li Jian shot them a fierce glare. His eyes now filled with astonishment as he regarded Lin Hao. After years of producing this show, based on his experience, he sensed that with such an engaging introduction combined with Lin Hao and Oppos' unique voice, Ghost Blows Out the Light would surely be a hit. Lin Hao, undistracted by the external chatter, was wholly absorbed in his narration. My grandfather's name was Hu Guohua, and the Hu family was renowned in the area as wealthy merchants. At the height of their prosperity, they purchased over 40 connected houses in the city. At this hour, those tuned into the radio were primarily night shift workers, such as Zhou Dahua, who drove a taxi at night, starting his shift at 8 and returning home at 4 in the morning. During the long night, he cherished listening to the radio, particularly tales of the supernatural. Can tomb raiding really be turned into a book? How intriguing. But this book isn't frightening at all. Exactly. Isn't this about tomb raiding? Why hasn't the main story begun yet? In the car with Zhou was a young passenger wearing glasses, also listening intently. At that moment, the radio suddenly played a segment about the revival of a paper figure, demanding Hu Guohua to marry her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dahua and the passenger exchanged glances, simultaneously gasping, feeling a chill creeping up their necks. The narration continued. At this juncture, Lin Hao had moved on to the segment about the mouse friends, and when the audience learned that the mice indulged in opium, they were all astonished. Then came the most terrifying scene. Hu Guohua went to the 13-mile graveyard to unearth a corpse, which unexpectedly came back to life. Just as Hu Guohua's life hung in the balance, his master, Mr. Sun, arrived to rescue him, imparting the 16-character Feng Shui Yin-Yang secret technique, the explanations of which were utterly captivating. You've arrived. Zhou Dahua was so engrossed that when the passenger's destination was reached, he hastily pulled over. Don't rush, driver. I'll pay you an extra 10 yuan to let me finish listening. The passenger was equally captivated, not wanting to leave just as the story was reaching its peak. Zhou Dahua laughed heartily. Fellow traveler, it's fine. I plan to finish listening before I go. Thank you, driver. Here, have a smoke. Thus, the driver and passenger sat in the car, enveloped in clouds of smoke, fully absorbed in the tale. Such scenes unfolded in many locations, some in dormitories, others at home, or even in offices. Regardless of whether they had intentionally tuned in or not, all those listening to this radio station remained glued to it. In the broadcasting studio, everyone had even forgotten they were staff members, transformed into the most ordinary audience. As they embarked on an adventure with Hu Ba Yi and Wang Pengzi in the ancient tomb within the mountains, the old woman performing shadow puppetry in the hills. 100 beautiful skins. These splendid tales, under Lin Hao's narration, seemed to pull listeners directly into the story. Chapter 3. A resounding response. The fervor surrounding the narrative was palpable, particularly with the incorporation of specific terminology related to tomb raiding, which ignited an unprecedented excitement among an audience previously unfamiliar with the genre of tomb raiding novels. Legend has it that the 9-tiered demon tower served as the primary burial form for the royal lineage of an ancient demonic kingdom. When the kingdom met its demise, the tomb was ultimately destroyed by the heroic King Geezer. As the narration of the 9-tiered demon tower concluded, the clock struck 12, and Lin Hao's voice resonated once more. That will be all for today's tale. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our listeners. What secrets lie hidden within the enigmatic nine-tiered demon tower and the perilous Kunlun ice veins? Will Hu Bai manage to turn danger into safety? Join us tomorrow night at 10 for another episode of Midnight Storytelling. Farewell. With that, Lin Hao removed his headphones and exited the studio. Do you think I did well? He inquired of his superior. Judging by the expressions around him, Lin Hao sensed that he had succeeded. The classic Ghost Blows Out the Light, combined with teacher Zhou Jinlong's impeccable vocal performance, could hardly falter. Splendid. Lin Hao, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated that our production team had such a genius among us. Lin Hao, I implore you, what transpired with Hu Bai in the nine-tiered demon tower? Please enlighten us. In an instant, Lin Hao became the center of attention, with Li Jian gripping his shoulder excitedly. Those who typically commanded him, aside from a few who appeared disgruntled, now bore the demeanor of eager fans, relentlessly pursuing Lin Hao for insights into the unfolding plot. Did you truly write This Ghost Blows Out the Light? Li Jian asked with utmost seriousness, convinced that this series would undoubtedly become a sensation, necessitating clarity on copyright matters. Yes, it is indeed my work, Lin Hao replied without hesitation, silently apologizing to Ba Chong in his mind. That's excellent. Rest assured, I shall petition the station for a satisfactory price to acquire the audio rights, Li Jian remarked, admiration evident in his gaze. Has this novel been published yet? Lin Hao shook his head. Not yet. It's merely a personal endeavor. You must expedite its publication. I can guarantee this book will be a hit. I would even be willing to spend half a month in AMP. Oppo's salary to support it. The speaker, Su Yang, a seasoned aficionado of online novels, was confident that if Ghost Blows Out the Light were published online, it would undoubtedly achieve phenomenal success. Well, I shall consider it, Lin Hao mused, contemplating the idea as he grappled with financial constraints. His mind brimmed with memories of countless classic online novels from his past life, and he felt it would be a shame to let them go unpublished. Thanks to Lin Hao's timely intervention and the stunning impact of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the program was remarkably successful, prompting Li Jian to treat the entire team to late-night snacks. Unbeknownst to them, the stir caused by Ghost Blows Out the Light would far exceed their expectations. The excitement among listeners kept them awake, with many taking to the official WeChat of the Magic City television station to express their thoughts and request an extension for Midnight Storytelling. Some even recorded Lin Yang's narration and shared it across various platforms, such as Douyin, Weibo, and Feixin. The four major factions of Tomb Raiding, the Mo Jin Xiaowei, the Xiao Ling Li Shi, the Fa Qiu Zhonglang Jiang, and the Ban Shan Daorun, along with terms like Black Donkey Hoof, Luoyang Shovel, and dividing gold to determine burial spots, rapidly spread across the internet. This late-night feast continued until past 2 in the morning. Upon returning home, Lin Hao indulged in a contented slumber, awakening to find it was already noon. After his usual morning routine, he ventured to the supermarket for some essentials. Son, did you catch last night's Midnight Storytelling? One of the men nearby asked. Speak respectfully to your father. Are you not a fool? I was fast asleep. You dragged us out of bed to listen to your stories. And now you inquire whether I heard it? The speaker displayed a hint of embarrassment. If it weren't for me, none of you would have experienced such an exhilarating tale. Ghost Blows Out the Light is simply extraordinary. I never imagined there were so many intricacies to tomb raiding. I suspect the author must be a tomb raider themselves. Otherwise, how could they write with such authenticity? What secrets does the nine-tiered demon tower conceal? The two individuals conversing appeared to be university students, standing beside Lin Hao as they discussed in AMP. Oppo's Ghost Blows Out the Light, and AMP Oppo's. Upon hearing their remarks, Lin Hao could not suppress a smile, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Look at that. This is all thanks to my fellow comrades. In a celebratory mood, Lin Hao treated himself to a lavish purchase of spare ribs, intending to reward himself. Lin Hao's work hours spanned from 9:30 in the evening to 3:30 in the morning, and he had only been at the Magic City television station for half a month. However, following the debut of and Oppo's Ghost Blows Out the Light and Oppo's, the name of this humble intern quickly spread throughout the television station. This was largely due to the enthusiastic response from the online community. beyond the audience from the previous night. Many who had listened to the recording on platforms like Douyin expressed newfound interest. The Magic City television station hosted numerous programs, and apart from the station and Oppo's official WeChat, viewers left comments on the social media pages of other shows as well. Some even sent private messages, a phenomenon the station had not experienced in quite some time. The last occurrence of such fervor was 2 years prior when the station aired a wildly popular martial arts drama, prompting viewers to demand continuous updates across all channels. The data had finally come in. In the conference room of the television station, Deputy Director Wang Biao presided over the usual meeting, attended by all program heads. The primary agenda item was the discussion of audience ratings, the sole measure of a program's popularity. Director Wang, the results are in, announced the head of statistics from the technical department, a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She promptly distributed copies of the report. The top-rated television program remained the evening show Youth Campus, featuring the hottest stars Wu Yang and Guan Xiaoxue, boasting an impressive rating of 2.3. Following closely was the large-scale singing competition Next King of Song, with a rating of 1.9. And third was the educational program Into Nature, rated at 1.72. After reviewing the television ratings, it was time for the radio programs. The Magic City television station had 7 radio segments, and previously, midnight storytelling had consistently struggled at the bottom, with ratings hovering between 0.1 and 0.2. However, this time, the ratings soared to an astonishing 0.45. Chapter 4. The Grinding Wheel's demise, although the ratings remain low. They're no longer at the bottom. The previously second-to-last program, Urban Emotions, has now become the last. This development greatly displeases Wang Xiang, the head of Urban Emotions, whose expression reflects his irritation. Today, I wish to commend the team of late-night storytelling, particularly Li Jian. The Ghost Blows Out the Light story you aired last night received an outstanding response. Old Li, you must allow me to treat you to a meal soon. Wang Tai, the reaction wasn't just good. It was explosive. Our program is flooded with messages from Ghost Blows Out the Light listeners. I listened to the story myself. Marvelous. Not only was the content captivating, but the host, Lin Hao, possesses a truly exceptional voice. Everyone was already aware that Wang Biao would comment on this, and no one was surprised as they chuckled with Li Jian. Yet, these same individuals had fervently advocated for the cancellation of late-night storytelling just days earlier. Now seemingly transformed. This is typical in the workplace. Merit prevails. It is now evident that this program will undoubtedly soar due to Ghost Blows Out the Light. Consequently, their attitude towards Li Jian has improved significantly. The listening figures from last night were merely the first episode, and I observed the upward trend in the ratings throughout the broadcast, with no signs of decline. This indicates that your stories have successfully captivated the audience, which is excellent. While ratings are the most direct measure of a show's quality, the fluctuations in data can also reveal much. For instance, some programs may boast high ratings but experience a steady decline in listeners thereafter, indicating that many viewers switch channels after a brief time. In contrast, late-night storytelling exhibited a low start but subsequently enjoyed a steady and rapid increase, demonstrating that the audience remained engaged. This clearly reflects the content quality of the program. Wang Tai, Ghost Blows Out the Light, was actually written by Lin Hao. I never anticipated this young man to be so talented. I have already promised to assist him in securing a substantial audio copyright fee. I request your approval for this matter. Everything else is negotiable. Since joining the office, Li Jian has worn a smile, embodying the idea that one must remain modest. He had already experienced excitement the previous night. Today and Oppo's meeting has one purpose: funding. This is far more tangible than mere praise. Oh, he wrote himself? That's splendid. I was just about to inquire about that. Li Jian, forget the audio copyright fee. Go tell him that the station intends to buy out all rights to his work. Wang Biao and the others gasped in astonishment, quickly followed by joy. A complete buyout? Wang Tai, I can inquire, but what about the price? Upon hearing this, Li Jian's expression stiffened slightly. Given his understanding of the station's leadership, this was likely not a favorable development. A complete buyout implies that in the future, this book, whether adapted for screen or gaming, will no longer involve Lin Hao. Considering the current impact of this novel, it is bound to become a sensation, and a full buyout will necessitate considerable funds. Would the station be willing to allocate such a sum? The station proposed 5 million, with a potential variance of 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, silence enveloped the room, and Li Jian and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying the maximum they can offer is 6 million? Wang Tai, isn't that rather inadequate? This amount falls significantly short of what he anticipated. Even lesser-known novels typically command several million for a complete buyout. For the station to propose 6 million for the total rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light is akin to outright theft. Wang Biao, displeased by this assessment, furrowed his brow. It is already quite generous. He is not a renowned author, and this book gained popularity solely through our station. You should tell him that if he agrees, the station will immediately approve his internship and will focus on nurturing his talent. Oldly, that is already quite generous. I've heard that Lin Hao is currently in dire financial straits. He is a poor lad who has likely never seen such a sum in his life. Listening to these remarks, Li Jian felt a surge of anger, yet he could not express it and mustered the courage to proceed. Very well, I will call him over to ask, but leadership I cannot guarantee success. Wang Biao and Appo's approach exemplifies the tactic of discarding the donkey after it has carried the load. And nurturing talent? These individuals excel at making empty promises. Lin Hao, unaware of these machinations, had just called home to inquire about his mother's condition. His mother, Lin Hao, informed him that the doctor stated she must undergo surgery within a week. This meant that within a week, Lin Hao would need to scrape together 150,000, regardless of the cost. Just yesterday, Lin Hao felt hopeless, but now he is considerably calmer. The station has indicated an interest in acquiring the audio rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, and he estimates that this could yield several million. After dining, Lin Hao prepared to go for a jog when he received a call from Li Jian, requesting his immediate presence. Linda Shun has arrived. Linda Shun, enjoy your tea, and when you strike it rich, do not forget to lend a hand to your juniors. Upon arriving at the program group, Lin Hao was astonished to find that others had already gathered. Moreover, these individuals were exceedingly courteous upon seeing him. He learned that they had come to work overtime to respond to the overwhelming number of messages from Ghost Blows Out the Light listeners. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Hao proceeded to Li Jian and Appo's office. Little Lin, come in and sit. Boss, what brings you here? Lin Hao held Li Jian in high regard, viewing him as a capable leader. I just wanted to have a chat with you. Care for a smoke? Occasionally. Here, let me light one for you. At this, Li Jian produced a cigarette and proceeded to light it for Lin Hao, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. Boss, you need only give me instructions. There is no need for such formality. As the saying goes, flattery without cause is suspect. Even with his significant contributions to the program, Li Jian wouldn't act this way without a purpose. The station is holding a meeting today, and I specifically mentioned the copyright for Ghost Blows Out the Light. After saying this, Li Jian paused abruptly. Did you secure a deal? How much? Lin Hao quickly inquired. Hold on, let me explain. The station wishes to buy out all rights to your Appo's Ghost Blows Out the Light and Appo's for a price of 6 million. What do you think? Li Jian cut straight to the chase, presenting the highest offer. 6 million? For all rights? Boss, are you joking with me? Lin Hao stood up in shock, utterly astonished that the station would make such a move. Chapter 5. Relentless Exploitation, 6 million? It sounds like a substantial sum. Yet in comparison to the value of Ghost Blows Out the Light, it is utterly insignificant. Lin Hao distinctly recalls a news report stating that the copyright of Ghost Blows Out the Light was valued in the hundreds of millions. Within the realm of online literature, there exist two reigning monarchs, the king of copyright, Ghost Blows Out the Light, and the king of subscriptions, Battle Through the Heavens. The rationale is straightforward. While other novels sell their copyrights as a complete package, Ghost Blows Out the Light sells each story individually, with each commanding a high price. Now, the station intends to acquire the full copyright of Ghost Blows Out the Light for a mere 6 million, an audacious act of thievery. Even for the audio rights alone, the value far exceeds this amount. Lin Hao, I recognize that this offer is rather low, but your book has gained public recognition through the station. And since you are an employee here, The leadership has indicated that if you agree, you will promptly pass your probation and receive focused development thereafter. Observing Lin Hao's reaction, Li Jian understood the complexity of the situation, but still conveyed Wang Biao and Appo's intentions to Lin Hao. Enough already, boss. If it were merely for the audio rights, I could perhaps accept 6 million, but for the entirety of the copyright, such a paltry sum is unacceptable. I cannot sell it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao firmly rejected the offer with fervent indignation. To sell the full copyright at such a trivial price would be an affront to Ghost Blows Out the Light. 6 million for just the audio rights? Lin Hao, you are overly ambitious. At most, I could negotiate for 500 to 600,000. Li Jian was taken aback by Lin Hao's high valuation. Boss, what does this mean? If I refuse, will I be shown the door? Lin Hao inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger as he inquired. He had previously valued this job, but the landscape had shifted dramatically. If the station were to act too ruthlessly, he would not hesitate to resign. Calm down, please. I will discuss this further with the station. Noticing Lin Hao's agitation, Li Jian quickly sought to reassure him. Their program had only just begun to show promise. They needed to complete this episode, regardless of the circumstances. Very well. Additionally, boss, I hope the station understands that while in Appo's, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Appo's has flourished within our program, it has the potential to succeed on any platform. Its contributions to the station are undeniable. I hope this will be taken into consideration. If the station refuses to increase the offer, I will not continue to narrate in Appo's. Ghost Blows Out the Light in Appo's tonight. With that, Lin Hao strode away without a backward glance. What the predicament? After Lin Hao departed, Li Jian sighed deeply, feeling somewhat unsettled. His spirits were dampened. What should have been a positive development had soured. Lin Hao, why did the boss call you? Was it good news? Did you secure the copyright fee? How much? Linda Shun, you must treat us to dinner tonight. As soon as he stepped outside, his colleagues gathered around, eager for information. Indeed, they had discussed the copyright, but no agreement was reached. Lin Hao preferred not to elaborate, and seeing this, his colleagues refrained from pressing further. Linda Shun, come quickly and take a look at the audience's comments. As the author, you should respond to some, yes. If they know it and Appo's, the esteemed author replying, they will surely be thrilled. They urged Lin Hao to sit down in a chair. Uncle Wang next door, Ghost Blows Out the Light is simply riveting. I strongly urge an extension of a narration time. Those who agree, please give a thumbs up. The Handsome One of the Universe. I listened to this novel last night and couldn't sleep a wink. I just want to ask the author, have you truly been a Tomb Raider? Which faction do you belong to? Do you take apprentices? I have a knack for picking up soap. The long-legged little Lolita. I was terrified after listening to Your Ghost Blows Out the Light last night, but I simply cannot resist wanting to hear more. Please extend the narration. Zhou Jian is my son. Ghost Blows Out the Light is phenomenal. I am willing to trade 10 years of my son Zhou Jian's life for the complete story to be told. Such comments flooded in, the vast majority praising the work, with a delightful array of expressions, some even eliciting laughter. After perusing these remarks, Lin Hao's mood lightened considerably. His fingers raced across the keyboard as he began to respond. Hello, I am Lin Hao, the author and narrator of this book. Just to clarify, does Zhou Jian know about your offer of 10 years of his life? I assure you, I will complete Ghost Blows Out the Light for everyone. Oh my, I'm in tears. Linda Shun actually replied to me. Quick, come see. Li Yong is my son. Front row, squeeze in. Are you truly the author? This book is incredible. Please reveal what comes next. Master Lin, I wish to become your disciple. Linda Shun, I want to marry you. To the one above, are you not ashamed? Linda Shun, I want to bear your children. I and Appo's. M.A. male. Lin Hao and Appo's. First response was to the user claiming Zhou Jian is their son. In an instant, the comments multiplied exponentially. This was Lin Hao's first time interacting with his fans in such a manner, and he felt a profound sense of accomplishment and joy as he continued conversing with them. Before he realized it, an hour had passed, and the comments beneath Zhou Jian is my son had surged to over 6,000, continuing to grow rapidly. Lin Hao, come over here. Li Jian's voice suddenly rang out. Behind him stood two individuals, including the head of the copyright department and Wang Biao. Go and respond. Hurry. Those two are the director of our station's copyright department and Deputy Station Master Wang. Lin Hao's colleagues urged him, their tone laced with eagerness to please. Lin Hao, let me introduce you. This is Deputy Station Master Wang, and this is Director Liu from the Copyright Department. Gentlemen, this is Lin Hao, a member of our program team and the author and narrator of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Hello, gentlemen. Lin Hao greeted them with a smile. Ah, quite an impressive young man. You appear full of vigor. Li Jian has briefed you on the matter, I presume? The station is ready to purchase the full copyright of Ghost Blows Out the Light. He did, but 6 million is far too low. Lu Guangyan, the head of the copyright department, was an adept negotiator and responded with a smile. It is already a generous offer. You must understand, this book is merely at its inception. Can you guarantee the subsequent content will maintain such brilliance? Moreover, given its tomb raiding theme, many listeners are intrigued. Once that novelty wears off, it may lose its allure. The station's offer of 6 million to buy out the full copyright is, in fact, a gamble, you understand? Director Liu, you need not worry about the content. I assure you it will maintain this quality. As for whether the audience's interest is merely a fleeting novelty, only time will tell. Lin Hao and Appo's tone remained calm, devoid of emotional fluctuation. A buyout of the full copyright for 6 million is entirely out of the question. Chapter 6. Resignation and the pursuit of new opportunities. How about this? I can offer you 1 million or even 2 million. Lin Hao, you're still young. You should look at the bigger picture. What do immediate benefits mean in the grand scheme? This book, if sold to our station and paired with our promotional efforts, will truly reveal its worth. Won't you gain fame from that? With fame, the station will eventually transfer you to the film and television department, which would greatly benefit your future. Enough, Lin Hao interjected, raising his hand to halt the conversation, his gaze fixed intently on Director Wang. Director Wang, may I inquire if this is the station and Appo's final decision? Indeed, Wang replied. Director Liu is correct. The station's ability to offer such a sum is contingent upon your status as an employee. Should you agree, I can assure you that the station will prioritize your development. If that's the case, then there is no need for further discussion. I will not sell this book. Not selling? Then you won't pass your probation period. Wang was taken aback. How could Amir in turn dare to challenge him? Anger surged within him, his tone becoming icy. If I fail to pass, then so be it. I can simply resign. I refuse to be at your service any longer. Lin Hao, unable to contain his frustration, swiftly removed his work ID and slammed it onto the table before storming out. Lin Hao, wait, stop. Amir in turn thinks he can defy authority? Wang called out to Li Jian, huffing heavily. Boss, what about tonight's storytelling session? There are countless listeners eagerly awaiting Ghost Blows Out the Light. I cannot be left without an explanation. Just tell them that Lin Hao violated station regulations and has been dismissed. I will also inform other stations. Let us see where he can broadcast in Appo's. Ghost Blows Out the Light in Appo's. Now. Exactly, Li. You've been with the station for years. How can you let an intern tie your hands? I'll give you 1 million. Go buy another copyright. This young man has yet to learn the harshness of reality. Once he hits a wall, he will surely return. Begging for help, Lu Guangyuan chimed in, confident in their methods to compel the young man to yield. Oh, what a shame, Li Jian sighed deeply. Watching Lin Hao leave, he sensed that the station would incur significant losses but felt powerless. After all, he was not the leader. After exiting Li Jian's office, Lin Hao silently packed his belongings at his desk. What is happening, Lin? Why are you packing? Work starts soon. My friends, I am no longer an employee of Magic City Television. Thank you all for your kindness these past few days. I will treat everyone to dinner when I have the chance. What? You and Appo's resigning? What on earth is going on? Warren and Appo's TU negotiating copyright? Everyone was astonished. Lin Hao said little. His belongings were minimal. After packing, he carried his box and departed from the television station. Upon reaching the entrance, he glanced back at the building that marked his first job and softly declared, "You will witness the true worth of Appo's. Ghost Blows Out the Light." And Appo's. With that, he strode away with determination. As soon as he arrived home, his phone rang. It was Li Jian. Lin Hao, we can renegotiate the copyright. Can you please finish tonight's program first? With the clock nearing 10, a large audience was waiting. Although the copyright department had approved 1 million and purchased the audio rights to 2 novels. Nothing compared to an Oppos. Ghost blows out the light. And Oppos. The audience wanted to hear that specific story. A sudden switch would not only lead to backlash, but would also jeopardize their ratings. Boss, it's not that I refuse to broadcast. It's that you are being unreasonable. If you want me to air it, you must pay. Lin Hao's tone was surprisingly calm, considering he would have ignored the call if not for Li Jian's decent character. Let's discuss the copyright fee later. Lin Hao, I recognize your talent. But this world is unforgiving. Talent alone is insufficient. Do you understand my point? I do. Is Director Wang planning to make my life difficult? Please let him know that I am unafraid. If I back down, I am no man. With that, he ended the call. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, feeling a wave of frustration. After a moment of calm, he sat up. He needed to find a new platform quickly to earn money. His mother was anxiously waiting for her surgery fees. Nothing was more urgent than that. Resolute, Lin Hao took a shower and opened his secondhand laptop. The cultural entertainment industry in this world was thriving. With a good work, opportunities would abound. The copyright for and amp, Oppos, Ghost blows out the light and amp, Oppos, was immensely valuable. Yet he lacked the fame to fetch a decent price. Thus, Lin Hao decided to sell the audio rights and promptly reached out to several domestic platforms, such as Penguin FM and Maya Audiobooks. However, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and everyone had already left for the day, leaving him with no responses. Never mind. I'll try again tomorrow. It's not urgent, he reassured himself and switched to the end Oppos. Late-night storytelling and Oppos. Channel, simultaneously checking the program and Oppos' official WeChat account. He was curious to see how his former employer would handle the situation tonight. With just 2 minutes until the program commenced, the station was airing advertisements. Hello, everyone. Welcome to your daily story. At 10 sharp, the program began, hosted by the very individual Lin Hao had displaced the previous night. What is happening? Who is this new host? Where is Lin Hao? I came to listen to Lin Hao's Ghost Blows Out the Light. Not this nonsense Midnight Soul. Magic City Television. Get this person off the air. Where is Lin Hao? Where isn't Oppos? Ghost blows out the light and Oppos. As soon as the introduction concluded, the official WeChat was flooded with scathing comments. The page overwhelmed with outrage and inquiries. Thanks to the buzz generated by Ghost Blows Out the Light the night before, an influx of eager listeners had gathered. Not just the regulars, but also many newcomers, all anticipating the tales of Hubai and the 9-tiered Demon Tower. The abrupt change in hosts and the introduction of Midnight Soul was intolerable. Many even called the program to voice their anger. Boss, the listeners are reacting too strongly. What should we do? Ding Mei, observing the torrent of criticism online, looked frantic. Li Jian was also scrolling through the comments, feeling increasingly helpless as the backlash escalated. Although he had anticipated some negative reactions, he never expected it to be this severe. Sent out a Weibo post to clarify. Say that Lin Hao's broadcast of Ghost Blows Out the Light was dismissed due to copyright issues and violations of station policy. Minutes later, the official WeChat account for Late Night Storytelling posted the following message. Chapter 7. A grudge-formed greetings to all listeners. Regarding the matter of Ghost Blows Out the Light and the broadcaster Lin Hao, our station has officially issued a statement. Lin Hao, as a member of our team, is highly regarded for his creation and narration of Ghost Blows Out the Light, for which the station has provided a substantial copyright fee. However, Lin Hao remained dissatisfied and proposed an exorbitant sum as a condition for his continued collaboration, thereby threatening to cease broadcasting. This constitutes a serious violation of our regulations, and he has been formally dismissed today. Upon the release of this Weibo post, comments began to surge. Copyright fee issue? It's clear you lowballed him. My cousin used to work at a television station and said it's rife with corruption. User Yin Duo NI chimed in. Given the quality of Ghost Blows Out the Light, even an audio copyright should be valued at least in the millions. How much did you offer? Wow, it's Sister Yin. I can't believe she is a fan of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Love it. The mention of Yin Duo NI led to an avalanche of comments. Lin Hao took notice and did a quick search on this individual. Yun Duo Nini, whose real name is Li Yun Duo, though somewhat old-fashioned, is a renowned voice actress and a strikingly beautiful young woman. She is the chief female broadcaster for Penguin FM, where her narrations are immensely popular and she has lent her voice to numerous films and animations, earning her the title of an absolute goddess in the realm of anime, with significant recognition. As comments continue to pour in, some emerged in defense of the Magic City television station. What do these ignorant fools know? Would a prestigious station like Magic City be short on funds? I heard Lin Hao is just a recent graduate intern. I can't believe he wrote in Oppos, Ghost blows out the light. And Oppos, he is probably just trying to make a killing. Does he really think such a big station would collapse without him? These comments proliferated rapidly, all aimed at tarnishing Lin Hao's reputation. Huh, have they resorted to hiring trolls? Quite the preparation, I see. They must have anticipated backlash and hired people to post for mere sense. I'll join in to help you guys out. Some listeners directly called out to Lin Hao online, urging him to clarify his position. Lin Hao, who had his own Weibo account but few followers, was infuriated by the station's defamation and responded beneath Yun Duo and I's comment. I am Lin Hao, the author of And Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light. And Oppos, first and foremost, I sincerely thank everyone for their support of And Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light. And Oppos, the statement from Magic City Television is utter nonsense. They claim to offer me a high copyright fee, but they're trying to coerce me into selling all rights for $6 million. When I refused, they threatened to fail my internship and made it clear they would retaliate against me. Although I am just an ordinary person, I will not yield to such an unjust contract. A true man, born in this world, cannot be cowardly. My stance is unwavering. And Oppos, live as a hero, die as a ghostly hero. And Oppos. Once his Weibo post went live, comments exploded. 6 million for all rights? How disgraceful. Now those rubbish TV dramas casually fetch millions for copyrights. How can they expect to acquire the rights to such a classic work as Ghost Blows Out the Light for a mere 6 million? We, the readers, will stand by you, Lin. That line, live as a hero, die as a ghostly hero, is incredibly inspiring. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback by these comments, quickly realizing that this world had been altered, and the quoted poem, originally from Song Dynasty poet Li Qingzhao's Summer Days poem, had never existed here. Naturally, those lines have become attributed to him. Are you truly Lin, the Great One? I want to know if Ghost Blows Out the Light will continue to be aired. Same question, one. I just want to know the upcoming plot. If it doesn't work out, Lin, you could publish the novel online. Just let me know the website, and I'll definitely subscribe. A long line of inquiries formed, all eager to discover where they could continue to enjoy Ghost Blows Out the Light. That is still uncertain. I'm currently seeking a platform. I will inform everyone as soon as I have news. Seeing the fervor for Ghost Blows Out the Light, he felt immense joy. Meanwhile, the team behind Late Night Story at Magic City Television, comprising Ding Mei and Li Jian, was closely monitoring the Weibo situation. What should we do, boss? Lin Hao is being so unreasonable that we're left in a difficult position, and our ratings are dropping. Though a broadcaster named Xing Xing was diligently trying to fill the void, the content was stale and uninspired. Listeners who had experienced Ghost Blows Out the Light found it hard to endure the substitute. Li Jian remained silent, his brow furrowed, and after a moment, he turned off Weibo, pocketed his phone, and said, "You asked me. Who should I ask? We'll see what the station says in tomorrow's meeting." With Lin Hao's post, Li Jian understood that a grudge had been firmly established between Lin Hao and their television station. On the other hand, Lin Hao was still responding to inquiries from netizens, many of whom were curious about the forthcoming plot. Naturally, Lin Hao could not divulge any spoilers. Yin Duo and I has sent you a friend request. Accept or decline? In a short span, his followers and fans on Weibo surged, with many seeking to add him as a friend. As he was selecting, he noticed that Yin Duo and I had also sent a request. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept. Hello, Lin, the Great One. I am your devoted fan, adorable. As soon as he accepted, Yin Duo and I sent him a message. Hello, I'm also a fan of yours. Lin Hao quickly replied, Is that so? Em honored. Which of my works do you like the most? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had merely asked casually, knowing little of her voice acting. He quickly searched online and casually tossed out a title. Yin Duo and I sent an excited emoji and replied, Magic City Television is truly outrageous, attempting to buy the entire copyright of And Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Oppos, for $6 million. It's simply bullying. Lin, I wonder if you'd be interested in joining us at Maya Listening? In a villa in Magic City, Li Yun Duo, dressed in pajamas, lay on her bed, using her laptop to communicate with Lin Hao. Chapter 8. The ban on Ghost blows out the light. She is a contracted host at Maya Listening. Deeply enamored with Ghost blows out the light and the immersive voice of Lin Hao. She is confident that if Lin Hao were to narrate Ghost blows out the light on Maya Listening, it would undoubtedly become a sensational hit. As for Maya Listening, I just sent them a message, but since it's after work, they haven't replied yet. If there are no issues with the copyright fee, it should be fine. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao responded. With Yun Duo as the intermediary, many troubles would be alleviated. Really? That's splendid. Lin Shun, is this novel truly your creation? I am eager to know what happens next. Could you possibly provide a spoiler? Pleadingly, through the screen, Lin Hao could envision Li Yunduo's adorable expression, and a smile crept onto his lips. That would end amp, oppose, do. What would be the point of spoiler? If I truly join Maya Listening, I would appreciate your guidance. Esteemed mentor. Absolutely. With pride. After chatting with Yun Duo for over 10 minutes, Lin Hao spent another half-hour browsing Weibo before taking a shower and preparing for bed. System, how much prestige do I possess now? Just as he lay down, Lin Hao suddenly recalled this matter. Although he was still unclear about the utility of prestige, based on the web novels he had read in his previous life, the more one had, the more advantageous it would be. Ding. The Entertainment King system has been activated. Host, Lin Hao. Singing skill, none. Acting skill, none. Work, Ghost blows out the light, incomplete. Prestige, 7892. Almost at 8,000. What is its purpose? Seeing this number, Lin Hao felt indifferent. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system and Oppo's voice echoed again. Prestige is a metric calculated by the system based on the host and Oppo's influence through their works in the real world. Upon reaching 10,000, the system store will be unlocked, along with the task system. A system store? I understand now. Could it be used for exchanges similar to beginner rewards? What is this task system? Lin Hao did not anticipate that the aloof system would provide an explanation, but hurriedly inquired again. This time, the system remained silent. Never mind. I should focus on accumulating 10,000 prestige first, and then I will understand everything. Lin Hao had begun to truly feel the wonder of the system and found himself yearning for what lay within the system store. The previous night and Oppo's late-night story meeting had a remarkably high listenership, reaching 0.51. However, Li Jian was not excited upon seeing the data. The online backlash regarding their abrupt replacement of Ghost blows out the light with Midnight Soul was unmentionable. From the statistical data at the beginning of the program, riding on the coattails of Ghost blows out the light, their peak listenership had soared to 0.99, only to plummet thereafter. Had the program not been limited to 2 hours, the numbers would have likely dropped even further. This indicated that the audience was not receptive to the previous night and Oppo's content. If this trend continued, tonight's figures would surely decline. Lin Hao's lack of gratitude was astonishing. He even voiced such opinions. I suggest immediate measures be taken against him. In today's meeting, alongside routine matters, the events from last night's Weibo were also a focal point. Lu Guangyuan was speaking. Currently, their Magic City television was facing a torrent of online criticism, even trending, which severely tarnished the station's image. All of this stemmed from Lin Hao disclosing their conversation online. Lu Guangyuan felt responsible for this incident and was exceptionally furious, determined to impart a lesson to this young man. Director Lu, with so many platforms out there, what can we do? Li Jian expressed his discontent. Had it not been for Lu and Oppo's behind-the-scenes maneuvering to purchase the full copyright at a low price, Lin Hao would not have been driven away, subjecting their program to this predicament. Lu Guangyuan sneered coldly. Many platforms? So what? As long as we give a heads up to the major ones, who would dare to accept his Ghost blows out the light? As for those lesser platforms, many are frauds, who would invest heavily in acquiring his copyright. After speaking, Lu Guangyuan produced a list detailing the places where Ghost blows out the light could potentially be published. In addition to listening platforms like Penguin FM and Maya Listening, it included novel platforms such as Chi Chuang Chinese Network and Shouyu app. A total of 13 were enumerated. If none of these platforms accepted Ghost blows out the light, Lin Hao and Oppo's S-book could very well become a burden. 13 companies? Vong Dai. This seems exceedingly challenging. Li Jian had not anticipated Lu Guangyuan's ruthless approach. However, these companies were not subsidiaries of Magic City Television and were unlikely to heed them. Even if they did, the cost would be substantial, merely to counter a single Lin Hao. Was that not an exaggeration? Unexpectedly, Wang Biao glanced at the list and expressed his agreement, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed those present. Li Tai Director also took note of this and made his stance clear. Magic City Television would never allow such provocation. If a leading domestic television station yielded to a dismissed in turn, how could it maintain its standing? The companies listed had varying degrees of cooperation with their station. Some did not, but all had connections with entertainment agencies. The purchasers of film and television rights for these novels were primarily these companies, which required the television station for airing after filming, thus establishing a reliance. Furthermore, the station's artists would inevitably participate in television programs, creating layers of interconnectedness. A mere Lin Hao, despite the current popularity of Ghost Blows Out the Light, was trivial compared to Magic City Television. Magic City Television acted swiftly. Early that morning, Lin Hao, introduced by Yin Duo, added the chief editor of Maya, Listening, on Feixin. The editor was also quite fond of the book, and they finalized the contract details, offering $5 million for the audio rights, to be paid in 3 installments. Although the price was not exorbitant, it was a reasonable sum for a newcomer. However, in the afternoon, Maya, Listening, abruptly called to inform Lin Hao that they were no longer interested in signing Ghost Blows Out the Light. They offered no explanation, and it was Yin Duo who sent a message to inform Lin Hao that the pressure was coming from Magic City Television. Enraged, Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Yet he did not give up. He sought out other listening platforms, only to receive the same response. No contract. Even his attempts to publish on online novel sites at a buyout price were met with rejection from the editors. Damn, are they trying to force me into a corner? Lin Hao was infuriated, once again experiencing the harshness of reality. With no platform willing to support him, despair began to set in. As days passed, the funds for his mother's surgery remained elusive, pushing Lin Hao to contemplate desperate measures. Whenever faced with troubling matters, Lin Hao found solace in cold showers. And this occasion was no different. He stood beneath the relentless stream of water, letting it wash over his face. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Chapter 9, locking on a Douyin, swiftly drying himself off and donning his clothes, he stepped outside. A plan had emerged in his mind, encapsulated in 2 words: live streaming. The live streaming industry in this world was extraordinarily advanced, with top-tier streamers enjoying fame and income rivaling that of celebrities. Why couldn't he embark on this venture? The essence of live streaming was inclusivity. Anyone could broadcast. He doubted that the Shanghai television station could exert control over these platforms. With this thought, Lin Hao quickly downloaded several of the largest live streaming platforms, including Shark TV, Longya TV, Douyin, and Slow Hand, among others. After careful consideration, Lin Hao opted for Douyin. This app had surged in popularity in recent years, spawning numerous internet celebrities. Initially a short video platform, it had subsequently introduced live streaming functionality. Major streamers often earned tens of millions during a single broadcast. Its user base spanned all age groups, far surpassing that of other platforms. Previously, Lin Hao had not contemplated such a platform due to the absence of copyright fees, leaving the potential for profit entirely to fate. However, given his current predicament, he had no alternative. After downloading Douyin, he promptly applied for live streaming privileges following the app's guidelines. This process was straightforward. As long as one had completed real name authentication, approval was typically granted. Thus, within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Hao's application to become a streamer was approved. You have been granted live streaming privileges. Start your broadcast now. Upon reading this message, Lin Hao took a deep breath and changed his username to Lin Hao Tells Stories. He intended to create his own segment on Douyin. After completing these tasks, he posted a Weibo update. Seal the tomb, wipe the dust away. The quest for treasure begins anew, guided by ancient wisdom. Light the candle, hear the whispers of the past. Let us delve into the mysteries beneath the earth. Join me every night at 9 o'clock in the Lin Hao Tells Stories live stream on Douyin, as we follow Hu Bai on an extraordinary and thrilling underground adventure. This Weibo post ignited a frenzy among netizens eagerly awaiting Ghost Blows Out the Light. Zhou Jian is my son. Come quickly. Linda Shun has posted on Weibo. I'm old Zhao. Ah, the familiar taste. This summary is spot on. From these lines, it seems the stories ahead will be plentiful. I await eagerly. Linda Shun, you finally spoke. These words gave me goosebumps. I implore you to start broadcasting soon. Will Linda Shun show his face? He must be quite handsome. To the person above, get lost. Is Linda Shun relying on looks? ISNT his talent enough? Last night, I missed Ghost Blows Out the Light. And today I feel off. Linda Shun is amazing. Douyin live streaming, right? I've charged up 10 million Do coins. Douyin Tycoon? I drove a Lamborghini at 16. What about you? Haha. Extra. Extra. Linda Shun is going live. Tune in tonight at 9 for Lin Hao tells stories on Douyin. Lin Hao's Weibo post was rapidly shared by his fans. Particularly, the initial 2 segments captured everyone's hearts. The immense popularity of this novel is attributed not only to its innovative tomb-raiding narrative, but also to the author's exquisite command of language and the myriad explanations of mysterious phenomena within. The incorporation of historical, geographical, and chemical knowledge, combined with Lin Hao's distinctive voice, rendered this work truly unique. With over 4 hours remaining until 9 o'clock, Lin Hao went out for a meal and then to a shopping mall. With the last 800 yuan he possessed, he spent 500 on a decent microphone. Recognizing that, as a live streamer, his voice was paramount. This was Lin Hao's first live streaming endeavor, and he treated it with utmost seriousness, even getting a haircut. He was already quite handsome, and with a bit of grooming, he appeared as a striking young man. His mentor, known as Li Yang, was a Douyin streamer with over 3 million followers, albeit notorious for his unsavory reputation. He delighted in riding the coattails of trending topics, whether in entertainment or societal discussions, and often belittled newcomers. His typical antics involved street pranks and teasing others, yet such videos found an audience. Thanks to my big brother for sending over a hot air balloon. Appreciate it, brothers. A little attention would go a long way. Just 2,000 Do coins to go. Push it, family. Don't let the other side steal our tower. At that moment, he was engaged in a live PK with another Douyin streamer, shouting hoarsely, his neck flushed and face contorted. Brothers, Linda Shun has started streaming. Let's go check it out. As the comments flooded in, the atmosphere in both their streaming rooms shifted. Initially dismissive, they soon realized something was amiss. Not only was the influx of such comments increasing, but the viewer count in their rooms was noticeably dwindling. Liang quickly messaged his colleague, inquiring about the situation. They were part of the same guild and knew each other well. I'm not sure, probably a small streamer. Let us finish this PK and check it out. We need to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was blissfully unaware, having set up all his equipment and sitting upright in front of his phone. Is this really Linda Shun? So handsome. Linda Shun, where do you live? Why is it so shabby? AV quality. Linda Shun, what are you streaming on? This is so blurry. Thanks to Lin Hao's Weibo post, his live stream had already attracted over 6,000 viewers, all active participants, with the comments scrolling rapidly. Many had sent gifts, mostly worth a few cents, but cumulatively, they amounted to over 20,000 Do coins, equivalent to more than 2,000 yuan. According to Douyin's regulations, individual streamers received 30 of the gift earnings, with the guild receiving 45. Thus, in such a brief period, Lin Hao had already earned over 600 yuan. It was no wonder that everyone was eager to become a streamer. The money indeed came swiftly. Lin Hao was fully aware of this, and upon seeing the gift tally, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of gratitude in his heart. Greetings, dear listeners. I am Lin Hao, the author of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Welcome to my live stream, Lin Hao Tells Stories. Starting today, every night from 9 to midnight, I will be narrating Ghost Blows Out the Light. Chapter 10. The premiere effect is maximize the gifts kept pouring in as Lin Hao began his first live broadcast on Douyin. Linda Shun, we support you. Let's get started. My sword is itching with anticipation. After adjusting the microphone slightly, Lin Hao launched into his inaugural stream. As the mellifluous voice of teacher Zhou Jianlong resonated, it instantly captivated the audience, significantly reducing the barrage of comments. Previously, we recounted how Hu Bai and his companions arrived at the mysterious demon tower beneath the Kunlun Glacier. What tales await us here? Let us delve into episode 10 of Ghost Blows Out the Light, titled The Underground Lake. Our wooden-handled grenades are standard infantry equipment, comprising 3 components. Initially a tad nervous, Lin Hao soon became engrossed in the narrative, reciting 5 chapters in a single breath. Is it really a thing? I took the liberty of researching it online, and indeed, such a creature exists. Linda Shun is surprisingly well-versed. Who would have thought tomb raiding could be this thrilling? It seems there's an ancient tomb behind our village. I might just go check it out tonight, Doge face. During a brief intermission as Lin Hao sipped water, the comments surged anew. The viewership in his live stream had surpassed 10,000, with gifts soaring to an impressive 600,000 Do coins. Brother Mo, Jean Huba Air, please don't take this too seriously. This is merely a novel meant for enjoyment. If you truly venture into tomb raiding because of this, the blame would be too great for me to bear. Seeing the comment regarding the tomb behind the village, Lin Hao quickly adopted a serious demeanor to advise against such actions. Haha, even Linda Shun seems anxious. It's just talk. I must admit, I too am tempted to raid a tomb. Could you kindly share a link to some equipment? Doge face. Just then, the live stream transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Someone had sent a carnival gift. This carnival cost 30,000 Do coins, equivalent to 3,000 yuan, a sum not easily afforded by just anyone. Apologies, Linda Sheng. I just returned from Soir. I thought I'd contribute a carnival to liven things up. Respect to the wealthy patron above. I haven't had dinner yet. Could you lend me 20 to buy something to eat? Internet beggar. Wait, isn't this the ID of the one who claimed to have charged 10 million Do coins? My goodness, they truly are affluent. Lin Hao noticed the generous gift and felt a rush of excitement. Thank you, young Master Zhang, for your gift. I hope it doesn't impact your daily life too adversely. After expressing his gratitude, he inquired further. Haha, it's merely the cost of a meal. 3,000 just for a meal? Young master, I shall be your little brother, winky face. With the carnival's arrival, the atmosphere in the live stream became lively, and the comments went wild. After a brief respite, Lin Hao felt it was time to continue. Thank you all for the generous gifts. Let us proceed. As he spoke, the barrage of comments diminished once more. Fatty possesses a family heirloom jade pendant that he always carries. This segment of the story features Hu Bai and Wang Fatty returning to Beijing, encountering Big Gold Tooth, and officially joining Professor Chun and Amp, Oppo's archaeological team, with a leading lady. Shirley Yang makes her entrance. At this moment, Li Yang and Sister Kawa entered Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's live stream, astonished by the number of gifts. They initially thought Lin Hao was just another minor streamer and hesitated to engage. What is he doing? Telling stories? It seems so. The two communicated via Feishin. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was narrating Hu Bai's application to join Professor Chun and Oppo's archaeological team, discussing the art of feng shui. This world indeed holds elements of feng shui, a concept enveloped in mystery that many find difficult to comprehend. I am familiar with this celestial star feng shui, also known as Qinxiong Qing Nong technique, part of the Yin-Yang feng shui secret arts. The explanation of feng shui was remarkably thorough. For a moment, the live stream was silent, with not a single comment. Lin Hao worried something might be amiss, but upon finishing this segment, the stream exploded with activity, prompted by young Master Zhang and Amp, Oppo's Carnival 5-hit combo. Countless comments whizzed by, rendering them nearly unreadable, yet they all shared a common inquiry regarding feng shui. Linda Shun, is what you say about feng shui true? It's astonishing. My grandfather used to tell me stories about feng shui, and they bear a striking resemblance to what you've shared. Do you truly possess that Yin-Yang feng shui secret arts book? I wish to purchase it. Name your price. Even young Master Zhang was so taken by the discourse on feng shui that he expressed interest in acquiring the book. Meanwhile, Li Yang and Sister Kaiwa finally grasped that they had come to stir trouble, only to be captivated by the narrative and forget their intentions. Unfortunately, the barrage of comments was overwhelming. The few dozen viewers they brought were insufficient to make an impact. What should we do? I have a feeling this Lin Hao will become popular. I'll seek him out for a collaboration shortly. You should inform the guild to help boost the hype. Liang, gazing fervently at Lin Hao from his villa, had already devised a plan to ride the wave of popularity. Unaware of this, Lin Hao noticed the plethora of comments eager for answers and could only smile ruefully. I do not possess the Yin-Yang Feng Shui secret arts. Let me reiterate. This is a novel. The discussions on feng shui are drawn from my research, stories I've heard, and my own imagination. I refuse to believe it. It sounds too authentic. All right, Linda Shun has declared it a novel. Let us not disturb him further. Shall we continue to hear the next part of the story? Young Master Zhang, having sent another 2 carnivals, wielded considerable influence, and the comments gradually subsided. Lin Hao resumed his narration. This segment lasted over an hour. I Haven T slept in 2 days. Could it be that my eyes are deceiving me? As he concluded the tale of the archaeological team heading to Xinjiang, the clock struck 12:05, signaling the end of Lin Hao and Oppo's live stream for the evening. At this point, the gifts in his live stream had amassed an astonishing total of over 160,000 Do coins, all genuine contributions, netting him nearly 50,000 yuan according to the revenue split. This revelation eased Lin Hao's heart. At this rate, he would soon have enough to cover his mother's medical expenses. Dear audience, I sincerely thank you for tuning in tonight and for your generous gifts. This concludes our story for today. We shall reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Let us not miss each other. I'm baffled. How did these 3 hours pass more quickly than a typical class? I crave a continuation. This abrupt ending is torturous. Another sleepless night awaits. Linda Shun. I hold you in contempt, crying face. Chapter 11. Apologies for the slip of the hand. The barrage of comments in the chat was filled with heartfelt farewells, alongside a few urging Lin how to take a break, which warmed his heart, confirming that he had indeed made the right move. Just as he prepared to end the stream, an unexpected request for a co-broadcast appeared. Does Yang want to connect with Linda Shun? How disgusting. Linda Shun, ignore that mutt. He merely seeks to ride on your popularity. Wow, a rookie streamer so audacious? He wanted Oppos to even connect with me. Yang? Truly impressive. Listen to that. The person above sounds like an old troll. Yang, you better scram. Before Lin Hao could comprehend the situation, the comments began to scroll rapidly. The audience could see the co-broadcast invitation, and many in Lin Hao's stream were familiar with the notorious Yang from Douyin. Observing the chaotic scene, Lin Hao unexpectedly clicked to accept the connection. Instantly, his stream split in 2, revealing Yang's side, accompanied by deafening music. Behind Yang stood 4 or 5 young men and women, a common sight on Douyin during such broadcasts, as they would cheer during the impending competition. Surprised that he had agreed, Yang thought to leverage Lin Hao's heat to boost his own popularity and then establish rules for victory and defeat. However, to the astonishment of everyone in both streams, Lin Hao suddenly cut off the connection. Dear audience, that was an accidental slip. My apologies. Our stream is merely a storytelling session, and we shall conclude today and amp, Oppo's tale here. We will continue tomorrow. Laughter erupted in the chat. A slip? Linda Shun is quite the character. Let us all head over to the Mutt stream and give him a taste of that slip. 666, a slip indeed? Linda Shun is magnificent. As Lin Hao spoke, the barrage of comments intensified. Meanwhile, in Yang's stream, both he and his companions were left bewildered. The comments flooded in from Lin Hao's audience. Oh no, the Mutt is furious. Does he think a slip will suffice? I love it. I enjoy seeing the Mutt flustered. Bow down to me, and I shall bestow upon you a meager gift. The diverse array of comments finally made Li Yang realize what had transpired, inciting rage as he began to curse. What audacity from a novice. You will see this on the trending list tomorrow, if you do not publicly apologize. This matter will not be settled. My Yang family army is not to be trifled with. Newbie streamer, do not be so arrogant. The Yang family dogs shall weep. Stop calling out. Linda Shun has no interest in you. He has already ended his stream. Your family's grave is gone. Your family's grave is gone 1. Your family's grave is gone 10086. Such comments only served to infuriate Li Yang further. When he returned to Lin Hao's stream, he found that Lin Hao had indeed finished streaming. Lin Hao's initial intention was not to disconnect. He simply thought it would be harmless to converse with another streamer. Yet, the other party in Oppos' demeanor clearly indicated a desire to shower him with gifts. Having experienced such competitive streams before, Lin Hao felt a twinge of disdain and thus ended the connection. System, how much prestige do I have now? After cashing out the gifts from his stream, Lin Hao found himself with over 55,000 yuan, which greatly uplifted his spirits. He estimated that his prestige value should have surpassed 10,000. Notification. Host. Lin Hao acting skill. None singing skill. None works. Ghost blows out the light. Incomplete. Prestige value. 16. 9:30. Would you like to activate the system store and initiate system tasks? Yes. The moment Lin Hao uttered that word, a shimmering blue screen appeared before him. The word system store glimmered brightly, showcasing a variety of products beneath it. There were 11 categories, including film, singing, literature, skits, science, and skills. Among these, 2 categories piqued his curiosity: acting master training course and singing master training course. System, what do you mean by acting master and singing master? They do not appear to be products. Notification. The acting master training course can be unlocked using prestige points to enhance the host's acting abilities. The singing master training course can similarly be unlocked to improve the host and Oppos' singing capabilities. With this explanation, Lin Hao understood. It meant that the attributes listed on his panel, acting and singing, could be developed through these 2 courses. This revelation filled him with joy, as he speculated that this system was the creation of a highly intelligent entity. If he could gain its guidance, his potential would undoubtedly be extraordinary. With this thought, he eagerly focused on the requirements for unlocking these courses. 100,000 prestige points to unlock. Upon seeing that figure, he was momentarily stunned. It had taken him considerable effort to accumulate just over 10,000 prestige points through Ghost Blows Out the Light. How long would it take to reach that threshold? Consequently, he turned his gaze back to the products in the system store. In an instant, Lin Hao grasped the true meaning of poverty. It described his current state. The prices of the items in the system store were exorbitant. The cheapest were in the singing category, yet even those had distinctions. For instance, one song titled Qianxiu, performed by Sun Nan, served as the ending theme for the television drama Wu Zetian. Its lyrical and melodic style, combined with Sun Nan and Oppos' exquisite vocal skills, perfectly encapsulated Wu Zetian and Oppos' life. The system store offered this song, and if Lin Hao merely intended to sing it, just the melody and lyrics would suffice, costing him 5,000 prestige points. However, to purchase the entire composition, including the arrangement and the instruments used in the background music, would require a staggering 20,000 prestige points. As for literary works and other media, the prices were even more outrageous. Notification. System tasks initiated. At that moment, Lin Hao and Oppos' mind resonated with the system and Oppos' voice once more. Chapter 12. Soaring to the top of Weibo and Oppos' trending searches. Main task 1. Within 2 months, the host must become a Douyin streamer with over 10 million followers. Upon completion, a reward of 100,000 prestige points will be granted. Failure will result in a severe punishment. Main task 2. Within 1 year, the host must complete a film or television production that achieves a peak rating exceeding 10 and an average rating above 6. Successful completion will yield a permanent skill as a reward. Failure will incur a harsh penalty. Lin Hao shuddered. System, what cruel punishment awaits? More painful than death, it replied. More painful than death. Don't scare me. Lin Hao felt a twinge of fear. Both tasks were no trivial feats. Achieving 10 million followers on Douyin was a monumental challenge, a dream that countless streamers aspired to yet failed to attain. As for producing a television show with a rating surpassing 10, Lin Hao, having worked in the industry, understood the daunting nature of such an endeavor. To date, only a handful of productions had reached such heights, each a classic in its own right. Completing this within a year? It seemed utterly unreasonable. System. Can I decline the tasks? Ding. The host and Oppos' refusal of the system tasks will be automatically regarded as a failure. Curse you and your wretched system. Lin Hao erupted in anger. However, no matter how he raged, the system remained an unfeeling machine, indifferent to his outbursts. Sighing, he resolved to give it a try. Though this system appeared somewhat treacherous, he had no desire to endure a fate worse than death. Reinvigorated, Lin Hao found a renewed sense of determination. After deducting 10,000 prestige points, he still had nearly 7,000 remaining, so he spent 5,000 to purchase the lyrics and melody for Chinchio. The reason was simple. He wanted to test whether he could sing it well, as this song had yet to be introduced to the world. If he could perform even a few lines during his live stream, the impact would surely be astounding. However, after making the purchase, Lin Hao quickly realized that his croaky voice was utterly unmusical, even breaking several times. "Come out, you miserable system. How am I supposed to sing well without any vocal skills?" He had the audacity to scold the system, but remained unfazed. Upon hearing his plea, the system in AMP, Oppo's shop displayed a rapid scroll of skills, stopping after a few seconds, illuminating a particular item. Song Elixir allows the host to perfectly mimic any original song for one day. Value: 1,500 prestige points. Subsequent purchases will increase the price tenfold, with no upper limit. "Ah, you truly have thought this through," Lin Hao mused, feeling both delighted and slightly disheartened. He considered the system to be quite cunning. For 1,500 prestige points, he could gain such an ability for merely one day, and if he purchased it again later, it would cost 15,000, then 150,000, and so forth. He understood that the system's intention was to discourage him from relying on the song elixir as a shortcut. Despite his harsh words, his actions were decisive, without hesitation. He used his remaining prestige points to acquire a bottle of the song elixir, then closed the system interface. Could this really be so miraculous? Gazing at the slender bottle containing a pale blue liquid, Lin Hao was filled with curiosity. After examining it for a while, he carefully tucked it away. He firmly believed that anything produced by the system must be of premium quality. As for testing it, alas, the impoverished cannot afford such luxuries. With the elixir's effects lasting only a day, he resolved to use it at the most opportune moment. In summary, Lin Hao felt that his expenditure of 10,000 prestige points to unlock the system shop and tasks was neither a loss nor a gain. Although the two main tasks appeared daunting, the rewards awaiting him upon completion excited him greatly. After a refreshing shower, he retired to bed, unaware that his first livestream of the night had once again stirred a sensation online. In particular, Minter Yang Yang, despite his somewhat tarnished reputation, was a skilled streamer who received numerous gifts, making him a notable figure within their guild. His guild, the 8C's Guild, was renowned on Douyin, with half of the top streamers boasting over 10 million followers being members. Many streamers from platforms like Shark TV, Dragontooth TV, and Slowhand Live were also part of their ranks. Initially, they had planned for Yang Yang to reach out to Lin Hao, given the high popularity of his livestream. However, they were taken aback when Lin Hao displayed such discontent, leading to dissatisfaction from a senior member of the guild named Li Xiang. "Brother, what should we do about this? Lin Hao is slapping me in the face, which is akin to slapping our guild and Oppo's face." Streamer Yang Yang was currently video chatting with Li Xiang through FeiXIN. The two were cousins. Otherwise, how could Yang Yang have access to such resources to rise so quickly? I've encountered many such individuals. In Douyin, we cannot allow anyone to provoke the 8C's Guild. His work and AMP, Oppo's, Ghost Blows Out the Light and AMP, Oppo's has been trending online recently. When the boss announced a meeting today, he specifically asked me to connect with him. Once he joins our guild, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Li Xiang did not regard Lin Hao as a significant threat. The owner of their 8C's Guild was the heir of Dasheng Entertainment, one of the three major entertainment companies in China, which commanded a substantial portion of the industry. Should we let him go just like that? No. You have already made a statement during your live stream. This is a perfect opportunity for some publicity. Record a video later, demanding an apology from him, and make your words as harsh and extreme as possible. I'll help you buy some traffic. We can leverage the current popularity of AMP, Oppo's, Ghost Blows Out the Light, and AMP, Oppo's, to boost your follower count. I will have someone else reach out as well. Although Li Xiang was Yang Yang and AMP, Oppo's cousin, he was also an employee of the 8C's Guild. Lin Hao was the streamer they had specifically aimed to recruit. And if he botched the operation, he would have a lot to answer for. Meanwhile, the content Lin Hao presented during his live stream about Ghost Blows Out the Light was concurrently trending on Weibo, garnering 2 separate entries. During the presentation, his explanation of the Tianqing feng shui technique surged in popularity at an astonishing rate. In this world, particularly in Huagua, where traditional culture had been largely lost, especially in areas like feng shui and metaphysics, only a handful of old professors at universities possessed detailed knowledge. To be frank, this streamer has some talent. Is he streaming on Douyin? I must tune in tomorrow night. Wow, such an exquisite novel. Incredible. Let us get this show on the road. I'm betting whether the streamer is indeed a tomb raider. Underneath the Weibo post about the mysterious Tianqing feng shui technique, comments were rapidly accumulating at an astonishing pace. Chapter 13. The response from Yang Yang arrives apart from the audience in Lin Hao's live streaming room. Many others, previously unaware of Ghost Blows Out the Light, were immediately captivated after watching snippets of Lin Hao's narration. Consequently, a multitude of individuals began to search for Lin Hao's narration of Ghost Blows Out the Light, including his broadcasts on the Modu television station and Tonight and Oppos, as content. As a result, where to find the complete narration of Ghost Blows Out the Light by Lin Hao trended on social media, occupying the top 3 spots. While even some rising stars in the entertainment industry found themselves momentarily overshadowed. Boss, Lin Hao has gone live on Douyin. The team at Modu Television's late-night storytelling program lamented. Their program had concluded, and it was evident that not only had their listener ratings plummeted, but their social media pages were flooded with vitriol from disgruntled listeners. In stark contrast, Lin Hao, despite being targeted by Modu Television, had propelled Ghost Blows Out the Light back into the limelight through his live stream. I realize now that it was a missed opportunity. If we had acquired this novel for our program, we could have made a remarkable comeback, one of the program's staff members mused, having watched Lin Hao's performance that evening. They regretted not having been more assertive in negotiating with the station head to secure better compensation for Lin Hao. Perhaps, had they done so, Lin Hao would have remained, and with Ghost Blows Out the Light, their program could have revived itself. However, regret is a luxury that cannot be afforded, and it was too late to lament. Lin Hao awoke groggily around 9 in the morning, only to discover several missed calls from familiar numbers on his phone. Puzzled, he tossed his phone onto the bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Just as he finished washing up, the phone rang again. Hello, who is this? Good day, is this Mr. Lin Hao? A melodious female voice inquired from the other end. Yes, this is he. May I ask who you are? Lin Hao was certain he did not recognize the caller. I am Zhang Li, an operations staff member from the 8 Seas Guild. I noticed you Haven and Oppos. T joined our guild yet, and I wanted to know if you would be interested in becoming a member. Our leadership holds you in high regard. And if you and Amp, Oppos, re-interested, I can send over a contract for your review. We have over 10,000 signed streamers under our guild, many of whom boast millions of followers. We possess excellent resources across major streaming platforms, including Douyin, along with a top-notch operational team. Her words flowed rapidly yet clearly. I and Oppos, am sorry, but I and Amp, Oppos, am not interested in joining any guild, Lin Hao replied, having grasped the situation. He was aware that many streamers were affiliated with guilds, akin to the relationship between entertainment companies and artists. Guilds assist streamers with operations, promotions, and attracting followers, but they also take a cut of the streamers and Oppos earnings. Although Lin Hao had become a streamer, his aspirations lay elsewhere. This was merely a transitional phase for him. With his 2 primary missions, he was destined to venture into the entertainment realm. Once he finished narrating Ghost Blows Out the Light, he would seek other avenues. Mr. Lin, please reconsider. The conditions we offer are among the most favorable in the industry. While your popularity is currently high, without dedicated personnel to manage your operations. Once the fervor surrounding and Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Oppos, wanes, securing an A-level contract will be challenging. I and Oppos, am truly not interested in joining any guild. I have some matters to attend to, so I must end this conversation. With that, Lin Hao hung up. Throughout the morning, his phone incessantly rang with calls from various guilds seeking his affiliation, all of which he politely declined. Having withdrawn over 50,000 the previous night, Lin Hao retained just over 10,000 for himself and transferred the remainder back. He instructed Lin Han to ensure their mother was admitted to the hospital. Bro, Mom and Amp, Oppos, S asking where you got all this money. You Haven and Amp, Oppos, T gotten into any illegal activities, have you? Lin Han, well aware of her brother and Oppos, S financial situation, noted that Lin Hao regularly sent money home, leaving himself with only 1,500 for basic expenses. Thus, it was implausible for him to have saved such an amount. Do you think I and Amp, Oppos, am that kind of person? This money is a bonus from my boss. In short, it and Amp, Oppos, that's all my earnings. Tell Mom not to worry. I'll have his surgery funds ready in a few days. Got it, bro. After a brief conversation, Lin Hao ended the call. Is Linda Shin there? At that moment, a message from someone named Zhang Daxiao pinged in. He had recently become Lin Hao and Amp, Oppos, S-top supporter in a live stream, and had sent a private message after the stream concluded, leading to their exchange of contact information. Yes, I'm here. Linda Shun, have you checked Weibo and Douyin? No, what's going on? Lin Hao paused, as he rarely engaged with social media. Zhang Daxiao sent a laughing crying emoji. What do you think? Your Douyin and Weibo are both exploding. Yang and some others recorded a video, speaking quite harshly, demanding that you publicly apologize for your actions last night. Numerous streamers are also criticizing you. Just scroll through Douyin and you and Oppos, LLC everyone discussing this. Is this guy out of his mind? Lin Hao was taken aback that the other party was still fixated on him. He opened Douyin and, unsurprisingly, discovered over 3,000 unread messages in his inbox. Browsing through them, he noted that half were fans urging him to continue the narration of Ghost Blows Out the Light, while the other half were insults directed at him. Huh, so new streamers are this arrogant now. They dare to hang up on my Yang? What S and Amp? Oppos. Ghost Blows Out the Light and Amp. Oppos. It's just a tomb raiding themed novel, corrupting the youth. Reported for inappropriate content, dog emoji. With that face, you still dare to show up on live stream? You make me sick. It was evident that these messages were orchestrated by Li Yang. Lin Hao chose not to respond and continued scrolling through Douyin, where he stumbled upon a young man named Wang Xiaoqi, who sat earnestly before the camera, critiquing Lin Hao and Oppos' actions from the previous night, claiming that Lin Hao disrespected others and had become arrogant before even achieving true fame. Noticing that this individual had only around 200 fans, Lin Hao dismissed him, recognizing that such people were abundant on Douyin, often exploiting trending topics to gain attention with ambiguous statements. As he shifted his gaze to the bottom corner of his screen, he noticed a small caption, Today and Amp, Oppos, S-top. Yang responds to Lin Hao and Amp, Oppos, as hanging up incident in and Amp, Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light, and Amp, Oppos 8. 6 million views. Upon clicking, he found a plethora of opinions from various Douyin streamers regarding the incident, including comments from the minter, Yang himself. Chapter 14. Random Task Trigger. His original video depicted a rather excited demeanor as he addressed the camera, stating, Dear family and friends, you must be aware of what transpired last night. I need to clarify certain matters regarding my interaction with the author of And Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light, and Oppos. First and foremost, my intention in reaching out for a collaboration was not to ride on the coattails of his fame. He is merely a novice streamer. My admiration for this book is genuine, akin to encountering an idol. I was genuinely looking forward to this interaction, and I was elated when Lin, the esteemed author, agreed. However, to everyone in Amp, Oppos' astonishment, after establishing the connection, he remained silent and abruptly ended the call. A slip of the hand? Can mere slip of the hand cause one to disconnect automatically? Naturally, it is understandable that Lin, as the author, might not regard streamers like us highly, but such a dismissive act feels quite insulting. If he did not wish to engage, he should have simply declined the call. To then feign a slip of the hand is absurd. Though I am but a small streamer, I am still a person with dignity. My request is simple. He must publicly apologize to me. Thank you. As he expressed these sentiments, it was apparent he had contemplated them for quite some time, delivering them with palpable emotion. For those unfamiliar with the situation, it would undoubtedly seem as though Lin Hao was quite arrogant. This Douyin post garnered 321. 1K little red stars and 66K comments, marking the highest engagement in his Douyin content. Beyond the inherent traffic Lin and Hao possessed, the operations of the 8Cs Guild also played a significant role. Upon examining the comments, it was evident that nearly all were directed at disparaging Lin Hao, with perhaps only one in defense of him among dozens. After absorbing this, Lin Hao felt a simmering irritation and opened his Weibo. His Weibo had not originally attracted much attention, and the comments were predominantly centered around and Oppos. Ghost blows out the light. And Oppos. However, it had now been inundated with vitriol, far exceeding that on Douyin. After all, while he might not see the comments on Douyin, the barrage on his Weibo was unmistakable. These comments were clearly orchestrated by hired trolls, each one more offensive than the last, with many even extending their ire to his family. Some of Lin Hao and Oppos' fans, including Yinduo Nini, initially rallied to his defense, but their numbers paled in comparison to the professional detractors, rendering their efforts ineffective. Even Yinduo Nini's Weibo became a collateral target, as the trolls reveled in their perceived victory, unleashing their vitriol upon her page. Ding! A random task has been triggered. The streamer must mount a powerful counterattack against the online backlash and successfully earn at least 10,000 reputation points within a day. Upon completion, a spin of the lottery wheel will be granted. Failure to do so will result in a harsh penalty. At that moment, the system and Oppos' voice resonated in Lin Hao and Oppos' mind. Another random task? Lin was taken aback. Random tasks are a category of system assignments that automatically generate based on the host's immediate circumstances and trigger under specific conditions. The system promptly informed Lin Hao, earning 10,000 reputation points in a day. No problem. Please ensure you comprehend the task thoroughly. Reputation points can only be earned through counterattacks. Alternative methods will not be considered. What? You must be jesting, you wretched system. How am I to respond adequately? Lin Hao exclaimed in frustration. Unless I record a Douyin video and challenge him directly. How ludicrous. Previously, Lin had been relatively unfazed by the online vitriol, but now the urgency of the task left him exasperated. He had anticipated ample time for the system's tasks. Yet here was an unexpected random task. While he was not one to back down, the requirement of earning 10,000 reputation points solely through counterattacks seemed daunting. He had previously streamed 2 episodes of Ghost Blows Out the Light, accumulating over 10,000 reputation points, but now he had only a small amount remaining. He had considered simply streaming longer that evening and exchanging barbs with his detractors, believing that 10,000 points were within reach. However, with this new limitation, he felt at a loss. No matter how vehemently he cursed the system, it remained as unyielding as ever, offering no response. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao promptly accessed the system shop. At this juncture, he had to devise a strategy through the system. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, he discovered that his reputation points had surprisingly risen to over 2,600. It appeared that these points had accumulated since last night. Lin was not taken aback by this revelation. With these points, he felt a sense of security. Though not a substantial sum, it would allow him to make some selections in the system shop. Black Cloud 18 hands, 10 years of skill. A purchase would yield profit? No, I would rather not engage in combat. Increase, enhance, and prolong the effects of the masculine power pill? What nonsense is this? Do I truly require such items? Lin Hao requested the system to list products valued below 2,600 reputation points for his consideration. Earth's classic insults, an entire collection of high-energy humor. This seems promising. Upon discovering this collection of insults, Lin Hao felt a spark of interest. He recalled that in his previous life, there were countless phrases that, despite being devoid of profanity, could infuriate others, precisely what he needed at that moment. Observing the price, it required only 1,800 points for redemption. Without hesitation, he clicked to exchange, and his reputation points instantly diminished to a little over 800. Simultaneously, a plethora of classic insults materialized in Lin Hao's mind. At that instant, Lin felt akin to a general who had been besieged and found a sudden influx of reinforcements, instilling him with newfound confidence. Typically not one to smoke, he deliberately lit a cigarette, poured a glass of water, and set it on the table as he opened his second-hand laptop to access his Weibo. You enjoy throwing insults, do you? Today, I shall enlighten you on the art of insult. With that declaration, cigarette in mouth, his fingers danced across the keyboard as if performing a graceful waltz. A flurry of insult from Earth rapidly filled his Weibo feed. Thus commenced a legendary verbal battle that would be recounted for years to come. His inaugural Weibo post read, "Manually tagging all trolls, come forth and allow me to teach you the essence of insults. Many have called me ugly, especially that darling from the Yang family. Who dares to post photos? Honestly, with that face, it's perfect for warding off evil spirits when hung on a wall, or as a contraceptive when placed above the bed. You possess a unique creativity in your appearance, and your courage is commendable. Being ugly is not your fault. I've seen ugliness, but never like yours. At first glance, you may appear ugly, yet a closer look reveals even more." Such statements poured forth from Lin Hao, igniting the battlefield with fervor. The trolls on his Weibo, once smug, were suddenly taken aback by Lin Hao and Oppo's response, and they began to prepare for a counterattack. However, Lin Hao and Oppo's unrelenting barrage left many of them utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 15. The century of invective. A significant event has transpired. Quickly, let us flock to Lin and Oppo's Weibo. Zhou Jian is my son. My goodness, brother, this is remarkable. The insults are simply hilarious. I must urgently summon others to witness this spectacle. As these words spread, Lin Hao's Weibo exploded with activity. The onlookers, originally merely spectators, and Lin Hao's fans, who had been derided yet dared not retort, began to chime in. Particularly notable was Lin Hao and Oppo's straightforward and unrefined response, peppered with memorable phrases, prompting many to rally their friends to his Weibo to observe this battle of wits. Breaking news: Lin, the Great, has directly confronted the army of online trolls. So come and watch. Haha, this is too funny. My mother asked why I was crouched down looking at Weibo. All I want to say is, Lin, please take me as your disciple and impart your skill of insult to me. Oh, how bittersweet. My youth has just departed, but has returned like a flight. Lin has finally responded directly. With a surge of netizens sharing quotes from Lin Hao's Weibo, this storm of invective soon spilled over to Douyin. Many who stumbled upon this news flocked to Lin Hao and Oppo's Weibo to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the hired trolls, not anticipating Lin Hao and Oppo's audacity to confront them, quickly began to retaliate. As a broadcaster, how can one's demeanor be so base? I strongly urge the relevant authorities to take you into custody. Lin Hao, you've fallen into the toilet. Shouting, Lin Hao, I see you as a sweat-stained shirt. How dare you leave the comment section open while engaging in banter with us? Charge, brothers. Inside the room, Lin Hao, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, exuded a fervent energy. He had not vented like this in quite some time. It felt exhilarating. The more spectators there were, the more he could accrue prestige. Observing the ongoing insults, he savored a drag of his cigarette. A motley crew. I have merely begun to unleash my prowess. After which, he bombarded the trolls with an array of astonishing insults. Your intricate features do not conceal your rudimentary intellect. You remain in a state of incomplete evolution. It is indeed a challenge to resemble a human. If you remain oblivious to what constitutes a fool, kindly gaze into a mirror. Do not argue with me, for I cannot comprehend. To others, it appears that I am quarreling with a group of swine, which is a rather foolish endeavor. Each remark, devoid of vulgarity, was nonetheless capable of inciting rage. They sounded vivid and amusing, and even the seasoned trolls found themselves incensed. Although their responses appeared fierce, they lacked depth and were often repetitive, not even on par with Lin Hao's sharp wit. However, the spectators were thoroughly entertained. Your intricate features cannot disguise your rudimentary intellect. This is simply exquisite. I genuinely admire your prowess. You lack intelligence yet attempt to imitate baldness. As I sip my drink, your words made me burst into laughter. Lin, you owe me a new Huawei Mate 40 Pro. Is this truly Lin Hao? He is astonishing. Just for his skill in insults and fiery temperament, I have become an admirer. He is undoubtedly the king of invective in the modern era, boldly confronting online trolls. Online sales of Lin Hao's quotes are available for 10 yuan each. Do not miss out. Lin is indeed worthy of having authored Ghost Blows Out the Light. His insults are simply unparalleled. Netizens remarked that they had never encountered such an occurrence, finding it exceedingly entertaining. Lin Hao, you are merely a master of words. What do you have to boast about as a novice broadcaster? Lin Hao retorted, you have truly amused me. Do you think I cannot retaliate? This is truly a case of the East not shining while the West does. Fools are merely reflections of themselves. Lin Dog, I perceive you as a pitiful soul. So many deride you, yet not a soul comes to your aid. How lamentable. I see you as two pigs. One pig cannot even begin to describe your foolishness. I alone could outwit you. I would use the number 2 to describe you, but even that number would be offended. What? Someone claims I have acne? Ah, is that all you can muster? I had acne in my youth. Are you envious of my youthful struggles? The arsenal of insults in Lin Hao and Oppo's mind comprise classics summarized by netizens worldwide, far beyond the capacity of these trolls to counter. This battle of words persisted for more than 2 hours. With Lin Hao leading the charge, many passers-by and fans joined in the fray, mocking the trolls below. Gradually, the scales of victory began to tilt in Lin Hao's favor. I do not insult. Have I insulted? I merely state a fact. Why do you not learn from the myriad weapons of our country, yet insist on mastering the sword? You mastered the upper sword, but neglected the lower. You eschewed the iron sword for the silver. Congratulations, you have achieved a state of unity with your sword, commonly referred to as sword person. Indeed, why pursue swordsmanship to become a sword person? Many netizens began to echo the sentiment, forming an orderly chorus. Lin Hao continued with fervor. This situation was instigated by you. Now, you turn around and accuse me of lacking decorum. Truly, a tree that does not shed its bark is destined for demise, and a person without shame is invincible. Lin Hao, you are a magnificent figure. How scathing. Lin Hao, you are a foolish swine. They fell silent, yet Lin Hao continued his tirade, prompting some to reach their breaking point. Lin Hao is unyielding. When your mother takes you out, do passers-by not inquire, sister, where did you acquire this monkey? I am not mainstream. You are the antithesis of mainstream. Your entire family is non-mainstream. Your mother in black stockings, your father with a tinfoil hairstyle. I yearn to hurl my size 39 shoe at your size 42 face. Lin Hao continued his assault for nearly half an hour, each remark unique, yet everyone a classic, thoroughly earning the reverence of netizens. The trolls, finally subdued, ceased their retorts. There was no contest. Who could withstand such relentless, classic insults delivered without repetition for hours? The dogs of war could scarcely have fathomed they would shoot themselves in the foot. The trolls hired to combat Lin were utterly vanquished by him alone. Lin Hao is truly remarkable. I suspect that after this incident, no one will dare provoke this titan again. As the head of a network troll studio, I solemnly declare that henceforth, I shall refuse any assignments related to Lin Hao. I have diligently compiled his arsenal of insults. Let us see who will dare provoke me in the future. Lin Hao's fingers ached from typing, yet he was immensely satisfied with the outcome. Chapter 16. The frustrating lottery the system has emerged, and I wonder if my response can be deemed assertive. How much reputation value have I accumulated? Ding. According to the system statistics, the host has currently earned a total of 910 reputation points in this random task. Is it nearly 9,000? That's reassuring. Upon hearing this figure, Lin Hao felt a wave of relief, estimating that this heated exchange would soon exceed 10,000 as it continued to unfold. Indeed, as he anticipated, merely half an hour later, while he was in the restroom, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The task of forcefully countering online public opinion has been completed. Congratulations. The host has earned one chance in the grand lottery. Shall we proceed now? Hearing this, Lin Hao hurriedly exited the restroom, washing his hands thoroughly. Let us proceed. As soon as he spoke, Lin Hao and Oppo's consciousness was transported back to the system shop, where a large lottery wheel, approximately 1 meter in diameter, was presented before him. A red pointer marked the wheel, which was divided into 12 segments, featuring 11 categories from the system shop and one labeled "Thank you for your patronage." Keep up the good work. Lin Hao paid little heed to it, thinking to himself that with a 1 in 12 chance, his luck could not possibly be that poor. Rubbing his hands together, he forcefully spun the wheel. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with the fervor of a youth witnessing a captivating film for the first time. Filled with anticipation and excitement, the wheel began to slow down, and as the pointer passed over each segment, Lin Hao's expression shifted. "Come on, spin." As the wheel was about to come to a halt, Lin Hao even leaned in and blew on it, attempting to give it a final push. For the pointer was precariously close to the "thank you for your patronage, keep up the good work" segment. Just a tiny nudge, and it would land on the next category, which was music. However, his efforts were in vain, and the outcome caused him to utter an exclamation of frustration. The exhilaration and anticipation he had felt moments before transformed into disappointment and irritation, akin to a boy whose first glimpse of a film was abruptly cut off due to a sudden loss of internet connection. "Doggone system, are you the culprit here?" Lin Hao, in a fit of exasperation, interrogated the system, attempting to dispute the results. "Ding! The system assures that all lottery draws are fair and just. Should the host wish to continue drawing, it requires the exchange of 2,000 reputation points for 1 chance. Shall we proceed with the exchange?" Without hesitation, Lin Hao replied affirmatively, akin to that same youth discovering that his phone could tether to the internet despite no data, willing to expend resources. "Thank you for your patronage. Keep up the good work." Once again, the same result appeared, pushing Lin Hao closer to the edge. "Damn it, I refuse to believe my luck is this poor," he declared, determined to exhaust his remaining reputation points. As if connecting to a hotspot only to find his data depleted, and with $20 in his digital wallet, he resolved to buy more data. "Thank you for your patronage, keep up the good work. Thank you for your patronage, keep up the good work. Thank you for your patronage, keep up the good work." After consecutively landing on this outcome, Lin Hao suddenly felt a pang in his nose, an impulse to shed tears. "You doggone system, you must be siphoning off my reputation points. Return them to me," the system announced. "The host has one final opportunity. Shall we commence?" With no turning back, Lin Hao, steeled by determination, spun the wheel with fervor one last time, his gaze fixated upon it like a gambler. This time, it seemed the heavens had heard Lin Hao's silent prayers, for the pointer did not land on "thank you for your patronage." Instead, it came to rest on the film category. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the complete set of the film series Loser Men in the Grand Lottery. As this announcement rang out, Lin Hao's consciousness returned to reality. Simultaneously, his mind was flooded with all the content from Loser Men, including post-production details, storyboarding, editing, and more. The series Loser Men, produced by Sohu Video and starring Depong, is not a traditional sitcom with fixed durations or single settings, but rather a collection of humorous skits that captures the essence of internet culture, lacking a cohesive narrative and featuring a rotating cast portraying various roles. Upon its release, it became a phenomenal success in Huaxia, propelled by its relatable themes, quickly garnering immense popularity across the internet. In this world, while there exists a similar culture, no such film or television works have emerged. "Bravo, system," Lin Hao exclaimed, his face lighting up with a smile, entirely devoid of the irritation he had felt during the fruitless spins. Firstly, the complete series of Loser Men required 100,000 reputation points for exchange within the system shop. Now, having drawn it for merely 10,000 points, he felt elated. Additionally, the production of this series is relatively uncomplicated, making it ideally suited for him. Most importantly, each episode comprises multiple short stories, each lasting around 2 minutes, perfect for sharing on Douyin. As for whether it would become popular, Lin Hao had no doubts. The similarities between Huaxia in this world and Huaxia on Earth suggested that if Loser Men thrived on Earth, it would undoubtedly find success here as well. With the entirety of Loser Men across 4 seasons stored in his mind, comprising over 200 short stories, he had ample material to work with for quite some time. He also had a main task, to become a top streamer with over 10 million followers within 2 months. With the assistance of Loser Men, Lin Hao's confidence soared. As the aftermath of the monumental online clash from the previous night continued to escalate, particularly on Lin Hao and Oppo's Weibo and Douyin accounts, he saw a significant surge in followers. His Douyin followers had skyrocketed from 9,820 to 12,311, and the numbers continued to rise at an impressive rate. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, Lin Hao's phone rang, displaying a call from a wealthy individual. A smile spread across his face as he answered. Before he could utter a word, an excited voice erupted from the other end. "How's he? Did you write Ghost blows out the light? And are you the one who decimated those trolls online? Tell me the truth." "Indeed, it is I. What is the matter?" Lin Hao replied with a chuckle. This wealthy individual, named Zhang Bei, was Lin Hao and Appo's university roommate and closest friend. A hefty fellow, he hailed from Modu. During their sophomore year, his family underwent a demolition, resulting in 5 newly allocated properties and over 10 million in compensation, instantly elevating him into the ranks of the affluent. Chapter 17. Good friend Basie during their freshman year. There was an incident where he pursued a girl and was chased into the dormitory by her boyfriend, who beat him up, while others did not intervene. Only Lin Hao came to his aid, sustaining injuries and receiving reprimands for his actions. From that moment on, their bond grew exceptionally strong. After Basie and Appo's family faced demolition, he frequently provided financial assistance to Lin Hao. Even after graduation, when Lin Hao could not afford to rent a place, it was Zhang Bei who offered him help. Every few days, he would treat Lin Hao to a meal. "Is that really you? I thought it was someone with the same name. Hurry up. Meet me at our old spot and do me a favor." "Wait, I'll be there shortly." Lin Hao didn't even inquire about the matter and readily agreed. The place Zhang Bei mentioned was a noodle shop called Lao Zhang Noodle House, located next to their university. During their school days, they often frequented this establishment due to its generous portions and delectable flavors. As it was mealtime, the business was bustling. "Haoko this." Upon entering, Lin Hao spotted Zhang Bei waving at him from the table they used to occupy. "What is up?" Lin Hao approached with a smile and took a seat across from him. "I didn't realize you had become so impressive. I and Appo's am a devoted fan of an Appo's. Ghost blows out the light, and Appo's," Zhang Bei exclaimed, giving Lin Hao a hearty pat on the shoulder and without waiting for his objection. He took out his phone to snap a selfie with him for social media. At that moment, their noodles arrived, and Lin Hao, ignoring Zhang Bei's chatter, dug into his meal with gusto. "Haoko, take this card. The password is your birthday." Suddenly, Zhang Bei handed over a bank card. Lin Hao was taken aback. "What is this?" "Haoko, you really should have told me about your family and Appo's situation. I managed to gather 100,000 yuan for you. But that is all I can muster for now." After saying this, he also began to eat his noodles vigorously, while Lin Hao suddenly found it hard to swallow. Looking at Zhang Bei holding the card, Lin Hao felt a lump in his throat. "It must be Xiao Han who informed you, right?" "Don and Appo's. Worry, Basie. I've already covered the surgery costs." During the summer break of their junior year, the chubby friend had visited their hometown and thus became acquainted with Lin Han. He hadn't disclosed the need for his mother's bridge surgery to Zhang Bei, so that had to be the reason. "You've managed to gather enough for the surgery?" "Yes, I and Appo's am currently live streaming on Douyin. Last night, I earned over 50,000, and with several more days of work, I should be able to scrape together 150,000. Zhang Bei's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head in envy. "That is quite lucrative. It seems you're on the verge of success. Just keep that card. You can repay me when you have enough. Not every day is as profitable, and besides, I'm borrowing it from you." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao decided not to decline any further, as it would be pointless. "By the way, didn't you call me here to discuss something?" Zhang Bei suddenly slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot. For the time being, I'll be crashing at your place until I find a new apartment." "Crashing? You, the son of a demolished family, coming to stay with me? What is going on?" Lin Hao was taken aback, almost choking on his noodles. "It's all my parents and Appo's fault. Haoko, you know my lifelong dream is to become a star. They meddled with my college entrance exam choices, forcing me into a mechanical engineering major. Now, they're trying to arrange a government job for me, which I can't stand, so I ran away from home. You're truly unaware of your privilege. Do you realize how many people would yearn for your life?" Lin Hao felt the urge to reprimand him. Having a house, money, and a potential government position is, for many, the epitome of a perfect life. "My friend, I'm destined to be a star. Just look at my charisma." After saying this, Zhang Bei dramatically tossed his hair, amusing 2 young women dining nearby. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lin Hao and Appo's mind. Zhang Bei resembled Xiao Shan, the actor known for his role in Loser Man, and Lin Hao was in search of actors for his upcoming project. A pure smile spread across his face. Basie, do you truly wish to become a star? Zhang Bei rolled his eyes in response. Is that even a question? I can assist you, but you cannot stay at my place. Cannot. Haoko, are we not good friends? Worst case scenario, I'll pay you rent. Lin Hao patted him on the shoulder. Where did your mind wander? I'm not discussing money. My parents are quite fond of you. If you stay at my place, they'll find out in no time. True, I'll just stay at a hotel for a few days until I find a new apartment. Zhang Bei acknowledged the logic in this, recalling how he often brought Lin Hao home for meals during their university days. His parents had always liked Lin Hao, the obedient and sensible boy. There is no need for that. I know your parents mean well. Here, that's what we'll do. You speak with them, and if you don't progress in a year, you'll return to follow their plans. If you do see success, they'll support your dreams. What do you think of this arrangement? As Lin Hao basked in his self-satisfaction, Zhang Bei grimaced. A year? Are you aware that most stars, unless they have connections, spend years playing minor roles? Even then, it's difficult to gain traction. What can I achieve in a year? You have me, don't you? To be frank, I am preparing to shoot a comedic sitcom and am in need of actors. What do you say? A little favor from me could land you a leading role. You? Are you joking with me? Zhang Bei looked skeptical. Why would I deceive you? Given the popularity of Oppos, Ghost blows out the light, and Oppos, you should recognize my capabilities. I have a solid fan base. Trust me, our project will surely be a hit. Instantly, Zhang Bei's features relaxed, and he transferred the beef from his bowl into Lin Hao's. Given what you've just said, I have no further objections. He then leaned closer and whispered, tonight, I'll treat you to a spa. Get lost. I want to save my first experience for my future wife. Basie, let us discuss business. This sitcom I'm producing has a modest budget, but I still need 2 fixed actors. Can you help me secure them? What kind do you need? My friend Dalian Wan is from the Shanghai Film Academy. They have all sorts of talent. Do you have any recommendations for sisters? Besides, Xiaowan has lost weight and is quite beautiful now. You should tell her I'm looking for one actress who is chubby, not overly beautiful, but possesses a comedic talent. The other should be a stunning goddess with a hot body. The characters Lin Hao described perfectly matched the popular actresses Jia Ling and Lu Yin from Loser Man. Chapter 18, Encountering a Backlash No Problem. I will help you resolve this. When shall we commence filming? Zhang Bei readily agreed, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. Wait until my mother's surgery is complete. Otherwise, I lack the focus. All right. After dining, the two headed to an internet CAF to unwind, enduring a series of setbacks before returning home. Upon arriving, Lin Hao immediately opened Douyin and Weibo. His Weibo followers had officially surpassed 10,000, and the numbers continued to rise, a testament to the sensational online feud he had engaged in. Many were drawn to the spectacle, combing through comments, although trending topics had since subsided. On Douyin, his follower count was nearing 50,000. He made a point to visit his mentor Yang Yang's livestream, though it was not currently broadcasting. Nevertheless, each of his posts garnered a plethora of comments. Upon opening, he was met with a barrage of sarcastic remarks, mocking when encountering the mighty Lin God. The likes of you can only flee with your tails between your legs. Lin Hao paid little heed to these comments, as he had more than 2 hours until his live stream commenced and continued to scroll through Douyin. The previous figure, Wang Xiaoqi, had also released a video, reiterating his earlier stance, critiquing the morning's Weibo spat. However, this time, he seemed to side with Lin Hao, whether out of newfound conscience or fear of being targeted by Lin Hao's sharp tongue. After all, the moniker King of Cursing was not to be taken lightly. Following this incident, who would dare to provoke Lin Hao without consequence? Such individuals were plentiful, yet they were merely riding the coattails of the trends, prompting Lin Hao to dismiss them. But around 8:00 in Oppo's clock, a video caught his eye. The creator was none other than the current heartthrob, Wu Fan. Although he had not yet reached the pinnacle of fame, his endearing demeanor and participation in talent shows had garnered him a significant following. Recently, he starred in a television drama titled The Empress of a Generation and even performed the theme song. Though cast as a supporting character, the series, a grand production by Magic City TV, featured the leading lady, the esteemed Li Bing, and the leading man, the top star Meng Xiaohai. With their combined star power and extensive promotion, the show quickly claimed the top ratings in its time slot. In an unexpected turn, Wu Fan and Oppo's video was aimed at disparaging Lin Hao. Essentially, he criticized Lin Hao, a streamer and author of the Ghost Blows Out the Light novels, for his public persona and for engaging in a public spat with netizens. Wu Fan, now trending towards stardom with over 21 million followers on Douyin, boldly made this the first time he publicly called out someone, triggering a significant uproar. Almost instantly, Lin Hao noticed that the video's popularity surged by over 100,000 views, with more than 6,000 comments, predominantly from Wu Fan's devoted fans, vehemently attacking Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not feel particularly enraged, but rather perplexed by Wu Fan's unsolicited attention. What was the motive behind this? Was he merely seeking to capitalize on Lin Hao's fame? The true reason lay in the fact that Magic City TV had been subjected to public scrutiny due to Lin Hao's comments online, inciting the ire of the station's leaders, who resolved to take action against the young man. Consequently, Wu Fan had been instructed to deliberately release this video. Rather than respond, Lin Hao continued scrolling, a nagging sense of foreboding creeping over him. His suspicions were confirmed as he soon encountered a series of videos from various lesser-known influencers, all echoing Wu Fan sentiments. Meanwhile, mentors and fellow streamers began to surface as well. In no time, it seemed the entire Douyin community had turned against Lin Hao. Although he refrained from posting any video responses, his Weibo was bombarded by the fervent fans of these celebrities, effectively branding Lin Hao as the pariah of the internet. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Lin Hao received a notification. Random task triggered. The host must directly respond to this online assault and forcefully counter Wu Fan. Earn 50,000 reputation points within 1 day. Completion of the task will yield a spin of the reward wheel. Failure will incur severe penalties. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, causing Lin Hao, who had intended to disable the comment section, to explode with frustration. Curse this system. This is an outrageous trap. He seethed. After finally completing the previous task, you present me with another impossibly challenging one? Wu Fan is a genuine star with legions of fans. How am I supposed to counter him? 50,000 reputation points? I'd have to sell a kidney to earn that. His anger mounted, contemplating how he would retaliate against a system that felt more like a nemesis than an ally. Yet, the system remained unyielding, indifferent to his grievances. Resigned to his misfortune of encountering such a troublesome system, Lin Hao understood that his only path was to fulfill the task. Gazing at his beleaguered Weibo, he placed his hands on the keyboard, intending to unleash another round of insults. However, after typing a few words, he deleted them. It was not fear of losing the argument that held him back, but rather the overwhelming firepower of his adversaries. If he continued to engage, it could become an endless cycle of back and forth. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. In the span of a cigarette's worth of time, Lin Hao snapped his fingers, realizing how to respond. He found a photo of bamboo and stone and posted it on Weibo, accompanying it with a verse, determined to cling to the green mountains. With roots firmly planted in the crumbling rock, enduring countless trials, still unyielding, regardless of the winds from any direction. Lin Hao beyond this, there was nothing else. This poem, Bamboo and Stone, was a masterpiece by the esteemed Zheng Banxiao, emphasizing the bamboo's tenacity and resolute nature. Its profound impact has reverberated through the ages, making it one of the finest works celebrating bamboo. By sharing this poem on Weibo, Lin Hao executed a masterstroke. Firstly, he likened himself to the bamboo thriving amidst adversity, expressing his indomitable spirit. Chapter 19. Bamboo and Stone. In response to the online criticism, he chose to reply with a classic poem, establishing himself as a pioneer in this approach, far superior to mere insults. Many online often boast about their ability to hurl verbal abuse. Yet they should take a moment to appreciate this poem, Bamboo and Stone, and reflect on whether they could ever create something so profound. The impact of his words is undeniable. At last, the esteemed Lin has spoken, rekindling the fire of youth in his admirers. The brilliance of this poem is astounding. Though battered and worn, I remain steadfast, undeterred by the winds from any direction. It is remarkably fitting for the occasion. I had anticipated Lin would retaliate with sharp words, yet he chose poetry instead, a surprising and commendable move. The comment section of Lin Hao's Weibo exploded with reactions from fans and onlookers alike, rapidly escalating in volume. It is amusing indeed, as the naive streamer has attempted poetry, likening himself to bamboo growing amid stones. Is this a poetry contest in the literary world? To be fair, I initially came to witness the spectacle, but to my surprise, this streamer did not apologize. Instead, he expressed his sentiments through verse, which held its own merit. It seems to echo the sentiment, live as a hero, die as a legend, which I believe originated from this very streamer. In summary, beneath Lin Hao and Oppo's Weibo post, fans, including those of Wu Fan, alongside casual observers, shared their opinions. However, the tide of sentiment does not appear as one-sided as before. The poem invites deeper contemplation, mirroring Lin Hao's current plight, akin to bamboo struggling to thrive in the crevice of stones. While others may have crumbled under such public scrutiny, Lin Hao stands firm, unyielding to the barrage of criticism, displaying an unwavering resolve. Many spectators have taken note of his resilience, for individuals with such tenacity are indeed rare in these times. Consequently, due to the impact of this poem, Lin Hao has acquired a new moniker, Poet Lin, in addition to his existing titles. After a brief perusal of Weibo, Lin Hao chose to set it aside, opting instead for a refreshing bath before preparing for his upcoming live broadcast, which would prove pivotal. Anticipating a surge of viewers eager to hear his direct response, he contemplated how best to confront Wu Fan, aiming to earn 30,000 reputation points, a feat that now weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to seek assistance from the system. Lin Hao had recently conducted an online search for Wu Fan's background and decided to draw inspiration from the trending drama The Empress. This series narrates the tale of the only female emperor in the history of Huagua, bearing striking similarities to the story of Wu Zetian. However, in this world, ancient-style music has yet to emerge, thus the theme and ending songs are contemporary pop melodies. The ending theme, A Lifetime of Love, is performed by Wu Fan. Despite his lackluster acting skills, his vocal abilities are commendable. The song has been transformed into a heartfelt love ballad, garnering a positive response online, particularly from his fans, many of whom claim it moved them to tears, captivated by the romance of the lead characters. A Lifetime of Love has soared to the top of the charts on various platforms, marking one of Wu Fan's recent triumphs. If Lin Hao intends to deliver a resounding blow, he must target Wu Fan in his area of greatest pride, his music. Thus, Lin Hao's objective is to acquire the complete content of A Lifetime of Love, including all production elements. It would be absurd to perform without a backing track, which would significantly diminish the song's appeal. While reciting familiar ancient poetry is feasible, obtaining the entire production process of song is a different matter entirely. Fortunately, the complete set of this song requires only 20,000 reputation points. Having previously spent 5,000 points on lyrics and melody, he now needs just 15,000 more. After expending 1,000 reputation points on a grand prize draw, Lin Hao found his remaining points dwindling, yet his reputation was steadily increasing. The recent stir caused by bamboo and stone has elevated his reputation to over 14,000. With just over 500 points needed, Lin Hao anxiously awaited the fluctuations displayed on his attribute panel, his heart racing. Time was of the essence, as his live broadcast was imminent, necessitating swift action to redeem and create a background track. At long last, after approximately 10 minutes, his reputation finally reached 15,250. Lin Hao promptly exchanged for the complete content of A Lifetime of Love, observing the remaining balance of 250 points before exiting the system store. With only 20 minutes until the broadcast commenced, he hurriedly began crafting the background music on his computer. In this world where the entertainment industry thrives, a popular app called Music Master, developed by Penguin Company, has emerged, enabling aspiring musicians to create and publish music. This app allows users to produce sounds from any instrument they desire using their computers, facilitating post-production synthesis. Although the results may not match the quality of live instruments, they are still commendable. Moreover, this app allows users to publish their original compositions while protecting their copyrights. With hundreds of millions of users in Huagua, A song gaining popularity on this platform signifies true success. Many renowned singers release their works here. Although the app's primary purpose is to enable music creation rather than merely serve as a listening platform. The tutorial is straightforward, and Lin Hao grasped it quickly, with the complete content of a lifetime of love seemingly etched in his mind. The production process proceeded smoothly, culminating in about half an hour of work. After a final review, satisfied with the result, he glanced at the time, realizing it was already 9:15. He swiftly activated his Douyin livestream, only to be taken aback by the online viewership, which had skyrocketed past 30,000 and continued to rise. A glance at the comments revealed that, as expected, the fervent fans from Weibo had flocked to his livestream to unleash their criticisms, relishing the opportunity for real-time interaction. Chapter 20. The Assault of Wu Fans. Lin Dog has made an appearance. I thought this fellow wouldn't dare show up. Yet here he is, live streaming. Sisters, let us unite in our support for our beloved fan and bombard him until he offers an apology. A bunch of fools. Only those brainless individuals would admire such a delicate flower as Wu Fan. Do you really expect our esteemed Lin to apologize to him? Does he even deserve it? Can you loyal hounds of his just roll away? Lin, ignore these imbeciles and get back to the captivating tales of Ghost Blows Out the Light. We can hardly contain our anticipation. The barrage of comments flew by at an astonishing speed, and Lin Hao merely glanced at them. Aside from his devoted fans steadfastly defending him, most of the comments were vitriolic attacks. Clearing his throat, Lin Hao smiled at the camera. Dear listeners, welcome to the Lin Hao Storytelling live stream, which commences promptly at 9 every evening. Tonight, I shall continue narrating Ghost Blows Out the Light. Thank you all for your unwavering support. He disregarded the taunts as he seamlessly transitioned into the content of his live stream. The primary focus, of course, was the narration of Ghost Blows Out the Light. As Lin's magnetic voice resonated, fans instinctively muted the comments, engrossed in the novel. Lin Hao was not exceptionally handsome, but undeniably attractive, possessing a charm that grew with each glance. His narration, paired with his unique voice and captivating story, quickly gathered a substantial audience, including the very fans who had come to criticize him, as well as curious onlookers. The novel Ghost Blows Out the Light was well known, having trended twice on social media, and Lin Hao's video adaptations were available online. However, nothing compared to the live experience he offered. Many who initially came as fans of Lin Hao's works found themselves captivated, even forgetting their previous ire. In a bid to express his apologies for starting late, Lin Hao pressed on without a break, narrating for 3 straight hours. After concluding the chapter on Shenmue, he glanced at the clock, realizing it was past midnight before he paused to take a sip of water. Dear listeners, I trust you all are aware that I am currently narrating the first part of Ghost Blows Out the Light, titled The Ancient City of Jingjue. Is there truth to the mysterious queen of Jingjue and the cursed Ghost Hole tribe? What trials await Hu Ba-yi and his comrades? Stay tuned for the next installment. Oh, my youth has come to an end once more. Lin, you're deliberately leaving us in suspense, aren't you? Please finish the story. To the gentleman above, aren't you tired of reliving your youth? I feel exhausted just thinking about it. I must say, this novel becomes increasingly enthralling. Queen Jingjue? Ghost Hole tribe? How exhilarating. Those comments came from the fans of Ghost Blows Out the Light, but their enthusiasm was quickly drowned out by the detractors. What did I expect? Just baseless fabrications. Hurry up and apologize to our fan. Indeed, a worthless streamer who dares not respond to fan and oppos. As inquiries? If I were you, I would find a wall to crash into. How can you have the audacity to stream while being boycotted by so many? The platform and oppos. Officials must be blind to allow such a person to continue. The #1 fan of fan sent a carnival gift. Suddenly, Lin Hao's live stream transformed into a riot of colors. Sisters, we, the supporters of fan, are a cultured group. It's pointless to bully a small internet celebrity. However, since fan has called you out, you should reflect on your actions. Consider this gift a token from us. Wow, it's the president of the fan club. With the president speaking up, perhaps we should let this streamer off the hook just this once. It's quite boring that he hasn't dared to respond directly. In a villa in the capital, a girl of 18 or 19 lay on her bed, engrossed in her computer. Her room was adorned with posters of Wu Fan. She was Wang Ming, the #1 fan of Wu Fan, known in the fandom as Fan Fan, as the president of Wu Fan's fan club. She came from a wealthy background and was quite prominent among his followers. She was an administrator in many of Wu Fan's fan groups and often appeared at offline events. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's live stream witnessed a flurry of carnival gifts, astonishing many casual viewers. The extravagant spender was none other than the top supporter, Zhang Daxiao, who threw in a staggering 90,000 Do coins. Who does this little girl think she is to offer gifts to our esteemed Lin? Go tell your delicate Wu Fan to start a live stream. I'd rather give him a few carnival gifts to buy cosmetics instead. Oh, my youth has returned. Zhang Daxiao, you're magnificent. As Zhang Daxiao showered gifts, Lin Hao's fans found their footing, unleashing a torrent of insults, some even quoting Lin Hao's own sharp remarks. The atmosphere in the live stream became jubilant, drawing a crowd of viewers. How dare you insult me? Upon seeing the provocations from Zhang Daxiao and others, Wang Ming swiftly sent 5 carnival gifts and tagged Zhang Daxiao with a question mark. Zhang Daxiao, not one to back down, retaliated with a 10-fold carnival gift barrage, tagging Fan Fan's #1 fan with a double question mark. Alongside this, others who had come to disrupt Lin Hao's stream began sending gifts in solidarity with Wang Ming. Lin Hao's book club members also joined in, showering gifts ranging from a few coins to hundreds, flooding the screen. The total value of gifts in his stream reached an astonishing 3 million and continued to rise. All right, Zhang Daxiao, dear listeners, first and foremost, I sincerely appreciate your support, especially from the #1 fan, Fan Fan. Please, let us pause the gifting for a moment. I have a few words to share. The frenzy of gifts in the stream subsided slightly as Lin Hao acknowledged the situation. However, he had come with a purpose beyond mere entertainment. Hearing Lin Hao speak, Zhang Daxiao finally paused, having sent 20 carnival gifts, while Wang Ming had contributed over 10. With Zhang Daxiao calling for a temporary ceasefire, the live stream suddenly fell into a brief silence as gifts and comments lessened considerably. Host, you must apologize to Fan Fan and his supporters for your actions and those of your fans, or this matter is far from over. Wang Ming, now seated on her bed with a pouting expression and flushed cheeks, could hardly contain her anger. Apologize? What nonsense! Wu Fan is nothing but a pathetic weakling, lacking in talent for both acting and singing. Only a fool would admire someone like him. Chapter 21. Wu Fan makes his appearance in the live stream as Lin Hao glanced at the barrage of comments. He chuckled and addressed a particular fan. To this devoted admirer, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of myself and my fans. The moment his words left his lips, a palpable tension enveloped the live stream, swiftly followed by a flurry of questions. What do you mean, Linda Shin? Don't be afraid. We are here to stand by you. Why should we apologize to them? They are the ones stirring up trouble. Oh no, my youth has come to an end. I always believed Linda Shin to be a person of great integrity, but it seems he is disappointingly weak, withstanding countless trials, yet still steadfast, regardless of the winds from all directions. How laughable! While Lin Hao and Appo's fans were engulfed in disappointment, the fans of the other celebrities reveled in their triumph, openly mocking Lin Hao and Appo's as supporters with an air of superiority. However, Lin Hao merely smiled faintly and sighed. My apologies, everyone. I did not finish my thought. I do indeed apologize for our behavior. But what I meant was that I owe an apology to the brothers in the live stream and myself for not being sufficiently caustic. As for Wu Fan, what does he have? A lack of identity, neither man nor woman, and yet he dares to insult me? Clearly, he has yet to experience the harshness of reality. Boom! Haha, that in Appo's. That's the spirit. This is the Lin we know and love. Is he really a genderless person? I adore a caustic host. Oh, my youth has returned. I apologize for not being caustic enough to those foolish ones. The sudden twist in the situation left everyone astounded, but once Wang Ming and the others regained their composure, they immediately launched into a more ferocious tirade. We recorded that. Prepare for a lawyer's letter. Did you just say our fan has no talent? Do you even know what K-pop is? We will protect our idol. You have no right to criticize. Do you know how hard our fan works? He practices dancing and singing until the late hours of the night. Do you understand his dedication? How dare you dismiss our precious fan, whom we have guarded so lovingly? Have you seen his performances? Have you heard A Lifetime of Love? Are you from another era? As Lin Hao read these comments, a broader smile spread across his face. I'm not saying your Wu fan is worthless. I'm referring to all of you here who adore him. Tired? Who isn't tired in this world? Once he is gone, he will rest forever. Is this our king of caustic remarks? Keep it coming. I'm ready. Lin Hao's fans, previously simmering with rage, now saw Lin Hao lead the charge and began to rally behind him, using words to provoke the opposing fans. Lin Hao, let's let our strength do the talking. Suddenly, a comment appeared that ignited the entire live stream, even sending shockwaves through the platform, as it came from the real Wu fan himself. At that moment, the online viewership of Lin Hao's live stream had exceeded 200,000 and was rapidly climbing. It was an exceedingly rare occurrence for a small broadcaster to engage in a public spat with a top-tier celebrity. What a lively live stream the Big Monkey Army has come to witness. I heard this is the most caustic broadcaster on the internet. I must observe. Caustic Lin, Wu fan has arrived. Are you not going to start? Even the officials from Douyin took note of the unfolding drama. However, as a product of ByteDance, which is a leading internet giant in the country, they were unafraid of any potential controversies. Instead of stifling the situation, they actively promoted Lin Hao's live stream, bolstering it with additional traffic support. In the blink of an eye, the number of viewers soared past 300,000, with the barrage of comments becoming so dense that nothing was discernible. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the effect he had desired. The system had tasked him with decisively slapping Wu fan in the face and earning 50,000 prestige points. What constituted a decisive slap? Naturally, it meant doing so in front of a large audience. He had been pondering whether Wu fan would show up, and now his goal had been achieved. With a smile, he addressed the camera. Oh, let strength speak for itself. Everyone, please quiet down. I wish to have a word with our Wu fan. What do you consider to be strength? Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, both sets of fans understood the cue and fell silent. Even the onlookers reduced their barrage frequency, allowing for clearer communication. You claim I have nothing? Well, do you understand music? A little. You might want to listen to my A Lifetime of Love. I composed it as the ending theme for the Empress. It took me a month. If you can create a song better than it, I will concede your strength and apologize. How does that sound? A month to compose a song? Lin Hao retorted. Is that insufficient? No, I don an oppos. Need a month. In fact, I've recently been watching the Empress. It's truly captivating. However, the ending theme is quite dreadful, so I took it upon myself to write an alternative. Oh, are you daring enough to sing it now? Wu fan typed back. Though he had composed the song offhandedly, he was confident that, given Zhonggu and Oppos as talent, it would undoubtedly surpass that lackluster theme. In the luxurious district of Shihai Linzhuang in Magic City, where many affluent individuals and stars resided, Wu fan sat at his computer, his face a stormy shade of anger. Fan, are you truly willing to compete with him? There's no need to engage. He is clearly attempting to ride on your coattails. Beside Wu fan stood his manager, Li Tsuehua, a renowned agent in dashing entertainment. Although an artist is typically managed by their agent, the level of influence depends on the artist's stature. Wu fan had undoubtedly become a rising star, which meant even his manager would defer to him. Flower sister, did you hear how unpleasantly he speaks? He publicly insulted me online. If I do not teach him a lesson, how can I maintain my standing in the industry? Li Tsuehua considered this. The song A Lifetime of Love was tailored specifically for Wu fan by a professional team, and she doubted that such a broadcaster could produce anything worthwhile. All right, tell him that if he loses, he must unconditionally transfer all copyrights of and Oppos. Ghost blows out the light and Oppos to our company. If he loses, he must publicly apologize, and it is only fair that Lin Hao faces no consequences. Chapter 22, Eternal Years as it stands. The only work that can captivate Li Tsuehua is this Ghost Blows Out the Light. If I could acquire the entire copyright without spending a single cent, it would indeed be a boon for the company. What? You want me to forfeit the complete copyright of Ghost Blows Out the Light for free if I lose? Lin Hao was taken aback by the audacity of his opponent. He was acutely aware of the immense value of this book's copyright. It was precisely for the sake of an audio copyright that he had departed from the Magic Capital television station. Yet, he found himself with no alternative, should he refuse. The mission would remain unfulfilled. Furthermore, he held a firm belief in eternal years, so he steeled himself and declared, "Very well, let the wager commence." However, how shall we judge the two songs? Given that Wu Fan owned a substantial company, he could very well manipulate the outcome behind the scenes, and Lin Hao needed to remain vigilant. They could initiate a vote on Weibo, allowing all netizens to bear witness. No, don't presume I'm naive. Weibo polls are utterly unreliable and prone to manipulation. At that moment, Douyin intervened. To everyone's surprise, they directly invited 10 of the nation's top music critics and set up a special live streaming room for Lin Hao and Wu Fan to showcase their musical talents. These critics were all distinguished figures, yet none were affiliated with dashing entertainment. This situation escalated significantly. Even Douyin had stepped in, showcasing 10 elite critics to evaluate the songs at such an hour. Ad was present as well, who harbored a strong disdain for these internet-famous artists. The presence of the esteemed teacher Li Hao further amplified the grandeur of the event. Concurrently, Lin Hao and Wu Fan were ushered into the live streaming room, positioned on either side, with 10 small windows above them displaying the invited critics. Such a spectacle was indeed rare, indicating that Douyin aimed to capitalize on this opportunity to attract substantial viewership. This was Lin Hao's first face-to-face encounter with Wu Fan, yet neither uttered a word. The online audience, propelled by Douyin, swiftly surged past 100,000 viewers. In a university dormitory, only one student remained awake, while the others had drifted into slumber. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Hey, everyone wake up! Something monumental is happening. What is all the racket about? Hurry and look. The legendary Lin from Ghost blows out the light is in a showdown with Wu Fan." Douyin has even set up a live streaming room and invited 10 music critics for the competition. What? This is sensational. Upon hearing that, the other 3 students in the dormitory quickly grabbed their phones, opened Douyin, and located the live stream. They were all fans of Ghost Blows Out the Light, but had planned to sleep early, considering classes the next day. However, upon learning of such an exciting event, they resolved to stay up all night to watch. Similar scenes unfolded in numerous locations. Couples preparing for bed, white-collar workers finishing late at the office, and students all flocked to the live streaming room. The viewer count soared past 150,000, and the event quickly ascended to the top of Weibo's trending topics. At this juncture, Wu Fan had already commenced his performance of A Lifetime of Love. Despite his expression resembling that of someone on the brink of despair, the song concluded after 3 minutes. Although his delivery was not as polished as the studio version, it was still commendable. However, many had heard the song before, leading to a tepid response. In the barrage of comments, only his fans expressed their emotions, declaring their love for the song. "Lin Hao, it's your turn." Wu Fan felt quite satisfied with his performance and, brimming with pride, addressed the camera. At that moment, Lin Hao chose not to prolong the conversation. He bent down and retrieved a bottle of vocal elixir. "Buddy, it's all in your hands now," he thought to himself before downing the refreshing potion. Subsequently, Lin Hao opened his computer and played the background music he had just prepared. To quell his nervousness, he closed his eyes. Unlike the melancholic prelude of A Lifetime of Love, the prelude of eternal years resonated with grandeur, as if 1,000 troops were charging forth, and its unique melody instantly astonished the audience. "What genre is this?" exclaimed Li Hao, a renowned music critic, standing up in surprise. Unable to resist leaning closer to the camera, the expressions of the other critics turned serious in an instant. Lin Hao, oblivious to these reactions as he kept his eyes closed, became completely immersed in the music. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, producing a voice reminiscent of the esteemed Sun Nan. "In this life, filled with joy and sorrow, love and hatred entwined, what fear do we have of past glories and regrets? The rivers and mountains, with fire and grace. We raise our cups and sing our farewells." What is happening? These lyrics are exquisite. Lin is a genius. As Lin Hao sang, the barrage of comments exploded. The audience had never encountered such a type of song before. It felt as if they had stepped into a new world, utterly captivated. Coupled with Sun Nan's masterful vocal prowess, Lin Hao's performance eclipsed Wu Fan's by several leagues. Fully absorbed in his own universe, Lin Hao articulated each line of the beautiful and grand lyrics, which flowed seamlessly with the melodious tune. Reflections in the ancient bronze mirror reveal nothing. The spring rivers and moonlit towers lie empty, whereas the bright moon of yesteryears, evoking the graceful swan in flight. This segment marked the climax of the song, and under Lin Hao and Appo's interpretation, it exuded a thunderous might. His effortless transitions into high notes showcased a mastery of the craft. This was evident in the small windows, where many critics could not help but close their eyes, lost in the performance. The song lacked a chorus, yet Lin Hao flawlessly delivered it in one breath. In our youthful days, the heart yearned to traverse 1,000 miles, only to be carelessly cast aside and hastily sealed away. As he finished that line, Lin Hao gently opened his eyes, concluding the song as the background music faded. He rubbed his nose and smiled at the screen. What genre is this? Can anyone enlighten me? To be honest, I was moved to tears. I felt as if I witnessed Li Zhitian's journey from a girl to an empress, and then her later years and demise. Did anyone notice those lyrics? They're simply breathtaking, akin to an ancient poem. My goodness, I'm overwhelmed. The comments surged with excitement, and remarkably, not a single dissenting voice could be found, only astonishment and joy. In the capital, at Wang Meng and Appo's home, she stared blankly at the screen, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she slowly wiped her eyes, with her fingers hovering over the keyboard. She contemplated typing that this song paled in comparison to a lifetime of love, yet found herself unable to type a single word. At that moment, Douyin activated the critics and Appo's audio, allowing them to speak. Chapter 23. The pioneer of ancient style music. The first to emerge as a pioneer is Li Hao. Now 50 years old, he holds a significant position in the music scene of Hua country, having guided many contemporary singers. Although his own songs may not have achieved widespread popularity, numerous pieces he has penned for other artists have attained remarkable fame and have often been featured on various major television networks as a mentor for music talent shows. Lin Hao, what is the name of this song? Li Hao, known for his seriousness, was unexpectedly overwhelmed with emotion and inquired loudly, tears welling in his eyes. Teacher Li, this song is titled Chinchio. Lin Hao respectfully replied, despite his usual sharp tongue, which he reserved for specific occasions. Chinchio, Chinchio. Li Hao murmured the title 4 times before bursting into laughter. What a splendid Chinchio! This is the most astonishing song I have heard since my debut. From the arrangement to the lyrics, it is truly flawless. I am intrigued. What inspired you? This piece is neither pop nor rock. What genre does it belong to? Li Hao did not even mention Yixing Jiai, as the distinction between the two songs was evident to anyone with ears. He was a music enthusiast, and, at that moment, he was eager to learn everything about this song. I call it ancient style. As for the inspiration, it stemmed from a book I read, Li Zhitian Zhuan, which deepened my reflections on the only female emperor in Hua country's history. I felt compelled to write something after reading it, and upon watching Appo's, the Empress of a Generation, and Appo's, I found myself drawing parallels with the portrayal of Li Zhitian in that book. This drama depicts the legendary female emperor, and I believe the song should transcend mere romantic themes, which seem rather trivial. Instead, it should convey the profound messages that the greatest female emperor of all time wishes to express. Excellent. Excellent. What a powerful message. Lin Hao, I have no critiques for this song, as it is simply too perfect. A great song can evoke laughter and tears, allowing one to fully immerse themselves in it. I was just lost in your music, as if I were witnessing Empress Li Zhitian herself. May I request your contact information? His demeanor brimming with admiration for the song, even suggesting that Lin Hao send him a message. Teacher Li, it is a tremendous honor to receive your guidance. I will send you a private message later, Lin Hao said, momentarily taken aback before smiling. Following Li Hao's appraisal, the spotlight shifted to Chen Dade, known as A-Dub by netizens, who is often dubbed the Terminator of flowery songs. At 30 years old, he is a teacher at the Beijing Conservatory of Music and harbors a strong disdain for the songs of mainstream artists, often expressing his criticisms online. However, like Li Hao, He held Lin Hao's Qianqiu in the highest regard. He also refrained from mentioning Yixing, Jiai, and humorously requested Lin Hao's private contact information. The next 8 music critics, some veterans of the industry, some music professors, and some renowned influencers, all offered high praise for Qianqiu. They even remarked that this song plays a crucial role in the current landscape of Chinese music, as it heralds the advent of a new genre, ancient style. At this juncture, Wu Fan appeared less irritable. His expression was somewhat dazed. He wished to argue, but had to concede the undeniable fact that if his Yixing could be considered decent, then Qianqiu undoubtedly stands as a paragon of classic excellence. The 2 songs, in terms of lyrics, arrangement, and vocal prowess, were simply not comparable. "Oh, my youth has returned. Lin, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed one fan. "I must insist. Please upload the complete song to Penguin Music. I want it as my ringtone." Ancient style. I hereby declare that if this song does not become a hit, I will stream live with 5 fans blowing electric fans. Excuse me, is this the set of the Empress of a Generation? Doge emoji. The reality proves that truly exceptional music, even in a parallel universe, would garner immense popularity. Especially for those unacquainted with this genre, the impact is indescribable. Lin Hao, I apologize for my previous remarks. You are undeniably talented. As the comments flooded in, Wu Fan, speaking rapidly, uttered a quick apology before abruptly shutting off his camera. Indeed, the infamous Lin has silenced even Wu Fan. One viewer chuckled. "Ah, my youth has matured. Lin, you have given me such face. Trash broadcaster. How can you pressure our Wu Fan like this? Does your conscience not ache?" "Exactly, trash broadcaster. Our treasure boy is heartbroken. You will forever be our rival." Normally, when Wu Fan posts a tweet late at night, his fans express their concern for his well-being, lamenting his lack of sleep and hard work. However, after being publicly berated by Lin Hao and receiving a metaphorical slap in the face regarding music when he logged off, his dejected expression drove his fans into a frenzy, abandoning all reason as they began to insult Lin Hao. The Douyin officials promptly shut down the temporary live stream, as it was already quite late. Lin Hao returned to his own live stream room and bid everyone good night before signing off. What a swift exit from Lin Hao and Oppo's rapid departure caught the audience off guard. Under normal circumstances, with such a large audience, a slightly ambitious host would not choose this moment to end the stream, but rather continue to build on their popularity. Lin Hao, however, was indifferent. After logging off, he proceeded to take a shower and then lay in bed scrolling through his phone. Today, the gifts he received had nearly reached 400,000, meaning he would receive about 120,000, coupled with the previous 50,000. This sum surpassed the surgical expenses his mother required. This realization lifted a great weight off Lin Hao and Oppo's heart. He could transfer the funds tomorrow to ensure his mother could undergo surgery. With his spirits elevated, he opened Feishin and noticed 10 individuals had sent friend requests, including Li Haiming and others. These 10 individuals are formidable figures within the Chinese music industry. After approving each request, Lin Hao observed that aside from Li Haiming, no one else responded, likely having retired for the night. "Shaolin, are you asleep?" "Not yet. Is there something you need, Teacher Li?" Lin Hao quickly replied. From tonight's events, Li Haiming had left a favorable impression on Lin Hao. "Qianqiu is simply marvelous. I am overwhelmed with emotion and cannot sleep. Do you have the complete version of the song?" "Not yet, but I will complete it soon and upload it online." Given the current impact of the song has already exceeded Lin Hao's expectations, he recognized the importance of capitalizing on this momentum to enhance his reputation. Chapter 24. The impact of 1,000 autumns in this year's Chinese music industry. The influx of numerous internet celebrities has led to rampant manipulation of major charts, completely under the control of capital, resulting in a significant decline in outstanding works. I hold great hopes for you. The ancient style of music is bound to create a tremendous wave. Lin Hao remained silent, aware that Li Haiming had more to say. "Do you currently have a management agency?" "No. You are familiar with Dingjia Entertainment, right? If you're willing, I could speak to someone there. They could offer you a commendable contract, packaging you as the pioneer of ancient style music. What do you think?" As one of the 3 giants in the industry, I certainly know Dingjia Entertainment But I must apologize, Teacher Lee. I have no intention of joining any management company at this time. Lin, you must understand that the entertainment industry is dominated by capital now. Talent alone, without proper packaging, promotion, or hype, will not yield any traffic. Do you grasp what I mean? As a veteran of Dingjia Entertainment, Li Haiming earnestly advised Lin Hao, genuinely believing in his talent, while also considering the wishes of his agent. With the explosion of the internet, the entertainment industry has fallen into a peculiar state. Many newly debuted artists have won over fans solely based on their appearance. This is not inherently wrong, as long as they can operate the fan economy, which defines the current era of internet celebrity. If a talented and attractive artist emerges at this moment, they are sure to become a sensation. Teacher Lee, I appreciate your good intentions, but I genuinely cannot accept this. Please forgive me. Although Lin Hao had not worked at the television station for long, he was acutely aware that many entertainment companies are traps. The contracts are not only exploitative but often last 5 to 10 years, akin to ancient servitude contracts. Lin Hao possessed a system and retained many of the Earth's most renowned works in his mind. He was certain that if he joined a management company, these works would no longer belong to him. There was even a possibility that his own creations could be replaced by someone else, leading to his suppression. Therefore, Lin Hao could not enter these companies. The crux of the matter was his confidence. Even without a management agency, he believed he could rise on his own. It was merely a matter of time. Very well. Everyone has their aspirations. By the way, have you heard about the upcoming drama Yanwan? Yanwan? Is that the one about the cloud-haired princess? Yes, indeed. I have seen its introduction online more than once, and the cast is equally impressive. It is set to air during prime time on Jiangnan television, competing against the Great Empress currently airing on Modus satellite TV. The opening theme for this drama has not yet been decided. The director is a good friend of mine. If you are interested, I can inquire on your behalf. And the compensation will certainly be substantial. That sounds great. Lin Hao smiled, responding without hesitation, and a song titled 3-Inch Heaven immediately sprang to mind. This song, written, composed, and performed by Yenny Dawn, served as the ending theme for Scarlet Heart and had once captured the hearts of many across the land. In contrast to the grandeur of And Oppose, 1,000 Autumns and Oppose, this song emanated a gentle melancholy, possessing a beauty akin to weeping. The protagonist of And Oppose, Yun Huan and Oppose, who was raised in a carefree, aristocratic family, perfectly resonated with this song. In her youthful innocence, she found herself loved by 2 competing princes, ultimately being forced to marry the 4th prince, who succeeded in his claim to the throne. The 8th prince, who loved her dearly, lost everything and met his demise. From that point on, she never smiled again, relegated to the cold palace until her lonely death, though her son with the 4th prince later ascended to the throne. This character indeed reflects real historical figures from the Blue Star Huagua. Can you ensure it embodies the ancient style? I assure you it will. All right, it's settled then. I will contact you once I have clarity. With that, their conversation concluded, and Lin Hao promptly entered the system. He glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Lin Hao acting skill. None singing ability. None works. Ghost blows out the light, unfinished. 1,000 Autumn's reputation points. 35. 936. Was it truly over 35,000 reputation points? This was unexpected for Lin Hao, who had initially worried about the system's task of earning 50,000 reputation points. Now he felt reassured. It had not been long since he began his live streaming, and a significant part of this success stemmed from Wu Fan's popularity. Nevertheless, it was his song 1,000 Autumns that mattered most. It was the early hours, and many were resting. He believed that after a day of fermentation tomorrow, his reputation points would undoubtedly soar past 50,000. Satisfied, he exited the system and drifted into a delightful slumber. However, many, like Wu Fan, found it hard to sleep. Since ending his stream, he remained seated before his computer, his features twisted with rage. Not only had Lin Hao insulted him in front of so many, but he had also been compelled to apologize. Wu Fan, who had enjoyed a smooth-sailing career since his debut, had never endured such humiliation. Li Zuihuai's expression was equally somber. Wu Fan was her most promising talent. She had hoped to leverage this incident to elevate his popularity. Now the heat had increased, but it was all negative. A prominent star had been overshadowed by an internet streamer, forced to apologize, which would severely damage Wu Fan and Oppo's reputation and consequently tarnish the image of Dashing Entertainment. Flower Sister, I want to ruin Lin Hao. Wu Fan suddenly turned, his face contorted with malice as he glared at Li Suihua. Don't rush, he won't escape. The immediate priority is to manage this situation. I will discuss it with company personnel. For now, refrain from any response, Li Suihua instructed before promptly dialing a number to consult with her colleagues. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Suihua's expression had improved significantly as she approached Wu Fan and gently patted his shoulder. This situation is now a fact. You must establish yourself as the victim, but do not feign pity. Display magnanimity. Acknowledge that you were outperformed. The company will assist in shaping the narrative, framing this incident as a friendly competition where you graciously accept defeat. This way, online criticism of your talent will be minimized, and instead, people will perceive you as someone who can both gain and lose gracefully, rather than as someone who stubbornly refuses to concede. This is the reality of the internet celebrity era, where capital dictates the so-called persona of the artist. I understand, Flower Sister. I will comply with the company's arrangements. Even Wu Fan, despite his arrogance, understood his position. Moreover, the company's strategy was indeed the most appropriate. As for revenge against Lin Hao, there would be ample opportunities ahead. Chapter 25. The unforeseen consequences for the Empress. You needn't concern yourself with Lin Hao for the time being. Do not respond to the online discourse. Once the fervor of this incident subsides, he shall face the repercussions, Li Suihua remarked, adjusting her glasses with a smirk. The current entertainment industry is ruled by capital, where everything revolves around traffic and profit. She acknowledged Lin Hao and Oppo's modest talent, but what does it amount to? Ultimately, the works of these talented individuals still belong to capital. Meanwhile, the significant events from that night on Douyin spread rapidly across the internet. Douyin, Weibo, various forums, and discussion boards were inundated with posts and videos regarding the incident. After a night of brewing, by the dawn of the next day, the popular young idol Wu Fan publicly apologized to the online streamer on Douyin. His online humiliation was more devastating than a musical defeat, and he was subjected to public scorn and compelled to apologize. Such posts flooded the internet. Simultaneously, the ancient-style song Qianxiu surged to the top of the trending list. Many had witnessed Lin Hao's live performance of a segment from Qianxiu, which garnered a plethora of comments. Ancient style, this truly is our song. Qianxiu is breathtakingly beautiful. Who is this Lin Hao? The comments were rife with astonishment, as many in Huagua heard such a musical style for the first time. Like Li Haiming and others that night, they were utterly captivated, in a display of audacity. Some even ventured to the official Weibo of the Empress to inquire about the production team and Oppo's thoughts on Qianxiu. One fan boldly altered the MV lyrics and song of the end credits of the Empress to Qianxiu, posting it on the official Weibo. The comments skyrocketed to over 10,000 and continued to surge. This is such a perfect match. What an Oppo's, and Oppo's, the love of a lifetime in Oppo's. It and Oppo's, utterly inferior. The MV eclipsed the original, leaving many to ponder how the original creators felt about it. Director Wang Fanjun, a prominent figure in Huagua's film industry, was known for his acclaimed works and was one of the 3 leading directors at Dashing Entertainment. The Empress was one of the company's most significant productions this year, under his direction. Wang Fanjun lived up to expectations, despite featuring some rising stars. Their performances met his high standards, as evidenced by the show and Oppo's sustained viewership ratings. At that moment, Wang Fanjun was on set filming his new drama when he noticed the unfolding situation online and began watching the pirated MV. The resonant and grandiose melody captivated him, rendering him momentarily speechless. He remained entranced until the MV concluded. Director Wang, it's just some trivial matters online. You needn't take them to heart, said the renowned screenwriter Sun Xiaojing, who was also part of Dashing Entertainment and the scriptwriter for the Empress. Old son, have you seen this MV? Wang Fanjun inquired, looking up at him. I have. What do you think? It's all right. All right? That's your assessment? Wang Fanjun's voice rose, irritation evident as he gazed at him. This is the song that perfectly embodies the Empress in my mind. I wanted you to scour the internet for songs, but you insisted on using Wu fans. Had you listened to me then, this song would undoubtedly have been our end credits. You and I are the director and screenwriter of this drama. Every aspect, from the plot to the opening and ending songs, should be flawless. This and Appo's, Chinchio and Appo's, aligns with my vision for Wu Zetian entirely. Director Wong, what do you mean? Having Wu fans sing the end credits was the company's decision. What could I do? Sun Xiaojing retorted, visibly displeased. I will speak with the company about acquiring the rights to this song and making it the end credits for and amp. Appo's, the Empress and amp. Appo's, Wang Fanjun declared, taking a deep breath and gazing intently at Sun Xiaojing. Unlike Sun Xiaojing, Wang Fanjun was resolute and stubborn. Sometimes, the company found it challenging to sway him due to his capabilities. With nearly 30 years in the industry, he possessed a strong sense of ethics and pursued perfection in his work. Having only just seen the MV, he felt a deep discomfort at the thought of not implementing the change. What? Director Wong, you cannot be serious. The drama has already aired, and the end credits have been revealed. Changing it now would be chaos. What are we to do? How will Wu fan face this? The company would never agree. Sun Xiaojing could not abide Wang Fanjun's lofty demeanor. Everyone was in it for profit, yet he acted as if he were above it all. However, he dared not voice this sentiment, given the significant disparity between them. Changing the end credits after the show had aired was unprecedented, and the repercussions would be far-reaching. More importantly, he and Li Suihua were married, and Wu Fan's performance was partly due to his efforts. Wang Fanjun's actions felt like undermining their partnership. Regardless, I must try. Wang Fanjun resolved, rising and departing the set with his phone in hand, heading straight for the company. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, his first task upon waking was to transfer the money he had withdrawn the previous night to Lin Hao. After sending 40,000 yesterday and an additional 12,000 today, the total amounted to 16,000. Brother, have you become a streamer now? How did you know? Lin Hao exclaimed in surprise. He lived in a rural area, and Lin Hao used an old button mobile phone, making it impossible for her to see such online happenings. It was my second aunt who called, saying you're live streaming on Douyin, writing books, and composing songs. Is all this money from your streaming? Yes, what else did she say? At the mention of his second aunt, Lin Hao and Appo's tone shifted slightly. Chapter 26, The Shadows on the Road. The living keep their distance. She mentioned that my cousin is getting married and is short on the betrothal gifts, hoping you could contribute some. How naive of her to think that. I told them to keep their distance. You didn't agree, did you? Lin Hao's eyes widened in anger. No, brother. You said we sever ties with them, she replied. They just want to take advantage of you now that you and Appo's re-earning money. I sent my second aunt away without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao Kuden and Appo's helped but smile. This is my little sister. When our father passed away, they came asking for our house. If it weren't and Appo's for our mother kneeling and giving them the compensation, we would have been homeless long ago. When mother needed to borrow money for surgery, they offered not a single penny and even made snide remarks. Now, they want to act like relatives? I will tell you, if they come back, I will drive them away. Understood, brother. From Lin Hao's tone, Lin Hao could almost envision his sister's charming smile. You take mother to the hospital for her surgery as soon as possible. With the remaining 20 or 30,000 buy a phone, a computer, and a few sets of clothes. Brother, I don't need that. You're earning money. It's not easy. Mother wants you to take care of yourself and not suffer, she said. Though it was a simple statement, it struck Lin Hao deeply, almost bringing tears to his eyes. He took a deep breath to compose himself. Enough of this. If I say to buy it, then buy it. Now that I can earn money, how could I let you and mother suffer? Oh, brother, when will you return? Mother, and I miss you so much. I have a lot on my plate right now. I need to earn money and find a new apartment. I promise I will return before you start school and bring you both over. We will be a family together forever. After chatting for a while longer, they ended the call. Just as Lin Hao stepped out of the bank, he was approached by a young couple who regarded him with curious eyes. Are you Linda Shun? The young man asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Linda Shun? Oh, that asked me. Wow, it's really you. We are huge fans of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Can we take a picture with you? They looked like students, their faces brimming with enthusiasm. Of course. Lin Hao grinned widely, feeling a surge of joy. The couple quickly took out their phones and squeezed in between them for a series of photographs. Lin Hao, being quite accommodating, posed for dozens of shots before they wrapped up. To celebrate this delightful moment, he treated them to milk tea as a token of appreciation. On his way back, Lin Hao walked with his head held high, keenly observing the people around, especially the young men and women, hoping to encounter more fans. However, despite his newfound fame online, very few knew what he looked like unless they had seen his live streams. Throughout his journey, he encountered no fans, only whispers and pointed fingers, with some women even rolling their eyes at him and muttering derogatory remarks. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Lin Hao's cheerful demeanor. Tonight's live stream was no different, and today marked the official conclusion of the first part of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Although it lacked the fervor of a singing duel with Wu Fan, the popularity of and Oppo's, Qian Xiao and Oppo's, had nonetheless propelled Lin Hao and Oppo's Douyin follower count to over 500,000, and it continued to rise rapidly. Zui Cho Lin, are you not going to do something today? Yeah, Zui Cho Lin. Even the donkey from the production team wouldn't dare to take a break like you. What is the plan today? Lin Hao's live stream was rather peculiar. Despite his talents in poetry, literature, storytelling, and songwriting, his fans often engaged in playful banter. This was a characteristic trait of Lin Hao's followers, stemming from his infamous online battles and his bold confrontation with Wu Fan the previous night. Such personalities like Lin Hao were exceedingly rare. Most artists and influencers were cautious about their public image and would tread carefully in any situation. Yet Lin Hao was unapologetically himself, and his fans relished the moments when he challenged others. Linda Shun, what do you think about the recent uproar regarding Zhang Yang's bodyguard pushing a person? To be honest, some celebrities today have no talent yet act like they're above everyone else. It's utterly detestable. Zhang Yang is one of the top stars currently. The incident occurred just the day before when he arrived in the city for a show. Upon exiting the airport, a throng of fans awaited him, and he had a dozen bodyguards who roughly shoved bystanders aside. What angered many was when one bodyguard violently pushed over a passerby, a mother with a child. Afterward, Zhang Yang didn't apologize. He merely donned a mask, pulled down his hat, and left in haste. The video circulated online, inciting widespread discontent. Yet, his die-hard fans scolded the mother for blocking the way, claiming she deserved to be pushed. It was outrageous. While scrolling through Douyin, Lin Hao had also seen this video. With over half an hour left until the end of his live stream, and noticing many inquiries about it, he decided to share his thoughts. Honestly, I can't fathom what is going on nowadays. The airport is a public space, yet some people blatantly block the way. It's sheer foolishness. Let me just say it, shadows on the road. The living keep their distance. 666, please return. Yes, that's the sentiment. Zui Cho Lin, don't stop, keep going. Huh. A simple rant, but so effective. And Oppo's, shadows on the road. The living keep their distance. And Oppo's, just as expected from Zui Cho Lin. Zhou Jian is my son. This summary is too spot on. In the realm of sarcasm, Linda Shun truly reigns supreme. That Zhang Yang is indeed a shadowy figure, and his looks are just as dubious, haha. Lin Hao's remarks ignited a flurry of activity in the chat, as viewers eagerly echoed, shadows on the road. The living keep their distance. Foolish streamer, you're sick. Do you not understand that our idol's actions are out of necessity? If they don't clear the way, they would be overwhelmed by fans. Among the audience were fervent fans, especially from Wu Fan's camp, who took offense at Lin Hao's words. Though he hadn't named anyone directly, they felt personally attacked nonetheless. Defending your idol in desperation. How amusing. Oh, I love watching you diehard fans get all worked up. The tone of the comments mirrored Lin Hao and Oppo's own style, sarcastic, biting, and unyielding in their retorts. All right, everyone, let us calm down. I, Lin Hao, am a person of refinement. I hope my fans can also take me as an example. Why should I bicker with a bunch of kids? Chapter 27. Preparing for Jiao Si Min Ugh. That shameless streamer is making me sick. Is she trying to induce vomiting? Mouthy Lin, just shut up already. Our behavior is modeled after you. Doge emoji, brothers. Let an Oppo's flood the chat with disgust. Seeing Lin and Oppo's audacity, the fans turned their attacks on him. Lin continued to interact with the livestream, and, as usual, he abruptly ended the stream at midnight without a word. Mouthy Lin bailed again. Brothers, let's go. Everyone anticipated this. So they complained for a bit and then left the live stream. After taking a shower, Lin went into the system. It was almost 24 hours since last night's random task, and he needed to see if he had completed it. After checking the attribute panel, Lin smiled happily. The reputation value column clearly showed 58,200. Ding! The random task of slapping Wu Fan in the face has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving one spin on the lucky wheel. Do you want to spin now? The system in Oppo's voice echoed. Although Lin didn't end Oppo's to have much hope for the system in Oppo's lottery, he had no reason to refuse a freebie. Besides, he didn't believe his luck could be so consistently bad, always landing on thank you for your patronage. Try again. 2 minutes later, Lin's face was flushed as he stared at the pointer on the lucky wheel. He wore a pure smile and felt an urge to smash it. Because in addition to the chance the system gave him, Lin had spent another 10,000 reputation points. In the end, he got nothing, just thank you for your patronage. Try again. All his reputation points went down the drain. I was too naive. I should have known this dog system was just freeloading off me. Lin cursed before exiting. He now had less than 50,000 reputation points, which seemed like a lot, but couldn't be squandered like this. After all, he still needed to accumulate 100,000 to unlock the Master Actor Training course, and other things. Besides, the items in the system were so expensive that he had to be frugal. The next day, Lin Hao woke up early, not because he had a habit of sleeping early, but because he was woken up by Lin Han's call. With Lin Hao's money in place, today was the day his mother would have surgery. Sis, has Mom already gone into the operating room? Although Lin Hao wasn't at the hospital, his heart was filled with worry. He sat on a chair, smoking one cigarette after another without brushing his teeth or washing his face. Yes, she's already in the operating room. Lin Han, sensing Lin Hao's silence, guessed what he was thinking and comforted him. Bro, the doctor said Mom's surgery has a high success rate, so don't worry. Also, Mom said you should focus on your work there and not worry about her. Hearing this, Lin Hao instantly broke down, tears streaming down his face. The thought of his mother undergoing such a major surgery while he, as her son, couldn't amp Oppo's TB by her side, and instead made her worry, squeezed his heart painfully. The world of adults is so helpless. If he went back to take care of her, he wouldn't be able to live stream or make money. Bro knows. Call me as soon as Mom's surgery is done. I'll come back after I'm done with this period. Okay, I know, bro. The siblings talked for a while before hanging up. Lin Hao took a shower and went out. He planned to find Zhang Bei to ask about the casting situation. Although 2 months wasn't an amp Oppo's short time, he was still far from his goal of 10 million fans. Diao Min couldn't be delayed any longer. Filming had to start as soon as possible. However, on the way, he received a Feishi message from Li Haiming. He said that he had already inquired about Yun Huan and that they were very eager for Lin Hao to create a theme song for Yun Huan. But there was a prerequisite. It had to be in the ancient style, and the price was not a problem. Teacher Li, is it really this smooth? This speed was somewhat beyond Lin Hao's expectations. Isn't it all because of your Songqian Xiu? Many entertainment companies are now studying your song. And did you know that Wang Fanjun had a very unpleasant argument with the company over your song? Wang Fanjun, is he the director of the Empress? What happened to him? Smirking, I heard from my friend that after Wang Fanjun saw the MV that netizens made using into Oppo's, Qin Xiu and Oppo's, he went straight to the company and said he wanted to replace the ending theme of and Oppo's. The Empress and Oppo's, the company didn't and Oppo's. T agreed and even criticized him. I estimate that he won't renew his contract with Dashing Entertainment when it ends. No way, that's so intense. Why would I lie to you? You're in Modu, right? Coincidentally, my friend is here too, and I'll be there tonight as well. Let's go out for dinner and talk in detail. Okay, I'm available anytime. After ending the chat, Lin Hao still felt a bit incredulous, but having the opportunity to dine with the renowned director of Yun Huan was a rare opportunity. Lin Hao was destined to enter the film and television industry in the future, and there was no harm in getting to know some people in advance. Lin Hao still arranged to meet Zhang Bei at the same noodle restaurant as last time. Howsy, you're becoming more and more awesome. You can even write songs now. How come I never noticed before? As soon as he came in, Zhang Bei excitedly slapped him on the shoulder, looking at him as if he were a stranger. Your bro has always been awesome, but I was just keeping a low profile. Stop with the nonsense. How's the matter? Have you contacted the people? Zhang Bei snapped his fingers. Nonsense. When Zhang Bei takes action, is there anything I can't handle? The people you wanted have already been found. Here, these are the photos. As he spoke, Zhang Bei took out his phone and handed it to him. See this one in the red dress? Her name is Wang Xiaoxue. She and Apos, Esta Lian Wan and Apos, S roommate, super sexy and hot, and often works part-time as a car model. In the photo, Wang Xiaoxue was wearing a red tight-fitting dress, which accentuated her graceful figure. Combined with her watery, alluring eyes, she was definitely a top-quality beauty. Lin Hao was very satisfied with this image. This was exactly the type he wanted. Then, Lin Hao looked at the other one. This girl is called Wang Qian, according to your request. She's not too pretty and a bit chubby. Bei, are your eyes okay? You call this chubby? This is clearly the kind of fleshy figure men love. Okay? And she's too pretty. No way. Wang Qian might not be as stunning as Wang Xiaoxue, but she was definitely a beauty, which didn't match the image of Jia Ling and Jiao Ximen at all. How many ugly people can get into film academies? This is already considered average, Zhang Bei said with dissatisfaction. After all, it was an era where looks mattered. If a celebrity wasn't handsome or beautiful, they should step aside. And Modu Film Academy, as one of the top institutions of its kind in the country, naturally had image requirements for those who wanted to get in. Those with unsightly appearances would be eliminated during the interview. Lin Hao understood this reasoning, so he didn't say anything. Chapter 28. The second uncle-in-law is also a fan. Who is this beside her? Lin Hao inquired, pointing to the upper left corner of the photograph, where a girl with short hair and a round face smiled, revealing two dimples that resonated with Lin Hao and Apos, as sensibilities. Her? I don't an amp, Apos, Tino. You would an amp, Apos. Choose her, would you? Wang Qian responded, glancing at the photo that featured three girls, with the other two merely serving as background to highlight her beauty. Let me call Xiao want to ask. I truly don't understand your taste. Why settle for someone like her when there are so many stunning options? Despite his complaints, Zhang Bei sent the group picture along with a voice message. Big Face Wan, Howsy wants to know who the girl in the upper left corner is. Please respond promptly. No sooner had he sent the message than a voice reply came back. Fatty, if you call me Big Face Wan again, don't bother coming home tonight. Does Hao go to choose this girl? Her name is Li Ling. She works at the milk tea shop by the school gate. Lin Hao snatched the phone away. Xiaowan, I will visit your school tomorrow. Please invite Wang Xiaoxue out, as well as Li Ling, so I can assess if they are suitable. Hao Yi. That's absolutely fine. What about me? I want to act too. You could take on several minor roles. I promise to cast you as the lead female role in the future. How good, you are the best. Much more reliable than that, fatso. Just let me know when you and Apos, recoming. After this exchange, Zhang Bei seized the phone. Big Face Wan, just wait until I get home to settle the score. With that, he promptly blocked her. Lin Hao chuckled. This was merely the daily routine between the two siblings. How much do you need for this film, Howsy? Is it sufficient? During their noodle meal, the fatty informed Lin Hao that he had come to an agreement with his parents. He had 1 year to make a name for himself. If he failed, he would return to a stable job. Thus, Lin Hao's current project was of utmost importance. As Lin Hao's online works proliferated, Zhang Bei's trust in him grew exponentially. Financially, you need not worry, it won't cost much. However, if you happen to know anyone who owns a foot massage parlor, that would be ideal since we will frequently shoot there. Many of the vignettes in Loser Men transpire in foot massage establishments, and Lin Hao intended to rent one. A foot massage parlor? What a coincidence. I actually know someone. Really? Of course. My second uncle-in-law owns one, though he has only been in business for a short time, and the place is quite small. That's wonderful. Is it possible to visit now? Lin Hao asked excitedly. Let's go. The fatty's second uncle-in-law shared a similar background. He was also a displaced resident who opened a foot massage center on Shurian Road at the end of last year. The establishment was modest, and due to its location within a residential area, the business could only be described as lackluster. When they arrived in the afternoon, the foot massage parlor was nearly empty, with only a receptionist engrossed in her phone. Upon noticing them, she was about to greet them when Zhang Bei raised his hand to halt her. Is Lu Zhongjin here? Do you know our manager, Lu? The receptionist glanced at Zhang Bei in surprise. He is my second uncle-in-law. Is he in the shop? I need to discuss something with him. Xiao Bei, what brings you here? As they conversed, someone descended from the upper floor, surprised to see Zhang Bei. The receptionist quickly greeted him with respect, calling him Manager Lu. Uncle, it's great that you're here. I have something I would like to discuss, Zhang Bei said, pulling Lin Hao forward, only to be brushed aside by Lu Zhongjian, who, with an excited yet uncertain expression, asked, is he the famed author of and Amp? Oppose. Ghost blows out the light and Amp? Oppose? Both Zhang Bei and Lin Hao were taken aback. Yes, uncle, this is Lin Hao. You know Ghost blows out the light. Oh my. To have the illustrious Lin here in my humble establishment is truly an honor. Please come in. Xiaoli, go fetch someone. Let us treat Lin to a full package. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongjian completely disregarded Zhang Bei and, with great courtesy, ushered Lin Hao upstairs, making Lin Hao somewhat uncomfortable. You truly are my dear second uncle-in-law. Zhang Bei was quite displeased with this treatment, but could only grumble quietly as he followed behind. A few minutes later, the three of them reclined in a private room, indulging in a soothing foot massage. Lin Hao soon understood Lu Zhongjian's eagerness. It turned out he was a devoted fan of Ghost Blows Out the Light. At Lin Hao's insistence, he refrained from addressing him as the Great Lin and instead called him by his name. Xiao Bei, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Uncle Lu, allow me to explain. I am preparing to shoot a situational drama soon. Many of the scenes will take place in a foot massage parlor, so I'm looking for a venue for potential long-term collaboration. Xiao Bei mentioned you on one, so I came to see. What is a situational drama? Lu Zhongjian asked, puzzled. Essentially, it's akin to short videos. Lu Zhongjian's expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, you mean like filming for Douyin? No problem at all. Xiao Hao, feel free to shoot here. Whatever assistance you require, I will gladly provide. Waving his hand dismissively, Lu Zhongjian agreed without hesitation. Uncle, if we use your venue for filming, what fee would you consider appropriate? Fee? Why discuss such matters? I am your fan, and you are Xiao Bei and Oppose, as friend. No need for that. I'm not short on funds. If your short videos become a hit, my shop could become a sensation. And I might even owe you something. Exactly. Howsy, don't fret about the money. My uncle has more than enough from the compensation for his property demolition, far exceeding what my family received. Zhang Bei chimed in, provoking a dramatic eye roll from Lu Zhongjian. All right then, Uncle Lu, it's settled. Rest assured, I will make your paradise foot massage a booming success. Lin Hao refrained from elaborating further on this matter. He was confident that as soon as Loserman began filming and premiered, it would undoubtedly achieve great popularity, and soon enough, patrons would flock to the foot massage parlor. Buzz at that moment, Lin Hao and Oppose, as phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he abruptly sat up, his expression turning serious. How did this surgery go, brother? The doctor said Mom and Oppose. S surgery was very successful. Hearing this, Lin Hao exhaled deeply, his tense demeanor instantly relaxing. However, the doctor recommends she stay here for at least half a month. When are you coming? Another half month? In that case, I will come after half a month. By then, everything should be settled here. I will bring you and Mom back. Do we have enough money? Yes, there is plenty left. Don't hesitate to spend. I can support you and Mom now. Hurry and buy a phone so we can video call Mom when she wakes up. Okay. Chapter 29. The invitation to sing. Is Annie undergoing surgery today? Yes, it commenced this morning and the procedure was remarkably successful. She will remain in the hospital for another fortnight before being discharged. Coincidentally, Lin Han has been accepted into Magic City University. I am planning to bring them over. Hence the need to earn some money for a larger residence, Zhang Bei remarked with a smirk. Later that evening, Lu Zhongjian proposed treating Lin Hao to dinner. However, Lin Hao had already committed to dining with the director of Cloud Hair, thus he declined the invitation. This dinner was significant for Lin Hao as it was part of his primary mission. Apart from the goal of becoming a major broadcaster with over 10 million fans within 2 months, he also aspired to complete a phenomenon-level production with a viewership rating exceeding 10 within a year. In comparison to the first objective, the latter posed an epic challenge, as filming a television drama entailed considerable time, resources, and effort. Moreover, various complications could arise during production, and the uncertainty of whether the work would even be released loomed large. Consequently, establishing connections within the industry became essential. Knowing prominent directors would indeed be advantageous. Upon returning home, he promptly exchanged his reputation points for the complete content of the song 3-Inch Heaven. Similar to Chinchio, it required 20,000 reputation points, a necessary expenditure. Although Lin Hao could acquire a voice potion to sing the female part, he deemed it unnecessary. After crafting the vocal tracks and lyrics, he downloaded everything onto a USB flash drive. Once all tasks were completed, Lin Hao took a moment to rest and began browsing Douyin and Weibo. To his surprise, the topic he discussed in his live stream last night regarding celebrities and their bodyguards had been criticized by some streamers. However, the backlash was not as widespread as before. Ultimately, the practice of bodyguards clearing the way for celebrities was inherently unreasonable, and many netizens had grown accustomed to it. Thus, a greater number of individuals supported Lin Hao's perspective. With his phrase "celebrities on the road," commoners avoid being hailed as a classic by many. Yet, this stance had alienated a considerable number of people, particularly fans of Zhang Yiyang. The uproar originated from a question posed by a fan in the live stream concerning an incident involving Zhang Yiyang's bodyguard pushing someone at the airport. Was Lin Hao not implying that Zhang Yiyang was a problematic figure? Undoubtedly, Lin Hao was audacious, but he seemed to have crossed the line. First, he offended AI fan, and now he and Oppos as attacking our Yang. I reckon he is intent on antagonizing our entire fandom, they thought dismissively. Compared to the previous stir caused by Wu Fan, this incident had garnered far less attention. Naturally, Lin Hao remained unfazed. As long as they refrained from causing a ruckus on his Weibo, he chose to ignore it. Around 5 o'clock that evening, Li Haiming once again contacted Lin Hao via Feixin, instructing him to meet at Huaishang Private Kitchen on Qinghai Road in Dongpu District. Lin Hao quickly grabbed his USB drive, hailed a taxi, and headed for the restaurant. Huaishang Private Kitchen was not particularly upscale, but was quite renowned in the area. It was a century-old establishment, said to have ancestors who served as imperial chefs. As they only accommodated 8 tables each day, securing a reservation was quite challenging. Upon arrival, Li Haiming provided the box number, and Lin Hao inquired briefly before following the server inside. Opening the door, he found 3 individuals seated within the private room, one of whom was Li Haiming, whom Lin Hao had seen in a video. The other 2 were middle-aged men, in their 40s or 50s, whom he did not recognize. "My apologies for being late, esteemed teachers," Lin Hao said, surprised to see them already present. After all, these individuals were his seniors, and being the last to arrive felt rather inappropriate. "No worries, we just arrived ourselves. Allow me to introduce you," Li Haiming replied. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Hao's respectful demeanor enhanced their impression of him. "This is Lin Hao, the author of Chinchio and Ghost Blowing Lantern," Li Haiming announced. Both men nodded amicably, after which Li Haiming introduced the other 2. The bearded man with long hair and a stout build was Wang Lianhai, a renowned director in China and the general director of Cloud Hair. The other, bald with a distinctive mustache and slender frame, was Yu Feng, a distinguished screenwriter, also associated with Cloud Hair. With each introduction, Lin Hao extended his hand courteously, and they reciprocated with warm handshakes. As the 4 of them gathered, the meal began to arrive. "Young Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are a remarkably talented individual. Before we indulge in drinks, let us discuss 2 important matters," Wang directed. "Please, Director, you are too kind," Lin Hao responded, internally puzzled about the 2 matters, suspecting it to be solely about the theme song. The first topic was indeed the opening song for Cloud Hair. "I listened to your piece in Oppos, Chinchio and Oppos. Its ancient style is truly exquisite, both in melody and lyrics, flawless in every aspect. In my view, it is tailor-made for the empress of a generation. Regrettably, it was released at an inopportune time. I wish to avoid a similar fate with Cloud Hair. As long as your song embodies ancient themes that align with our drama, the price will not pose an issue. After all, Cloud Hair aims to rival the empress of a generation, both being grand productions that are not short of funds." After Wang Lianhai shared his thoughts, noticing Lin Hao's silence, he continued with a smile, "The second matter pertains to your work in Oppos, Ghost Blowing Lantern. In Oppos, I'm also a fan. However, I have only watched the recorded versions online. This genre is exceptionally intriguing, particularly the knowledge involving feng shui, which captivates my interest. I am curious, did you conceive all of this yourself? Lin Hao was taken aback to learn that the second matter was related to ghost blowing lantern. Once he regained his composure, he quickly replied, "Yes, it was indeed my creation." Wang Lianhai could not help but give him a thumbs up. "Outstanding. I understand that ghost blowing lantern is merely the first installment. The ancient city of Jingjua. Will there be more?" "Yes. It is a series that will cover the unloading of the Ridge and the Mountain Mover in subsequent installments." Lin Hao had begun to grasp Wang Lianhai's intentions. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Wang Lianhai beamed with delight and directly inquired, "What if I wish to adapt your ghost blowing lantern for the screen? What are your thoughts?" Chapter 30, there exists a classic piece titled 3-Inch Heaven, and the Ghost Blows Out the Light series has been adapted into a television drama, which has achieved immense popularity. As Lin Hao is well aware, whether it be the version starring Jin Dong or that featuring Pan Yueming, both have captivated audiences online, prompting countless individuals to eagerly follow the updates. Adapting it into a television series was originally part of Lin Hao's plans. However, he did not anticipate Wang Lianhai would present this request so soon. After some contemplation, Lin Hao earnestly declared, "If we are truly going to film this, I am certainly willing. However, while financial matters are secondary, I must be the one to select the actors, and it must be a complete series from start to finish." Before the world changed, Lin Hao was also a devoted fan of Ghost Blows Out the Light. He had watched all the television adaptations, and what left both him and the audience most regretful was the constant change of actors in each installment, which resulted in inconsistencies in quality and coherence, often leading to a disjointed viewing experience. Given the opportunity to reshape it, Lin Hao was determined to pursue perfection, meticulously selecting a few actors to portray their roles from the first installment through to the last. He firmly believed this would yield the best outcome. "You want to choose the actors yourself?" Upon hearing this demand, not only Wang Lianhai, but even Yu Feng, who was sipping water at the moment, nearly spat it out, casting a bewildered glance at Lin Hao. In today's entertainment industry, capital reigns supreme. The choice of actors is dictated by the financial backers, with even directors lacking the authority to decide. In blunt terms, those who provide funds call the shots. This has led to a plethora of current film and television productions being populated by inexperienced young actors whose performances often lack depth, much to the chagrin of many viewers who have sworn off television for years. It is inevitable. Investors prioritize the commercial viability of their projects over content quality, seeking merely to elevate specific individuals to stardom and maximize their commercial worth. The audacity of Lin Hao to assert his desire to select actors, something even they would hesitate to voice, struck them as somewhat presumptuous. Lin Hao met their gazes, fully aware of their thoughts, yet his own eyes remained resolute. "Yes, I will choose the actors myself." Wang Lianhai shook his head, refraining from uttering any words that might discourage Lin Hao. "Very well, I shall await that day. For now, let us discuss the theme song for Cloud Hair." Lin Hao retrieved a prepared USB drive and handed it to Wang Lianhai. "You seem well prepared. However, can you hum a few lines for me? I do not have a computer here." Wang Lianhai paused momentarily before accepting the USB. This song is titled in Amp, Oppo's 3-Inch Heaven, and Amp, Oppo's, the lyrics. Background music and sheet music are all included. It is a song I wrote for a female vocalist, so I shall refrain from humming it. Lin Hao spoke with utmost seriousness, though he knew this statement was somewhat disingenuous. He had not consumed any vocal enhancers, nor had he engaged in systematic training. Singing in his current state would likely frighten away any listeners. "Oh, is that so? What shall we do then? I will call someone to bring a computer." Yu Feng's words were barely finished before he grabbed his phone and dialed a number. As the directors and screenwriter of Cloud Hair, the two were quite invested in the opening theme, especially with the release date approaching. It was imperative to finalize the theme song and commence promotion. After a casual meal lasting about 20 minutes, a crew member hurriedly arrived at the private room, carrying a computer. Wang Lianhai eagerly plugged in the USB, and both Yu Feng and Li Haiming leaned in closer. The opening of 3-Inch Heaven began with a long, melancholic tune played on the eru, instantly ensnaring the hearts of the three men. Pause here. I dare not proceed further. It renders sorrow unable to unfold. Following the eru, a gentle background melody emerged, and simultaneously, the three men, captivated by the lyrics displayed on the screen, could not help but softly hum along. Lin Hao silently sipped his tea, recognizing that success was imminent. After all, this song had been tested and proven its excellence, particularly for those unacquainted with traditional styles. The song was brief, and upon its conclusion, Li Haiming and Wang Lianhai sat in a daze, while Yufeng found himself unable to hold back his tears. Applause erupted from him, prompting Li Haiming and Wang Lianhai to snap back to reality and join in, their gazes towards Lin Hao brimming with astonishment and admiration. Indeed, it was imbued with traditional essence. The lyrics and melody, especially that haunting eru introduction, resonated deeply. Lin Hao, I must acquire this song. Were it not for company obligations, I would certainly request you to compose the ending theme as well. Yufeng wiped his tears, his gaze still somewhat unfocused. As the screenwriter, he had poured immense effort into this production. The previously solicited opening themes had mostly been love songs, albeit along a sorrowful trajectory, yet they seemed to lack something. After experiencing 3-inch Heaven, Yufeng understood precisely what that missing element was: immersion and imagery. While those other songs were decent, they fell short in comparison. 3-inch Heaven not only enchanted the ears, but, more significantly, allowed listeners to fully immerse themselves in the unfolding narrative of Yun Huan's tragic and helpless life. Yufeng, a man of deep emotion, could not help but weep. Ah, what a pity. Wang Lianhai sighed in agreement, fully endorsing Yufeng and Oppo's as sentiments. The ending theme, Unforgettable, was currently performed by the immensely popular singer Su Ziqian, who had risen to fame through a talent show 2 years prior. With his striking looks and commendable vocal abilities, he had released his album Ordinary Star that same year, achieving instant stardom. He was one of the company's most valued emerging artists. Unlike Wang Fanjun, they lacked the audacity to confront the company regarding such matters. They were acutely aware that even if they contested, the company would remain steadfast in its stance. Shaolin, once again you have impressed me. How do you intend to sell this song? Listening to the praises directed at Lin Hao, Li Haiming felt a swell of pride, as he was the one who had introduced him. Moreover, he increasingly felt fortunate to have discovered such a treasure. Given Lin Hao and Oppo's prowess in traditional music, should he enter the music industry, he was bound to achieve great success. Lin Hao had long contemplated this and replied directly, I wish to enter into a profit-sharing agreement with your company regarding this song. Profit-sharing? Upon hearing this, both Zhang Lianhai and Yufeng were momentarily taken aback, as they had initially intended to purchase the song outright. However, the revenue generated by a song encompasses various aspects, not limited to television rights. This includes subsequent online releases, listener downloads, and the earnings accrued by the artist through this song, among others. In simpler terms, it all hinged on the quality of the music. Yes, profit sharing. I wonder if that would be acceptable? Lin Hao stated earnestly. Chapter 31. Lu Sheng's thoughts as he embraced his identity as a creator. Lin Hao composed his second ancient-style song. This piece was destined to flourish with the airing of Cloud Hair, and thus, Lin Hao was determined to ensure its success. Such an achievement would elevate his prominence within the industry and earn him valuable reputation points. With this foundation, his next objective was to maximize profits. Although the song was exquisite, Lin Hao was merely a newcomer without any substantial background or resources, making it implausible to sell it for a high price. A revenue-sharing arrangement would be far more beneficial. Even a modest percentage would prove more advantageous than a lump-sum buyout. The treasures of creativity in his mind were derived from Earth's finest, and Lin Hao was resolute in preventing their devaluation in this transformed world. Reminiscent of the fate that befell Ghost blows out the light. I can assist you in negotiating with the company, but even if they agree, you must brace yourself for the revenue-sharing percentage. It likely won and Oppo's to be very high, Wang Lianhai remarked, casting a deep gaze at the young man before him. His impression of Lin Hao further solidified. That's acceptable. as long as it's not excessively disproportionate. I appreciate your help, Director Wang. With that, Lin Hao stood and raised his glass, downing its contents in one swift motion. Although the burn in his throat was intense, his spirits soared. To accomplish his second main task, he needed to seize every opportunity to forge connections within the entertainment industry. Furthermore, due to Wu Fan and Amp, Oppo's influence, he had inadvertently offended Dashing Entertainment. The three individuals before him belonged to Dingjia Entertainment, which, while slightly less powerful than Dashing, was nonetheless one of the three giants of the domestic entertainment sector. Cultivating a good relationship with them would prevent his path from becoming entirely obstructed. After all, within the entertainment realm, despite Lin Hao's possession of numerous classic works from Earth and the assistance of System, he had to maintain a low profile until he fully spread his wings. During the meal, Lin Hao discreetly settled the bill. He could not allow Li Haiming to foot the expenses. That would be rather unreasonable, and one must always be mindful of social etiquette. After their meal, which extended past 8:00 and Oppo's clock, they copied the contents from Lin Hao and Oppo's USB drive onto their computer, assuring him that they would provide a response by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Their time was limited. Just a week remained until the launch of Cloud Hair, and the music video for the opening song needed to be produced swiftly to generate a final wave of promotional momentum. Having consumed half a gene of liquor, Lin Hao felt somewhat intoxicated by the time he returned home. He quickly took a shower and commenced his live stream for the evening, featuring the second installment of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Why is a notoriously foul-mouthed Lin late by 10 minutes today? Is his face a bit flushed? Perhaps he's been indulging in some extravagant care? Lin is finally here. A blast from the past. Let us get started. My anticipation for Ghost Blows Out the Light is insatiable. As Lin Hao commenced his broadcast, fans eagerly filled the chat with comments, despite some criticism from a few fangirls. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the enthusiasm surrounding Ghost Blows Out the Light. Observing the live stream's viewership, which exceeded 100,000, Lin Hao noted that his stream had already garnered over 500,000 virtual gifts. Regaining his composure, Lin Hao and Oppo's captivating voice resonated once more. As we discussed previously, Hu Bai and his companions encountered a peculiar curse during their expedition in the ancient city of Jingjue. What does this signify? The precarious fate of Professor Chun, the hidden secrets of the bottomless ghost cave, the fate of the first sage tribe, the mystery surrounding Shirley and Amp, Oppo's lineage, and the forthcoming adventures of Hu Bai and Wang Fatty. How will they unfold? Join me as we delve into the second installment of Ghost Blows Out the Light, Dragon Ridge's Mysterious Cave. Upon concluding this introduction, the audience erupted with excitement. Dragon Ridge's Mysterious Cave. It sounds thrilling. Let an Amp, Oppo's. Let's get started. Today, I and Amp, Oppo's, am getting married, but my wife wanted Amp, Oppo's. Let me listen, so I knocked her out. Lin, let the show begin. 666, bro. I support you. What say, wife? We, the Tomb Raiders, need no love. Lin Hao chuckled silently at the barrage of comments and proceeded with his narration. As the captivating tale unfolded, the audience was wholly absorbed in the narrative. References to fragrant shoes, the Fishbone Temple, and the hidden chambers within Dragon Ridge's mysterious cave intrigued many viewers. Although Lin has stated these are fictional, why do they feel so real? One fan remarked, I must say, that and Oppo's. That's true. I live in ancient blue. I should investigate further. The host indeed possesses knowledge. While fans inundated the chat with messages, a senior supervisor named Liu Sheng, age 39, at Douyin, who was responsible for live streaming content and a devoted fan of Lin Hao's Ghost Blows Out the Light, was also captivated. Known affectionately in the chat as Brother Youth, he had previously changed his ID from Liu Sheng to this moniker. It was he who had established a Douyin live stream for Lin Hao and Wu Fan, positioning himself as a mid-level manager within the platform. Tonight, perhaps due to his inebriation and tardiness, Lin Hao streamed until 1:00 and Amp, Oppo's clock, discussing the chapter titled Suspended Soul Ladder. This segment depicted Hu Bai employing celestial star feng shui to seek vitality within the dark, perpetually looping ladder. The intricacies of yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, and the 5 elements of feng shui were explored with remarkable finesse, igniting a frenzy of comments in the live chat. Among them was Brother Youth, Lu Sheng, whose heart surged with excitement as he listened, deeply enamored with these esoteric principles. Inspired by the broadcast, he resolved to adapt Ghost Blows Out the Light into a web series. Douyin was merely one product under ByteDance, which also owned Xianghua Video, a platform providing many free dramas, leading to a surge in downloads over the past couple of years, impacting major competitors like iQIYI and Tencent Video. However, Xianghua Video had a significant drawback. Most of its films and series were acquired through licensing, with very few original productions. This year, Xianghua Video was poised to venture into the burgeoning realm of web series, and fortuitously, the director of their resources department was Lu Sheng and Oppo's university classmate. Their long-standing friendship at ByteDance made Lu Sheng confident in recommending Ghost Blows Out the Light to him. If the adaptation came to fruition, coupled with Douyin's promotional efforts, it would undoubtedly achieve phenomenal success. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, after concluding his evening livestream, he swiftly ended the broadcast and collapsed on his bed to sleep. The following afternoon, he and Zhang Bei visited the Shanghai Film Academy, where they met Zhang Wan. Chapter 32. The highly popular partridge whistle Wang Xiaoxue and Li Ling were also present, and the setting was Li Ling and Oppo's workplace, a bubble tea shop. Both women had gleaned some information about Lin Hao from Zhang Wan. The situation unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, and they both readily agreed to participate in Losermen. Li Ling's consent was not surprising. Given her attractive appearance, she had little chance of entering the film industry. Thus, she felt immensely grateful for this rare opportunity. She even waived any financial demands, leaving the remuneration entirely at Lin Hao's discretion. However, Wang Xiaoxue's agreement took Lin Hao by surprise. He had presumed that such an extraordinarily beautiful woman would possess lofty standards. It was only later that Zhang Wan elucidated the situation to him. Despite her seemingly open demeanor, Wang Xiaoxue was, in fact, a principled young woman. Coming from a modestly comfortable family, her remarkable physique and striking looks had drawn numerous admirers since her admission to school, including offers from film crews, all of which were laced with ulterior motives, often suggesting she engage in socializing and other unsavory activities. The implications of such a proposition in the entertainment industry were all too clear. Although the Shanghai Film Academy is renowned as one of the country's most prestigious film schools, opportunities to join a film crew before graduation are exceedingly rare. After all, such institutions are teeming with handsome men and beautiful women, and any promising roles are typically preemptively claimed by well-connected star offspring or wealthy heirs. Moreover, Lin Hao had gained a degree of fame online, particularly through his work in Ghost Blows Out the Light and 8,000 Autumns, which showcased his talent. This was why both women harbored such high expectations for the drama Lin Hao was planning. Though Lin Hao was currently earning through live streaming, his available funds were limited. Without any sponsorship and given the expenses associated with filming Loserman, he offered them a pay rate of 800 yuan per day, with the promise of additional compensation if the video proved successful. Both women accepted this arrangement without hesitation. Once finalized, Lin Hao signed a contract with them, establishing that filming would occur during their weekends. Coincidentally, the following day was Saturday, marking the official commencement of their shoot. The first video would be filmed at Lu Zhongjian's foot massage center, which required a few extra background actors, a task Lin Hao delegated to Zhang Bei. After everything was settled, Lin Hao treated them to a meal and added them on WeChat. He then shared the script he had prepared earlier that day, instructing them to memorize it by Saturday. The content was brief, making it relatively easy to learn. That evening, Lin Hao resumed his live stream as usual, concluding promptly at midnight and exiting amidst a flurry of criticisms. Over the past 2 days, his live streaming income had accumulated to over 120,000 yuan. He refrained from withdrawing any funds, knowing he would need the money for various upcoming expenses. On Friday morning, Wang Lianhai finally responded to his message on FeiXin. Shaolin, the company has agreed to share the profits from this song with you. However, due to the company and Oppo's role in providing the artist and managing post-production and promotion, we can only offer you a pre-tax share of 10%. Is that acceptable? 10%? That an amp. Oppo's rather insufficient. Lin Hao thought. His initial estimate had been around 30%, and he believed a minimum of 20% was fair. 10%, especially pre-tax, felt rather exploitative. How much do you expect? Wang Lianhai queried directly. Lin Hao pondered, realizing Wang Lianhai was likely at the company at that moment. After careful consideration, he replied cautiously, I can't oppose. Say for certain, but 10% is simply too low. While I acknowledge your points, the quality of this song speaks for itself. It has the potential to elevate one of your artists significantly, and that alone holds considerable value. In this situation, he felt it prudent to let Wang Lianhai advocate on his behalf. After about half an hour of silence, a response came through. The company can offer a maximum of 20% or a buyout of 1,500,000 yuan. Then let in oppose, go with 20%, Lin Hao stated without hesitation, aware that this was the best Wang Lianhai could secure for him. For a newcomer, having a major company like Dingjia Entertainment willing to share profits and offer 20% was commendable. In other entertainment firms, they might simply toss him a sum between 100 and 200,000 yuan and consider it settled. Once the negotiation concluded, Zhang Lianhai sent him a message on Xin from the company's copyright department, along with the contract. If Lin Hao found no issues upon reviewing it, he was to print 2 copies, sign them, and include 2 copies of his identification for mailing. Lin Hao scrutinized the contract meticulously. In Blue Star, the entertainment industry is well developed and copyright protection is stringent. Any instance of piracy not only incurs exorbitant fines, but may also lead to incarceration. For songs, 3-inch Heaven could be categorized into 3 types. The first being the music video for Yun Huan, the second being the music video for the song itself, and the third being the singles release on major streaming platforms. The first is free, while the latter 2 require payment for downloads and shares. Though the fees are modest, the cumulative earnings can be substantial if many people download or share the content. Some artists earn a lifetime from just 1 or 2 songs, primarily through commercial performances. When Lin Hao produced the background music using Music Master, the ownership of the song's copyright would automatically sync to the cloud. However, upon signing this contract, although Lin Hao remained a lyricist and composer, the song would belong to Dingjia Entertainment. He had anticipated this outcome, yet reading this clause still left him somewhat discontent. It signified that he would no longer possess any control over the song and could only await his share of the profits. After thoroughly reviewing the contract and finding no further issues, Lin Hao signed his name and promptly sent it off. The live stream of Ghost Blows Out the Light continued, with the narrative evolving into the storyline of Dragon Ridge's Maze. The character of Partridge Whistle, particularly upon the emergence of the leader Chen Yulo, captivated many viewers. The utilization of the mountain moving division and Oppo's techniques to fulfill Master Chen and Oppo's trials left countless viewers on the edge of their seats. When Partridge Whistle successfully crowed at dawn and extinguished the lamp, obtaining the gold-seeking talisman, the audience collectively exhaled in relief, many lighting cigarettes in a moment of inexplicable delight. That evening, Lin Hao primarily recounted stories featuring Partridge Whistle and Master Chen's quest for the Tomb Dust Pearl. Partridge Whistle's calm demeanor, astuteness, exceptional skills, and an array of incredible techniques quickly garnered a devoted fanbase. Interestingly, within Lin Hao and Oppo's fan community, previous IDs like Huband Oppo's, Huband Oppo's San, and Hujio had now been joined by a plethora of new names such as Partridge Call, Partridge Lesser, and Partridge Bird. Chapter 33. Dream Building Studio. The next day, the 4 major factions of Tomb Raiding, including the Mount-Moving Taoist and the Partridge Call, surged back into trending topics. This significantly boosted Lin Hao's followers on Douyin and Weibo, with his Douyin follower count surpassing 600,000 and growing daily at an impressive rate. Early Saturday morning, Lin Hao, along with Zhang Bei and others, arrived at Lu Zhongjin and Oppo's footbath shop for filming. Upon learning of their presence, Lu Zhongjin was exceedingly accommodating, fulfilling every request Lin Hao made. The director, a student from the Shanghai Film Academy's directing department named Liu Xiaobo, was recruited by Zhang Bei. Earning a daily wage of 1,000, Liu Xiaobo, bespectacled and refined, proved to possess commendable skills. as the production was a comedic skit consisting of individual short stories. It did not require extensive setup or intricate plot lines, making the acting relatively straightforward. However, Lin Hao, who played the role of Da Peng, struggled the most. Lacking formal training and feeling somewhat tense in front of the camera, he consistently required multiple takes to get through even the simplest scenes, sometimes exceeding 10 attempts. This made him feel quite embarrassed, prompting thoughts of quickly amassing reputation points to enter the realm of acting mastery for further training. 2 days passed swiftly, and upon concluding the filming that evening, Lin Hao treated the group to a celebratory meal. The footage still needed editing, a task Liu Xiaobo was also capable of handling. So Lin Hao entrusted him with that responsibility, compensating him 150 per story. Over the 2 days, they filmed a total of 6 videos, each lasting around 2 to 3 minutes. Come, let us toast to the successful commencement of and Amp. Oppos, the loser man and Amp. Oppos, Lin Hao proclaimed, hosting the gathering at the Ababa Whole Lamb restaurant, reserving a large private room for over 10 attendees, including Liu Zhongjian. Cheers erupted as everyone joyfully raised their glasses, drinking heartily. Hoko, I believe our and Oppos, Loser Man and Oppos, will surely become a hit. It is simply too humorous. How did you come up with those lines? With familiarity established over their time together, conversation flowed freely among them. Having experienced the production firsthand, they were acutely aware of the quality of and Amp. Oppos, the Loser Man and Amp. Oppos, occasionally during their own filming sessions. They found it hard to suppress laughter. The twists and the jokes were often inspired, resonating deeply with real life, which filled them with confidence. How do you think of these things? Just using my brain, what else could I do? Lin Hao offered a casual excuse. Shaolin, I and Amp. Oppos. He noticed other television dramas often have production credits. Shun and Amp. Oppos. Do we have one as well? Liu Zhongjian suggested, feeling rejuvenated in the company of these young individuals. Yes, Hoko. Lin and Oppos has come up with something that sounds impressive. Zhang Bei echoed, with Liu Xiaobo chiming in, Hoko, Beigo is right. We need to think seriously about this name, perhaps even register it and get a logo designed. Their comments jolted Lin Hao and Oppos' memory. He had indeed overlooked something significant. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, and under the collective gaze of his companions, he uttered 2 words, dream building. Dream building? That's a splendid name. From now on, we shall be members of the dream building team. The group mulled over the name and found it quite fitting. In the entertainment industry, everyone harbored a dream of stardom, and Lin Hao's choice resonated with them deeply. None present could have anticipated that years later, the term dream building would evolve into the pinnacle for all who pursued their dreams of fame worldwide. The smooth progression of events, coupled with the success of his mother and Oppos' surgery, left Lin Hao in high spirits. Recently, he had been searching for a new apartment, having started to earn money. It was time to move out of the basement. Additionally, he needed to upgrade his phone, as he had grown weary of being criticized for poor video quality. At that moment, he was in the East Pu district of Shanghai, having found a promising apartment through an agent. The location was advantageous, with nearby subway access, hospitals, and supermarkets. The well-decorated 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, spanning 120 square meters, was formerly the new home of a newlywed couple who intended to rent it out while they traveled abroad for a few years. They had one strict condition. The tenant must maintain the apartment and Amp. Oppos as cleanliness. The rent was set at $15,000 per month, with a deposit due upon signing. Having just finalized the contract, Lin Hao was ready to move in the following day. After completing this task, his phone vibrated, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Is this Linda Shun? My name is Liu Sheng, the senior supervisor of Douyin and Amp. Oppos' live streaming department. Supervisor Liu, how may I assist you? To his surprise, it was Douyin and Amp. Oppos' official representative. Following the online dispute between Lin Hao and Wu Fan, he had received numerous messages from businesses seeking collaboration for promotional activities. However, he had declined every single offer, as live streaming for sales had become increasingly common on Douyin, serving as a lucrative avenue for the platform. Lin Hao wondered if his refusal had displeased Douyin and Amp, Oppo's staff. Linda Shun, please Don and Amp, Oppo's, TB so formal. I am also a devoted fan of yours. I wanted to inquire if you have any plans to adapt the and Oppo's, Ghost Blowing Lantern and Oppo's, series into a web drama? Adapt a web drama? Supervisor Liu, could you elaborate? Lin Hao was astonished that Douyin was reaching out for this purpose and felt compelled to inquire further. Our subsidiary, Xianghua Video, is preparing to invest in several high-quality web dramas this year. I and Oppo's, VE recommended your and Oppo's, Ghost Blowing Lantern and Oppo's, series and wanted to gauge your interest. To be honest, Supervisor Liu, prior to this, Dingjia Entertainment had also approached me regarding this matter. While I and Oppo's am open to discussions, I have one stipulation. I must select the actors myself, and each adaptation should be treated as a distinct series. Lin Hao reiterated his condition. You want to choose the actors? Each adaptation as a distinct series? Linda Shun, isn't that a bit excessive? Liu Sheng, initially confident due to his company's financial backing, had not anticipated such a request. Given the current popularity of Ghost Blowing Lantern, any adaptation would likely succeed, yet Lin Hao's demands were unorthodox. In casting matters, the opinions of the investors, directors, and screenwriters typically held sway. Even if Lin Hao were a prominent figure, such demands would be improbable unless he financed the production himself. Supervisor Liu, if my request cannot be accommodated, then perhaps it is best to let it go. One day, I will ensure it reaches the screen personally. Liu Sheng resisted the urge to reprimand him for his audacity, but as a fan, he chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Chapter 34. The livestream room was banned somewhat disheartened. He remarked, well, if that's the case, then so be it. However, Lin, will you continue to narrate stories after finishing the Ghost Blowing the Lantern series? For the time being, I suppose not. To be frank, I was compelled to stream Ghost Blowing the Lantern on Douyin due to circumstances beyond my control. Nevertheless, I shall persist in updating my creations on Douyin, including music, short videos, and more. By the way, Liu Supervisor, there is something I would like to consult you about. I am currently filming a comedic skit, each episode lasting approximately 2 minutes. How much would I need to secure support for traffic? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hao inquired further. As his inaugural cinematic endeavor, Loser Gentleman bears the significant responsibility of fulfilling the primary mission. Thus, it requires careful management. It is difficult to say. It depends on the quality of the content. If it truly excels, Douyin will undoubtedly provide a certain level of traffic support. If greater assistance is needed, that will be handled by the video department. I am responsible for the live streaming segment, but I have faith that your work will be exceptional, Lin. Once you complete the final product, send me a segment, and I will present it to my colleagues in the video department to secure the utmost traffic support for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so very much, Liu Supervisor. It's a minor task. After concluding the conversation with Liu Sheng, they exchanged contact information through Feishin. Lin Hao satisfied. Couldn't and Oppo's, help but exclaim, indeed, having connections in high places makes matters much easier. On the morning of August 17th, Tuesday, Liu Xiaobo and Oppo's film was finally edited. Lin Hao was immensely pleased with the result, which matched his specifications perfectly. Their team logo had also been designed the previous day. It depicted a pair of hands lifting a stage, exuding a profound sense of artistry. He promptly opened Feishin and sent the video to Liu Sheng, but received no response. Lin Hao speculated that the latter was likely preoccupied with work. An hour later, Liu Sheng finally replied, Lin, I watched Loser Gentleman. It is exceedingly humorous and relatable. Absolutely fantastic. Liu Supervisor, given your expertise, how much traffic support do you believe it can garner? I wish to maximize its exposure. What conditions must be met? According to Douyin and Oppo's regulations, first, the video must not violate any rules, after which it will be randomly distributed to between 200 to 600 users, depending on the data. Subsequently, there will be 2 rounds of recommendations. If all metrics are favorable, the level of traffic support will be determined according to the specific data. Of course, you may also purchase traffic support. Based on my experience, once Loser Gentleman is released on Douyin, it will undoubtedly become a sensation. I have already discussed this with the head of the video department. They will ensure that you receive the maximum traffic support. If at that time, you still feel it is insufficient and wish to purchase more, that will be entirely up to you. That is splendid. Thank you, Lu's supervisor. Lu Sheng then sent 3 emojis, and their conversation came to a close. In the following days, Lin Hao continued to narrate Ghost Blowing the Lantern as usual. He had officially reached the 3rd installment, Yunnan Insect Valley, which captivated the audience. Fans of Ghost Blowing the Lantern diligently gathered in the live stream each evening, and tonight was no exception. It was impossible to sleep without listening. The anticipation was akin to a cat scratching at one's heart. Everything was proceeding smoothly until 11:00 and Oppo's clock, when Lin Hao was engrossed in his narration, and suddenly, the live stream disconnected. Initially, Lin Hao did not think much of it. Network fluctuations were commonplace. However, upon attempting to reconnect, he discovered he could not do so, and was met with a notification indicating content violation. What on earth is happening? Lin Hao panicked. The income from Douyin live streaming was his sole source of revenue, and losing it could have dire consequences. The fans in the live stream room were equally agitated. What on earth is going on? Why has Lin and Amp, Oppo's live stream been banned? I'm ready to unleash my fury. No one can stop me from taking down Douyin. Haha, this is truly satisfying. That foolish host has finally been silenced. But still not enough. Those who insult our beloved fan must be completely eradicated. The power of fandom. Since Lin Hao had openly confronted Wu Fan and subsequently criticized the celebrity and Oppo's road closures, his live stream had attracted a swarm of fandom girls who incessantly spammed derogatory comments. Nevertheless, Lin Hao had chosen to ignore them. Today, however, with his live stream banned, they reveled in his misfortune, celebrating his downfall. All you brainless children, be gone. Have you forgotten how I schooled your idol last time? Exactly. Hurry back and do your homework. A gaggle of juvenile fans fixated on their idols, exclaiming, "My darling, my husband." It was utterly nauseating. At that moment, Lin Hao's fans, unable to contain their frustration, created an amusing scene. Although Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's live stream displayed a ban for violations, the barrage of comments below grew increasingly lively. Fans of Ghost Blowing the Lantern engaged in a fierce back and forth with the fandom girls. Lin Hao, however, had no time to concern himself with these antics. He immediately dialed Lu Sheng and Oppo's voice message. After 3 failed attempts, where the call was disconnected almost instantly, he was about to make a 4th attempt when Lu Sheng's call came through. Lu's supervisor, why has my live stream been banned? Lin Hao cut straight to the point, skipping the pleasantries. Lin, a professor from the capital city university, publicly criticized you on Weibo, claiming that your Ghost Blowing the Lantern promotes superstition. He accused you of glorifying grave robbing, misleading the younger generation. Following that, several other literary experts joined in to criticize you. Consequently, the government issued a directive prohibiting your broadcasts. I have inquired with numerous contacts, but this is a top-down decision, and we are powerless to alter it. Lu Sheng and Amp, Oppo's tone was laced with indignation. Which professor? Which literary experts? Lin Hao clenched his fists tightly, struggling to suppress his fury. Professor Li Wenqing from the history department at Capital City University, along with several other writers from the Writers and Oppo's Association, including Wong, Kansas. Lu Sheng listed 9 names, all esteemed figures in the literary realm of Huagua. 2 hours prior, they had collectively posted on Weibo, denouncing Ghost Blowing the Lantern. Had it not been for this, the situation would not have unfolded so abruptly, and even Lu Sheng, the head of the live streaming department, had been left in the dark. I understand. Thank you, Lu's supervisor. With that, Lin Hao hung up and opened Weibo, first searching for Li Wenqing and Amp, Oppo's name. The professor and Amp, Oppo's post was lengthy, outlining 6 accusations against Ghost Blowing the Lantern. Each accusation was accompanied by detailed explanations, such as misleading youth, lacking factual basis, being utter nonsense, and undermining the efforts of archaeologists, among others. Chapter 35. The Literary World Condemns Ghost Blows Out the Light in summary. This book has been labeled a malignant tumor that must be utterly eradicated. Lin Hao was filled with rage after reading this, so he perused the Weibo accounts of several literary experts, only to find similar sentiments echoed there. Beneath their posts, a multitude of individuals expressed agreement with this perspective, with some even resorting to personal attacks, suggesting that Lin Hao must have been involved in tomb raiding in the past, and recommending that the authorities take him in for questioning. Upon concluding his reading, Ghost Blows Out the Light was officially banned. Professor Li Wenqing from the Capital University, alongside numerous literary figures, vehemently denounced Ghost Blows Out the Light, a title that quickly ascended the trending charts. This incident became widely known across the internet, with comments flooding in on every post. Fans of Ghost Blows Out the Light raged, branding these experts as a group of pretentious individuals, well-fed and aimless, merely seeking attention. Yet, the majority of comments still supported the experts' assertions, with parents expressing concern that their children's values might be distorted after engaging with Ghost Blows Out the Light. How could this be resolved? Lin Hao tugged at his hair, having never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. After smoking 3 cigarettes in quick succession, his phone vibrated with a message from an unfamiliar number, Desheng Entertainment, Magic City television station. Just these 9 words, devoid of any further context, sent a jolt through Lin Hao, clarifying everything in an instant. He had previously wondered why, despite Ghost Blows Out the Light being aired for an extended period, these individuals had not spoken out sooner. Now he understood that there were forces conspiring against him, specifically the Desheng Entertainment and Magic City television station, who must have wielded some influence to coordinate their attacks simultaneously, catching him off guard. "You bastards, just wait." Lin Hao seethed, his teeth clenched, when the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. "Ding! A random task has been triggered. Please, host, deliver a fierce counterattack against these individuals within 3 days. Restore the reputation of Ghost Blows Out the Light and successfully earn 50,000 prestige points. Upon completion, you will receive a spin on the lucky wheel. Failure will result in severe punishment. Curse this damn system. I and Amp, Oppos, am already overwhelmed, and you come to add to my troubles." Lin Hao roared in frustration, yet the system remained indifferent, falling silent after issuing the task. Lin Hao's outburst was merely a vent for his anger, as he was well aware of the system and Oppos' nature. Nevertheless, he knew he had to address this issue. However, the task at hand was not only to restore the reputation of Ghost Blows Out the Light, but also to retaliate vigorously against its detractors. A fierce counterattack surely implied a robust online response. Lin Hao and Oppos' Feishin app buzzed incessantly with messages from acquaintances like Li Haiming and Zhang Bei, all expressing concern over the backlash against Ghost Blows Out the Light that had led to the suspension of his livestream. He uniformly replied with gratitude, assuring them of his well-being. He then texted the unknown sender, inquiring about their identity and how they were privy to the details of this incident, as well as the reason behind their communication. The response was brief: a fan of an Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light, and Oppos. The sender did not elaborate further, prompting Lin Hao to refrain from pressing the matter. The urgent task remained: how to fulfill this random mission. For him, the primary objective was to restore the reputation of Ghost Blows Out the Light, allowing him to continue earning through Douyin live streaming. Faced with the current predicament, however, he felt utterly at a loss. Among his acquaintances, none held the clout to confront Li Wenqing and his allies directly. After a sleepless night of contemplation, around 8 in the morning, a significant turn of events unfolded. Professor Wang Wenhai from the History Department of Hucking University took to Weibo, directly challenging Li Wenqing and his allegations against Ghost Blows Out the Light. Wang systematically refuted each of Li and Oppos' accusations, and Lin Hao, upon learning of this development, immediately turned to Weibo to follow the discourse. Support Professor Wang Wenhai. He is a true scholar. What is Li Wenqing even? Back to my youth. Professor Wang is right. Let us applaud him. Lin Hao cheered, reading Wang Wenhai and Oppos' post. In Li Wenqing and Oppos' original assertions, the most serious claims were that the book misled the youth and lacked factual basis while promoting feudal superstitions. Wang firmly countered these points. Firstly, the essence of Ghost Blows Out the Light lies in its fictional narrative, Although it portrays tomb raiding vividly, anyone possessing sound judgment would refrain from pursuing such activities. Secondly, while some geographical and historical references may be fictional, many are grounded in reality. Therefore, Li Wenqing and Apo's claims were unfounded, and the depictions of feng shui, tomb structures, and folklore were commendable. Wang concluded by stating that academia must embrace inclusivity. Since it is a novel, it should be viewed through the lens of fiction. And he resolutely opposed the banning of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Wang went high in amp. Apo's stature within the historical academic community was comparable to that of Li Wenqing. Thus his words carried considerable weight. Beyond the original fans of Ghost Blows Out the Light, many bystanders also expressed their support for him. In recent years, Weibo and Apo's trending topics have been dominated by the entertainment industry, making this public dispute between two prominent history professors over a novel unprecedented and capturing widespread attention. Naturally, as the author of Ghost Blows Out the Light, Lin Hao found himself thrust into the spotlight, with many urging him to step forward and provide an explanation for his perceived cowardice. By 3 p.m, Lin Hao finally posted on Weibo. He refrained from sharing any personal views on the controversy, instead opting to accompany his post with a poem. After failing the imperial examination, I composed for the Chrysanthemums by Lin Hao. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom as the 100 flowers wither. The fragrance ascends, permeating Chang'an, the entire city adorned in golden armor. This 7-character verse, penned by Huang Chao during the Tang Dynasty, uses the chrysanthemum as a metaphor for ambition, expressing the author's indomitable spirit and a desire for transformative change. Though merely 28 characters long, each word cuts sharply, resonating with a formidable aura. At this moment, it aptly encapsulated his feelings, making it the most fitting expression of his current state of mind. Chapter 36. Accused of plagiarism, the fragrance of chrysanthemums permeates Chang and Apo's, and the entire city adorned in golden armor. Such an exhilarating verse. Truly, Lin is a master of poetry. To speak candidly, his works are nothing short of classics. This is, without a doubt, the most potent poem I have ever encountered. What do you think, Wenyong? Pan Wenyong, Vice President of the Chinese Writers Association. Pan Wenyong, the Vice President of the Chinese Writers Association, is also the head of the Chinese department at Jiangnan University, having authored 2 novels, Life and Little Dawn. Due to his distinctive personality, he has garnered considerable fame online, affectionately referred to as Wenyong by netizens. This time, he has stepped forward to support Li Wenqing. Standing among the literary experts, Pan Wenyong is known for posting his poetry online, often adopting the persona of a poet. He once committed a rather outrageous act, requiring his students to purchase his poetry collection and promote it on social media. This incident sparked considerable backlash online. However, Pan Wenyong took pride in it, frequently sharing classical poems and recitation videos, compelling his students to provide positive feedback. Unexpectedly, he became an internet sensation. Despite Pan Wenyong and Apo's commendable poetic skills, the disparity becomes glaringly evident when compared to Lin Hao and Apo's verses. Presently, many netizens are eager to hear Pan Wenyong and Apo's thoughts on Lin Hao and Apo's poem. Naturally, Pan Wenyong has noted the online comments. While enjoying tea at home, he perused Lin Hao and Apo's poem, his expression darkening significantly. He recognized the caliber of after failing the examination. Composed for the chrysanthemum, his jealousy flared. Had the author been a venerable figure in the literary realm, it might have been acceptable. But the poet was merely a young man in his 20s, someone he had recently criticized. This was unbearable for him, inciting great anger. Now, with the online scrutiny directed at him, he felt compelled to respond. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't simply declare the poem devoid of merit, lest he become the subject of ridicule. Thus, he made a phone call. Hello, is that old Joe? Old Pan, you and Apo's. Reaching out regarding the online situation, right? I'm already aware. I never expected this young man named Lin Hao to possess such poetic talent. How shall we respond? If we mishandle this, it could tarnish the reputation of our entire literary community. Moreover, if he manages to clear his name, we would face repercussions. This old Zhou Haiwen is also a member of the Chinese Writers Association, skilled in essay writing. Like Pan, he is a professor in the Chinese department at Jiangnan University, holding significant stature in the literary world. Their recent attacks on Lin Hao were funded by Dashing Entertainment, compelling them to create a stir following Li Wenqing's post, as the offered sum was substantial, and they regarded Lin Hao as a mere minor figure. However, to their astonishment, Lin Hao and Oppose, as sudden poem delivered a resounding slap to their faces. With so many people now paying attention to the matter, if they failed to voice their opinions, their actions would quickly become a laughingstock. Old Pan, how could you be so wise in general, yet so foolish in this instance? Do you truly believe such verses could be penned by a young man? Hearing this, Pan Wenyong's eyes lit up. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching in 3 days and a poetry gathering being held in the metropolis, he pondered whether Lin Hao would dare to attend. Yes, that essay's splendid idea. Even if it is indeed his work, to produce such a poem is already a remarkable feat. I doubt he could compose anything of merit at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference. If he does not attend, or if his writing falters, we can assert that this poem is not his own, but rather plagiarized. With this thought, Pan Wenyong and Oppose, as frustration evaporated, and he promptly logged on a Weibo to respond. This poem, expressing emotions through the chrysanthemum, diverges from the traditional depictions of its purity and elegance, presenting the autumn spirit in a stark and formidable manner. It is refreshing. Upon closer examination, it resonates with thunderous power, truly a remarkable piece. In this Weibo post, Pan Wenyong evidently praised the poem, a result that bewildered many. "Wenyong, you've changed. No longer the same old self," they remarked. "If you were coerced, just let us know. I cannot believe these words have escaped your lips. Is this truly the esteemed master of the literary world? How amusing." Immediately, a flurry of comments erupted beneath the post, with numerous netizens voicing their disbelief regarding Pan Wenyong's transformation. Observing this, Pan Wenyong smiled with satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. He then posted again, stating, "The intensity of this poem is unparalleled in my lifetime. I am unsure what state of mind could inspire such writing. Yet I refuse to believe that a young man in his 20s could create it. The past returns. This is the Wenyong I remember," others noted. Is he implying that this poem was not penned by Lin Hao? I too share that sentiment. What normal person could compose such verses? Moreover, Lin Hao previously wrote Bamboo and Stone, which was also quite classic. I find it perplexing how he can consistently produce such challenging poetry. Support Wenyong. We must investigate this matter thoroughly. Plagiarism is a disgrace. Among these voices were many hired commentators and those who harbored animosity towards Lin Hao. To you dimwits, I can only chuckle. Accusing Lin of plagiarism? Have you seen this poem before? I would wager 10 years of my son Liang's life that this poem is undoubtedly original to Lin. Pan Wenyong is merely a charlatan. Can his words be trusted? Have you read into Amp? Oppose. Ghost blows out the light and Amp. Oppose. Given Lin and Amp. Oppose. S literary prowess. Is it surprising that he can write several poems? Lin Hao's ardent supporters, despite their usual banter, united fiercely against any perceived injustices. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Haiwen and others also took to Weibo to support Pan Wenyong, with Zhou Haiwen and Oppose's critique being the sharpest. This poem, titled in Amp, Oppose, after failing the examination composed for the chrysanthemum, and Amp, Oppose, raises the question of what in Amp, Oppose, failing in Amp, Oppose entails. In ancient times, and Amp, Oppose, D and Amp, Oppose symbolize high office and wealth. Thus there has long been the saying of and Amp, Oppose, top scholar passing the examination, and Amp, Oppose. Therefore this and Amp, Oppose, D and Amp, Oppose can be interpreted as the imperial examination of your, coupled with the poem and Amp, Oppose, as content. It becomes clear that this is the lament of a failed examinee expressing his emotions in despair. Thus, this poem could not have been written by a modern individual. Chapter 37. Lin Hao's fiery battle in the literary world. To be frank, Professor Zhou's words hold substantial merit. Upon your analysis, it indeed appears to be the case. Nonsense. If these verses were penned by ancient sages, Such renowned poetry should not be unknown to us. Quite right. One would expect such poetry to be widely celebrated. In addition to supporters of Zhou Haiwen, numerous dissenting voices emerged. Zhou Haiwen subsequently replied on Weibo, stating, "Our illustrious Wagwa boasts a history so profound. Many celebrated figures and their masterpieces lie buried deep or have drifted into obscurity. Why should this surprise anyone? The ancients cherished their works as life itself, often taking their most valued possessions, including poetry collections, with them into the afterlife." Professor Zhou, are you being double-edged here? Implying that Lin Hao has resorted to tomb raiding to pilfer ancient poetry collections? There is a kernel of truth to that. I have long suspected that the author of Ghost Blows Out the Light must have been a tomb raider, for how else could the narrative be so vivid? If we accept Professor Zhou's perspective, everything begins to make sense. The tide of online sentiment began to shift unfavorably towards Lin Hao. Many were calling for him to elucidate the origins of After Failing to Place. I write of chrysanthemums, and even some official media outlets took notice of the situation. You've stirred quite a tempest. Don't blame me for what comes next. Lin Hao, scrolling through Weibo, observed the relentless attacks from Pan Wenyong and Zhou Haiwen. With their audacious defamation, he could no longer contain his fury. Thus, he took to Weibo to expose his detractors, tagging each one, "You self-proclaimed literary experts. Cease your barking online. Have the audacity to challenge me in poetry, prose, or any form of literature you deem fit. Whoever loses must call the other father. Do you dare?" The fervor of support for Lin Hao surged, with fans rallying behind him. "We stand by you, Lin." The familiar taste of rebellion is exhilarating. Lin Hao and oppose, as posts sent ripples across the internet. No one anticipated that he would dare to retaliate at such a critical juncture, issuing a challenge to the entire literary community. Whether to commend his audacity or criticize his recklessness became a point of contention. Poetry, prose, and essays. His boldness was electrifying, igniting the passions of many. At that moment, it felt as though Pan Wenyong and his cohort were seasoned martial artists, while Lin Hao, an inexperienced novice, boldly proclaimed his intention to unseat them all as the leader of the literary arena. This audacious young man dared to call them frogs at the bottom of the well, to brand them as mere barkers. How outrageous! Seeing this post, Pan Wenyong's face turned a deep shade of anger. As esteemed figures in the literary world, they had always been treated with respect and had never faced such public ridicule. In no time, Pan Wenyong replied, "You insolent child, how audacious! Since you refuse to back down, very well, tomorrow night at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference hosted by the Writers Association in Modu. If your work can surpass ours, you may declare whatever terms you wish." Those tagged Pan Wenyong and oppose, as posts quickly expressed their approval. "Very well, we shall meet at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference tomorrow night." Lin Hao responded without hesitation, "The Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference? What does it commence, and where can it be viewed?" The great Lin challenges the entire literary world? I am thrilled. Where can we watch the live broadcast? Urgently seeking details. Soon, an account named Wenyu Bike Xiaoxing provided clarification to celebrate the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. The Huawen Federation and Modu Television are jointly hosting a themed poetry conference. Numerous literary experts and renowned scholars will participate. The program will air live tomorrow night at 8:00 and oppose clock on Moda Life channel, with simultaneous streaming on Aiki. Everyone is welcome to comment below the program or on Aiki with their own works, which may also be considered for the competition. The best work of the night will be crowned the Mid-Autumn Champion, with awards of 50,000, 10,000, 5,000, and 3,000 for the first, second, and third places, respectively. The Mid-Autumn Champion, as the name suggests, will be the finest piece of poetry that evening, with only one such honor to be bestowed. The monetary reward, while notable, pales in comparison to the glory of recognition. Excitement mounted as the news spread. I, who usually pay little mind to poetry, found myself inexplicably exhilarated. As Lin Hao formally engaged in battle with the literary world, this event rapidly ascended the trending charts. After glancing through online comments, Lin Hao decided to log off Weibo and called Lu Sheng. "Director Lu, when can my live streaming channel be restored?" "Lin, That depends on when the higher-ups relent. However, this matter is escalating. The topic of whether Ghost blows out the light should be banned is no longer one-sided. I consulted with the authorities, and a definitive outcome is expected in the coming days. If the ban remains, I fear there may be little hope. Lu Sheng's response was candid. He personally enjoyed Ghost blows out the light, and while Lin Hao's follower count on Douyin was modest, the engagement during his streams, including the number of gifts received, was quite impressive, rivaling many top streamers. Thus, from both a personal and professional standpoint, he did not wish for the book or the live streaming channel to be silenced. Director Liu, do you believe the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference will be pivotal? That is certainly a possibility. Lin, how confident are you about the conference tomorrow night? Many will be present, not only from the Writers Association, but also business owners and leaders from the education sector, particularly Pan Wenyong, who is one of the vice presidents of the Writers Association. Their invitation implies they are well prepared. Lu Sheng had been monitoring the social media uproar. He could not grasp what Lin Hao had done to provoke such widespread ire, drawing in even historical professors and figures from the literary community, a situation he had never anticipated. Let them gather. I fear them not. Tomorrow, I shall make them rue the day they crossed me. By the way, Director Liu, can I still post video content now? Although his live streaming channel was suspended, he wished to ascertain whether it would affect the release of Loserman. It would be wise to wait a couple more days. You are currently under scrutiny, Lu Sheng suggested, his wording implying a clear and oppose. No, and oppose. Realizing this, Lin Hao refrained from pressing further. He understood that only after the conclusion of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference could any resolution be reached. Unless he could prove that his poems were not plagiarized and that his character was beyond reproach, there remained little hope for a reprieve from Douyin. Throughout the day, the discussion surrounding Lin Hao's alleged plagiarism and his potential vindication at the upcoming Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference maintained their fervor, showing no signs of abating. Chapter 38. The Mid-Autumn Poetry Competition, though it has caused considerable vexation for Lin Hao, it has simultaneously elevated his popularity. Presently, Lin Hao's Douyin follower count has officially surpassed 1 million, achieving a tenth of his primary mission's target. The Mid-Autumn Festival holds immense significance for the people of Huaguo. It is a time for mooncakes, fire lanterns, moon gazing, and family reunions. Although the festival is still 2 days away, numerous shopping malls and television stations have already commenced a series of related activities. The poetry competition is an annual event that has produced numerous celebrated works over the years. Initially, its audience comprised primarily literary enthusiasts. However, in recent years, as the nation has placed greater emphasis on traditional festivals and the calls for a revival of traditional culture have intensified, an increasing number of ordinary individuals have developed a fondness for such programs. Some television stations have even produced special variety shows related to the festival, yielding commendable results. This year in Oppo's Mid-Autumn Poetry Competition is hosted in the vibrant city of Modu, with simultaneous broadcasts on television and online, making it exceedingly accessible. Coupled with the wager between Lin Hao and Pan Wenyong, where the loser must address the winner as father, this thrilling poetry duel is unprecedented. With just over an hour remaining before the competition commences, many netizens are eagerly anticipating the event. Modu television station has specifically initiated a voting segment on their official Weibo account, where each poem crafted during the live event will be featured. National viewers will collectively determine the champion of this mid-autumn celebration, along with the recipients of gold, silver, and bronze awards. Lin Hao arrived early at Modu television station, stepping into the familiar venue with a stoic expression. He had previously worked here. Although he was once a newcomer, a series of events had led many to recognize him. Notably, among the staff present were his former colleagues from the Midnight Storytelling Program. Consequently, upon his arrival, those who recognized him began to whisper amongst themselves. ISN and Oppos. This the person who previously rejected the station and Oppos as requests and was subsequently forced to resign? Such arrogance for a newcomer who knows nothing of decorum. Cursing online without any sense of propriety, bringing shame upon Modu television station. How dare he participate in tonight's Mid-Autumn Poetry Competition? He seems utterly oblivious to the respect due to his seniors. Let us see how he fares this time. The discussions were rife with mockery and malice directed at Lin Hao, primarily stemming from jealousy. He heard much of their chatter clearly, but chose not to respond. Rather than engage in futile arguments, he preferred to let his performance speak for itself later. The poetry competition is set to unfold in the grandest hall of Modu television station, capable of accommodating 2,000 attendees, adorned with vibrant decorations that create a stunning ambience. The hosts and staff are busy fine-tuning the equipment for the evening's event. Lin Hao found an unoccupied seat and closed his eyes to rest. Lin Dajin? Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name and opened his eyes to see a young woman in her 20s, sporting oversized glasses, appearing quite adorable. "Who are you?" "I'm Li Shui, a devoted fan of Ghost Blowing Lantern. I came here with my company to watch as an audience member. May I take a photo with you?" Her face flushed slightly as she spoke, adding to her charm. Such a request was impossible for Lin Hao to refuse. It felt delightful to encounter a fan. After taking several friendly photos together, she departed with satisfaction. Lin Hao then realized that many audience members had already entered the hall. After the photo session, Li Shui rushed to boast to her colleagues, prompting others to approach him for photographs. For such events, audience attendance is generally free. Some obtain tickets through promotional activities, while most are affiliated with companies associated with Modu television station, which provides them with entry passes. Although Lin Hao sat modestly in the audience, notable public figures each had their designated seats. As one of the central figures of the evening, he too should have had a reserved spot. But the production team chose not to accommodate him, perhaps intending to subtly reprimand him. However, Lin Hao paid no mind to such trivialities. He preferred the comfort of the audience area. Around 7:50 p.m., all attendees had arrived, and a podium was set up at the center of the stage, occupied by several individuals, including Pan Wenyong and Zhou Haiwan, with whom Lin Hao had previous conflicts. They were all impeccably dressed in suits, engaging in light-hearted conversation. At 8 p.m., the program officially commenced. Countless viewers tuning in on their computers, televisions, and mobile devices were greeted with the live broadcast from the studio. Wow, the stage looks absolutely stunning tonight. The Mid-Autumn Poetry Competition is becoming increasingly prestigious. The stage effects are simply delightful. The visuals presented to the audience had undergone special effects treatment, and with the hall's exquisite decorations, the overall impression was indeed breathtaking. Good evening, dear viewers. I am your host, Zhang Yang. I am your co-host, Tian Liu. On behalf of the Huagua Literary Federation, Modu Television Station, and AI Ichi Video, we wish everyone a joyous Mid-Autumn festival filled with family reunions. Welcome to the Mid-Autumn Poetry Competition. Both hosts, prominent figures from Modu Television and Oppo's Lifestyle channel, were recognized for their exceptional hosting skills. The male host was handsome and charismatic, while the female host exuded elegance and poise, articulating clearly with minimal errors. Their selection to host this poetry competition underscored the station's high regard for the event. Following a brief introductory speech, they began to introduce the evening's esteemed guests. Let us welcome Mr. Gong Heping, the Deputy Director of the Modu Education Bureau, and Mr. Meng Haiba, the Chairman of the Huagua Literary Federation. Deputy Director Wang Biao from Modu Television Station, renowned author of the best-selling novel and Oppos, Survival and Oppos, Mr. Wang Yan, and the beloved fairy tale king of Huagua, the ever-popular Xiao San, Ms. Li Haiyan. Each introduction was met with warm applause, totaling 10 distinguished individuals. They were either leaders or held significant positions in Huagua's literary community, serving as judges for the evening. Should any exceptional poetry be presented, they would provide live interpretations and critiques, and they themselves would also compose poetry on the spot. Once all the guests were introduced, the formal proceedings commenced. Host Zhang Yong warmly declared, "Before the poetry competition begins, let us invite the children from a Youth Road Primary School to the stage to recite a poem as our opening act." Tian Lu smiled as she raised the microphone, adding, "We also wish all viewers watching this program a harmonious family, happiness, and good health. Let's welcome the little ones." With that, the hall erupted into another round of enthusiastic applause. Chapter 39, Mutual Praise in Business. Then, approximately 20 elementary school students emerged in two lines from either side of the stage, all appearing to be around 10 years of age, boys on one side and girls on the other. As the music began to play, They recited in unison. In the courtyard, the white tree host crows. The cold dew silently dampens the osmanthus flowers. Tonight, the bright moon is visible to all. Yet I know not whose autumn thoughts have fallen where. This poem, known as Viewing the Moon on the 15th Night, is a work by the renowned Tang Dynasty poet, Wang Jian. Although this world has undergone transformations, it is not entirely dissimilar to the Earth of yore. The general succession of dynasties remains akin. It is merely the historical culture and figures that have diverged. Wang Jian and the Tang Dynasty indeed existed. However, this poem was not widely recognized on the former Earth. In the transformed Huagua, its influence is profound, being a staple recitation during the Mid-Autumn Festival, comparable in prominence to the bright moonlight before my bed, which is often recited on Earth. The children recited with great emotion, and upon completion, a resounding applause erupted from the audience, including Lin Hao seated below and Meng Haibao on stage. After the warm-up concluded, Deputy Director Wang Biao delivered a brief speech, extending blessings from the television station to all viewers and expressing his honor in hosting this poetry conference. After several minutes of rambling, the main event finally commenced. Zhang Yong, microphone in hand, declared loudly, "This year's Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference, like those before it, will select the finest work as the champion of this Mid-Autumn Festival. Additionally, 2 works will receive gold awards, 3 will earn silver awards, and 5 will be granted bronze, categorized into indoor and outdoor poems. As poetry represents a vital aspect of our traditional culture, serving as an important medium for ancient literati to express their sentiments, it possesses a unique beauty. Whether indoors or outdoors, all poetry enthusiasts are welcome to participate. Friends outside can submit their works in the designated section on our official Weibo account. Our staff will conduct a selection, and then the works will be forwarded to the voting section. Indoor audience members may recite their pieces on the spot. Each audience member, both inside and outside, may cast 2 votes, so please deliberate carefully to select the work you deem most perfect." After Zhang Yong outlined the rules, Tian Lu smiled and turned to the podium, inquiring whether the esteemed teachers had any masterpieces to share. The individuals at the podium were the leading contenders for the championship, a golden opportunity for fame, and thus everyone was prepared. They exchanged glances, and eventually, Meng Haibao stood up first. "Since everyone is so modest, allow me to take the lead." Meng Haibao appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his silver hair meticulously styled. As he rose, gentle music filled the space. The title of his poem was Nostalgia for the Ancients on Mid-Autumn. In August, the auspicious winds of the Mid-Autumn Festival arrive. Flowers wilt, only to bloom anew. Alone, I stand by the yellow river, crossing with the wind, unaware of the once mighty heroes who have faded. I point to the ancient glories now unseen, as the bright moon conceals its splendor this year. Original creation. Feel free to overlook if it does not please you. Meng Haibao recited with great emotion, swaying to the soothing music, instantly earning a wave of applause. Ori, what a splendid piece! And Oppos, Nostalgia for the Ancients on Mid-Autumn, and Oppos, a few concise lines evoke an overwhelming sense of grandeur. A truly remarkable poem. Upon finishing, Pan Wenyong, vice chairman of the Literary Federation, enthusiastically applauded, his praise ringing true. Another member of the Writers' Association chimed in. "This poem is truly exquisite." Chairman Meng's prowess leaves me in awe. Wang Biao nodded with a smile, expressing his agreement. Chairman Meng's poem beautifully intertwines the cycles of blooming and withering flowers with the waters of the Yellow River and the light of the moon, expressing not only a remembrance of the ancients, but also highlighting the current flourishing of our culture. Especially that last line, and Oppos. The bright moon conceals its splendor this year, and Oppos. Indeed, as times progress, we can see how no era's culture shines as brightly as today. Their acclaim prompted viewers in front of their screens to echo their praises. Lauding the poem, the host, Zhang Yong, with admiration, bowed to Meng Haibao, exclaiming, "Truly, you're a leading figure in our Huagua literary scene, esteemed poet Meng Haibao. Your piece, Nostalgia for the Ancients on Mid-Autumn, has left me enchanted and inspired. Thank you, Meng, for sharing this new creation with us." The accolades brought a smile to Meng Haiba and Appo's face, though he humbly waved his hand. "Oh, you are all too kind. This is merely a few insights I gathered by the Yellow River a few days ago. Nothing exceptional. However, should the audience find it agreeable, I would appreciate your votes, as I too am a participant hoping to take home an award." Tian Lu chuckled. "Aw Meng, you're far too modest. I believe this poem has a real chance of claiming tonight's championship." As the highest-ranking individual present, Meng Haiba was naturally the subject of much flattery. If all went as anticipated, he would undoubtedly secure the championship this evening. Yet, not everyone was enamored with his poem, such as Lin Hao in the audience. To him, the poem merely seemed decent. The piece he was about to recite would far surpass it even on Earth, where countless poems could easily overshadow it. Yet, Meng Haiba's esteemed position in the Huagua literary realm loomed large. His quality was indeed commendable, and unless something unexpected occurred, the championship was likely preordained for him. The second to present his work was Pan Wenyong, vice chairman of the Writers and Oppos Association. Despite his lackluster reputation online, he wielded considerable influence due to his high status. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live broadcast on AIECHI began to flood the screen with comments. "Wenyong is up. I wonder what he will present." To be fair, while Wenyong can be a bit rough around the edges, his talent is undeniable. He has prepared for this Mid-Autumn Festival for quite some time, so his work should not disappoint. Strange, where is the sharp-tongued Lin? Was and Oppos T supposed to compete with Wenyong tonight? With so many notable figures present, can he really hold his own? Due to the online commotion between Lin Hao and Pan Wenyong, many viewers were now paying close attention. Pan Wenyong took the microphone and smiled, saying, "With Chairman Meng's brilliance preceding me, I feel quite the pressure. My poem is titled Mid-Autumn Night's Reflection." Upon declaring the title, he commenced his recitation. "Banana leaves hear the rain and dreams. The lonely sound of the bell echoes from the tower. The autumn moon is obscured, half hidden within the city of clouds. Memories of rain, now unseen, resonate in the ancient temple as I long for my beloved, gazing at the moon over the cold palace." What a fine poem. Old Pan, it seems you've been modest all along. This piece is truly wonderful, especially that final line, "And Oppos, I long for my beloved, gazing at the moon over the cold palace." And Oppos, it genuinely conveys the sorrow of being unable to reunite during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 40. It's time to shine. After Pan Wenyong finished reciting, Meng Haiba was the first to offer high praise. Teacher Pan's poem Thoughts on Mid-Autumn Night ingeniously incorporated elements such as banana leaves, cold towers, and ancient temples, evoking a truly immersive beauty. The first two poems were exceptionally impressive. It appears this Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference boasts a remarkable caliber. Online, Pan Wenyong's poem has also received positive feedback. Wenyong certainly possesses talent. To be candid, Thoughts on Mid-Autumn Night is remarkable. This time, the disparaging Lin is in for a tough time. Unless he can produce works of the caliber of After Failing the Exam, I write about chrysanthemums or bamboo and stone, he will undoubtedly pale in comparison. He is merely a plagiarizing internet celebrity. Surely no one genuinely considers him a rival to these literary giants, right? I suspect that the critic must have already been frightened into silence. Meanwhile, on the official WeChat account of the Magic City television station, the voting phase has officially commenced. Currently, Meng Haiba's Mid-Autumn Memories of the Past and Pan Wenyong's Thoughts on Mid-Autumn Night stand in first and second place, respectively, with only these two pieces in contention. This was a deliberate arrangement by the production team, as each participant has 2 votes to cast. Consequently, earlier submissions hold a significant advantage. For instance, if one votes for an earlier piece, they may miss out on the chance to vote for a superior later entry. Though Pan Wenyong modestly claims his poem is merely average, he harbors immense pride within. He has prepared extensively for this Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference, and Thoughts on Mid-Autumn Night is a product of multiple revisions before he settled on it. He believes it rivals Meng Haiba's work. But given that Meng is the chairperson while he is merely the vice chair, losing to him seems fair. As for Lin Hao, to be frank, Pan Wenyong and Oppos, his body has gone numb at the thought. Who is Lin Hao anyway? He has even overlooked the existence of such a person. not believing that the other would dare to present their work. Following Pan Wenyong's recitation, others, including Zhou Haiwan, Wang Yin, and Li Haiyan, successively unveiled their pieces. 3 poems for poems. Soon, a multitude of works filled the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference. The audience was invigorated by the atmosphere, with some standing to recite their own poetry. Meng Haiba and others provided real-time critiques, and through staff selection, 20 pieces from online submissions were included on the voting list. However, the current leading vote is still Meng Haiba's Mid-Autumn Memories of the Past, with a total of 534,088 votes. Following closely is Pan Wenyong's Thoughts on Mid-Autumn Night, with 389,206 votes. In third place is Wang Yan's Mid-Autumn Nostalgia, Passing Through Daunting, a poem and the only one of its kind to make the leaderboard tonight, accumulating a total of 349,840 votes. The top 10 entries have surpassed 100,000 votes, while the following submissions lag significantly behind them, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. It is certain that tonight's Mid-Autumn champion will be Meng Haiba's work. In the midst of the program, a song was performed, and before anyone realized, over an hour had passed. Zhang Yong once again took the microphone and walked to the center of the stage, smiling as he addressed the audience. Tonight's Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference has showcased numerous outstanding poems. Is there anyone among our friends who has prepared an excellent piece? Almost every few moments, he or Tian Lu would step forward to inquire, which is a notable highlight of the program, as there are indeed remarkable works among the audience. For instance, the piece currently ranked 9th, Mid-Autumn Moon, was created by an audience member present that evening, garnering unanimous acclaim from all judges, including Meng Haiba. Whenever someone recited their poetry, discussion éruptait online. After Zhang Yong finished speaking, an awkward silence ensued, and just as he prepared to transition to the next segment, a young man suddenly stood up. The director promptly shifted the camera toward him. Upon seeing his face, the internet erupted. "Oh my, nostalgia hits hard. The disparaging Lin has been here all along, hiding among the audience. I knew it. How could the disparaging Lin be afraid? It seems he had been contemplating what kind of work he would produce, hoping it would be as excellent as before. Oh, this foolish streamer dares to show up in person, ready to perform in front of so many people? This young man, of course, is Lin Hao. Earlier, while he appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, he was actually selecting items within the system, preparing to showcase his talents and overshadow everyone present. With everything in place, it is time for him to take the stage." Zhang Yong, as the host of the event, recognized the ongoing online feud between Lin Hao and Pan Wenyong and immediately identified the young man. This friend needs no introduction. Many recognize him as my former colleague and the recently popular Lin Hao. Let us welcome him to the stage to present his work. As Zhang Yong's words hung in the air, Lin Hao calmly walked to the center of the stage. Is this the author of Ghost Blows Out the Light? The one who pinned bamboo and stone in after failing the exam? I write about chrysanthemums? Yes, Meng Chairman, but now it is said that those 2 poems were not written by him. And for that, Chairman Pan even wagered with him. As Lin Hao took the stage, the commentators buzzed with speculation, their gazes toward him laden with curiosity, disdain, and anticipation alike. Wang Yin, whose representative work is Survival, a novel depicting the struggles of a rural child in a metropolis, was particularly eager for Lin Hao's forthcoming poetry. Upon its release, the novel resonated with many, and its adaptation for the screen achieved considerable acclaim, earning Wang numerous awards and propelling him to fame. Unlike Pan Wenyong and Li Wenqing, Wang Yin is an ardent fan of Ghost Blows Out the Light, and he never misses Lin Hao and Appos as live streams. He looks down upon the actions of Pan Wenyong and Li Wenqing, eagerly awaiting Lin Hao's poetic contributions. At that moment, Lin Hao chose to ignore all the attention on him, handing a USB drive to Zhang Yong. This contained his carefully curated background music. After all, reciting poetry without music would render it rather monotonous. Minutes later, enchanting melodies filled the venue, led by flute and piano, instantly creating an ethereal ambience. The disparaging Lin was about to amplify his performance. The background music is impressively captivating. Go for it, disparaging Lin. Outshine these so-called experts. Online comments peaked at this moment. Though Lin Hao had yet to begin, many were already criticizing him, while others offered encouragement. As Lin Hao's voice resonated, the online discussions erupted once more. Chapter 41. The Pinnacle of Mid-Autumn Poetry. Shui Diaoge to what? Has the voice changed again? Could it be that the foul-mouthed Lin is indeed a voice actor? His timbre is so rich, it is extraordinarily pleasing to the ear. Shui Diaoge to. It sounds like a title of a lyrical poem. Is he truly capable of composing verses? Among the many works presented this evening, only Wang Yan has chosen to write lyrics. For crafting exquisite lyrics is far more challenging than penning poetry. Indeed, the piece Lin Hao is set to recite tonight is none other than Su Shi and Appo's Shui Diaoge Tu, in the realm of poetry celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. This work is universally recognized. It stands as the unequivocal first, unmatched by any other piece in its domain. Isn't this a competition of mid-autumn poetry? Wasn't it agreed that the loser would yield to the victor? The audacity of those who would belittle a newcomer based on their esteemed reputation infuriated Lin Hao. This is precisely why he resolved to wield this timeless masterpiece of mid-autumn poetry to shatter their pretentiousness. Regardless of their underhanded tactics, he was determined to prevail. To this end, he deliberately selected a rendition by the renowned teacher Zhang Zhe from the system. In the world of recitation, Teacher Zhang is a name known to all, and his interpretation of Shui Diaoge Tu is a true classic. Lin Hao closed his eyes, and at that moment, the cacophony around him faded into oblivion as he began to recite. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the clear sky, not knowing what year it is in the heavenly palaces tonight. Upon uttering this line, a collective uproar erupted both at the venue and online. Meng Haibo, who had been seated, sprang up from his chair, eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the young man on stage. Wow, just that opening line, a devastating blow. Game over. Congratulations to the foul-mouthed Lin for yet another impressive performance, completing a 20-kill streak. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, he continued his recitation. I wish to ride the winds back home, yet fear the jade towers and crystal palaces may be too cold at such heights. I dance and play with the moonlight. How unlike the mortal realm. As he recited, the vermilion pavilion turns, the ornate windows lower, illuminating the sleepless. There should be no hatred. Why must the moon always be round at parting? Human emotions of joy and sorrow, the moon's phases of fullness and emptiness. This is an age-old conundrum. At this moment, Lin Hao's momentum surged to its zenith, and he opened his eyes wide. All present held their breath, their expressions a mixture of endurance and anticipation. Finally, Lin Hao pronounced the concluding line, "May we all be blessed with longevity, sharing the beauty of the moon thousands of miles apart." As he finished, the background music gradually faded, yet peculiarly, the auditorium fell silent. Meng Haibo and the others were left in a daze. Each line echoed in their ears, as if Lin Hao's voice lingered in the air. Goosebumps spread among the audience. The impact of this verse was astonishing. Even the professional hosts, Zhang Yong and Tian Lu, were entranced by the poem's profound essence, unable to extricate themselves. The audience, caught in a collective moment of awe, all gaped in disbelief, their expressions akin to this. Suddenly, a dull thud broke the atmosphere, as Tian Lu hastily bent down to retrieve the microphone that had fallen onto the red carpet. Then, the auditorium erupted with thunderous applause, akin to a roaring sea. What a magnificent piece! Incredible! What on earth did I just hear? This poem gave me goosebumps. I am inexplicably moved to tears. While the audience clapped enthusiastically, they engaged in animated discussions. Meanwhile, the online community erupted in fervor, flooded with comments. The nostalgia is overwhelming. This is indeed the pinnacle of mid-autumn poetry. Every word of this poem is perfectly articulated, exuding an inexplicable sense of grandeur, as though it could not have been penned by an ordinary mortal. Let me say a few words. I hereby declare this year's Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference concluded. Congratulations to our foul-mouthed Lin, who has gained a literary son. Enough boasting, brothers. Quickly vote for Lin Hao. This rendition of Shui Diaoge Tu deserves to ascend to first place. As the saying goes, Amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the nuances. Yet, the most profound appreciation came from Meng Haiba and others. Meng Haiba seized the microphone, his tone brimming with excitement as he offered his critique of the poem. I am overjoyed to witness the birth of this timeless masterpiece live. Many may not fully grasp its brilliance, so allow me to elaborate. It explores the themes of the Mid-Autumn Festival and the bright moon, weaving human joys and sorrows into a philosophical inquiry of the universe and life itself. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the clear sky. Each line is a classic, each word irreplaceable. Take, for instance, the line, and oppose. I wish to ride the winds back home. And oppose, the choice of the word in oppose, returned oppose, is pivotal, suggesting that the speaker does not liken himself to a mere mortal, but rather to an immortal being, transcending the earthly realm. Thus, the phrase to return to the celestial palace may seem presumptuous, yet it elevates this poem to an entirely new level. The concluding line, may we all be blessed with longevity, sharing the beauty of the moon thousands of miles apart, imbues the entire piece with the warmth of human experience, articulating the author's heartfelt wishes. This poem is indeed a peerless work, capturing the essence of the Mid-Autumn Festival. A splendid piece, masterfully crafted, with Meng Haiba's analysis. It became evident that Lin Hao and oppose, as comparison of himself to an immortal, while seemingly audacious, was justified. For how could a mere mortal compose such verses? As Meng Haiba's insights deepened the audience's understanding of Shui Jiao Gu Tu, they savored each phrase with increasing appreciation. At this moment, no one paid heed to the bet between Lin Hao and Pan Wenyang. The fact that Meng Haiba had deemed this work a timeless masterpiece, encapsulating the essence of the Mid-Autumn Festival, spoke volumes. If others had made such claims, there might have been dissent, but coming from Meng Haiba, his words carried significant weight. Furthermore, no one could find a piece that surpassed this one. Zhang Yong, equally exhilarated, remarked, Lin Hao and oppose. S rendition of and oppose. Shui Jiao Gu Tu and oppose, receiving such high praise from Chairman Meng, is truly well-deserved. Let's now check the online votes. As he spoke, the crowd turned their gaze toward the large screen behind them, and once again, they were rendered speechless. Chapter 42. The Immortal's Touch grants eternal youth. In just a few fleeting moments, the votes for Shui Jiao Gu Tu soared to an astounding 56,867, climbing at a rocket-like pace. Witnessing the spectacle, everyone realized that tonight's Mid-Autumn Festival champion would undoubtedly be this masterpiece. It seemed improbable that any future work could ever reach such heights. Lin Hao, I feel immensely privileged to witness the birth of this timeless piece. I'm also deeply curious about the circumstances under which you composed it, Meng Haiba inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Hao, disregarding the displeasure of Pan Wenyang and Zhou Haiwan beside him, for his esteemed status afforded him no obligation to accommodate their feelings. As Meng Haiba posed his question, the camera shifted back to Lin Hao, with the audience both present and online eagerly awaiting his response. Lin Hao caressed his head, and before anyone could fathom the meaning, he uttered two lines. The immortal S touch upon my crown grants me eternal youth. The immortal S touch upon my crown grants me eternal youth. Laughter erupted from Meng Juhai, who, after a brief moment of surprise, laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration for Lin Hao. Online opinions emerged as well. The unique style of Lin's witty banter had always been unparalleled. Often, the most sophisticated displays of wit are delivered in the simplest of manners. Lin, you truly astound me. I can't help but feel that this line possesses an air of sophistication. I apologize, but I have now adopted it as my personal signature. Poor Wenyang. Not only has he been humiliated by Lin's sharp tongue, but he must also acknowledge defeat. Oh, how I weep for you, dear friend. Congratulations to Lin Hao, now affectionately dubbed Poet Lin after his triumph as Lin the Witty. Let us celebrate. The familiar sensation returned. Lin's flair was not merely singular, but manifold, revealing his talent for crafting verses. Meanwhile, Lin Hao continued conversing with Meng Haiba, and within this brief span, the votes for Shui Jiao Gu Tu surged to 150 climbing to 7th place. The growth rate only accelerated, racing towards 200,000. It was clear to all that the outcome of this Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference held no suspense. Half an hour later, the vote count officially surpassed 700,000, securing first place with a commanding lead. Around 9:40, the program approached its conclusion, and the voting phase came to a close. Based on the votes from netizens, the current rankings were as follows. 1. Lin Hao, Shui Jiaogu 2, total votes. 1. 850, 495 2. Meng Haiba, Zhong Qiu Igu, total votes. 883, 954 3. Wang Yin, Zhong Qiu Huaigu, Guidanting, total votes. 662, 059 4. Pan Wenyong, Zhong Qiu Yisi, total votes. 628, 495 beyond these. All subsequent works received over 500,000 votes. Yet, Shui Jiaogu 2 stood alone, having surpassed 1 million votes and leading by an overwhelming margin. Even Meng Haiba's second place entry paled in comparison, merely a fraction of Lin Hao's count. It is worth noting that this was during the voting period of Shui Jiaogu 2, which was significantly behind its competitors. Had the voting commenced simultaneously, the final vote tally for Shui Jiaogu 2 would certainly have exceeded this figure. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference was nothing short of spectacular, showcasing numerous outstanding works, including the extraordinary Shui Jiaogu 2. As for who shall claim the title of champion, I need not elaborate. Let us extend our congratulations to Lin Hao and Shui Jiaogu 2. As Zhang Yang's words echoed through the venue, a fervent round of applause erupted. Nong Tianshan Spring, the exclusive sponsor of this Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference, presented Lin Hao with a trophy and a monetary award of 100,000 yuan. Once Lin Hao provided his account details, the funds would be transferred promptly. Throughout the event, Lin Hao refrained from mentioning his wager with Pan Wenyong. On one hand, it was an inappropriate setting for such a declaration, which might have portrayed him as overly aggressive. On the other hand, given the magnitude of the situation, it was unnecessary for him to elaborate. Netizens would undoubtedly not let Pan Wenyong escape unscathed. As anticipated, the moment the results were announced, Pan Wenyong's Weibo was inundated with comments. Wenyong, come out and admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Esteemed literary figure Pan Wenyong? Is this a joke? Oh, the audacity of the upstairs trolls. Barking like dogs. Though teacher Pan may have lost, he is a man of great dignity. Who are you to mock him? You lot were silent when Pan Wenyong and Zhou Haiwen bullied Lin the Witty on Weibo. Where were your voices then? Indeed, my friends, unleash your fury. I haven and Oppos. T-Herd and Oppos. Ghost blows out the light and Oppos. For a couple of days, and it's driving me mad. Let rip. Wenyong, come out and acknowledge defeat. We are all your elders. After the program concluded, Pan Wenyong returned home, and upon opening Weibo, he nearly fainted from anger upon reading the comments. Bastards! Scoundrels! His typically composed demeanor shattered. He cursed vehemently before swiftly disabling the comment section. Regarding his prior wager with Lin Hao, he offered no response. Conversely, Lin Hao, after the program's conclusion, engaged in a lengthy conversation with Meng Haiba. Meng Haiba expressed his admiration for Lin Hao without reservation, even extending an invitation to the Lantern Festival Poetry Conference, an event hosted by CCTV, which boasted even greater prestige than the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference. Lin Hao readily accepted. This experience illuminated for Lin Hao the significance of connections. Had he not received the backing of figures like Meng Haiba, would Pan Wenyong have dared to publicly attack him online? As the saying goes, good fortune often follows good fortune. Just as the program concluded, Lu Sheng also called. Lin the Great, you are incredible. Shui Jiaogu 2 moved me to tears. It is simply magnificent. Lu Sheng began with effusive praise, eliciting a laugh from Lin Hao. Lu, Lin and Oppos, has set aside that for now. Did you call regarding my matter? Has there been any resolution? As expected of Lin the Great, you seem to have anticipated this. Indeed, Professor Wang has silenced Li Wenqing, and given your astounding performance at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference, Chairman Meng Haiba has vindicated you. Many esteemed literary figures are now discussing your AMP. Oppos, Shui Diaoga 2, and Amp. Amp, Oppos. Consequently, the tide is turned. And Amp, Oppos. Ghost blows out the light in Amp, Oppos. And your streaming channel have been unblocked. Starting tomorrow, you can resume your broadcasts. Furthermore, my colleagues have reviewed the Loserman video and are equally confident, predicting that if the quality of your series matches the sample provided, it will undoubtedly become a hit. The cascade of good news filled Lin Hao with immense excitement. After expressing his gratitude, he concluded the call. Chapter 43. The turmoil of Shui Diaogu to Lin Hao promptly informed all those who cared about him regarding these matters. Upon returning home, he aimlessly scrolled through Weibo for a while, took a shower, and then entered the system to check the progress of the random task he had completed. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, Lin Hao was astonished to discover that his reputation value had surged to an impressive 105,390. He distinctly recalled that prior to the Shui Diaogu 2 event last night, his reputation was merely over 60,000, indicating that he had amassed an additional 30,000 to 40,000 in such a short span of time. At this rate, he was certain that he would complete the task after just one more day. However, Lin Hao noticed that the completion rate for delivering a fierce counterattack within the random task stood at a mere 50. This left him perplexed. Is the system there? Come out and explain this to me. What on earth is going on? Was my performance at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference not deemed a fierce counterattack? Must I make them call me and Oppos, Father and Oppos, to fulfill this requirement? If that were the case, Lin Hao would not hesitate to launch an offensive against Pan Wenyong and Oppos, as Weibo, as it had been previously agreed upon, and many netizens could attest to it. Ding! The host has not directly responded to Li Wenqing. The system's voice chimed in as Lin Hao finished speaking. At that moment, Lin Hao understood. Indeed, the instigator of the conflict directed at him was none other than Li Wenqing, a history professor at Capital University. Although he had been left speechless by Wang Wenhui's interrogation online, this was not Lin Hao's doing. This realization left Lin Hao feeling somewhat uneasy, unlike Pan Wenyong and others, who were figures in the literary realm and could repeatedly vanquish their opponents with classic works from Earth. Li Wenqing posed a different challenge. How could Lin Hao mount a strong response to him? Thus, Lin Hao immediately exited the system and began a thorough online search for information about Li Wenqing. He was determined to avoid the system's harsh penalties and understood that to complete the task, he needed a comprehensive understanding of this individual. In one of Li Wenqing's Weibo posts, a significant point he made was that many descriptions in Gui Chui Dang were entirely unfounded and nonsensical. Therefore, Lin Hao needed to devise a strategy based on this perspective. Li Wenqing was a renowned expert in the field of history in Huagua, having led numerous large-scale archaeological endeavors. His personal information was also detailed online, including his place of birth, educational journey, and accomplishments. Soon, Lin Hao's attention was drawn to a small line of text. It roughly stated that 10 years ago, Li Wenqing had presided over the revision of a book titled The Disappearing Ancient Cultures of Huaxia, which essentially dealt with matters predating the Qin dynasty. Due to various reasons, while many people were aware that Huagua boasted over 5,000 years of brilliant culture as a civilized ancient nation, it lacked its own mythological system. Unlike the West, which had Zeus and other deities, the people of Huagua knew they were descendants of Yin and Huang, yet they could not comprehend why. For years, historians in Huagua had strived to uncover these clues. The content of Li Wenqing's revised book was an exploration of this issue. Lin Hao was well aware of the treasures of the Chinese nation, such as the Xia, Shang, and Western Zhou dynasties, the ancient battles of Qiyu, the creation of mankind by Nu Hua, Qua, Fu chasing the sun, and Jingwei filling the sea. If Li Wenqing claimed to lack historical knowledge, Lin Hao felt it was his duty to educate him. Determined, he immediately searched for the disappearing ancient cultures of Huaxia. After spending about an hour skimming through it, Lin Hao could only utter one phrase. This was truly a load of nonsense. The book claimed that the Qin dynasty was the first dynasty in Huagua's history, asserting that everything before it was merely tribal, unified by the Qin. Even more ludicrous was the assertion that the reason the people of Huagua refer to themselves as descendants of Yin and Huang was due to a chieftain named Yin Huang from those tribes long ago. Tragically, It further stated that Yin Huang's father was a brother of Zeus, the creator of the Western world, indicating that while Zeus created the Western world, Yin Huang and Apos, S father was responsible for the Eastern world, assigning Yin Huang to govern it. After thousands of years, as the tribes fell into disarray, the Qin eventually unified them, establishing the First Dynasty. Upon finishing the book, Lin Hao was incensed. To hell with it. This is utterly absurd. As a descendant of Yin and Huang, he could not tolerate such slander against Huagua and Apos as myths. Most infuriatingly, this book was a bestseller in Huagua, with some schools even using it to educate children, demonstrating a high level of acceptance. Li Wenqing took great pride in this, publicly declaring himself a pioneer of Huagua and Apos' disappearing ancient cultures. In Lin Hao and Apos' eyes, he was nothing more than a traitor. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao resolved to tackle this issue head-on, intending to teach Li Wenqing a lesson. He wanted everyone to recognize that the mythological tales of Huagua far surpassed those of the Western Zeus. Meanwhile, with the emergence of Shui Diaogu II, a seismic shift occurred in the literary world. Not only did figures like Meng Haibao weigh in, but many prominent individuals also emerged. For instance, Professor Huang Danian from the Chinese department at Magic City University, though not a literary figure, was a highly cultured scholar engaged in teaching Chinese. He openly declared on Weibo, the phrase Shui Diaogu II should be regarded as the finest ode of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Hao, I am grateful to witness its emergence in my lifetime. Thank you. The Vice Dean of the College of Literature at Capital Southern University spoke little, merely sharing the original text of Shui Diaogu II accompanied by the phrase to be a teacher. This clearly indicated that he regarded Lin Hao as a mentor, and given the quality of the poem, his words were indisputable. Renowned lyricist and Professor Liao Hualin from the Capital Music Academy stated that he first learned of Lin Hao through Qian Xiu and was unexpectedly amazed by Shui Diaogu II, which fulfilled all his fantasies about the Mid-Autumn Festival. Each of these individuals was a notable figure, yet they were all captivated by Shui Diaogu II. Zue Chou Lin is truly formidable this time. It's exhilarating, haha. Zue Chou Lin never disappoints. If Wen Yong hadn't deactivated his Weibo, I would have definitely asked for his thoughts. Haha, brother, that's too much. You shouldn't bully Wen Yong like this. Isn't that akin to killing him emotionally? Although Lin Hao and Apos' fans playfully called him Zue Chou Lin and delivered their remarks with a hint of sarcasm, they were undeniably his ardent supporters. Chapter 44. The resurgence in historical academia they witnessed firsthand as Lin Hao was relentlessly pressured online by Li Wenqing and others, leaving him with no escape, only to stage a remarkable counterattack. While everyone held their breath for Lin Hao, he responded with the most resolute and direct means possible. With his solitary strength, he confronted half of the literary world and ultimately produced a masterpiece, the finest poem of the Mid-Autumn Festival throughout history, leaving those detractors stunned. Such a dramatic turnaround filled with stark contrasts is what fans find most exhilarating, as they resonate deeply with his triumph. Brothers, the much-discussed Ghost Blows Out the Light has been unsealed. Just received the latest news. Oh, how nostalgic. Lin Deshan is finally going live again. My anticipation is once again insatiable. Having restrained myself for so long, the upcoming broadcast promises to be a grand celebration. Ghost Blows Out the Light will resume its airing on Douyin tomorrow night, as Lin has clarified on Weibo. Some people, upon seeing this, excitedly began to spread the word. As the old adage goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although Ghost Blows Out the Light faced a brief ban, and Lin Hao was thrust into the limelight due to accusations of plagiarism, this incident also garnered him considerable attention. This could lead to two outcomes. If Lin Hao fails to prove his innocence, he risks total ruin. Yet, he chose the most straightforward approach to demonstrate that his poetry was not plagiarized. Instead, it was a testament to his genuine talent, dispelling all doubts beneath the brilliance of Shui Diaogu II. The lifting of the ban on Ghost Blows Out the Light serves as a form of acknowledgement from the relevant authorities. Consequently, this incident has significantly elevated Lin Hao's reputation, with Ghost Blows Out the Light and Shui Diaogu II dominating the top two spots on Weibo and Apos' trending searches. Alongside this, Lin Hao's Weibo follower count has officially surpassed 1.5 million. While this may pale in comparison to the tens of millions amassed by some popular figures, it is worth noting that follower counts can be misleading. Even the current top influencers have a substantial proportion of inactive followers, whereas Lin Hao's followers are genuine. While everyone was still basking in the afterglow of Shui Diaoge 2, Lin Hao updated his Weibo once more, this time targeting Li Wenqing directly. Jingxing University, Li Wenqing. Your book The Disappearance of Ancient Culture in Huagu is utterly devoid of factual basis and is pure nonsense. In it, you deliberately rank our ancient culture beneath Western mythology. What are your true intentions? As a history professor, how can you produce such a book that misleads the nation and distorts the minds of future generations? Your heart deserves to be condemned. Lin Hao's words were unrestrained, and upon their release, they ignited a firestorm online. Wow, you've really gone too far this time. Li Wenqing is no match for Pan Wenyong. He is a towering figure in our nation's historical academia. Is it even possible that the contents of the disappearance of ancient culture in Huagu are fabricated? This is what I've always taught my children. We are descendants of Yin and Huang. As Lin Hao's Weibo post circulated, countless individuals rushed to comment, their enthusiasm surpassing that of Shui Diaoge 2. After all, the latter is merely a poem. Though beautifully written, it serves to cultivate sentiment. In contrast, the content of the disappearance of ancient culture in Huagua aligns with the mythological framework embraced by many in Huagua, suggesting that the ancestors of Yin and Huang were akin to the Western Zeus, with Yin and Huang as chieftains of ancient tribes who birthed Huagua civilization. This is a belief system that many impart to their children. If, as Lin Hao claims, this is all false, the repercussions would be monumental. Li Wenqing, upon learning of the incident, responded vehemently. Lin Hao, I understand your grievances regarding my previous comments, and I can completely empathize. However, the disappearance of ancient culture in Huagu is the product of extensive research conducted by myself alongside numerous archaeologists and literary scholars over many years. Your statements undermine the tireless efforts of all involved. You must publicly apologize at once. Otherwise, I will hold you personally accountable. Having been silenced online by Wang Wenhai, Li Wenqing was already seething with anger. Yet, he had to concede to Wang due to the latter's superior standing. But now, a brash young man like Lin Hao dared to publicly challenge him, especially regarding his most esteemed work. This was intolerable. All of Li Wenqing and Appo's pent-up fury exploded at that moment. Originally, he was unaware of Lin Hao and Appo's existence, but he was prompted to speak out due to his son-in-law, a leader at a television station in Modu, who had urged him to publicly criticize Ghost blows out the light online, promising that the station would subsequently create a history commentary program tailored for him. Although Li Wenqing is undoubtedly academically accomplished, he possesses a glaring flaw, an insatiable vanity, relishing the feeling of being revered wherever he goes. He had long desired to host a television show, yet his proposals had consistently been rejected. This time, his son-in-law's propositions swayed him. Otherwise, why would he bother to attack the work of an obscure figure he had never heard of? Initially, he dismissed it, but to his astonishment, Lin Hao audaciously confronted him online. Furthermore, Wang Wenhai publicly supported Lin, catching him completely off guard. He was aware of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference, but had not considered it a direct affront to him. Thus, Li Wenqing paid it little mind. However, when Lin Hao suddenly declared that his lifelong pride, the disappearance of ancient culture in Huagua, was nothing but a collection of fallacies that misled the youth, it struck a nerve. He felt compelled to retaliate vigorously. Otherwise, the image he had painstakingly crafted over the years would crumble into ridicule overnight. One audacious young man, daring to assert that Professor Li's book lacks credibility. Pray tell, what qualifications do you possess? This is perhaps the most ludicrous joke I have ever encountered. A mere internet celebrity, known only for publicly hurling insults and deceiving viewers for gifts, dares to challenge the authenticity of a work by a distinguished professor in the field of history. It is as absurd as a beggar mocking a billionaire for not partaking in the scraps left in his broken bowl. Such ostentatiousness is utterly laughable. Chapter 45. the discourse of the spring and autumn period and the warring states, such individuals vehemently urged the relevant authorities to impose a complete ban on him. Many of those voicing these sentiments are students and friends of Li Wenqing, primarily figures from the realms of history and academia. They are ardent supporters of the book The Disappearance of Ancient Culture in Huagua, and some have even dedicated their studies to it, imparting its teachings to their students. Lin Hao's actions are nothing short of a direct challenge to all of them, threatening their livelihoods. He is acutely aware of the online comments circulating about him, and a smirk plays upon his lips. An apology? Is that even a possibility? Subsequently, Lin Hao took to Weibo once more to express his views on the matter. The book asserts that the Qin dynasty was the first dynasty in the history of Huagua, which he finds utterly absurd. Let us first examine the historical account of the Qin dynasty as presented in the book. According to historical records, the Qin people were a branch of the Han ethnic group that migrated westward, with their first recorded ruler being Qin Shaogong Ing Xuliang. During that period, there were also 6 other powers, including Yin, Zhao, and Han. But do you understand what the title Gong signifies in Qin Shaogong's name? The book claims it merely denotes a title for a leader in pre-Qin tribes, and refers to these powers as the 7 major tribes of the later Yanhuang period. I must inquire, however, about the tombs discovered in the northwest last century, which, through the analysis of burial artifacts, have been confirmed to date back approximately 3,000 years. The burial items and structure of these tombs are markedly different from those of later Qin tombs. Experts assert that this illustrates the distinction between tribes and dynasties. Yet further explorations have revealed that this tomb possesses unmistakable royal characteristics. Experts have remarked that this indicates a transitional phase from tribal organization to a feudal monarchy among the Yinhuang tribes of that era. Moreover, the renowned Xiaotuan village tomb complex, designated as Yiqi in archaeological terms, contains ancestral worship relics. This burial site predates the aforementioned tomb found in the northwest. It too exhibits clear royal features, particularly regarding human sacrifice, which strongly suggests that this tomb is not representative of a tribal burial. To date, experts have failed to provide satisfactory explanations, resorting instead to the same evasive rhetoric about a transition towards a feudal dynasty. Such irresponsible statements are disheartening. As scholars in this field, they should uphold a strong sense of responsibility rather than concoct flimsy excuses when confronted with the unknown. Returning to my initial query, the name Qin Shaogong is not merely a title for a leader. Historical texts clarify that Gong was a designation conferred by the royal family to their subjects, typically used for feudal lords. Hence, the Gong in Qin Shaogong is an inherited noble title, much like his descendants, Qin Huaiwen Wang, Qin Zhaoxiang Wang, and Qin Xiaowen Wang, all of whom inherited their titles. Why then did his successors begin to be referred to as Wang? The only plausible explanation lies in the significant transformation of the state-esque structure that commenced with him. Coupling this with the tombs discovered in the northwest and various sporadic historical documents, it becomes evident that a dynasty had indeed been established prior to the Qin dynasty. However, by the time of Qin Shaogong, this dynasty was virtually defunct, leading the feudal lords to claim the title of Wang, while the preceding dynasty, as revealed through burial artifacts, was the Zhou. Thus it should be referred to as the Zhou dynasty, not some Zhou tribe. The Zhou dynasty was a legitimate monarchy, hence the lords who were granted land. As the Zhou dynasty waned, these lords each established their own dominions, marking a transitional period between dynasties. I refer to this as the spring and autumn period, while the era following the fall of the Zhou, during which figures like Qin Huaiwen Wang emerged until the unification under the Qin dynasty, I term the Warring States period. Thus, it is fundamentally incorrect to label them as the 5 major tribes of the Yinhuang mid-period or the 7 major tribes of the Yinhuang late period. They should rather be designated as the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period and the 7 heroes of the Warring States. The utterance of such statements sent shockwaves through the scholarly community and the public alike, igniting spirited discussions among scholars, common folk, media, and passers-by. The 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period, the 7 heroes of the Warring States. Such phrases resonate with a certain gravitas, far eclipsing the notion of the mid-period 5 tribes or late period 7 tribes. I must say, Lin and Apo's arguments are articulated with clarity and substantiated by evidence. I find myself inclined to agree with him. In addition to those rallying behind Lin Hao and Apo's assertions, many vehemently oppose them, dismissing the concepts of the 5 hegemons and the 7 heroes as sheer nonsense. Before the Qin dynasty, it was merely the Yin-Huang tribes. They exclaimed, "If we follow your logic, does that imply there was another dynasty before the Zhou? Was the Shang tribe the Shang dynasty? What connection does that have to Yin-Huang?" This youth appears to be suffering from delusions. It is undoubtedly advisable to send him directly to a mental institution. The online discourse surrounding this matter has split into 2 factions, with heated debates ensuing. At this juncture, an individual named Li Qiuhai posted a Weibo message. As an archaeological scholar, he asserted the necessity of a spirit of exploration, based on existing historical records. It is indeed possible that the Qin dynasty was not the first dynasty of Huagua. Wow, Li Lao has spoken. It is indeed Li Lao. Allow me to pay my respects. Li Lao has also suggested that the Qin dynasty was not the first dynasty of Huagua, which adds a fascinating twist. Li Lao, do you mean to say you concur with Lin Hao's perspective? Remarkably, this Li Qiuhai had never posted any content prior, yet he boasts a considerable following. At the venerable age of 106, he is akin to a living fossil of Huagua, a true authority in history and literature. Notably, figures such as Wang Wenhai and Li Wenqing were once his students. It could be said that a significant portion of today's archaeological community is composed of his disciples. He is an unequivocal authority, albeit one who has been less visible in recent years and has not published any academic articles. Nonetheless, he holds lifetime honorary positions at prestigious institutions such as Huqing University, Capital University, and Jiangnan University, among others. The accumulation of his titles could scarcely fit upon an A4 sheet. The sudden emergence of such a long-absent figure in support of Lin Hao's assertions carries profound implications. Even Li Wenqing was taken aback, his expression revealing a myriad of emotions. Initially prepared to counter Lin Hao's statements, the endorsement from Li Qiuhai compelled him to reconsider. For Li Qiuhai is a figure incomparable to Wang Wenhai or others. After considerable reflection, he updated his Weibo account. "Teacher, I did not anticipate your emergence. You too have read the disappearance of ancient culture in Huagua." This statement was crafted with meticulous care. Though he dared not directly confront Li Qiuhai, he could not openly concede to his assertions, lest he imply that the contents of his own book were erroneous. While this statement may seem innocuous, it subtly conveys his discontent. Chapter 46. The commencement of masterful acting training. Unexpectedly, Li Qiuhai replied succinctly, "Indeed, I have read this book. However, history is history, an immutable fact. We are all human and prone to errors. Regardless of the circumstances, we must respect history. For the past few years, I have been delving into this area, and substantial evidence indicates that the Qin dynasty was not, in fact, the first dynasty in the history of our nation. At the very least, based on existing historical records, there were 2 preceding dynasties. However, they were not feudal dynasties but slaveholding ones, and I find the analysis by young Lin Hao to be quite reasonable. Unlike figures such as Li Wenqing, at his age, Li Qiuhai had long since set aside the pursuit of fame and fortune. His greatest aspiration in life was to uncover the truths of ancient Chinese culture. Li was indeed a true master. Scholars must invariably respect historical facts, and I stand firmly with him. It is no wonder that he commands such respect. We shall give our applause to Li. Li Qiuhai's influence remained profoundly significant, particularly his final statement expressing public support for Lin Hao. This endorsement increased the credibility of Lin's discourse on the spring and autumn and warring states periods by at least 30%. Lin Hao, astonished by the emergence of such a prominent figure in support of his statements, felt immense admiration for Li Qiuhai's integrity in acknowledging his own missteps when faced with Li Wenqing's inquiries. At Li Qiuhai's level of status, reputation was arguably more vital than life itself. Few could exhibit the fortitude to publicly overturn previously acknowledged beliefs in the name of historical authenticity. If time permits, I hope you can visit the capital. I would like to seek your counsel on this matter in person, Li Qiuhai directly communicated to Lin Hao. Your words are too kind, Master Li. I shall undoubtedly make the journey when the opportunity arises, Lin Hao replied. After expressing this sentiment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, indicating the successful completion of all random tasks. He then concluded the live broadcast without further discussion with Li Wenqing. The history of our nation prior to the Qin dynasty can be traced back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with those mythological tales, which cannot be succinctly encapsulated. Moreover, even if he articulated his thoughts, they must be credible to be accepted. At this moment, it was simply not the right time. Yet, Lin Hao had resolved that, as the sole custodian of the original memories in this altered world, he would take it upon himself to restore the mythological framework of our nation. Although numerous individuals were messaging him on Weibo, inquiring about the nature of the spring and autumn and warring states periods, Lin Hao chose to ignore them, shutting down the platform entirely. He entered the system once more, eager to partake in a lucky draw, which yielded the familiar response of "Thank you for your patronage. Keep up the good work." Fortunately, Lin Hao had anticipated this outcome and was not at all surprised. The system had often taken advantage of him, and he refrained from foolishly investing his reputation points into it. His reputation points had surged significantly due to his direct confrontation with Li Wenqing on Weibo, now officially exceeding 130,000. Gazing at his reputation points, Lin Hao could hardly contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together, his face alight with anticipation. System, I now possess over 100,000 reputation points. Please initiate the Master Acting Training. This course demanded a staggering 100,000 reputation points to commence, a stringent requirement that piqued Lin Hao's curiosity. Through his experience filming Loser Gentlemen, Lin Hao had come to a stark realization of his abysmal acting skills. Elevating his craft had become an urgent necessity. He mused, surely a system-produced course would surpass the quality of conventional training. Ding! The system has detected that the host has met the requirements. Would you like to commence the Level 1 Master Acting Training course now? Once initiated, it cannot be altered. Required, 100,000 reputation points. Level 1 course? Lin Hao pondered momentarily. If this was merely the entry level, did it imply the existence of Level 2, Level 3, and so forth? If the entry alone necessitated 100,000 points, subsequent levels would surely demand astronomical sums. This felt akin to a pay-to-win game. The Master Acting Training comprises 3 levels, with each subsequent level requiring 10 times the reputation points of the preceding one. The system's cold voice intoned once more. Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his features contorted with indignation. What did you say? A 10-fold increase? Are you implying that to unlock the Level 3 Master Acting Training course, I would require 1 million reputation points? What sort of ridiculous system is this? It rivals the most exploitative schemes. Despite Lin Hao's outbursts, the system remained unresponsive. After venting his frustrations for over 10 seconds, he paused, a sudden grin spreading across his face. Esteemed system, do you perhaps offer a trial course for the Master Acting Training? Could I possibly utilize some reputation points for a preliminary experience? Ding. This system does not provide trial courses. Would you like to initiate the Level 1 Master Acting Training course? The system's emotionless mechanical voice shattered Lin Hao's remaining hopes. Fine, I concede. Let us proceed with the initiation, he uttered, a hint of resignation in his tone. Ding. Initiating Master Acting course. Activation complete. In an instant, Lin Hao felt his surroundings shift, and he found himself within a cinematic scene. This particular scene was widely recognized, depicting the moment in Infernal Affairs where Andy Lau's character, Lu Jiaming, confronts Tony Leung's character, Chen Yongren. Curiously, Lin Hao noticed the absence of a director or crew. It felt as though he were standing beside the characters on the rooftop, yet they remained oblivious to his presence, frozen in place, as if under a spell, leaving Lin Hao utterly bewildered. Ding. Host, Lin Hao. Initiating Eye of Acting Training. Please observe attentively. Each training session requires 1,000 reputation points. Upon completion of observation, the host may engage in role reversal performance, with a passing score of 60. Note, all scenarios within the Master Acting courses are not grounded in reality. As the system's voice concluded, Liu Jiaming and Chen Yongren commenced their iconic dialogue. Lin Hao promptly positioned himself close to them, almost touching their faces, intent on absorbing every nuance. Liu Jiaming, give me a chance. Chen Yongren, how can I give you a chance? Liu Jiaming, I had no choice before. Now I want to be a good person. Chen Yongren, all right, go tell the judge and see if he allows you to be a good person. Liu Jiaming, that means you want me to die. Chen Yongren, sorry, I'm a police officer. Liu Jiaming, who knows? At that moment, Liu Jiaming suddenly drew a pistol, aiming it at Chen Yongren's forehead, and the scene abruptly froze. Chapter 47. Inhumane Punishment. This film is universally acknowledged as a classic on Earth. With its intricate plot twists and masterful performances by numerous acclaimed actors, earning it countless awards. It is also one of Lin Hao and Oppo's favorite movies. However, he had only ever watched it on screen, which is an entirely different experience from witnessing the performances in person. Ding! Observation complete. Please select a character replacement. I wish to choose Chen Yongren. Lin Hao declared without hesitation. For among the two characters, his preference clearly leaned towards Chen Yongren. As soon as he finished speaking, the two figures before him vanished, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, the character Liu Jiaming, portrayed by Andy Lau, stood directly in front of him, gazing intently at him. Wow, what a sudden turn! Lin Hao gasped, startled, and took a deep breath, recalling the confident gaze of Tony Leung's Chen Yongren. He opened his eyes wide and calmly uttered, "Let us begin. Grant me a chance." At that moment, Liu Jiaming repeated the same line, his eyes fixed on Lin Hao. This was an unprecedented sensation for Lin Hao. Momentarily dazed, he quickly stammered, "How can I give you a chance?" Their dialogue resumed, mirroring the previous exchange, with Liu Jiaming's demeanor and tone unchanged. Yet Lin Hao struggled to maintain his composure. Despite knowing it was a simulation, facing his idol Andy, Lau made him anxious. Even after regaining his poise, he suspected his score would be dismally low. Sure enough, as soon as the scene concluded, the system presented his score. Expression lifeless. Line delivery abysmal. Audience immersion at 0. 10 points. Out of 100. 10 points? Not too shabby. I expected a 0. Lin Hao mused, momentarily bewildered, before breaking into a grin. Failing grade results in 5 minutes of punishment, the system announced, devoid of any mirth. Before Lin Hao could react, 3 burly men, each towering at nearly 6 feet tall, appeared before him. Though their faces were obscured, they wasted no time in launching an assault on Lin Hao. "Help! Someone save me!" Lin Hao cried out as a punch landed squarely on his nose, sending blood gushing forth. The pain was excruciating. Moments later, a fist struck his abdomen, causing him to double over, nearly retching. For the next 5 minutes, Lin Hao endured a relentless barrage of brutal blows. What tormented him most was the clarity of his consciousness amidst the agony. He acutely felt every strike. After a minute or two, he found himself curled on the ground, shielding his head while the 3 men continued their merciless onslaught. The duration of his suffering felt interminable, and he lost track of time until, at last, the beating ceased. Simultaneously, he observed his injuries healing at an astonishing speed, and the pain gradually dissipated. "System, dear system, I implore you, I wish to quit this training course. I renounce my reputation points." Lin Hao reflected on the preceding scene, shuddering in fear. Who could withstand such torment? Although he would not be permanently harmed, the pain was undeniably real. If the system continued this way, failing would surely lead to further beatings or even more severe punishments. Scoring 60 was the threshold for passing. How many beatings would he have to endure to succeed? Moreover, this was merely the training for eye contact. He could only dread what other torturous training awaited him. Overwhelmed by despondency, he felt engulfed in darkness. Ding! Once the acting master training course commences, it cannot be terminated until the host successfully graduates. Please commence the next observational simulation. After the system's announcement, the previous scene reappeared before him. Having learned from his earlier misfortune, Lin Hao cast aside all distracting thoughts and fixated intently on Chen Yongren's expressions and demeanor while speaking, particularly his eyes. Before long, he underwent the second simulation. His gaze remained stiff, resulting in an audience immersion score of 5. 17 points, still a failure, leading to 5 minutes of electric shocks. As the announcement concluded, Lin Hao noticed the three giants once again. However, this time they restrained him, while one wielded a shock baton, shocking him mercilessly. Lin Hao convulsed, letting out piercing screams. The third observational simulation followed. 20 points, a failure, resulting in 3 minutes of beating. 25 points, still a failure, followed by 5 minutes of freezing temperatures below zero. Amidst this bizarre array of tortures, Lin Hao's highest score by the end of the course was a mere 45. Emerging from the system, he fell silent, realizing that only an hour had elapsed. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Gazing out the window, he raised his hand, contemplating a self-inflicted slap, yet ultimately refrained. What a fool he was, seeking out such self-inflicted torment. He worried that the system might subject him to the 10 most excruciating tortures. Regardless of his thoughts, he felt powerless to alter his current predicament. The only consolation for Lin Hao was that, through this severe training, he had made strides in his acting skills. At the very least, he could confidently claim to have embodied the character of Chun Yongren in that particular scene. As the night passed in silence, the following morning, the fervor surrounding Water Melody and Lin Hao's discourse on the spring and autumn warring states period remained unabated. Not only did it trend on social media, but it also garnered media coverage. The Magic City Daily reported, Lin Hao, author of Ghost Blows Out the Light, stuns the world with Water Melody, sparking national discourse on the spring and autumn warring states theory. The Daily Express exclaimed, shocking. Lin Hao, author of Ghost Blows Out the Light, publicly engages in a love-hate entanglement with numerous literary luminaries before all netizens. Even the People's Daily featured the story. Lin Hao's Water Melody was hailed as the pinnacle of mid-autumn poetry by numerous literary figures, with Professor Li Qiuhai endorsing the spring and autumn warring states theory. It could be said that the entire internet buzzed about these two events that day. Top-tier idol Zhang Yang was celebrating his birthday, but in the midst of this, his spotlight was overshadowed by Lin Hao and Oppo's achievements. Many bewildered onlookers, waking up to the commotion, found themselves in a state of confusion. Guided by netizens, they delved into last night's happenings on Weibo. As a result, a multitude began to search for Lin Hao. To their astonishment, they discovered a wealth of information about him. Wow, Lin the Great, author of Oppo's Ghost Blows Out the Light, and Oppo's single-handedly repelled the vitriol of the trolls. Genius Lin, pioneer of ancient-style music, classic poet Lin, an expert Lin who silenced critics. Such accolades captivated the interest of many previously unaware netizens, igniting their curiosity about him. Chapter 48. The underdog sweeps Douyin. Lin Hao had not been particularly attentive to these developments. For him, today held significant importance. At noon, the underdog would officially launch on his Douyin account, with only 3 hours remaining. Lu Xing advised Lin Hao to seize the moment while his popularity was high and initiate a promotional push. This aligned perfectly with Lin Hao's intentions. However, given the nature of promotion, he sought to maximize its effectiveness. Simple textual advertisements would simply not suffice. Huang Yong, a sophomore, was an introverted young man who typically spent his days gaming online and sleeping in his dormitory. Even during Lin Hao and Oppo's internship at the Magic City television station, Huang had been an ardent fan of Ghost Blows Out the Light. With nothing better to do, he often scrolled through Douyin and Weibo. When will Lin Deshun start his live stream? Waiting for Oppo's Ghost Blows Out the Light and Oppo's is truly agonizing. After finishing a spicy hot pot, Huang Yong lay on his bed, idly browsing Douyin while his roommates were engrossed in their gaming sessions. Suddenly, Lin Deshun has posted a video. As Huang followed Lin Hao on Douyin, he received an automatic notification upon the video's release. He immediately sat up to watch. The video showcased Lin Hao in a gray suit, smiling at the camera, proclaiming, "Life is the best playwright. We are the protagonists of our own stories and mere supporting characters in others. It all depends on which story you choose to tell. Life has no rehearsals. Every day is a live broadcast. Hello, everyone. I am your good friend Lin Hao. Starting today, I will officially release my self-written and directed short video series, The Underdog. Who says an underdog cannot rise? I am Lin Hao, the underdog, and I speak for myself. After this declaration, Lin Hao surprisingly took out a packet of salt, tore it open, and took a hearty bite, his face contorting in response to the saltiness as he spat it out. The video abruptly ended. The Underdog? What an intriguing title. Guys, come quickly. Lin Hao has released a video. Upon viewing this clip, Huang and Appo's first impression was one of amusement, particularly due to Lin Hao and Appo's act of consuming salt. Curiosity piqued regarding Lin Hao's words. He felt a sense of warmth from Lin Hao's self-deprecating acknowledgement of being an underdog, which resonated with him. However, his roommates were deeply engrossed in their gaming and paid him no mind. Thus, Huang decided to explore the work section for himself and discovered that 3 videos had already been released. Moments later, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. This is indeed a classic. The first video featured a memorable scene from The Underdog, where Zhang Bei visits a foot massage parlor, initially receiving treatment from Lin Hao, who was met with dissatisfaction and various hints from Zhang regarding additional services. After inquiring about the price, a slender lady for 99 yuan arrived, but Zhang insisted on a 199 yuan option, only to be met with a hefty individual instead. It was clear that Zhang's intentions were misunderstood, leading to a comically chaotic scene. Despite the absence of character names throughout the skit, Huang found himself thoroughly entertained. He hastily clicked on the subsequent 2 videos, each over 2 minutes long. In this viewing, he was captivated by Wang Xiaoxue and Appo's appearance and gradually became immersed in the narrative. Though a subsequent twist nearly caused him to choke with laughter, yet he found it immensely entertaining. Overall, he perceived a singular theme across the 3 videos. Humor enriched with a hint of risque content, all presented in a relatable manner. An exceptional experience indeed. Upon completion, he eagerly liked each video and began to comment. 666. As expected of Lin Hao. Please, Lin Hao, release more Underdog videos. They are simply delightful. Afterward, he scrolled through the ensuing comments. To be fair, The Underdog is quite something. At first, I thought the title was rather vulgar, but it turned out to be so entertaining. Zuo Lin, you truly have a knack for this. Tonight, during the live stream, I shall shower you with gifts. Do pass along my regards to Goddess Wang Xiaoxue. Oh my, this brings back memories. Zuo Lin truly knows how to create content. This and Appo's, Underdog and Appo's, series is genuinely amusing. In just over 2 hours since the release of these 3 videos, the engagement was astounding. Wang Xiaoxue's video garnered 664,000 likes and 7,849 comments, and the numbers continued to rise rapidly. The promotional video, featuring Lin Hao declaring, "I speak for myself," achieved even greater success, surpassing 1 million likes and approaching 15,000 comments. At Douyin and Appo's official video department, Lu Shang was reviewing the back-end data with a supervisor. As he observed the impressive growth in metrics, he couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle, giving the supervisor a playful pat on the shoulder and exclaiming, "It worked. What do you think, my friend? I recommended such a remarkable talent. Don't you owe me a feast?" The supervisor, Wang Hai, a senior figure in the video department and a longtime acquaintance of Lu Shang, shared in the merriment. I have a feeling that The Underdog will undoubtedly spark a wave of underdog sentiments online. Truly, Lin Hao is remarkable. Wang Hai wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the potential for virality in the data from the 3 Underdog videos, especially given that they had not yet received significant promotional backing. The level of engagement they had already achieved hinted at the monumental impact that would follow once Douyin intensified its promotional efforts. Numerous individuals, including Lin Hao, Zhang Bei, Wang Xiaoxue, and all involved, were closely following The Underdog. As Lin Hao dined at home, he received a flurry of calls from Zhang Bei and others inquiring about the next filming schedule and urging him to send a script. The enthusiasm for the project was unprecedented. It was indeed true that talent shines brightly, regardless of the setting. Lin Hao had already prepared several scripts, sending them to the cast for the upcoming weekend shoot. He then resumed his meal while perusing Douyin and Weibo. On Douyin's end, the platform officially began to support The Underdog with promotional resources, causing the video's metrics to ascend at an alarming rate. By the time evening arrived, Lin Hao was astonished to discover that the most successful video remained his promotional clip, which had amassed an impressive 684 million likes and 105,000 comments. Chapter 49. Following the trend of Douyin shortly thereafter, a second video featuring Wang Xiaoxue emerged, adorned with a hint of yellow and red hearts, amassing an impressive 573 million likes and 80,000 comments. The other two videos also surpassed 4 million likes, with comments exceeding 50,000. Beneath the video, a line of yellow text caught the eye. Today's top one, Lin Hao's debut short video, The Loser Man, has garnered 928 million views. Upon clicking, one would find content centered around the Loser Man. Some small streamers quickly began to capitalize on the popularity of the Loser Man, imitating scenes from the video or offering their critiques. In their discourse, Lin Hao detected a palpable sense of envy and admiration. This brought him immense satisfaction, as any one of these videos represented the dream metrics many streamers aspire to achieve. Lin Hao glanced at his follower count, which had surged to 4 million following the Mid-Autumn Poetry Conference last night and the success of the Loser Man today. Indeed, it became evident that video content held paramount importance on Douyin, affirming that he had made the right choice. With this number in mind, Lin Hao felt a surge of confidence. With just over a month remaining until his first main quest, it seemed that surpassing 10 million followers would not be an insurmountable challenge. In high spirits, Lin Hao commenced his live broadcast for the evening. Zui Cho Lin, hurry up and update the Loser Man. Even the production team's donkey can't afford to rest like you. Indeed, we must watch the Loser Man. After finishing Ghost Blows Out the Light, let us rush over Lin Baby Dog emoji. Upon reading the barrage of comments, Lin Hao chuckled and responded, Dear viewers, filming and AMP, Oppos, the Loser Man and AMP, Oppos, requires time. It cannot be rushed. I release 3 videos at a time. What other production team donkey works as diligently as I do? Wow. Zue Cho Lin dares to retort. Let us see if I 1T crush you with gifts. Zue Cho Lin, are you still looking for actors for the Loser Man? May I apply? I can perform for free, preferably a scene with the goddess Xiaoxue, blush emoji. 1. I'm willing to transfer you money via WeChat. Please make it happen. Among the 3 videos Lin Hao had released, Wang Xiaoxue undoubtedly garnered the highest popularity. The reason was simple. Her beauty and allure epitomized the type of goddess many young men dreamed of. Moreover, her portrayal in the narrative was relatable and unpretentious, endearing her further to the audience. When I need actors, I will announce it during the live stream. There will be opportunities, so don't rush, everyone. Now, it's time to commence our live broadcast, he declared, transitioning to the much-loved 3rd installment of Ghost Blows Out the Light, set in the Insect Valley of Yunnan. While the viewers in the chat created a lively atmosphere, their shared identity as fans of Ghost Blows Out the Light was undeniable. As Lin Hao and AMP, Oppo's distinctive voice resonated, the barrage of comments diminished rapidly. Furthermore, due to the prior 2-day ban on Ghost Blows Out the Light, the audience's anticipation had reached a boiling point. Many listeners had developed a habit. A day without it felt unbearable, akin to an addiction. As the story unfolded, the chat room fell into a hushed reverence, with Lin Hao compensating for the previous days and Oppo's absence by extending the broadcast by an hour, eliciting cheers from the audience for his generosity. Upon concluding the stream, the gift count in Lin Hao's live room stood at 4 million. As per usual, he ended the stream at lightning speed, took a shower, and then retreated to bed to continue his masterclass in acting. Meanwhile, due to the overwhelming success of The Loser Man, its influence swiftly permeated the internet, igniting a fervor surrounding the term loser. Originally a euphemism not deemed appropriate for direct expression, loser had transformed into a buzzword among the youth, who employed it for humorous self-deprecation. It became synonymous with terms like rich and handsome, with many young people often referring to themselves in such a manner. Yet, the precise definition of loser remains elusive. Lin Hao and Oppo's The Loser Man sparked discussions online, where the content, though simplistic, resembled a collection of comedic sketches. However, the performances imbued the term loser with a newfound resonance, suggesting an implicit understanding of its connotations. For many viewers, the appeal lay in the humor. There was no elaborate build-up of emotions, just lighthearted entertainment. This comedic vignette format was notably scarce in the current market. In a society saturated with financial desires, mortgages, car loans, the pressures of marriage, and exorbitant dowries, many young people felt suffocated, as if a heavy stone were tied to their waists, dragging them toward the abyss. The emergence of the Loser Man, with its independent and brief episodes, offered a refreshing dose of humor, granting contemporary youth moments of joy amidst their busy lives. Consequently, The Loser Man, despite having released only 3 videos, had already been widely disseminated across various forums and platforms, including iQIYI and Tencent Video, attracting a multitude of viewers. It even dominated trending topics on Weibo. In a short span, the term loser experienced a remarkable surge in online popularity. In the following days, the fervor surrounding Shui Jiaogu 2 and discussions on the spring and autumn period gradually waned, as public attention shifted predominantly toward matters within the entertainment industry. Notably, Lin Hao's The Loser Man, with each new video update, consistently received explosive acclaim. An increasing number of viewers began to follow this comedic series on Douyin, inspiring various teams to emulate its style and create similar content. Unfortunately, the storylines of The Loser Man were meticulously curated from Lin Hao and Oppo's. As past experiences, each one a classic, particularly the clever twists that earned him the playful moniker of Brother Flirt. Initially, the videos produced by these imitation teams captured a fair amount of attention due to the popularity of The Loser Man. However, the quality of their content often fell short, either lacking humor or resorting to vulgarity to attract views. While some were commendable, The Loser Man remained the most followed series. Thanks to The Loser Man, Lin Hao's follower count on Douyin had nearly reached 4 million. Dear friends, today's live stream of Ghost Blows Out the Light concludes here, signaling the end of our 4th installment and Oppo's Kunlun Shrine and Oppo's Chapter 50. The pen name incident starting tomorrow. I shall continue narrating the 5th installment of Ghost Blows Out the Light, titled The Yellow Skin Grave. The name Yellow Skin Grave carries a slightly eerie connotation, prompting a plea from a cute girl for protection. I find it hard to believe you are indeed a girl unless you provide me some evidence. In the live streaming realm, it is highly unlikely for the notorious Stinky Mouth Lin to have female fans. If there are any, they are surely of the dinosaur variety. Due to Lin Hao's unique streaming style, his broadcasts stand apart from others. Many streamers from Douyin occasionally tune in to watch Lin Hao, drawn not only by the tales of Ghost Blows Out the Light, but also by the lively interactions between fans and Lin Hao, which are a source of great amusement. Most fans often engage in playful banter and mockery directed at Lin Hao, yet this does not signify they are antagonistic. Rather, it is a form of affection. For instance, the leading supporter in Lin Hao and Oppo's streaming room, the self-proclaimed head of the detractors, Zhang Deshao, often instigates mischief during the broadcasts. However, Lin Hao tolerates their jests. But should other streamers or celebrities face similar criticism, the fans would unite in defense against outsiders. This dynamic between the streamer and his fans is a source of envy for many. With about 10 minutes remaining before the end of the stream, Lin Hao decided against continuing his narration and opted to engage in conversation instead. Stinky Mouth Lin, did you catch yesterday's broadcast of Cloud Hair? The ending theme was absolutely delightful and steeped in traditional aesthetics. I concur with Zhang Deshao. I was astonished when I first heard it. This song is performed by the goddess Yin Xiaodian, and I am utterly enamored. To be candid, I find Oppo's Cloud Hair and Oppo's more captivating than Oppo's The Empress of a Generation and Oppo's. Upon returning from a brief respite, Lin Hao was taken aback to find the comment section bustling with discussions about Cloud Hair. This particular drama had premiered the previous evening at 8:00 and Oppo's clock on Jiangnan Television and Oppo's as primetime slot. Like many grand productions, it boasted an impressive cast. And prior to its release, there were murmurs online suggesting it was set to rival The Empress of a Generation, garnering significant attention. True to expectations, its content did not disappoint, achieving the second highest viewership rating during its time slot, slightly trailing The Empress of a Generation. However, The latter had been on air for some time and had established a loyal fan base, making it likely that Cloud Hair could soon surpass it. Moreover, aside from the drama's quality, its ending theme, 3 Inches of Heaven, captivated a multitude of fans upon its debut. The song, performed by the illustrious Yen Xiaodan of Dingjia Entertainment, enchanted many with its poignant melodies and stunning visuals in a music video. Astutely, some netizens noted that 3 Inches of Heaven was reminiscent of the ancient-inspired music Lin Hao had previously produced. Although some time had passed since the events surrounding Qianxiu, many still frequently replayed the video from that night, urging Lin Hao to promptly release it on Penguin Music. As for the songwriter of 3 Inches of Heaven, they were aware it was not Lin Hao, but rather someone named Lin Dizhong. However, the identity of Lin Dizhong remained a mystery to all. All right, everyone, stop asking. I shall reveal that Lin Dizhong is indeed me, and I am the creator of 3 Inches of Heaven, Lin Hao proclaimed, noticing the joyful chatter among his audience. Clearing his throat, he proudly seized the moment, realizing it was an excellent opportunity to attract more fans. The banter escalated, with some fans teasingly questioning Lin Hao's integrity, insisting he could at least maintain some dignity as he humorously defended his pen name. I assure you, it is indeed my pen name. Do you understand what a pen name is? Lin Hao earnestly explained, recounting how Yu Feng had suggested he create one when signing the contract. Without much thought, he chose the name Lin Dizhong, simply due to its connection to Earth and China. Ha, you seem flustered, Stinky Mouth Lin. Quick, everyone look. Stinky Mouth Lin is in a tizzy. I have something to say. Stinky Mouth Lin, you are not Lin Dizhong. You are the Mediterranean. As the crowd erupted in laughter, Lin Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The various nicknames and playful jabs from his fans were relentless. Please, I beg you to stop. You are ruining my image, Lin Hao exclaimed, struggling to maintain his composure as he showed the contract, attempting to clarify that Lin Dizhong was indeed his pen name. Look closely, Lin Dizhong is truly me. I am at my wit's end. Why must I have a pen name? Wait for it. I will have the songwriter changed to Lin Hao, he declared, visibly agitated by the derogatory names he had been dubbed. Could it be true that Lin Dizhong is Stinky Mouth Lin? The contract seems legitimate, and despite his penchant for mischief, he is a public figure and unlikely to publicly plagiarize. How utterly surprising. But even if you're Lin Dizhong, what kind of pen name is that? The audience, far from apologetic upon seeing the contract, only grew more animated in their discussions, flooding the comments with references to Mediterranean and Baldy. Lin Hao, witnessing this chaos, felt utterly dismayed. The name he chose was a homage to a bygone era, and he thought it carried a certain grandeur. Yet, it had been distorted into something ridiculous in the eyes of netizens. Is this truly the songwriter of 3 Inches of Heaven, the Baldy from Lin Dizhong? Please sing 3 Inches of Heaven for us. I've yet to hear a male rendition. Despite the allure of 3 Inches of Heaven, fans expressed their preference for Qianxiu, eagerly inquiring when Lin Hao would upload it to Penguin Music. I shall upload it in the coming days. Now the time has come. I bid you all farewell until tomorrow. The screen was filled with references to Baldy and Mediterranean, an image too absurd to bear. As the broadcast concluded, Lin Hao swiftly signed off. His first order of business was to send a message to Yu Feng, requesting the songwriter's name be changed to Lin Hao. He was now thoroughly disenchanted with the pen name Lin Dizhong, feeling a shiver at the mere thought of it. After the broadcast, Lin Hao delved back into the system to commence his training for the day. Chapter 51, Flying Bird Music Studio, regarding the training for the iconic gaze in Infernal Affairs. After enduring hundreds of failures, Lin Hao finally achieved a passing mark. Initially, merely passing was his ultimate goal. However, after numerous training sessions, a fierce determination arose within him, compelling him to request the system to restart time and again. Ultimately, he graduated with an impressive score of 90. Although it was but a single scene, what Lin Hao learned encompassed far more than that. Early the next morning, having just concluded his training in the system, Lin Hao rose to brush his teeth and freshen up. One of the advantages of training within the system was that, despite undergoing inhumane trials, he could interpret it as a dream, which did not affect his mental state the following day. Due to Lin Hao's live broadcast the previous night, where he revealed that 3 Inch Heaven was his original work, coupled with the recent popularity of Cloud Hair, his name once again graced the trending topics on Weibo. Various electronic media outlets promptly reported on this development. Daily Express. Lin Hao, founder of ancient-style music, follows up his hit Qianxiu with another masterpiece, 3-Inch Heaven, which is once again taking the internet by storm. Penguin News. The opening theme and amp. Oppos, 3-Inch Heaven and amp. Oppos, produced by Lin Hao and sung by Yin Xiaodian, has received explosive acclaim upon its release. Days later, the phrase ancient-style music began attracting renewed attention. Accompanying this were the nickname Bald C that Lin Hao received last night, which left him quite vexed. Nonetheless, on the whole, it had a positive influence on him. Bald C, indeed, who would have thought I could write songs for a drama like Cloud Hair? Why didn't anyone tell me about such good fortune sooner? Zhang Bei also called to tease him, laughter evident in his tone. Lin Hao rolled his eyes in response. Bei Z, if you keep calling me that, I'll have to reconsider your role in Loser Men. Zhang Bei immediately deflated, quickly retracting his words. All right, I was wrong. Let me tell you some good news. Today, an entertainment company contacted me, saying they're prepared to sign me as one of their artists. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, but upon further reflection, it was not entirely improbable. After all, with Loser Men being so popular, Zhang Bei, as a regular cast member, had garnered some attention himself, making it understandable that someone would reach out to him. Bei Z, I can't make that decision for you, but you need to ascertain what kind of company they are. As far as I know, there are many small companies nowadays that pose as legitimate, luring aspiring stars with promises of contracts. Once involved, they often end up signing exceedingly harsh agreements. You must remain vigilant. Although Lin Hao himself would not be signing with any company, he could not hinder Zhang Bei from pursuing his own path. Unlike Lin Hao, who had the system and countless classic work from Earth to rely on, Zhang Bei did not possess such advantages. For him, seizing the opportunity while the topic was still hot and joining an agency could certainly be beneficial. As for the dream-building studio, it was still in its infancy, and Lin Hao did not wish to jeopardize Zhang Bei's future. I've already looked into it. The company is Tianma Entertainment. Tianma Entertainment? Bei Z, are you certain? Don't let yourself be deceived. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. He was indeed familiar with that company. It was one of the three giants of the entertainment industry in Huagua, Dasheng, Tianma, and Dingjia. Tianma Entertainment was even more formidable than Dingjia, boasting investment from Hong Kong capitalists and possessing excellent resources in that region. It was a haven for countless dreamers in the industry. I'll go discuss it with them further and let you know. Zhang Bei called Lin Hao specifically to share this news. After hanging up, Lin Hao tidied himself and prepared to head out. During his live stream last night, he had promised his fans to upload Qianxiu to Penguin Music. Today was the perfect occasion to fulfill that promise. Naturally, he needed the studio version for the release. While the background music he had synthesized on his computer was quite good, there remained a considerable difference between the two. Thus, upon exiting the system and Oppos as marketplace, he spent 15,000 prestige points to exchange for a bottle of vocal potion. This was an era of explosive entertainment, especially in a bustling metropolis like Magic City, where countless individuals harbored musical dreams. Those with the means would often visit recording studios to realize their creations. Flying Bird Music Studio was one such establishment, renowned for its recording facilities available for rent. Many internet celebrities and even established singers frequented this studio. The owner, Wang Fei, may not be widely known among the general populace, but he held significant recognition within the entertainment sphere. Flying Bird Music Studio was not his main venture. Wang Fei was primarily an investor, reportedly worth at least hundreds of millions. His foray into music was merely a hobby. Thus, the studio boasted exceptional equipment and staff. However, the rates for recording were quite reasonable, and if the song was of high quality, it could even be recorded for free. In essence, wealthy individuals engaged in this merely for enjoyment, not for profit. After navigating 2 subway lines and riding a shared bicycle for about 10 minutes, Lin Hao finally arrived at the studio. Flying Bird Music Studio was situated in the prime area of Gaojiazui, surrounded by numerous large shopping malls and office buildings. The studio occupied a single floor, approximately 1,000 square meters, adorned in a nostalgic style. Upon entering, one could see numerous photographs lining the walls, featuring many prominent singers currently active in the Chinese music scene, alongside various internet celebrities and their popular works. "Good day, sir. Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist, a sweet-faced young lady, inquired with a smile upon his entrance. "Yes, I made a reservation last night for 10:00 and Oppos, clock this morning to record a song," Lin Hao replied, presenting his phone to show her the order. The receptionist, unfamiliar with Lin Hao, entered the order number and confirmed the reservation. "Hello, Mr. Lin. You have booked our third recording studio, but there is someone currently recording in there. You may wait in the lounge for a moment." To be fair, Lin Hao was quite satisfied with the service here. The pricing standards at Flying Bird Music Studio were generally categorized into two types: by time, at $350 per hour, or by song, with varying fees depending on the customer's requirements. For instance, if Lin Hao were to use the synthesized background music from his computer, it would cost $1,500 per song. If he required live instrumentalists, the overall cost would likely total around $5,000. Such prices, in the context of a studio of this caliber, could be deemed exceptionally fair. With only a little past 9 o'clock, Lin Hao was not anxious. He took a seat outside the third recording studio to await his turn. Before he knew it, half an hour had slipped by, and the individuals inside the third studio concluded their recording session. The person who had been recording was an internet celebrity, accompanied by a manager and an assistant. They left without sparing a glance at Lin Hao, their expressions less than pleasant. Chapter 52. Step aside for I, Lin Hao. A.M. about to shine. Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders and entered the room, unperturbed. "What is this? They come here to record songs with so many demands. Yet when they falter, they shift the blame onto us. What a misfortune. Old son, they're in Oppos. Has no need to be upset. After all, they VE paid for the service. It matters little." Upon entering, Lin Hao overheard the staff's grievances. When they noticed his arrival, a middle-aged man with a small braid immediately inquired, "Who are you?" "I'm here to record a song. I have an appointment at 10, Lin Hao replied with a smile. "All right, let's have a sip of water first. Then you can share your requirements with us," the man said, pouring himself a glass of water before sitting down. Typically, those who come to record songs need pitch correction and sound adjustment. The general process is as follows. If it's not an original piece, it's quite simple. Just sing along to the background music. If it's an original without a melody, you'll need to sing it a cappella first, after which we'll create the melody. Then we'll arrange the accompaniment, record your voice in the studio, and finally, mix and master the track. That is how a song comes to life. This piece is my original work, already released online, albeit in a live video format. "Ah, another streamer," someone muttered, their impatience palpable. They were all professionals in this field, recruited at a high price by Wang Fei. They held a strong aversion to influencers recording songs, as many of them tended to be rather arrogant. For instance, the individual just mentioned is the renowned singing sensation, Brother San Yuan. With his striking looks and decent vocal skills, amassed over 16 million followers on Douyin within just a year. Through live streams, merchandise sales, and commercial performances, he earned a substantial fortune. He had just come to record his new song, which required a high pitch, yet he struggled to hit the notes. Although they could manage it, after much effort, he remained dissatisfied and berated them. They were all seething with frustration. Lin Hao had come alone, and since they did not recognize him, they instinctively assumed he was an obscure little streamer, speaking casually. Lin Hao said nothing and simply handed over his USB drive. "I've already arranged the music. Please create the melody for my song titled Oppos. Chinchio and Oppos." At that moment, the man with the braids spat out his drink in shock, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "What did you say? And Oppos? Chinchio and Oppos? Is that the ancient-style music piece?" Others turned to look as well. "Yes, I plan to release it on music platforms, hence my visit to record." A young woman suddenly slapped her thigh in excitement. "I remember now. You are Lin, the Great One." "Yes, that's right. I watch your live streams. No wonder you look so familiar. You are the lyricist and composer of Chinchioan Sin Cun Tang. I can't believe you are here to record. This is incredible. Quickly, everyone, let us get moving. Hey, Xiaoli, go find Teacher Zhou and the others. Tell them to prepare the accompaniment right away." The man with the braid, Lu Mingwei, was one of their music directors and a devoted fan of ancient-style music. Thus, upon seeing Lin Hao, he was as starstruck as a fan meeting their idol. He wiped his hands on his clothes and approached Lin Hao with a beaming smile. "I apologize for not recognizing you earlier, Mr. Lin. You may call me Old Lou. This is our sound engineer, Old Sun, who was a bit upset earlier. Please don't take offense. It's my fault. Please, Mr. Lin, have a seat. We are all your devoted fans, especially of Chinchio. It is indeed an honor to participate in its production today." In an instant, their demeanor towards Lin Hao underwent a drastic transformation. To be complimented in such a manner was undeniably gratifying for Lin Hao. "It's nothing. We are all here to learn from each other. I hope you all can do your best," he replied graciously, diffusing the earlier tension. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, even if you hadn't mentioned it, we would still pour our hearts into this song." As Old Sun said, "It is our fortune to be able to contribute to the creation of and amp, oppos, Chinchio, and amp, oppos." Though they worked here, they were also ardent music enthusiasts. Since the release of Chinchio, many musicians had attempted to create ancient-style pieces, yet few succeeded, often feeling as though something was missing. They had tried themselves, but found their efforts lacking. Thus, they approached Lin Hao with a mindset eager to learn about the creation of ancient-style music. However, Lin Hao himself was quite inexperienced in music, a mere fledgling in this realm. He could not admit such ignorance, for fear of revealing his inexperience. So, after listening to their inquiries, under their eager and expectant gazes, he furrowed his brow slightly, adopting a contemplative demeanor, and slowly began to speak. "Esteemed teachers, your questions are rather broad. To be honest, I'm unsure how to define ancient-style music. However, I can share my creative experience. You may take it as you will." "Wait, Mr. Lin, let me start a recording," Lu Minghui interrupted, just as Lin Hao was about to elaborate. He quickly opened his phone to record, and Old Sun and the others hastily followed suit. They surrounded Lin Hao, who sat elevated on a high chair, towering over them. Observing their expressions, he smiled faintly. Had he sported a long white beard at that moment, he would have stroked it thoughtfully. "I believe that in ancient-style music, the lyrics do not necessarily need to be adorned with ornate phrases. Likewise, the music does not have to rely solely on classical instruments. It is a fusion of cultures, blending the ancient with the contemporary, embodying the unique cultural charm of our nation. It should not be overly sentimental or merely retrogressive. A good piece of ancient-style music should evoke imagery, as if one is witnessing a story or listening to a segment of history. When you hear it, your mind should paint vivid scenes. Thus, the creation should not feel forced. It is an epiphany, a moment of inspiration." After sharing his thoughts, Lin Hao noted that they had all fallen into deep contemplation. He smiled slightly, his expression steady as a rock. In truth, these ideas were not originally his. He had come across such sentiments in a post long before the world changed. Essentially, he was speaking in grandiose terms, leaving it to them to derive whatever insights they could. After a brief silence, Lu Minghui initiated applause, his face radiating admiration and gratitude as he looked at Lin Hao. "Thank you, sir, for your guidance. It has truly enlightened me. Think nothing of it. It is merely a musical exchange." Lin Hao replied with a cheerful wave of his hand, indifferent to whether Lu Minghui genuinely grasped the insights or not. After all, mutual appreciation was what truly mattered. Chapter 53. The boss and the former diva. After approximately 40 minutes of conversation, Shally hurriedly returned, panting, followed by a large group of people. Noticing Lin Hao's somewhat dazed expression, Lu Minghui promptly introduced, "Mr. Lin, these are our Studio's instrumental instructors." "Hello, Mr. Lin. It is a pleasure to meet you." They greeted in unison. "Hello, hello." Lin Hao reciprocated politely, shaking hands with them. After inquiring, he learned that these individuals were eager to witness the completion of the song after their work on the background music for Chinchio. Naturally, Lin Hao had no objections to their enthusiasm. "Mr. Lin, shall we begin?" With everything prepared, Lin Hao stepped into the recording studio. He donned his headphones and stood before the microphone, taking a moment to adjust his mood. Once Lu Minghui and the others were ready, they signaled an okay to Lin Hao. He closed his eyes and began to sing. Before entering, Lin Hao had consumed a vocal elixir, enabling his voice to perfectly mirror that of Master Sun Nan. In this life, filled with joy and sorrow, love and hate entwined. What is there to fear from the past? As his voice resonated, Lu Minghui and the others outside began to busy themselves. Soon, the first take concluded, and Lin Hao exited the recording booth. Excellent. The entire song flows seamlessly, without a single flaw, Lu Minghui praised, removing his headphones and giving Lin Hao a thumbs up. This compliment was sincere. He had not anticipated Lin Hao to deliver such an impressive first take. Lin Hao humbly smiled, requesting them to lower the volume of his dry vocal track and the background music. The investment was evident. The accompaniment was leagues ahead of what Lin Hao had previously synthesized on his computer. Furthermore, his voice, after tuning, was devoid of impurities, free from breath sounds, and remarkably pleasant to the ear, truly a 100 version of Master Sun Nan. May I attempt 2 more takes? Lin Hao found no faults, yet felt his emotional expression fell short, with certain words lacking clarity. Since money had been spent, he desired nothing short of perfection. After all, he would sing without purpose. Of course, no problem. If it were anyone else, Lu Minghui might have hesitated, but with Lin Hao, there were no such concerns. This relates to the unspoken rules of recording studios. If the client opts for a time-based fee, the staff will do everything possible to encourage more takes to increase expenses. Conversely, for a single song, as long as there are no glaring issues, the staff will hastily approve it. After all, they too need to earn a living. Upon receiving Lu Minghui's consent, Lin Hao re-entered the booth and recorded 3 more takes, ultimately selecting the second one. Old Lu, quickly play the full version for us. Yes, turn it up. They had only heard Lin Hao's dry vocal and snippets of the first take, leaving them unsatisfied. A song without accompaniment loses its soul. All right, old son, play it. Lu Minghui did not decline, as he too was eager to hear the final product. Thus, they played the entire song in the studio. At that moment, outside the recording booth, the boss, Wang Fei, happened to walk by with a woman wearing sunglasses. Though she was well preserved, she appeared to be in her early 30s, dressed in a sleek black dress with fair skin and an undeniable grace. As they walked and conversed suddenly, the stirring prelude of Qian Qiu echoed through the air, causing them to halt in their tracks. Then, Lin Hao's voice filled the space. The woman abruptly removed her sunglasses, her excitement palpable as she gazed inside and inquired, "Is it Qian Qiu? Who is recording inside?" Her name was Su Haiki, a name synonymous with fame a decade ago in the music industry, once heralded as the next diva of Mandarin pop. Yet, at the peak of her career, she chose marriage and family, marrying a well-known tycoon. Little did she know, last year they were reported to have divorced, and Su Haiki officially returned to the music scene. However, her era had passed, even with exceptional vocal prowess, reclaiming her former glory in an age that prioritized looks and popularity proved daunting. Wang Fei, an old acquaintance, was a good friend of hers. Currently, Su Haiki lacked quality works as a launchpad for her comeback. In search of great songs, she had reached out to numerous individuals, yet to no avail. Next week, she was set to perform on a variety show on Mango TV, necessitating a song. Today, she had intended to record her newly composed piece titled Shi Qing, which reflected the state of traditional opera. This ancient-style song, inspired by Qian Qiu, captivated her as a devoted fan. Could it be that Lin Hao? Wang Fei, aware of the song, quietly pushed the door open. The scene inside unfolded before their eyes. Everyone sat with their backs to them, absorbed in the music, oblivious to the new arrivals. Once the song concluded, Lu Minghui and the others erupted into applause. Perfect, truly worthy of the great Lin. Upon hearing the cheers, Lu Minghui and the others were momentarily stunned, then turned in unison. They beheld Wang Fei, beaming and applauding, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Hao. "Boss, when did you arrive?" The group greeted Wang Fei promptly. "Just arrived," he responded casually, slowly making his way to Lin Hao's side and extending his hand. "Mr. Lin, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am the owner here, Wang Fei. Your presence in our studio truly elevates it." "Mr. Wang, you are too kind. You can simply call me Lin Hao," Lin Hao replied, quickly shaking his hand warmly, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. It was no jest. This man was a billionaire tycoon. Regardless of whether Lin Hao was merely a budding influencer or a superstar, one must always show respect in the presence of Wang Fei. Wang Fei was pleased with Lin Hao's attitude, laughing heartily. Today we have no bosses, just a gathering of music enthusiasts. I am a devoted fan of Qianxiu. Who would have thought I would witness its birth here today? It brings me immense joy. Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. Su Haiki, standing nearby, also greeted Lin Hao most courteously. Su Haiki, oh my, it truly is Su Haiki, my former idol. Upon her words, the attention of the crowd shifted toward her, and excitement surged as they beheld her true visage. Chapter 54. The Queen's Inquiry. Individuals like Lu Mingwei are now in their 30s or 40s. During their youth, they were ardent fans of Su Haiki, and thus immediately recognized her, excitement inevitably bubbling to the surface. However, Lin Hao had never heard of her name, yet to avoid any awkwardness, he feigned enthusiasm. Hello, I am also a devoted admirer of yours. The two exchange a cordial handshake. Mr. Lin, do you have a moment to spare? Could we discuss something in my office? Wang Fei was well aware of Su Haiki's intentions, but this was not the appropriate setting for such discussions. I have the time. Let's talk about the song. Wang Fei waved his hand dismissively. Leave this to them, please. Wang Fei's office, though modest in size, was exquisitely decorated, adorned with antiques, and furnished with authentic golden silk enamel. Once they entered, Wang Fei and Appo's secretary respectfully served 3 cups of tea. Do taste this. It is authentic Wui de Hong Pao. Wang Fei gestured for Lin Hao to enjoy the tea. After taking a sip, Lin Hao and Appo's eyes lit up, even as a novice in tea appreciation. He could discern the exceptional quality of the brew. Mr. Wang, Miss Su, what brings you here to see me? Their excessive politeness made Lin Hao feel somewhat uncomfortable. It is often said that one does not visit the 3 Treasures Hall without reason. Despite their fondness for Qianxiu, they would not be so formal without purpose. Wang Fei smiled but remained silent, casting a glance at Su Haiki. Mr. Lin, there are no outsiders here, so I will speak candidly. I have a deep admiration for your composition, Qianxiu, and I sincerely respect your contribution to the ancient style of music. I must confess, I once enjoyed a period of fame, but due to various reasons, I departed from the music scene for 9 years. Now, as I contemplate a return, I find that the industry is no longer what I once knew. Thus, I am in dire need of a truly remarkable song to help revive my reputation. Next week, I am set to participate in a program for which I have composed an ancient-style song titled "And Appo's Xiqing." And Appo's, strangely, no matter how I revise it, it always feels lacking. Mr. Lin, as an expert in this field, I hope you can offer some guidance. Upon finishing, Su Haiki stood and bowed slightly to Lin Hao. Given her status, this gesture towards someone outside the industry underscored her determination and urgency. Lin Hao quickly rose, humbly insisting it was unnecessary. Without further contemplation, he added, "While I cannot claim to provide guidance, if Miss Su does not mind, could you hum a few lines for me?" Uncertain of the nature of Su Haiki's relationship with Wang Fei, Lin Hao had no intention of offending her. After all, listening posed no harm. Wang Fei was also pleased with Lin Hao and Appo's willingness. Mr. Lin, Haiki has faced many challenges. I believe under your guidance, this song will undoubtedly reach new heights. You need not worry about compensation. Once Wang Fei spoke, Su Haiki adjusted her demeanor and began to sing a cappella. Lin Hao listened intently. It was undeniable that Su Haiki and Appo's vocal quality and technique were exceptional. The lyrics of Appo's Xiqing and Appo's were adorned with exquisite language, and under Su Haiki and Appo's interpretation, Lin Hao found the experience quite enjoyable. Yet, it was merely pleasant, lacking any profound emotional resonance or striking brilliance. As she concluded her performance, Su Haiki looked at Lin Hao with eager anticipation, mirrored by Wang Fei, who viewed the song positively from his perspective. Both were keen to hear Lin Hao's thoughts. Miss Su, may I inquire why you chose to perform this song for the program? In what context was it created? Lin Hao refrained from offering any critique, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings without risking ridicule. Instead, he contemplated a straightforward solution, selling a song. With a plethora of songs in the system, it would be far more efficient to select a suitable piece for her rather than offer ambiguous advice. Su Haiki, taken aback by Lin Hao's inquiry, nonetheless responded candidly. It is for Mango TV and AMP, Oppo's S Happy Camp, where there is a segment involving singing with masks, allowing the audience to guess the performer. I chose an AMP, Oppo's, Shiching and AMP, Oppo's. Firstly, because I have a fondness for ancient-style songs, and secondly, this program includes a segment dedicated to the inheritance of traditional opera culture. I have a deep appreciation for opera, which inspired me to create this song to encourage more people to appreciate this slowly fading national treasure. Su Haiki articulated her thoughts clearly, and Lin Hao grasped her intent. Indeed, contemporary society is quite restless, and opera requires a certain finesse. Without patience or an appreciation for the art, younger audiences often cannot engage with it. Moreover, the rigorous training needed to master opera from a young age has led to a decline in performers, reflecting a troubling trend for our national culture. In that instant, Lin Hao recalled a song from his past life, the renowned and AMP, Oppo's, Ci, Jiomen Hui E, and AMP, Oppo's, which emerged from the immensely popular in AMP, Oppo's, Lao Jimin and AMP, Oppo's series, specifically the character Er Yu Hong and AMP, Oppo's S storyline. Performed by the esteemed singer Deng Shiji, its subtle operatic nuances beautifully conveyed the song's essence, depicting Er Yu Hong's reflections on love, loyalty, patriotism, and more. Filled with nostalgia, yet devoid of regret. Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts on this song? Wang Fei, unable to contain his curiosity as Lin Hao seemed lost in thought, finally asked. Su Haiki too fixed her gaze upon him, much like a student awaiting a teacher in Oppo's S evaluation. To their astonishment, Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. The song was commendable, yet nothing more than that. His blunt critique caught them off guard, though neither was offended. Could you elaborate, Mr. Lin? Su Haiki asked, a hint of defiance in her tone, for she had poured considerable effort into her creation. In simpler terms, after listening, I felt no profound connection. The song lacked soul. Lin Hao and AMP, Oppo's S remarks were not intended to belittle the effort behind the song. However, he recognized that without this honesty, selling her a song would be difficult. Does it lack soul? Wang Fei was bewildered, but Su Haiki visibly trembled, deep in thought, repeatedly murmuring the words. With a serious demeanor, Lin Hao continued. I approach music with utmost sincerity. My words may be blunt, but they reflect my genuine sentiments. If I were to compose, I would not have penned it in this manner. Chapter 55, criticized by the young star again upon hearing the latter part of the sentence. Both Wang Fei and Su Haiki simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lin Hao's implication was unmistakable. He intended to compose a song. As a pioneer of ancient-style music, his choice of words carried significant weight. Did this mean they could purchase it? How about this? We reconvene here tomorrow, and I shall bring the complete song with me, he proposed. Lin Hao preferred action over mere words. Tomorrow? Mr. Lin, I do not doubt your capabilities, but isn't the timeline rather tight? Su Haiki intazet. Indeed, Mr. Lin, let me state this clearly. Once the song is completed, you may set any price you desire, and I shall not object. Yet, can a masterpiece truly be crafted in just one day? Wang Fei expressed his skepticism. Lin Hao, however, brimmed with confidence. Perhaps, but what if I succeed? His statement struck Wang Fei and Su Haiki as somewhat pretentious. In their minds, they simultaneously regarded Lin Hao with a skeptical glance. Nevertheless, they maintained smiles on their faces and offered him a thumbs up in admiration. Indeed, Mr. Lin and Oppo's S talent is evident. Then we shall meet again tomorrow without fail, Wang Fei concluded, extending his hand for a shake. By the way, Mr. Wang, how much do I owe for the song I recorded? Will I be able to receive the finished product tomorrow? Lin Hao inquired. What does money matter? I truly appreciate that Xian Xiu can be completed at our Flying Bird studio. I would never dream of charging you. Wang Fei replied dismissively. It and Oppo's, that's merely a few thousand yuan. I hardly regard it as significant, Lin Hao said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. That would be quite inappropriate. Mr. Wang, as you run a business, it is only fair to pay what is due. Lin Hao insisted. Since you insist, let us settle on 3,000 yuan. Wang Fei decided, seeing Lin Hao's determination. All right, Lin Hao stammered, momentarily taken aback. He wished he could slap himself for unnecessarily complicating matters. After all, saving those few thousand yuan would have been far more prudent. After exchanging another handshake, Lin Hao departed from the Flying Bird studio. Do you think he can truly create it? Su Haiki asked, still caught in her excited state, her eyes betraying a hint of apprehension after Lin Hao left. He must have some confidence. We shall see tomorrow, Wang Fei comforted, wrapping his arms around her. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Hao had already returned home after enjoying a bowl of ramen along the way. He spent 25,000 reputation points in the system to exchange for the complete content of CI, Jiumin Hui E, and began composing the background music on his computer. After finishing, he stretched lazily and noticed it was already 3 in the morning. Just then, his phone buzzed with a video invitation from Lin Hao. Quickly extinguishing his cigarette, he answered the call. Mom, how have you been feeling lately? On the screen appeared his mother, Wang Ying, alongside Lin Hao, lying in bed dressed in a hospital gown, surrounded by medical equipment. Much better, Hao. I watch you on my phone every day. Are you eating well over there? Wang Ying responded, her voice warm. Having undergone surgery over a week ago, she was recovering well, despite not yet being discharged. Everything is fine here. I apologize for not returning during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Hao replied, a warmth filling his heart. No worries. I understand you are busy with work. I have Han Han here with me. There is something I need to tell you, she said. What is it? He asked. It's about your second aunt. Your cousin is getting married and needs to buy a car and a house, along with a dowry. They're facing some financial difficulties, she explained. Lin Hao and Oppo's expression immediately soured. So, they're asking to borrow money? Mom, we owe them nothing. How did they treat us when Dad passed away? Have they ever considered us family? Now that they see I am earning, they are suddenly interested? As he vented his emotions, he noticed Wang Ying and Oppo's expression change, prompting him to hold his tongue to avoid upsetting her further. How? You're grown now, and I'm getting older. You are the man of the house. You decide how to handle this, she said. After a moment's thought, Lin Hao replied, all right, Mom. While I cannot lend them money, I can give a generous red envelope for the wedding. Additionally, I'll come to take you and Han Han to visit me soon. Please don't come. The travel expenses will be burdensome and take up your time. Han Han and I can manage to come by ourselves, she insisted. Yes, brother. You needn't worry about us. I'll buy the tickets and send you a photo. Just come and pick us up when we arrive, Lin Han chimed in. I will come. I just can't help but worry, Lin Hao countered. You're being stubborn. Han Han and I will be fine. It's settled then, Wang Ying concluded, chiding Lin Hao gently. Recognizing her firmness, he decided not to press the matter further, fearing it might agitate her. After ending the call, he returned to his work. The evening's live broadcast proceeded smoothly, yielding excellent results. As before, the next day, after completing his studies in the system, Lin Hao prepared to set out for the Flying Bird Music Studio to meet Wang Fei and Su Haiki. However, while scrolling through Douyin on his way, he stumbled upon a wave of criticism directed at his account Loserman. Initially, he paid little mind, as since its launch, the series had garnered a considerable following among the youth, yet had also faced disdain from some who deemed it lacking in moral integrity. These detractors were merely jesters, and their opinions had little impact on Loserman, which he chose to ignore. However, while perusing Douyin, he discovered that one of the current top stars, Zhang Yang, had taken to disparaging him. In a video interview, he had been asked for his thoughts on the recent viral success of Loserman. That is a brainless short skit only losers would enjoy, he remarked dismissively. This brief statement ignited a significant uproar once uploaded to Douyin. After all, as one of the top stars promoted by Dashing Entertainment this year, Zhang Yang possessed a vast fan base. Following his comment, numerous small streamers began posting videos to capitalize on the controversy, further amplifying its reach. Is he out his mind? Lin Hao grumbled, irritated. He believed the root of Zhang Yang's disdain lay in their previous encounter when, after completing a random task that had embarrassed Wu Fan, he casually remarked 8 words during a live stream about Zhang Yang and Oppo's bodyguard pushing people at the airport. Avoid the living, confront the dead. This phrase had gained traction online for a day or two, inciting considerable anger among Zhang Yang and AMP, Oppo's fans who vowed to track him down. However, the matter eventually fizzled out. Given Zhang Yang and AMP, Oppo's prominence, he was undoubtedly aware of the situation. Nevertheless, Lin Hao had no time to dwell on it, choosing to focus on his work. He ignored the calls for a response from fans on Douyin and Weibo. Are you Linda Shun? A tentative voice broke through his thoughts as he prepared to rest briefly on the subway. Chapter 56. Reflections on the 9 Gates. Upon raising his head, Lin Hao noticed 3 young men in their 20s. It and AMP, Oppo's, me. Who might you be? He inquired, flashing a smile. You are truly Linda Shun. We are your fans. How could we possibly encounter you on the subway? May we take a photo together? Of course, Lin Hao replied, delighted to meet his admirers. He promptly rose to pose for pictures with them. Although it wasn't the peak hour for commuting, the subway in the bustling metropolis was never devoid of passengers. Consequently, many onlookers drew closer, eager to capture the moment on their phones. Most of them did not recognize Lin Hao, yet they felt it perfectly normal to take photos and later share them on social media. Young man, what is his name? Is he a celebrity? A fashionably dressed older woman queried as she held up her phone to snap a picture. He's not a star. He's a prominent internet celebrity, immensely talented. The excitement of encountering Linda Shun in the subway was palpable. Thus, Lin Hao swiftly became the center of attention, with numerous passengers clamoring to join in for photos. Resulting in a chaotic scene, Lin Hao found himself being pulled in every direction, his attire becoming disheveled, leaving him in a state of bewilderment, reminiscent of a child whose clothing was in disarray. At the next stop, he decisively disembarked and opted to take a taxi to the Faniao music studio. Though this choice incurred additional expenses, he deemed it a worthwhile investment for his safety. You just had a scuffle, didn't you? The driver remarked, noticing Lin Hao's disheveled appearance. No, I was merely acting heroically, Lin Hao replied while adjusting his clothes. However, his expression suddenly shifted as he realized that over 400 yuan and the newly purchased Bluetooth headphones from his pocket had vanished. Damn it, he exclaimed, remembering the earlier commotion. Lin Hao concluded that someone must have taken advantage of the throng during the photo session. If only I could catch you, you false fan. Though disheartened, he felt a flicker of relief that his phone and USB drive remained secure in his grasp. The driver, sensing Lin Hao's agitation, refrained from further conversation and focused on the road. Upon reaching his destination, Lin Hao reluctantly paid the fare of 101 yuan. The same front desk attendant from the previous day greeted him with a bright smile, her large eyes sparkling with delight. Mr. Lin, the boss and the others are waiting for you in Studio 3. They said to come straight in upon your arrival. She clearly had been informed of Lin Hao and Oppo's situation. In Studio 3, Wang Fei, Su Haiki, and Lu Minghui were all present, eagerly listening to Lin Hao and AMP, Oppo's piece Chinchio. The song had been fully produced, and due to Lin Hao's exceptional performance, along with their dedicated efforts, the quality was outstanding, far surpassing his live rendition. They had already listened to it several times, each time finding it more captivating, not merely as listeners but with a desire to learn from it. As Lin Hao approached the door, he heard his song playing within and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He knocked gently. Come in. Hello, Mr. Wang, Ms. Su, and Mr. Liu. Lin Hao greeted each of them as he entered. Mr. Lin, please come quickly. We have completed an AMP, Oppo's, Chinchio, and AMP, Oppo's, they responded courteously. Lu Minghui, visibly excited, pulled Lin Hao over to present him with the finished piece. I heard it outside. It's fantastic. Thank you all. Lin Hao expressed his gratitude. Although he had not listened to it in its entirety, he had caught a glimpse outside and was thoroughly pleased. His primary purpose for visiting today was to discuss reflections on the 9 Gates. Mr. Lin, if you find anything unsatisfactory, feel free to let us know for any modifications. Wang Fei said with a smile, glancing at Su Haiki. Mr. Lin, about what you mentioned yesterday. Su Haiki and AMP, Oppo's expression revealed her nervousness, as she seemed hesitant to continue. Rest assured, Ms. Su, I, Lin Hao, always keep my word. The song you requested has been produced, and and I would appreciate the assistance of all of you in creating an accompaniment. With that, he handed the USB drive to Lu Mingwei. Mr. Lin, is this in the same ancient style as Qinchuan 3-inch Heaven? May I inquire about its title? Lu Mingwei asked, his hands trembling slightly with excitement as he accepted the USB drive. The prospect of yet another classic piece of ancient music emanating from his hands thrilled him immensely. Indeed, it is in the same ancient style, titled Reflections on the Nine Gates. Reflections on the Nine Gates? What a curious name. May I ask why you chose this title? Su Haiki and the others appeared perplexed, finding the name both strange and intriguing. Lin Hao had anticipated such a question and pondered for a moment before responding. When I was young, I heard a story from the elders about an organization during the Republic of China era called the Old Nine Gates. The AMP, Oppos, Nine Gates and AMP, Oppos, refers to 9 families, each possessing remarkable skills, who conceal themselves from the world. One of the family heirs was a performer named Yue Hong. This song narrates his life story concerning the Old Nine Gates and the art of opera. That makes sense. Yue Hong must be a legendary figure. They were captivated by Lin Hao and AMP, Oppos' explanation, feeling a unique resonance within. Lao Lu, quickly have Lao Zhou and the others start the production. Let us not waste any time. All right, I'll head over now, Lu Mingwei replied, coming back to his senses and promptly departing with the USB drive. Lin Hao took out his phone and shared the lyrics with them. Upon reading the first line, Su Haiki felt a shiver run down her spine. Her eyes glued to the page as she softly recited, "A song determines the heavy tower. A glance spans half a lifetime. All behold the swirling clouds. The performers of autumn, alas, a place of deep affection remains. Yet all around, the attire is that of the aged. Tales of the underworld never cease. Without the bones of the play, one cannot sway, changing scenes anew from the beginning, only to realize that the most is to be unable to remain in this world." As she finished reading, tears shimmered in Su Haiki and AMP, Oppos' eyes. Such beautiful lyrics. Mr. Lin, your talent is truly exceptional. Just reading these words conjures vivid imagery in my mind. I can envision a performer on stage, while the audience, filled with the elderly, jeers at him. This is remarkable. After reciting, Wang Fei could not contain his admiration, his gaze at Lin Hao suffused with appreciation. The performers of autumn, alas, a place of deep affection remains. Yet all around, the attire is that of the aged. Tales of the underworld never cease. Su Haiki repeatedly murmured these lines, overwhelmed by a profound sense of melancholy. The performers of autumn are so poignantly depicted. Autumn, amidst the seasons, signifies decay, often associated with sorrow in ancient literature. These 4 succinct words encapsulate the lives of countless performers from that era. Chapter 57, The Voice Actor Enigma. As you turn the page, you'll find a sheet music, which I have already meticulously prepared. Since this song is to be performed theatrically, it is best rendered in a theatrical tone. I wonder if Miss Su can achieve that. Their reactions were entirely within Lin Hao's expectations. Of course, the songs he presented were classics, proven through practice on Earth. The term theatrical tone puzzled everyone, prompting them to look at him in confusion. After all, a play is distinct from a song. How could there be a theatrical tone? Would that not imply singing opera? What I refer to as a theatrical tone is not a complete rendition in the style of opera, but rather a certain inflection that need not be overly deliberate. It is akin to rock music, which requires a burst of energy. The theatrical tone embodies a clear sound, encompassing some elements of traditional opera and AMP, Oppos' vocal techniques. Despite Lin Hao and AMP, Oppos' earnest attempts at clarification, they remained somewhat perplexed. "Mr. Lin, could you demonstrate for us?" Su Haiki expressed her deep curiosity about the theatrical tone Lin Hao spoke of, her eyes filled with anticipation, which was mirrored by Wang Fei and the others. Lin Hao frowned, feeling somewhat troubled. "This song is composed for you. If I sing it, it may create a preconceived impression. Perhaps you could perform it according to the sheet music?" It was not that Lin Hao was unwilling to demonstrate. Rather, he faced the challenge of possessing the requisite ability. The time for the vocal enhancement potion had elapsed, and any further purchase would require 15,000 prestige points, a sum he did not have. Even if he did, Lin Hao would be reluctant to expend such a vast amount of prestige for a demonstration. I would greatly appreciate it, Mr. Lin. I am genuinely fond of this song, and I am incredibly curious about the theatrical tone you mentioned. I am certain that your interpretation will be remarkable, Su Haiki implored. Indeed, Mr. Lin, a beautiful song deserves the finest interpretation. Failing to do so would be a travesty. I can offer additional compensation, Wang Fei added, attempting to persuade Lin Hao. Realizing that he might have inadvertently created a dilemma for himself, Lin Hao sighed deeply. Very well, but prior to that, could Miss Su sing the song simply according to the sheet music? This would provide a point of comparison. Certainly. Upon seeing the sheet music, Su Haiki could hardly contain her excitement. As a former pop diva, interpreting the sheet music was hardly a challenge, especially given the detailed nature of Lin Hao and Oppo's as composition. Once prepared, Su Haiki began to sing in the recording studio. Lin Hao slowly closed his eyes, prompting Wang Fei and the others to assume he was preparing to listen intently, and they too focused on the performance. Help me out here, system, I need assistance. Lin Hao and Oppo's closed eyes were a gateway to the system. Although he was unsure how to embody the theatrical tone, he was confident that the system would provide a solution. However, the system remained silent. Ignoring the lack of response, Lin Hao quickly articulated his request. I need to temporarily embody the theatrical singing style of Oppo's. Farewell to the Nine Gates and Oppo's. Please advise me swiftly. The system remained mute, yet the store interface began to scroll rapidly, soon illuminating a particular item. Lin Hao immediately focused his attention on it. Vocal tone rental. The host may temporarily acquire the vocal tone of a specific individual for 1 hour at the cost of 10,000 prestige points. 10,000 for 1 hour? Is there any difference between this and robbery? After reading the details, Lin Hao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. To merely possess someone and Oppo's vocal tone for a short time and be charged 10,000 prestige points was absurd. With fewer than 30,000 points in total, Lin Hao understood the arduousness of earning prestige. However, he had no choice but to rent. Wang Fei and the others were expecting his performance. With a resigned sigh, he clicked the rental button. Instantly, a screen reminiscent of a KTV song selection appeared before him, showcasing various Earth singers. Lin Hao swiftly scrolled through the options and ultimately paused at a particular profile. After confirming the rental for 1 hour, he felt a transformation in his vocal capabilities. Before he could fully grasp the change, his consciousness abruptly returned to reality, where he discovered Su Haiki had finished her performance, and Wang Fei was tapping him on the shoulder. Mr. Lin, what did you think of Haiki and Oppo's singing? Wang Fei inquired directly. Oh, it was decent, but I believe it would achieve perfection with the addition of a theatrical tone. How about I step in and demonstrate? Lin Hao replied casually, having not truly listened to her performance. Please. Lin Hao and Oppo's sudden assertiveness left Wang Fei and the others momentarily stunned, prompting them to gesture for him to proceed. Had he been asleep? Upon entering the studio, Wang Fei could not help but ask. Certainly not. I believe Mr. Lin was contemplating how to assist us in embodying the theatrical tone. He is indeed a person of great responsibility, came the reply, which Su Haiki immediately contested. Her gaze toward Chen Guangxing tinged with admiration. Having just completed her rendition of Farewell to the Nine Gates, she felt confident in her professional abilities, having encountered no hiccups or pitch issues. Yet, to Lin Hao, her performance was merely acceptable. This thought only heightened her anticipation for the theatrical version. Oblivious to their sentiments, Lin Hao entered the recording studio, donned headphones, and adjusted his focus. Having fully acquired the rights to Farewell to the Nine Gates, he was intimately familiar with both the lyrics and melody. Within the system, he selected the vocal tone he had rented, that of the renowned contemporary singer Zhou Shun. Often dubbed the Siren of the Sea, Zhou Shun and Oppo's voice is remarkably unique, having emerged from the Voice of China and gained widespread acclaim for his song Big Fish, capturing the hearts of many across the nation. His exceptional vocal skills, combined with an ethereal quality, quickly made him a beloved figure in the realm of traditional music. Though he had never attempted Farewell to the Nine Gates, Zhou Shen had performed numerous songs with theatrical tones, suggesting he would excel in this piece as well. When Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's voice resonated, the listeners outside were left in awe. Su Haiki covered her mouth in disbelief. What is this sound? He had previously showcased various vocal tones while narrating Ghost Blows Out the Light, leading many online to label him a voice actor. Yet, how could a male voice produce such enchanting tones? The group outside engaged in fervent discussion, but soon fell silent. Lin Hao's performance lacked any particularly intricate techniques. He merely mirrored the original singer's style, using Zhou Shen's vocal qualities. His interpretation diverged completely from Su Haiki's earlier attempt, especially with the theatrical tone, which ignited a fervor among the listeners, their faces flushed with excitement. Chapter 58. The captivating art of opera singing. This was their first encounter with the enchanting tones of opera singing. The subtle nuances of the performance, combined with the lyrics and melody of the song, elevated the entire piece to an unparalleled level. Opera singing? Is this truly what it is? Can one sing in such a manner? Su Haiki felt tears welling in her eyes, covering her mouth with her hand, utterly mesmerized as she gazed at Lin Hao in the recording studio. Wang Fei and the others were equally astonished. The sensation was reminiscent of their initial experience with Chinchio. A breathtaking moment. Lin Hao and Oppo's operatic style once again brought them immense delight. As the song concluded, Lin Hao stepped out of the studio, feeling quite satisfied with his performance. What I just demonstrated was indeed the operatic style I mentioned. Our country boasts a multitude of traditional operas, each with its distinct characteristics. There are also Huayin Laoqiang and Huhai, all treasures passed down from our ancestors. If we can appropriately blend these with modern music, it will undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Sensing their curiosity, Lin Hao preemptively spoke a single phrase to quell their inquiries, preventing them from delving too deeply into technicalities that might expose his own ignorance. Applause erupted from Wang Fei, followed by Su Haiki and the others, their eyes sparkling with admiration. I am truly enlightened, Mr. Lin. I believe no one can rival your understanding of ancient-style music. If you dedicate yourself to this endeavor, you will undoubtedly secure a significant position in the music industry. Should you require any assistance, I am more than willing to help. Wang Fei spoke earnestly, a sentiment he rarely expressed given his status. But Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's talent had genuinely astonished him. With Chinchio and 3-Inch Paradise already impressing them, Lin Hao had now crafted the even more exquisite Ci, Jiumen Hui, and pioneered the operatic singing technique. This was indeed a remarkable gem, and Wang Fei wished for Lin Hao to focus solely on ancient-style music rather than distractions like live streaming or filming dramas. Lin Hao, perceptive as ever, understood his implication and politely declined. It would be a great pity, Mr. Lin. May I have your contact information? If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out, Wang Fei suggested, respecting Lin Hao and Amp, Oppo's decision not to engage further. Lin Hao, naturally, would not refuse such an offer. Having a powerful ally could only be advantageous. Mr. Lin, I wish to sing again, employing the operatic style. Would you be able to offer me guidance? Su Haiki, completely enchanted by Lin Hao and Oppo's talent, spoke with a tone of respect that was hard to suppress. Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. I simply enjoy exchanging musical ideas. Lin Hao replied with a smile, his humble demeanor endearing him further to those present. Consequently, Su Haiki re-entered the recording studio, adjusted her settings, and began to emulate Lin Hao's singing style, infusing the song with operatic flair. True to her former status as a diva, despite it being her first encounter with this style, she quickly grasped the essence, impressing Lin Hao in the process. Mr. Lin, I sincerely appreciate your assistance with Haiki. May I inquire how much you plan to sell this song for? Please feel free to state your price. I will not haggle. Now that Ci Jiumen Hui had captivated everyone, it was time to discuss remuneration. Mr. Wang, the song in Amp, Oppo's 3-Inch Paradise and Amp, Oppo's was a collaborative effort with Dingji Entertainment. So I intend to maintain that approach for Ci Jiumen Hui as well. Lin Hao had already contemplated this. Revenue sharing? That is perfectly acceptable. Wang Fei did not hesitate. merely casting a deep glance at Lin Hao. He was unconcerned with the finances, as long as the song belonged to Su Haiki. Everything else was of no consequence to him. Before long, Lu Minghui returned with a completed accompaniment, accompanied by Old Zhou and others. Upon learning that this song was custom crafted for Su Haiki by Lin Hao, they instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Once completed, they were once again taken aback, eager to hear the full version. Su Haiki had found a rhythm and began to sing once more. Lu Minghui and the others, hearing the operatic style for the first time, were left agape. Following Wang Fei and Appo's explanation, they regarded Lin Hao with a mix of awe and curiosity. Su Haiki sang the piece 9 times, each rendition showcasing improvement. By the 9th iteration, her performance closely resembled Lin Hao's original rendition, perhaps even surpassing it in beauty. Wang Fei suggested they listen to the accompaniment to evaluate the overall effect. Thus, the complete version of C.I. Jiumen Hui was unveiled to the world. And apart from Lin Hao, everyone was spellbound. This song is extraordinary. The addition of background music has rendered it profoundly moving, Lu Minghui exclaimed, visibly excited. Indeed, Mr. Lin, C.I. Jiumen Hui is flawless in terms of both arrangement and lyrics. What is most surprising is the unique operatic style, which harmonizes perfectly with the song. I assure you, this piece will undoubtedly astonish the entire music industry. Old Zhou and the others lavished praise without reservation. While Qinxiu and 3-Inch Paradise were already remarkable, they now felt that C.I. Jiumen Hui exceeded both by a considerable margin, especially with the operatic nuances. The distinct charm of traditional opera intertwined with the entire song was simply irresistible. As everything came to a close, Lin Hao prepared to take his leave, but Wang Fei insisted he stay for a meal, suggesting that it was an opportune time since it was mealtime. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Lin Hao acquiesced. The meal consisted solely of the 3 of them, Wang Fei, Su Haiki, and Lin Hao, at a nearby exquisite restaurant. Upon arrival, both Su and Wang raised their glasses in honor of Lin Hao, expressing their gratitude for C.I. Jiumen Hui. This was a promise I made. I am equally delighted that this song can be performed by Miss Su, Lin Hao replied. Haha, Mr. Lin, I'm a few years your senior. If you do not mind, please call me Brother Wang instead of Mr. Wang. Su added, and call me Sister Su. Lin Hao beamed. Very well, Brother Wang, Sister Su. Then please call me Shaolin. With that, the 3 exchanged smiles and shared another toast. Throughout their ensuing conversation, their camaraderie deepened. They inquired about Lin Hao's future plans, both possessing connections within the entertainment industry and eager to see how they might assist him. Lin Hao briefly articulated his aspirations, expressing his desire not to join any management company, but rather to establish his own studio. Chapter 59. Targeted by online backlash, Wang Fei took a bite of his dish and remarked, the current entertainment industry thrives on the prevalence of youthful idols and rising stars. Many artists have established their own studios. However, these are typically private studios, still under the auspices of management companies. The type of studio you are referring to should resemble a corporate entity, correct? Well, I am rather accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle and prefer not to be overseen, Lin Hao candidly replied, casting an expectant glance at Wang Fei. He had long contemplated the idea of opening a studio, but achieving success in this endeavor was daunting, especially since he lacked familiarity with the intricacies involved. This conversation provided a valuable opportunity to gain insights from Wang Fei. The kind of studio you mentioned can be likened to a small-scale management company. The foremost requirement is to have artists who can produce marketable works. These 2 aspects are paramount. However, the costs associated with artists today are considerably steep. If you wish to pursue capital operations, you might recruit students from universities to serve as trainees and then package them for debut. Wanga, I think I'll pass on that. I aspire to establish a boutique studio where everything that emerges, whether it be films or music, must be of exceptional quality. I firmly believe that a remarkable work will pave the way for an artist in Appo's success. Lin Hao immediately countered, resolute in his stance. Wang Fei was not surprised by Lin Hao and Appo's response. After assessing him, he continued, in that case, unless you possess ample funds, securing financing will be extraordinarily challenging. Without showcasing viable artists or works from the studio, the financial drain will be substantial. Additionally, you will face fierce competition and potential smear campaigns from peers. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was abruptly jolted back to reality. He realized that Wang Fei's extensive discourse had a singular purpose. He sought to invest in Lin Hao's studio. This was something Lin Hao was unwilling to entertain. He did not wish for his studio to be under the influence of another proprietor. Furthermore, he had no apprehension about the scenario Wang Fei described impacting him personally. For other studios, producing a noteworthy piece could indeed be arduous. Yet Lin Hao was confident that he could accomplish this swiftly, with minimal costs yielding significant returns, akin to the effect of Jiaoxi Nanshi. Thus, he remained undeterred by initial challenges, reassured that the studio would ultimately belong to him. With a smile, he added, "I do not harbor grand ambitions. Moreover, during the filming of Jiaoxi Nanshi, we already formed our own team. If I were to establish a studio, they would be my primary consideration. I envision a studio that is not built on financial expenditure, but rather fortified through quality works, standing resolute against any capital assault." Wang Fei paused for a moment, contemplating Lin Hao and Appo's words, which he deemed somewhat presumptuous. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing this sentiment. He believed that while Lin Hao and Appo's talents were undeniable, the establishment of a studio would likely yield positive results in the realm of traditional music. Since Lin Hao was unwilling to accept assistance, Wang Fei chose not to press the matter further. He anticipated that when Lin Hao eventually encountered difficulties, he would return to seek help, at which point his bargaining power would be greater. Subsequently, they shifted their conversation, primarily discussing music. "Xiaolin, take a look at this news," Su Haiki interjected as she returned from the restroom, approaching Lin Hao and presenting her phone. Upon glancing at the screen, Lin Hao and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. The news headline boldly proclaimed, "Internet celebrity Lin Hao and Appo's Appo's Jiaoxi Nanshi and Appo's faces collective boycott from numerous celebrities." The article detailed that the controversy stemmed from a statement made by the popular idol Zhang Yang earlier that morning. As one of the leading figures in the industry, his fan base surpassed even that of Wu Fan and Appo's. Furthermore, Lin Hao had previously offended many within the fandom community, leading to a significant backlash from Zhang Yang and Appo's supporters, who criticized Jiaoxi Nanshi for its perceived shortcomings. However, the show and Appo's fanbase was equally robust, and in response to the negative scrutiny, they rallied to defend it. Particularly, Lin Hao and Appo's loyal followers, who had been avid viewers of his live streams, expressed their displeasure in a sarcastic and confrontational manner on social media. Before long, fans of other trending artists joined the fray, and the situation escalated into a widespread online spectacle. Several celebrities publicly denounced Jiaoxi Nanshi, labeling its content as vulgar and unrefined. This included renowned film critic Liu Peng, who, despite his previous lack of success as a director, had garnered attention for his opinions on various premieres. Though Lin Hao was unfamiliar with Liu Peng, the critic spared no criticism for Jiaoxi Nanshi on his social media. He lamented that the current television landscape had been corrupted by shows like Jiaoxi Nanshi, which, in his view, prioritized sensationalism at the expense of substance, filled with crude humor and sexual innuendos that were distasteful. Liu Peng and Appo's remarks echoed through the digital sphere as he urged relevant authorities to ban the show, deeming it detrimental to societal values and harmful to the next generation. With over 300,000 followers, his stance further fueled the flames of disdain towards Jiaoxi Nanshi. In response, some of the show and Appo's supporters commented humorously, "Really, you're amusing me. Just because you don't watch it doesn't mean others shouldn't. My grandpa enjoys watching Jiaoxi Nanshi. Care to argue with him?" Xiaolin, Su Haiki reassured him. "Such incidents are commonplace in the entertainment industry. Don't take it to heart. This too shall pass." Although she had not seen Jiaoxi Nanshi, she was aware of its reputation and felt compelled to support Lin Hao, given his prior kindness in providing her with songs. Noticing Lin Hao and Appo's silence, Wang Fei also offered words of encouragement. "In my view, This only underscores the popularity of an amp, oppos, Jiaoxi Nanshi, and amp, oppos. Some people are simply envious and wish to tarnish its reputation. It would be wise not to engage with them. Otherwise, you'll fall into their trap. I understand. Let us move on, Lin Hao replied, opting not to delve into the specifics. This was not the first time he had faced online criticism, and he was accustomed to such occurrences. Typically, during these moments, the system would issue random tasks, and he expected this instance to be no different. However, as time passed, the system remained silent, much to his bewilderment. Chapter 60. The incorrigible Lin despite the circumstances. Lin Hao found it increasingly difficult to endure. After all, he had offended numerous individuals. As the saying goes, the more lice, the less itch. With that in mind, after finishing his meal, Lin Hao returned home, where he received a flurry of calls from several acquaintances, including Zhang Bei, Lu Sheng, and the affluent Zhang Deshao. They had all witnessed the online disparagement and were incensed, particularly Zhang Bei. Having gained some notoriety through the loser men, he was particularly aggrieved. Otherwise, the people from Tianma Entertainment would not have sought him out. How's he? Are these people truly so idle as to target us, the loser men? On the way home, the plump companion had brought some marinated delicacies, and as Lin Hao had a few cans of beer at home, they indulged in both food and conversation. I've mentioned this before. It's because the loser men has gained popularity, which has incited envy in others, leading them to conspire against us. What nonsense! How's he? Do you think this will lead to a ban? I'm relying on this for my rise to fame, Zhang Bei remarked, gnawing on a pig's trotter, visibly irritated, yet glancing at Lin Hao with a hint of concern. Not at all. At worst, they are merely venting their frustrations, Lin Hao assured him. Having consulted with Lu Sheng earlier in the afternoon, Lu Sheng had confidently informed him that Douyin had no intentions of banning the loser men. On the contrary, they had reached out to Lin Hao with plans to promote the series on other video platforms. Venting is one thing, but come on, Arn and Oppos, TU known as and Oppos, the incorrigible Lin and Oppos, ISN and Oppos, T it time to retaliate? Zhang Bei felt a simmering frustration. It was unlike Lin Hao to remain silent in the face of insults. Lin Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. For heaven's sake, I am Lin Deshun, the poet Lin. Thank you very much. Insulting others is certainly not my style, especially now that I am somewhat of a public figure. As he spoke, a pure smile graced his lips. However, I shall ensure they experience greater discomfort than mere insults. How do you intend to do that? Zhang Bei inquired, excitement bubbling within him. Leave it to me. Just tune in my live stream tonight. You and Oppos, LLC. It will be quite the spectacle. True to his word, at 9:00 and Oppos clock, Lin Hao initiated the live stream. The moment he appeared, the viewer count skyrocketed to over 600,000, with comments flooding the screen at such a pace that they were nearly indecipherable. Yet, the primary topic of discussion remained the loser men. Fans of Zhang Yang and his ilk were adamantly demanding Lin Hao's departure from Douyin and the live streaming scene, deriding the loser men as vulgar. In response, Lin Hao and Amp, Oppos, S fans were equally spirited, flooding the comments with Lin Hao and Amp, Oppos, S iconic phrases, the most recurring being avoid the deceased, steer clear of the living, a direct jab at Zhang Yang himself. I relish witnessing the frantic desperation of you brainless fans. Lin Hao teased, have you finished your homework, children? Hurry along, for if the incorrigible Lin starts hurling insults, you shall be left in tears. Casual onlookers? Who is Zhang Yang? Merely a makeup instructor with a penchant for the dramatic. Observing the barrage of comments, Lin Hao chuckled. Look, and Oppos, the incorrigible Lin and Oppos, is laughing. Let an Oppos, let's be honest. While the incorrigible Lin has his flaws, anyone who dares to bully him must first seek permission from us, his loyal supporters. Lin Hao, do you not feel touched by our unwavering defense of you? Ah, the nostalgia. And Amp, Oppos, the incorrigible Lin and Amp, Oppos, they have brought the fight to your doorstep. Will you not unleash some new antics? As the audience's enthusiasm swelled, Lin Hao acknowledged their sentiments, but remained focused on his performance of Ghost Blows Out the Light. With a considerable portion of the narrative already delivered, A dedicated following had been cultivated, and upon the announcement of the next segment, Lin Hao's fans fell silent, eager to listen. However, the fervent young fans continued their tirade. Noticing Lin Hao's indifference to their provocations, many began to lose interest and cease their antics. 3 hours later, the broadcast of Ghost Blows Out the Light concluded. Oh, what a delight! Truly, Lin to shun. The suspense is palpable. Indeed, will who buy and the others uncover the tomb dust pearl? Breaking news. My store is selling tomb dust pearls for 10 yuan each. First come, first served. Following the conclusion, a myriad of comments erupted, including those from Zhang Yang and Amp, Oppos, as fanbase. The two factions of fans engaged in a vivid exchange of barbs within Lin Hao's comment section. Lin Hao, what are your thoughts on teacher Liu Peng's remarks? Foolish host. Please, for the love of all that is good, retire from the internet. What even is the loser man? By the way, my dear Yang's new film, The Heroic Bones and Soft Feelings of Wang Fei Hung, is set to premiere. Do take note. The discussion had shifted from attacking Lin Hao personally to critiquing his work. Wang Fei Hung, a renowned martial arts master from Foshan, had garnered even greater fame than in the previous world, inspiring numerous adaptations across various media. Upon reading these comments, Lin Hao smiled once more and raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Everyone, please, and oppose. V noticed the uproar online. Several celebrities and public figures have criticized the loser men as being vulgar and unrefined. Initially, I had no intention of addressing this, but I shall respond briefly now. Oh dear, and oppose. The incorrigible Lin and oppose is about to unleash. Pens and paper are at the ready, and oppose. The incorrigible Lin and oppose. Please commence your performance. Lin Hao and oppose. As fans, having spent the day sparring with detractors online, we're beginning to tire of the exchange. After all, this was not Lin Hao and oppose as first experience with online criticism. Each time, he had delivered astonishing retorts, and they anticipated no less this time. First off, let us address Liu Peng. I must admit, I do not recognize this individual. Many claim he is a film critic and once a director, yet I find myself curious as to why he no longer pursues directing. Touch. Ah, the incorrigible Lin strikes again with a poignant inquiry. Excellent question. Continuing, Lin Hao remarked, I recall that his films consistently occupy the lowest ratings on Dubon. At this point, Lin Hao feigned admiration, giving a thumbs up. How impressive you are. Your films are so sophisticated that only you can comprehend them. They are beyond the grasp of the average viewer. Truly remarkable. With such talent, why even bother with criticism? Perhaps you should seek employment at a factory instead. They offer great benefits. His sardonic tone ignited a frenzy in the live stream chat. Ha ha, the incorrigible Lin is a master of wit. But why do I find such delight in this? Indeed, the incorrigible Lin is truly skilled in his craft. Liu Peng, did you hear that? Time to find a job at the factory. Chapter 61. Is it a movie? The audience quickly began to embrace the humor surrounding the notion of starting work at the factory. The foolish host displayed a shocking lack of decorum. We were discussing the losers, so why resort to personal attacks? Indeed, I find Liu Peng's films quite captivating. Perhaps your inability to appreciate them speaks more to you than to the work itself. The younger fans, upon witnessing Lin Hao and his supporters flaunting their arrogance, felt their teeth grind in irritation and began defending Liu Peng. After all, Liu Peng's comments also supported their idol, Zhang Yang. All right, let's discuss the losers. I see many of you arguing about highbrow versus lowbrow. But what truly constitutes elegance? I would like to pose this question. Is it the incomprehensible and chaotic that defines sophistication? Furthermore, I have never claimed that The Losers is a refined drama. It is a piece grounded in the everyday experiences of the masses. Many were taken aback when Lin Hao made such an admission, acknowledging the work in Amp, Oppo's lack of refinement. He continued, stating that film and television productions are fundamentally about enriching people's spiritual lives. One can certainly create something sophisticated, filled with obscure references to elevate its status. Much like Liu Peng's works, which, despite their cultural depth and intellectual undertones, have proven unpopular. As for the term vulgar, I do not view it negatively. We are all but ordinary individuals, whether discussing the losers or other creations. If an audience can laugh and feel a sense of relaxation after viewing, is that not sufficient? True elegance is not merely spoken of. It must appeal to both refined and common tastes. This is the highest achievement. After Lin Hao and Appo's remarks, many viewers of his live stream could not help but applaud, including Zhang Bei, whose hands nearly turned red from clapping. Hao's eloquence is remarkable, they remarked. Hao is truly becoming increasingly impressive. The Losers is indeed entertaining, regardless of its supposed vulgarity. Behind Zhang Bei, his parents, who have always admired Lin Hao, were present. Ever since Zhang Bei and they reached a one-year agreement, their relationship had improved. They watched every episode of The Losers, and although they were somewhat dissatisfied with their son and Appo's portrayal, they still enjoyed the show immensely. The phrase elegance for all encapsulates the sentiment perfectly. I declare that poet Lin has arrived. Indeed, Lin's ability to satirize and showcase superiority is nothing short of legendary. We support you, Lin. We are all ordinary people, and we love watching The Losers. Even those fans who had continually criticized Lin Hao found themselves at a loss for words. They felt a profound frustration, wondering how the online bullying they feared had seemingly no effect on Lin Hao. Time and again, their aggressive approach left them speechless. It should be noted that these fans wield considerable influence online. Who would dare provoke them? Their sharp tongues boasted of their prowess. Yet they were challenged to produce a legitimate work themselves. Indeed, The Losers is trash, devoid of any plot, let alone acting. It's nauseating. A mere internet celebrity, constantly ranting against the world, should present tangible work to back their claims. The fans quickly shifted their focus, critiquing Lin Hao's film endeavors. Ironically, their arguments contained some merit. Ultimately, The Losers could only be described as a comedic situational drama. To put it bluntly, it is a collection of sketches, neither a television series nor a film, lacking any cohesive narrative. You consider yourself so talented, composing songs and poetry. Why not produce a film? They scoffed. What a joke. A mere loser. Amidst this, a notification chimed, triggering a random task. Please produce a film in the Wang Feiheng series within a month, with all metrics surpassing Zhang Yang's Wang Feiheng film. Completion of the task will yield 30,000 reputation points and a chance for a lucky draw. Failure incurs severe penalties. The familiar voice of the system resonated in Lin Hao and Appo's mind. Surprisingly, he was not taken aback. The inevitable had arrived. Thus, he faced the camera and cleared his ears. Are you challenging me? Well, I shall not back down. Today, I declare that if Zhang Yang intends to make a Wang Feiheng film, then I shall too. Let's see who can deliver. I'm not afraid of your chatter. Suddenly, Lin's audacity caught everyone off guard. Are you really going to make a film, Lin? Why another Wang Feiheng installment? It's been done to death. Indeed, if you're making a film, why not adapt Ghost Blows Out the Light? That would surely be superior. Fans were exhilarated to hear Lin Hao was also embarking on a film project, directly challenging Zhang Yang. Remarkably, no one doubted the authenticity of his claim. They had grown accustomed to Lin's multifaceted talents. Initially, they believed he could only write novels, yet he surprised everyone with 1,000 Autumns, delivering a sharp rebuke to Wu Fan. Then came Water Melody, which effortlessly outshone half the literary world, followed by The Losers. Therefore, another film announcement was not particularly shocking. Their sole concern was for Lin Hao to avoid the Wang Feiheng theme, as the plethora of existing works on this subject matter was tiresome, all revolving around Wang and his romantic entanglements. Have I ever failed to keep my word? This time, I will create a Wang Feiheng that is unlike any other. Just wait and see, Lin Hao asserted, brimming with confidence. If it were any other subject, he might have felt some trepidation, but Wang Feiheng? Not a chance. The Wang Feiheng series featuring Jet Li is renowned. Each film has been spectacular, achieving classic status. Although Lin Hao had not seen any of these films from this world, he understood their essence through the words of his fans. In stark contrast, the fans of the idol were ecstatic upon hearing this news. Is this true? You dare to challenge our Yang Yang? They laughed. This is the best joke I've heard all year. Save this video if you don't dare to film. You aren't a real man. Chapter 62. The Bet the Audacious Fellow. Surely he won't produce something as lackluster as Loserman, right? Lin Hao scoffed dismissively. Soon, I shall post on Weibo, Why should I fear Zhang Yang, that ambiguous individual? He should prepare himself for a thorough exposure. Ah, the thrill is returning. This is the essence of my brash persona, and I am ready to charge forth. To the trashy streamer, feel free to hurl your insults. We, the little sons, possess decorum and shall not engage in petty exchanges. Sisters, although we little sons prefer to avoid trouble, we are unafraid of it. We must protect our beloved idol, Yang Yang, the finest in the world. Trashy streamer, if your work is subpar, will you dare to withdraw from the internet? Indeed, let us raise the stakes. Will you dare to leave the online world? Upon uttering these words, the girls immediately began to rally, seizing the opportunity to thoroughly dismantle Lin Hao. They harbored no belief that Lin Hao could produce anything of merit. Moreover, even if he did, what difference would it make? Nowadays, all data in films and television can be manipulated. They could merely throw money at it, as this was a common practice for them. Lin Hao was taken aback by their audacity. However, they had already mounted his shoulders, and he could not retreat at this juncture. If you wish to raise the stakes, I accept. If I lose, I shall withdraw from the internet. But if I triumph, what will Zhang Yang have to say? Huh, will our Yang Yang lose? You amuse me greatly. Do you truly believe you can best our Yang Yang? Lin Hao chuckled coldly, dismissively waving his hand. Spare me your prattle. Should I lose, I will withdraw from the internet automatically. However, I, your esteemed brother Hao, am magnanimous. If I win, there will be no need for Zhang Yang to retire. How about this? If he loses, he must post on Weibo, declaring that I, Zhang Yang, am ambiguous and that my fans enjoy consuming excrement. How outrageous. No wonder so many people criticize you. This streamer, you possess no manners. Upon hearing this, the girls were infuriated. Lin Hao laughed heartily. What a bunch of hypocrites. Can't handle the stakes? Or perhaps you lack confidence in Zhang Yang. These fools truly have their perspective shattered. How dare they challenge me with a bet? Should I lose, will Zhang Yang retire from the entertainment industry? Brothers, if you can't handle the banter, step aside. Indeed, the fans of the ambiguous individual are all hypocrites. After Lin Hao spoke, his fans rallied in support, vociferously berating Zhang Yang's fans. To all the little sons, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support for Yang Yang. Though he is a kind-hearted boy, when he sees you, his little sons, being bullied while defending his reputation, he will undoubtedly act with unwavering resolve. This wager is accepted by Yang Yang, regardless of the outcome. We must thank all the little sons for their continual support and concern. As the fans of both sides engaged in a fierce exchange, a dazzling array of colorful comments suddenly flooded the screen. The source of this message was none other than Zhang Yang's studio. Yang Yang, wo you fe finally arrived. Please don't accept this shameless influencer as challenge. Just focus on eating well and sleeping soundly. We will protect you. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yang's fans felt as though they had found a pillar of support and began to flood the comments with similar sentiments. Even those who were not originally fans of Zhang Yang found themselves swayed, enamored by an idol willing to stand up for his fans. Wow, I'm crying. How touching. Ha! Pure onlooker here. Is this the scene of touching Huagua? In stark contrast, Lin Hao's fans retorted sharply. As the self-proclaimed king of banter, Lin Hao is certainly not one to feign ignorance. He clicked his tongue twice, extending a hand toward the camera, his expression one of mock admiration. Look at this heartwarming scene. What a touching master-servant dynamic. Perhaps this is what character is all about. If I were a little son, I would be so moved that I'd leap from my 9th floor apartment. Oh, how nostalgic. If I were a little son, I would be so moved that I would eat excrement on the spot. One must admit, when it comes to sarcasm, Lin's wit is indeed sharp. As soon as Lin Hao spoke, his persona transformed into that of a seasoned trickster, yet I find it amusing. I wish I could be a little son too. But what if I live on the 2nd floor and can't survive the fall? With Lin Hao leading the charge, his fans erupted in laughter, inundating the comments with jests. Lin Hao, our Yang Yang, and the little sons are all genteel individuals. We prefer not to quarrel with you. Remember your words. Lose and withdraw from the internet. This was the final comment from Zhang Yang and Oppo's studio before they exited the scene. Lin Hao, mere bravado is futile. I hope you do not come crying to us later. Encouraged by this account, the fandom girls found their resolve, taking the moral high ground and expressing their disdain for Lin Hao and his followers. Soon, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted by nearly half. Apart from a few trolls still spewing venom, the majority of fandom girls had departed. Lin Hao, while we enjoy bantering with you, do you truly possess confidence? Indeed, Lin. Don't be deceived by our words. We love you, you know. Fear not, Lin. If we lose, we will simply renege on our agreement. Upon reading these comments, Lin Hao felt a twinge of frustration as he rubbed his nose. Am I truly instilling such doubt in you? I implore you, do not bolster others while diminishing your own spirits. It is merely a film about Wang Feihong. How difficult could it be? Just you wait. If I do not decisively defeat Zhang Yang, I shall withdraw from the internet live broadcast of a Five-Blade fan. Shocking. A renowned online streamer expresses a peculiar fondness for electric fans. Wow, Lin, now that you mention it, I suddenly wish to see you lose and then broadcast the electric fan live. What then? +1. How about you perform a live demonstration of a one-blade fan first? Jiangu the Shaokaimding. What brand of fan does the streamer require? Please inform me, and I shall expedite the delivery. Come on, you bunch of old tricksters. Since I dare to set the stakes, do you dare to join me? Here's the deal. If I win, you shall all flood the comments with Lin Hao moi. I love you. Upon hearing this, the comments erupted in a frenzy. Lin Hao relished the interaction with his fans, and before he knew it, over 10 minutes had flown by. As per usual, Lin Hao ended the stream at breakneck speed. After taking a shower, smoking a cigarette, and scrolling through his phone, Lin Hao's live broadcast content stirred up yet another wave of controversy online. First and foremost, it was Liu Peng, who had been mercilessly ridiculed by Lin Hao, that faced the backlash. Chapter 63. The words spoken by Lin Hao struck at Liu Peng and Oppo's vulnerabilities with remarkable precision. The deepest turmoil in Liu Peng's life stemmed from the fact that his creations garnered little attention and were met with abysmal ratings. Yet, he never attributed this to his own shortcomings. Rather, he perceived the audience as lacking intelligence and understanding. This notion had served as a mask for his self-consolation. However, Lin Hao stripped away that mask tonight, leaving Liu Peng engulfed in a profound sense of humiliation. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a torrent of invective against Lin Hao on Weibo, illustrating the extent of his fury. In response, Lin Hao chose not to engage further. Liu Peng was a name Lin Hao had never encountered before. To be frank, he had little interest in conversing with him. Nevertheless, Lin Hao's fans were unrelenting, flocking to his Weibo to mock Liu Peng with sophistication. Zhang Yang, one of the most prominent figures in the domestic entertainment industry, was currently attending an event and residing in a luxurious presidential suite at a five-star hotel. He was well aware of the online happenings. Sisterling, do we really need to target such a minor internet celebrity? Why even agree to that wager? Zhang Yang was feeling quite inflated. Not only did he dismiss Lin Hao, but he also overlooked even the senior figures in the entertainment circle. His remark during an interview was merely a reaction to Lin Hao's previous disparaging comments about him. Furthermore, as both he and Wu Fan were affiliated with Dashing Entertainment, he sought to support Wu Fan. What surprised him, however, was that the company had chosen to sensationalize this matter to such an extent. More critically, it had embroiled him in the fray, much to Zhang Yang's dissatisfaction. Yang, this is the company and Oppo's arrangement. You need to cultivate your image in front of your fans. Besides, Lin Hao and Oppo's rejection of Yi Xiao has left him somewhat displeased. My actions here are also to help you build connections, spoke Li Ling, a mere 27 years of age, but already a notable figure in the management realm. In just a few years, she had propelled two top stars to prominence, Zhang Yiyang and Lu Mengdan, the leader of the girl dynasty. Li Ling excelled at crafting personas, employing various strategies to establish appealing images for the artists under her guidance. Yi Xiao. Zhang Yiyang paused upon hearing that name. Isn't Yi Xiao the one who founded the 8Cs Guild? He once sought to recruit Lin Hao, only to be turned down. Initially, Yi Xiao had not paid much attention to Lin Hao, but as Lin Hao's popularity soared, Yi Xiao had expressed his disdain, suggesting that Lin Hao was ungrateful and hinted at wanting to deal with him. We can lend a hand in this matter. If we can please Yi Xiao, his endorsement could open many doors for you, Li Ling asserted confidently. As for the wager Lin Hao had proposed, she was utterly indifferent. The illustrious Zhang Yang, molded by the company at great expense for the film The Legend of Wang Feihong, could hardly be overshadowed by an internet celebrity who produced a film in a mere month. Such a notion was preposterous. The support of Zhang Yang's fans alone would ensure his success. Furthermore, if circumstances turned unfavorable, they could simply invest in bolstering the data. In the capital-driven entertainment industry, quality content was secondary to financial power. This scenario was not uncommon. For instance, Zhang Yang and Oppo's latest single, The Sun, had quickly ascended to the top of various charts upon release, earning multiple awards. It was a jest that a fan could purchase hundreds or even thousands of copies to elevate it to the apex. Zhang Yang chuckled at the thought. If this endeavor could appease Yi Xiao, his position as the company and Oppo's best artist this year would be all but guaranteed. The Yi Xiao they referred to was Yi Xiaofeng, the son of Yi Guopeng, the chairman of Dasheng Entertainment. However, Yi Xiaofeng had chosen not to work at Dasheng, but instead founded the 8 Seas Guild, focusing on the live-streaming sector, much to Yi Guopeng's displeasure. He believed his son was forsaking immediate opportunities for distant prospects in a seemingly frivolous industry. Yet, as live streaming surged in popularity over the past 2 years, even many celebrities began to partake. It was only then that Yi Guopeng began to shift his perspective and support his son. Yi Xiaofeng was notoriously arrogant. Despite the eagerness of company artists to curry favor with him, he seldom acknowledged their attempts. Only a few female stars managed to maintain a cordial relationship with him. Regardless, it was evident that the future of Dasheng Entertainment lay in Yi Xiaofeng's hands, and cultivating a rapport with such a potential mogul would undoubtedly benefit Zhang Yang. Lin Hao, however, remained unaware of these dynamics. The following day, news of the wager concerning the Wang Feihong film erupted online, garnering even more attention than before. After all, producing a film was not as simple as writing poetry or composing a song. Moreover, with merely a month to create a film on a topic that had been exhausted, many engaged in fervent discussions. Lin Hao truly seems to be overestimating his capabilities. He cannot possibly believe that making a film is as trivial as the likes of Loser Man, one commentator remarked. I've long been irritated by Lin Hao. He constantly rails against the world. This time, I wholeheartedly support Zhang Yang. Entertainment Daily. Lin Hao trends again. Can a film shot in a month truly be captivating? Industry Insights. An internet celebrity and Oppo's repeated provocations of the entertainment circle, self-destruction, or genuine talent. Penguin News. Behind this wager lies a meticulously orchestrated publicity stunt. These media outlets reported extensively on the matter, none of them defending Lin Hao. All scoffed at his actions. Penguin News went so far as to delve into the topic, suggesting that Lin Hao and Oppo's motives were rooted in a desire for publicity. They recounted the sequence of events from Lin Hao's initial musical spar with Wu Fan to his confrontational stance against half the literary world. The article concluded with a prediction that should Lin Hao lose this wager, he would not withdraw from the internet. Prominent influencers and bloggers offered their commentary on the situation, with a consensus that Lin Hao and Oppo's actions were reckless. Only a small faction supported him, notably a blogger known as Kong Kong. With over 4 million followers on Weibo, Kong Kong, a 30-year-old teacher at the Beijing Film Academy, was a revered figure among female students. His title as a film critic underscored his profound understanding of cinema. During his student years, he had even founded a film review website. His critiques, whether favorable or unfavorable, commanded respect. However, Kong Kong had not reviewed any films in the past year until he suddenly took to Weibo to express his support for Lin Hao, articulating his thoughts in a lengthy post. Chapter 64. Securing investment as a professional in the film industry, I must responsibly convey that Lin Hao is an exceptionally talented individual. I do not believe that he is leveraging anyone for publicity. Over the past few days, many have criticized Loser Gentleman as vulgar and lacking substance, a notion I vehemently oppose. On the contrary, I wholeheartedly agree with Lin Hao's assertion that a truly great work should cater to both refined tastes and the masses. While some content in Loser Gentleman may indeed seem trivial, It is precisely this triviality that brings joy to viewers, reflecting experiences many encounter in their daily lives. The show employs an exaggerated style to portray these themes. Its purpose is not to adhere to strict definitions, but to elicit smiles and uplift spirits. The filming techniques and the imaginative use of various comedic sketches within the show are truly commendable. I can assure you that creating such a situational comedy is significantly more challenging than producing a film, although it does not require narrative continuity. Each story must take unexpected turns, which is a considerable difficulty. Moreover, Lin Hao's ability to compose ancient-style songs like Qianxiu and 3 Inches of Heaven, as well as his creation of timeless poetry like Shui Diaoge 2, speaks volumes about his artistic talent. I personally look forward to seeing whether his upcoming film on Wang Feiheng will break the existing market mold and deliver a truly remarkable cinematic experience. I was surprised to learn that Kong Kong, who has never met Lin Hao, holds him in such high regard, leading to an influx of support. Kong Kong aptly noted that Lin Hao often accomplishes the unexpected, and I firmly believe he will succeed this time as well. Fans of Lin Hao and some neutral netizens have been commenting below, and naturally, Lin Hao took notice of this, feeling a sense of gratitude towards the ever-supportive Kong Kong, responding with appreciation for the recognition and encouragement, vowing to work diligently to meet expectations. Kong Kong soon replied with a simple, yet motivating, "Keep it up." Upon reading these words, Lin Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since he had already resolved to undertake this endeavor, he would devote himself entirely to it. The identity of Wang Feiheng remains unchanged, whether in a world transformed or not. He is still a renowned martial arts master from the late Qing dynasty. However, his fame transcends that of our world, and thus, if a film about him is to be made, it would undoubtedly feature Jet Li as the lead. Directed by Sui Hark. Last night, Lin Hao browsed the system store and exchanged all his current prestige points for a classic film, Wang Feiheng, A Man Should Stand Strong. This film, directed by Sui Hark, is celebrated for its powerful portrayal of various story scenes, complemented by Jet Li's charming and dynamic fight sequences. It is widely regarded as the most outstanding installment in the Wang Feiheng series, growing in popularity and receiving numerous accolades over time. Consequently, when the name Wang Feiheng is mentioned, many immediately envision Jet Li's iconic image. Furthermore, this film gave rise to a song that resonated throughout Asia, A Man Should Stand Strong. Lin Hao, a devoted fan of this movie, has watched it no less than 5 or 6 times. The mere thought of being able to film this work in another world fills him with extraordinary excitement. This film will mark Lin Hao's inaugural foray into the entertainment industry, making the occasion all the more significant. Therefore, he approaches this project with utmost seriousness. Lin Hao has resolved to direct this film personally. Although he lacks experience in directing, he has a month to amass prestige points to exchange in the system. Moreover, he possesses detailed knowledge of the film, and as long as he grasps the fundamentals of directing, he is confident in his ability to bring it to life. However, producing a film is still a formidable challenge, with the most crucial factor being the cast. The caliber of the actors plays a pivotal role in determining the film's quality. Lin Hao is determined to stay true to the original essence of the work, which necessitates finding actors who possess both talent and charisma, as well as genuine martial arts skills. Additionally, pivotal roles, such as the character of Annie 13 played by Carina Lau and Liang Quan portrayed by Mo Xiaozong, require careful selection. The most challenging role to cast is that of Nalin Yuan Shu, originally played by the renowned martial arts star Donnie Yen in Wang Feiheng, A Man Should Stand Strong. The 2 fight scenes between Nalin and Wang Feiheng are considered classics of the film. It is imperative to cast this character wisely. In contrast, the roles of Liu Haodong, played by David Jiang, and Sun Yat-sen, portrayed by Zhang Tailin, are relatively easier to fill. Moreover, producing such a film requires substantial financial resources. Even if Lin Hao opts for less recognizable actors with lower salaries, the film will still necessitate a large number of extras, along with investments, promotions, and other expenses, amounting to several million. Beyond this, to have the film screened in domestic cinemas, certain conditions must be met. First, a filming permit must be obtained, and after filming, the project must be submitted to the Film Bureau for review. Upon approval, the production team can negotiate the scale of the release with cinemas, which essentially determines the screening rate. Once confirmed, the production team can begin making copies. This outlines the entire process from filming to theatrical release. Fortunately, in this world, due to the significant emphasis placed on the cultural and entertainment sectors by the Hua country, the review process is relatively lenient. Provided there are no significant principled errors or elements of violence or pornography, approval is typically granted. Lin Hao has thoroughly researched these conditions online, and now his primary concern is securing funding. His current situation is relatively stable, having earned nearly $1 million through live streaming. However, Loser Gentleman, having been promoted on Douyin, initially aimed to attract fans and consequently did not generate substantial revenue. Instead, it incurred considerable expenses during production, leaving him with insufficient funds to complete the filming. Therefore, Lin Hao must seek investors. He has identified a potential backer, Wang Fei, the owner of Fania Studio. As a billionaire, Wang Fei's support could resolve the financial aspect effortlessly. Having assisted Su Haiki in writing Sihui Juman and with Wang Fei and Oppos, as appreciation for his work, Lin Hao feels optimistic about this endeavor. As for subsequent matters, those can be addressed once the funds are secured. Otherwise, it would all be mere talk. Lin Daxing, are you recording a song today as well? The receptionist at Fania Music Studio, having recognized him, greeted him with a smile. Chapter 65. Agreement to invest today, I 1T record. I need to find General Manager Wang. Is he here? Yes, General Manager Wang is in the first recording studio. Lin Hao nodded with a smile and acknowledgement. Thank you. With that, he made his way directly to the recording studio. As he approached the door, he could hear Su Haiki and Amp, Oppo's voice resonating inside. Practicing CI, Jumen Hui. After contemplating for a moment, he chose not to interrupt and instead waited at the entrance until she finished singing before knocking on the door. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Please come in. The door was opened by Lu Minghui, who immediately welcomed Lin Hao with enthusiasm upon seeing him. As music enthusiasts, they held immense admiration for Lin Hao, a true musical prodigy. Su Haiki happened to step out of the recording studio and was equally delighted to see Lin Hao. Shaolin, you're here just in time. How did I perform just now? After all, Lin Hao was the lyricist and composer of the song, and she was eager to hear his feedback. For the past few days, she had devoted long hours to practicing this piece and had grown increasingly fond of it, feeling more and more at ease with each rendition. Lin Hao smiled. I was just listening outside. Though I didn't catch it all, it was magnificent. Guya, you truly deserve your title as a diva. Lin Hao's praise was somewhat exaggerated, but who would expect him to say otherwise? That would only invite unnecessary discomfort. Besides, Su Haiki was indeed a talented singer. Upon hearing Lin Hao's commendation, Su Haiki beamed with a delightful smile. It's all thanks to your wonderful writing. The two exchanged flattering remarks, and Wang Fei turned to Lin Hao with a smile. Shaolin, are you here to record a song again? At this, every pair of eyes, including Su Haiki's, lit up with anticipation. Lin Hao had already composed Qian Xiu, San Siyuan Tian Tang, and Ci, Jiu Men Hui Yi, with each piece being a classic of ancient style. Were they to witness the birth of a fourth? They were all eager to know. However, Lin Hao shook his head, casting a somewhat troubled glance at Wang Fei. Wang Ge, I'm not here to record this time, but I do intend to in the future. I came to discuss something important with you. Wang Fei understood Lin Hao's intent was to speak with him privately, but his next words immediately revealed Lin Hao's purpose. Let me guess, since you're not here to record, you must be seeking my investment for your new film. Having his thoughts laid bare brought a flicker of embarrassment to Lin Hao's face, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded earnestly. Yes, Wang Ge, this film is immensely important to me, and I am confident I can produce it well. However, I lack the funds. If you're willing to invest, I leave the profit-sharing arrangement to your discretion. In his endeavor to secure funding, Lin Hao had laid it all on the line. He was willing to accept any division of profits, even an unfavorable one, for he had complete faith in Huang Feihong. A man should be strong. In this age, even subpar films could rake in billions. He could not believe that such a classic film would fail to do so. He remembered watching this film online before the world changed, with many comments lamenting that if it were released now, It would easily surpass 5 or 6 billion at the box office. What kind of success could this classic film achieve in today as capital-driven entertainment industry? The answer might soon be revealed. Mr. Lin, we've seen the situation online. It's clear someone is trying to undermine you. Indeed, the series on Huang Feihong has been overdone, reduced to cliché romantic plots that merely rely on the lead actor's looks to attract fans. I find it quite dubious. Lu Minghui and the others acknowledged, sharing their skepticism about Lin Hao's prospects, while they had absolute confidence in his songwriting. The prospect of competing in film against top-tier stars like Zhang Yiyang seemed daunting. Lin Hao offered a wry smile. There is no other way. I understand the repercussions of failure, but what if I succeed? I have unwavering confidence in my film. I believe that in the face of absolute talent, any form of trickery will falter. Seeing Lin Hao's steadfast confidence, Lu Minghui and the others fell silent. After all, this matter did not concern them, so there was no need for further comment. All eyes turned to Wang Fei, who had been intently observing Lin Hao. Suddenly, he smiled. I am willing to invest in your film. You need not present any script. Simply tell me how much you need. And I can also help you find connections within the industry. Wang Fei's straightforward response left Lin Hao astounded, though he quickly realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Wanggo, are you serious? Of course I am. However, I do have one condition. What condition, Wanggo? Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a wave of relief. If Wang Fei were to support him unconditionally, he might have felt overwhelmed. If you lose the bet against Zhang Yang, you must come work at my studio. Rest assured, I will offer you a generous salary. You won't be shortchanged. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao understood the implication behind Wang Fei's words. He did not hesitate to agree. Absolutely, Wanggo. If I lose, I will come work at Feiniwork Studio, and as for the film's revenue share, let us agree on a 2-to-1 split. Don't you want to think about it? Shaolin, what I mean is that you will have to work at my studio continuously, and you must ensure to produce at least one classic song each year. Wang Fei was somewhat astonished by Lin Hao's prompt acceptance. What is there to think about? If I lose, I'll be stepping back from the internet anyway. And I would actually be grateful to you for providing me with a means of livelihood. Wang Fei was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Haha, you have a point. Now I actually hope you lose, as that would mean I get to have such a musical genius like you. Wang Fei's jest prompted hearty laughter from everyone present. Since Lin Hao composed C.I. Jiumen Hui in a single day, Wang Fei had held Lin Hao's talent in high regard. Otherwise, he would have suggested investing in his studio during their dinner. Unfortunately, Lin Hao had declined, and Wang Fei had nearly given up hope until this opportunity reemerged. He didn't care how Lin Hao's film would turn out. If he won the bet against Zhang Yiyang, it would signify that the film was undoubtedly excellent, ensuring that his investment would be recouped with profit. If Lin Hao lost, it would still be worthwhile to bring in such a talent, even if it meant spending a little money. Thus, regardless of the outcome, he perceived no risk in this venture. Once the agreement was settled, Lin Hao drafted 2 contracts right there, detailing their agreed terms, and signed them on the spot with Wang Fei. Wang Fei, in a generous spirit, promptly transferred 6 million to him after a brief discussion about Lin Hao's general situation. Chapter 66. Personnel issues. It was mentioned that if the funds were insufficient, additional support could still be arranged. This outcome greatly exhilarated Lin Hao. The film did not require renowned actors, nor did it feature grandiose scenes. Lin Hao had initially anticipated a budget of around 30 million. Now, it had doubled, leaving him with no reasons for dissatisfaction. He could pursue the project with abandon. With financial backing, Lin Hao felt a newfound sense of confidence. The next step was to assemble a crew, which would consist of a production team, a directing team, a cinematography team, a costume team, a sound team, a camera crew, a stage management team, and a props team. These personnel were indispensable. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lin Hao alone to shoot a film within a month. However, given his current situation, finding all these individuals in a short time posed a significant challenge. After much contemplation, Lin Hao decided to seek assistance from Li Haiming, more specifically, to contact Wang Lianhai through him. As a prominent director in the industry, Wang Lianhai's reputation had soared due to the success of Cloud Hair, which had recently surpassed The Empress in viewership ratings. Lin Hao had previously composed the opening theme for him, and he believed that a request for assistance could be met favorably. At worst, he could offer compensation. Upon hearing Lin Hao's request, Li Haiming readily agreed. Xiao Lin, I'll inquire with Lao Wang, but I cannot guarantee his agreement. That's fine. Regardless of the outcome, I must express my gratitude to you, Teacher Li. I truly appreciate your help. Back home, Lin Hao remained in a state of anxious anticipation until he received a response. During this time, Zhang Bei and others called to inquire about the situation. Lin Hao clearly informed them that they would not be involved in a new film project, as it pertained to his future, and he could not cast Zhang Bei and his crew. Zhang Bei bore no ill will and even assured Lin Hao that he was available for any assistance within his means. Later that evening, Lin Hao and Appo's phone rang again, but the caller was Lin Han. Hello, what is it? Brother, the doctor said Mom can be discharged. We and Appo's planning to visit the day after tomorrow. Is that all right? So soon? Is everything fine with Mom? Lin Hao's brow furrowed, for his mother had undergone major surgery, and traveling from their hometown by train would require 5 to 6 hours. I spoke with the doctor, who said it's fine as long as a family member accompanies her, but she'll need to rest well once she arrives. Also, our school announced that we're starting military training. Lin Hao suddenly remembered that today was September 7th, and Lin Han's military training started on the 12th. Academic responsibilities could not be delayed. He replied, all right, just ensure that Mom is comfortable. Don't bring too much luggage. I'll buy what she needs when she arrives. Make sure to book business class tickets. Don't worry about the cost. I can afford it. Mom deserves a comfortable journey. Got it, brother. After hanging up, Lin Hao lit a cigarette and contemplated his mother and Appo's arrival. His rented apartment had 3 rooms and a living room, which was sufficient for their stay. However, with the filming looming, he would likely be away from Shanghai for an extended period, and since his sister would be at school for military training, someone must look after their mother. Hiring a nanny did not sit well with Lin Hao. He was unsure if his mother would agree to it, given her frugal nature. After much deliberation, he decided to call Zhang Bei. Given their relationship, there was no need for preamble. He laid out the situation plainly. Haoko, don't worry about it. Focus on your film. I promise to take good care of Annie. You know my cooking skills, Zhang Bei replied without hesitation. Lin Hao felt a wave of gratitude. Baisy, I truly appreciate this. I will compensate you for your time. Compensate? Haoko, you're not being serious, are you? When I visited your home during the summer, Annie was the one cooking for me. Besides, your mom is like my own. Let us not bring money into this. Hearing the mild irritation in Zhang Bei's voice, Lin Hao chuckled softly. Discussing finances felt inappropriate given their relationship, so he responded, all right, Baisy, I want to mention it again. While this film may not be suitable for you, I promise to make you a superstar in our country one day. That sounds wonderful. I look forward to that day. They discussed a few details before ending the call. Glancing at the time, Lin Hao noticed it was past 7, and he still hadn't heard back from Li Haiming. Growing restless, he took a shower and browsed Weibo. Currently, the online discourse surrounding his wager with Zhang Yang had not diminished. In fact, it had attracted even more attention. Even those like Pan Wenyong, whom Lin Hao had previously bested, joined in the fray, openly mocking Lin Hao for his audacity. They claimed that his departure from the internet would be a monumental relief. From their words, Lin Hao could easily envision the gleeful expressions on their faces. Huh, you think you could drive me off the internet? You're underestimating me. In a month, I hope you're still able to smile. The more they derided him, the more Lin Hao and Appo's competitive spirit ignited. As he scrolled, Li Haiming and Appo's call finally came through, and Lin Hao quickly answered. Hello, Teacher Li, what's the update? His tone was tinged with both apprehension and hope. Xiao Lin, I apologize for the wait. Lao Wang was filming and had his phone off. I asked him, and he said it's all good. He can help you find the people you need, but you'll have to pay the standard rates. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt an immense weight lift off his shoulders, joyfully exclaiming, of course, you needn't worry about the money. I've secured an investor, and the payment will be competitive with the market. Why did Director Wang agree so readily? Well, it's not a big deal. If you have the funds, finding these people is easy. Plus, Lao Wang specializes in this. He has plenty of resources at his disposal. Furthermore, Cloud Hair has surpassed the Empress in ratings. which is partly due to your song 3-inch Heaven. This puts him in your debt. Moreover, I work with Lao Wang at Dingjia Entertainment, while Zhang Yang is with Dajing Entertainment, which has its own conflicts. If you succeed, it would please both him and the company. With Li Haiming's insightful analysis, Lin Hao's mind cleared, and he realized the rationale behind it all. Chapter 67. The arrival of mother and sister for Lin Hao. Finding these individuals in a short span of time might prove exceedingly challenging. However, for Wang Lianhai, it was merely a matter of a few words. Teacher Li Haiming, I sincerely thank you. By the way, do you still harbor aspirations of singing? Lin Hao inquired suddenly. Singing? What do you mean? Li Haiming was momentarily taken aback. He certainly wished to sing, but his previous songs had never gained much traction, while those he penned himself had become quite popular. Reluctantly, he had become a professional lyricist and composer. Well, for this film, I and Amp, Oppos, V written a title track that shares its name with the movie. It will be used for promotional purposes, and I believe this song would suit you perfectly. If you and Oppos are willing, I would like you to perform it. Suit me? Is it traditional style? I fear I might not be suitable. Although Li Haiming expressed doubts, he felt a surge of excitement within. His voice was robust and powerful. And while traditional music was lovely, he believed it was not his forte. It's not traditional. How should I put it? It surpasses any song I have previously written. It demands exceptional vocal prowess and a grand, soaring delivery. I have listened to your songs, Teacher Li, and I believe you are quite fitting. The most iconic rendition of A Man Should Strive for Strength was naturally performed by the legendary Lin Xiang in Cantonese, though Jackie Chan's version was also commendable. This song, beyond vocal ability, hinges on a sense of passion and masculinity. When Lin Hao first met Li Haiming, he had taken the time to listen to his works and discovered that his voice was indeed majestic. However, the romantic songs he had penned did not align with that grandeur, making them seem somewhat incongruous. Yet, he was undoubtedly suited for A Man Should Strive for Strength. Moreover, since Li Haiming had assisted him so greatly, it was only proper to reciprocate. Really, Shaolin? Am I truly suitable? At this moment, Li Haiming's voice quivered slightly, revealing the depth of his excitement. The greatest regret of his life was the absence of a true signature piece. Despite his numerous well-received works and esteemed status in the music industry, he felt an undeniable lack of completeness. He had always sought to compose a song that resonated with him, but each time he faltered midway and ultimately abandoned the effort. Knowing Lin Hao and Amp, Oppos' musical talent only heightened his anticipation. Indeed, if you have the time, Teacher Li, you should come to Magic City to give it a try. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in finalizing the cast with Director Wang, as my time is limited and I need to choose actors. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter. I guarantee it will be resolved within 3 days. With the prospect of tangible benefits, Li Haiming's enthusiasm soared, and he eagerly took on the responsibility. Thank you, Teacher Li. Oh, it's nothing. Haha, once I complete this task, I will promptly come to Magic City to see you. I can hardly wait. Lieming lo juifuli. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Hao worked tirelessly, live streaming from 8 in the evening until 1 in the morning, finishing his narration of the Yellow Weasel tomb and the Nanhai return to ruins. At the conclusion of the stream, he informed his fans that he would take a 1-month hiatus to focus on filming. However, the loser gentlemen would continue to be updated, as they had already filmed substantial content, and the volume of updates remained manageable. Some fans expressed dissatisfaction, accusing Lin Hao of irresponsibility. Yet, many others supported him, understanding that he was taking his work seriously. No one wished to see Lin Hao bested by Zhang Yang or forced to withdraw from the online sphere. They simply hoped that he would find time to post on Weibo or host a live chat for a casual conversation. At 11:30 that day, Lin Hao's mother, Wang Ying, and his sister, Lin Han, were scheduled to arrive. Lin Hao and Zhang Bei arrived at the station a good 10 minutes early, driving Zhang Bei and Oppos' SUV. At 11:30, a young girl resembling Lin Hao, around 18 or 19, appeared, dragging a suitcase with one hand while supporting a plainly dressed woman with the other. Mom, see Han. Over here. Upon seeing them, Lin Hao waved vigorously. Baza, by gay. Lin Han also waved energetically, pulling Wang Ying along behind her. brother. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Lin Han's longing burst forth as she rushed into his arms. Chokehold. Lin Hao opened his arms, but just as he embraced Lin Han, he grinned and playfully locked her neck in a gentle grip. You and Appos, re so annoying. Let go. Mom, look at him, he and Appos. Es bullying me again. Lin Han exclaimed angrily, trapped in her brother's playful grasp. The siblings had always engaged in such playful antics during their childhood. Wang Ying, watching the scene unfold, couldn't amp, Appos, T helped but smile as she approached and playfully tapped Lin Hao on the head. Let go. Your sister is uncomfortable. You're both grown now, still acting like children. Look, everyone is watching and laughing. Though she chastised him, her eyes sparkled with happiness as she observed her two children. Only then did Lin Hao release his hold. As Lin Han was freed, she immediately began playfully tugging at his hair. Lin Hao made no effort to resist, although the world had changed. The dynamic with his younger sister remained unchanged, bringing him joy. Auntie, Xiaohan, you finally made it. Let's go. We need to find a place to eat. Xiao Bei is here too. He came to pick us up, Wang Ying remarked, recognizing Zhang Bei with a smile. In an Appos, that's no trouble at all. Haozi and I are good brothers. It's the least I could do. With that, Zhang Bei picked up the luggage, while Lin Han and Wang Ying each took hold of one of Lin Hao's arms, laughing as they made their way to the parking lot. Initially, Lin Hao had intended to take them to a nice restaurant for a lavish meal, but Wang Ying adamantly refused, insisting it was a waste of money and that they should eat something simple instead. Not wanting to upset his mother, Lin Hao settled for a reasonably nice eatery. After their meal, Lin Hao took them to his rented apartment. Upon hearing that the monthly rent was a staggering 7,000, Wang Ying was utterly astonished. Andy, this is already considered low. In Magic City, 3-bedroom apartments like this often start at 10,000. The location is slightly off-center, and the landlord was eager to rent it out, which is why the price is this reasonable. My goodness, the cost of living in this big city is exorbitant, Wang Ying exclaimed, still in shock. She was an ordinary rural woman who had scrimped and saved to raise Lin Hao and his sister, often wishing she could stretch a single coin. The thought of a 7,000 yuan rent was beyond her comprehension. Mom, there's something I need to discuss with you. Now that they were all together, Lin Hao explained his upcoming filming schedule and how he would need Xiao Bei to look after her during that time. Chapter 68, Recording a Man Should Be Strong. Shall I have Xiao Bei take care of me? No, that would be too much trouble for him. As expected, upon hearing this, Wang Ying immediately opposed. Although she was not well educated, she understood many principles of life. Otherwise, Lin Hao and Lin Han would not have been raised so well. Lin Hao had anticipated this reaction and had argued extensively with Zhang Bei. However, Wang Ying remained adamant, insisting that she was fine and did not require care, even suggesting she might return to her hometown, claiming she was a burden. Ultimately, left with no choice, Lin Hao grew frustrated and resorted to a display of emotions, crying and making a scene. It was only after this that Wang Ying reluctantly agreed. Nevertheless, she insisted on giving Zhang Bei money, to which Lin Hao did not object, as she was unaware of whether it would be given or not. This morning, Li Haiming called to inform that he would arrive in Modu at 2 o'clock. Moreover, he had already taken care of Lin Hao's matters with Wang Lianhai. However, he was currently filming in Hongdian and asked Lin Hao to come over. The actors were also there, and Wang Lianhai would assist. The purpose of his visit was singular, to see if the song Lin Hao claimed suited him was indeed as he described. Lin Hao had no objections, and, once confirmed, he had already contacted Wang Fei, stating they would go to record the song at 3. When they arrived, Wang Fei and Su Haiki were already present. Knowing that Lin Hao was coming to record, they had made a point to be there to listen. Haiming, it has been a while since we last met, Wang Fei remarked, shaking hands with Li Haiming, who was in a particularly good mood. Mr. Wang, I was surprised to learn that you are the investor for Shaolin's film. I was taken aback when I first found out. After exchanging casual pleasantries, Li Haiming vit Su Haiki. Both were figures of the same era, yet at that time, Li Haiming and Amp, Appos, as fame paled in comparison to Su Haiki and Amp, Appos. Nonetheless, there were no grievances between them, and thus their interactions were quite polite. Shaolin, what kind of song have you written? Hurry and let us see. Wang Fei urged upon entering the recording studio, unable to contain his curiosity. He was aware that this song was not in the traditional Huagua style. For now, let us not rush, Brother Wang. Teacher Li, do you understand Cantonese? Lin Hao inquired. Initially, he had planned to use Jackie Chan and Appo's version, but it fell short compared to that of Lin Zxiang. Ultimately, he decided to adopt the Cantonese version of A Man Should Be Strong. Cantonese? I understand a bit. Is this song going to be in Cantonese? The others were quite surprised by Lin Hao's question. In this world, while Cantonese songs existed, truly classic ones were exceedingly rare. Yes, a Cantonese version. After all, Huang Feihong himself was from Foshan, which belongs to Guangdong province. I believe using the Cantonese version resonates more deeply. Lin Hao offered an explanation that held some merit. However, Wang Fei interjected, but Shaolin, composing Cantonese songs is quite difficult. This statement was understandable, and in that moment, everyone's expectations for the song plummeted. It had been quite some time since a Cantonese song graced the music scene, let alone a classic one. Lin Hao did not feel the need to elaborate further. He smiled and replied, Brother Wang is right, but I have confidence in my abilities. He then added, I have synthesized a background track on my computer. Although it is not perfect, it is sufficient for listening. Additionally, I have translated the lyrics into pinyin. While it may not be entirely standard, it is close enough. Teacher Li, please familiarize yourself with the lyrics. Lin Hao was well prepared this time, pulling out the lyrics and sheet music from his bag and handing them to Li Haiming. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him as he began to read softly. Song title, A Man Should Be Strong lyrics. Lin Hao music. Lin Hao with pride, I laugh at countless waves. With passion, I outshine the sun's brilliance. With courage like iron and bones like steel, my aspirations soar to great heights. My vision stretches across vast distances. I vow to strive for self-improvement. To be a true man. Above each line of lyrics, Lin Hao had thoughtfully provided the Cantonese pinyin. After reading, everyone, including Wang Fei, felt a surge of warmth. The lyrics exuded a sense of grandeur and fervor, with the overarching theme of a man's self-reliance resonating powerfully. It must be said that this was an exceptional piece of writing. Although it did not evoke the same astonishment as Huagua and Appo's style, it nonetheless left them in awe. Shaolin, your lyrics are filled with fervent emotion and a strong sense of ambition. The melody must do justice to them. Otherwise, it would be discordant. I heard this song, A Man Should Be Strong, is meant to be the theme song for your film. Is it not centered on love? Su Haiki and Wang Fei questioned eagerly. Only Li Haiming remained silent, repeatedly reviewing the lyrics, unable to conceal his excitement. Although he had yet to hear the melody, he sensed that his magnum opus might soon emerge. Brother Wang, Sister Su, esteemed teachers, rest assured this composition is one I have poured immense effort into. It may well be one of the finest pieces I shall create in my lifetime. Furthermore, I have never intended for this film to revolve around romance. Huang Feihong, as a patriotic martial arts master in a tumultuous era, should not be reduced to mere romantic entanglements. National grievances and familial enmities, awakening the thoughts of the people of that time, are of far greater significance. You make a valid point. But others have attempted similar themes in their films with poor results. Wang Fei cautioned. It would be futile for me to say more. You will understand when the time comes. Indeed, there have been attempts to create films in the Huang Feihong series that aim to explore national grievances, but they ultimately fared poorly at the box office. Lin Hao had watched 2 such films and discerned a pattern. While they claimed to champion patriotism, their narratives primarily focused on Huang Feihong and Appo's love life, resulting in an incoherent portrayal that failed to resonate. Well then, let us listen to the song. I am eager to discover how this piece you claim to be one of your finest truly sounds, Wang Fei stated. More interested in a man should be strong than the film itself. All right, Lin Hao nodded and turned to Li Haiming. Teacher Li, do you have any questions before we begin? No issues, Li Haiming replied, having immersed himself in the lyrics. He lifted his head suddenly, affirming that he could sing along confidently, thanks to his foundation in Cantonese and Lin Hao's pinyin annotations. Good. After Lin Hao confirmed, he retrieved a USB drive and handed it to Lu Mingwei. Lu Mingwei solemnly accepted it, and plugged it into the computer. Meanwhile, Li Haiming took a deep breath and stepped into the recording studio. Chapter 69. A shocking revelation after adjusting his emotions. Li Haiming gave a thumbs up to Lin Hao and the others outside. Simultaneously, Lu Minghui pressed play, this time recording without any dry sound, but together with the music. Instantly, the entire recording studio fell into a profound silence. Bang, 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 bang. The first sound to resonate was a gradual crescendo of drums, soon followed by an exhilarating strum of the guqin. This opening immediately captured the hearts of everyone present. Li Haiming felt an overwhelming surge of inspiration. Every pore on his body standing on end. Gazing at the score, he boldly sang the first line. As the initial lyrics flowed, a background of Suona emerged, perfectly complementing Li Haiming and Appo's powerful and heroic voice. The lyrics propelled the song deep into the hearts of the audience, causing their expressions to turn solemn as they became immersed in the experience. Even Wang Fei and Lu Minghui wore unusually serious faces, their fists clenched tightly, as if a rush of fervor were about to burst forth. Radiate brilliance, be a true man, with a heart full of passion and warmth, outshining the sun. Li Haiming sang this in one breath, but abruptly halted. At that moment, the most iconic segment of Suona played, elevating the entire song to a thrilling climax. Wang Fei couldn't help but exhale deeply, yet quickly stifled himself. Lu Minghui trembled slightly, while Su Haiki licked her lips, feeling a wave of heat envelop her. After a brief pause, the Suona concluded, and Li Haiming's voice resonated once more, ushering in the next stanza. Let the sea and sky gather energy for me, to forge new paths and create new worlds for my dreams. I shall charge forth, witnessing the magnificent waves and the vast, boundless sky. The melody soared higher, and Li Haiming, fully immersed in the song, poured forth his utmost strength. The unyielding momentum and fervent emotion surged like powerful notes piercing the heavens. Finally, the song reached its conclusion after 4 minutes and 16 seconds. The recording studio fell into an almost palpable silence. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Lu Minghui was the first to break the silence as he grabbed a bottle of ice water and gulped it down. Wang Fei and the others turned crimson, resembling individuals who had just emerged from a sauna. Shaolin, this song is extraordinary, is simply magnificent, Li Haiming exclaimed, rushing out of the recording room, tears glistening in his eyes as he shook Lin Hao's shoulders fervently, as if possessed. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Fei wiped the sweat from his brow and applauded vigorously, looking at Lin Hao as though he were gazing upon a rare treasure. Shaolin, I guarantee that once Men Should Be Strong is released, it will astonish the entire music industry. It is destined to become a classic of an era. Su Haiki, her eyes sparkling, confidently echoed this sentiment. The doubts they initially harbored regarding the absence of Huagua style and their subsequent disappointment upon discovering it was a Cantonese version had completely dissipated. The impact of this song far exceeded that of their previous work and Appo's, Chinchio, and Appo's. In the current landscape of Chinese music, they feared they could not find a song of such caliber. From its lyrics to its arrangement, every aspect was impeccably flawless. If they were to describe it, they would say this song transcended individual artistry. It was the collective outcry of the sons and daughters of Huagua, emerging from the depths of their souls under oppression. Upon first listening, it ignited a fervor within them, particularly the exquisite use of the Suona, which left them utterly astounded. In the prevailing perception of the world, many regarded the Suona as a mere folk instrument, associated with funerals and customs. Yet Lin Hao had revealed to them the true power of the Suona. As musicians, it was rare for them to encounter a song that resonated with their emotions. If they did, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. However, they had never experienced a song that left them feeling so invigorated, so utterly captivated. Their effusive praise did not surprise Lin Hao in the slightest. After all, this song, even on a global scale, would undoubtedly be a classic, one that countless individuals would cover. Linda Shun, I, Lu Minghui, rarely admire anyone, but from today onward, you are my idol. Regardless of the film's outcome, this song, in my years of music making, is the finest I have ever encountered. Thank you for allowing me to partake in its creation." Lu Mingwei declared earnestly, standing up to bow to Lin Hao. Lin Hao quickly helped him up. "Teacher Li, please don't do that." He then turned to Li Haiming. "Teacher Li, it seems you are quite satisfied with my song. It will serve as the titular theme for my film. Rest assured, I will create a film worthy of it. However, before that, I hope you, Teacher Li, and everyone else can keep this matter confidential. Any information regarding the film and the song should not be disclosed." "Certainly," Li Haiming replied, wiping away his tears with a smile as he assured Lin Hao. "You can rest easy, Shaolin. Without your permission, I will not let it slip. This song is simply too marvelous. Though I have assisted you in small ways, they pale in comparison to this song. Shaolin, whether you seek financial compensation or a share, do not hesitate to ask." Men Should Be Strong had far exceeded Li Haiming's expectations. He had never dreamed that one day he would possess such a song. Even after singing it just once, he had already fallen deeply in love with it, even declaring it to be the representative work he had been fervently seeking. "Teacher Li, let us go with a revenue share," Lin Hao replied, not wanting to give away such a classic song for free. However, he was unsure how to ask for monetary compensation, given its immense value. Thus, a revenue-sharing arrangement seemed the most prudent approach. "All right," Li Haiming agreed, stepping back into the recording studio. Lu Mingwei and the others immediately resumed practicing, playing the background music once more until Li Haiming had mastered it without looking at the lyrics. "Haiming, rest assured, I will personally oversee the arrangement of this song. The current background music, synthesized by Lin Hao, is already so impassioned. If we were to employ actual instruments for a live performance, the effect would be truly breathtaking. We must pursue perfection in every aspect for a song of this caliber." Once they completed their session, night had fallen. Wang Fei invited them all out for dinner, during which he jokingly confessed to Lin Hao that he was now envious of Li Haiming and even contemplated snatching the song for himself. His words clearly inquired whether Lin Hao could compose a similar song for him. Chapter 70. Hengyan Wang Fei had previously played in a band and, even after attaining wealth, never relinquished his pursuit of music. Otherwise, he would not have established the current Fania studio. If he could create a song akin to Men Should Be Strong, he would spare no expense. Presently, Wang Fei is an investor in Lin Hao's endeavors, and his assistance has indeed been substantial, making it difficult for Lin Hao to decline. "Brother Wang, of course, that's not an issue. However, the creation of a song of this caliber requires inspiration. My mind is currently occupied with matters regarding the film, so after it's completed, I will certainly compose a song for you," Lin Hao assured. "Oh, little Lin, I shall hold you to that," Wang Fei remarked, initially speaking without serious intent, yet he was pleasantly surprised that Lin Hao genuinely agreed, which greatly uplifted his spirits. The others at the table did not question this exchange, as Lin Hao had completely won them over with his talent. The following day, after taking care of matters at home, Lin Hao set off alone to Hengyan. After acquiring Men Should Be Strong, Li Haiming's enthusiasm for the film surged. He had spoken with Wang Lianhai and informed Lin Hao that he could contact Wang directly for any inquiries. Hengyan is renowned throughout Huagua as the largest film and television city, with countless productions flourishing here. It is not only home to an abundance of aspiring stars, but also boasts a diverse array of architectural styles and numerous resident film crews. It is emblematic of Yang City, and when one mentions Yang City, Hengyan is often the first thought that arises, as it was Lin Hao and Appo's first visit. He found everything unfamiliar. Upon entering the film city, he did not immediately seek out Wang Lianhai, but instead leisurely strolled around. Everywhere he looked, he saw extras dressed in eccentric costumes. The entertainment industry's ruthless competition was starkly evident, with the majority of extras earning just enough to survive. Yet they persisted tirelessly, driven by a singular belief, the hope of becoming a star one day. In addition to the extras, many film crews were stationed here, some actively filming. Lin Hao wandered for over 2 hours, pausing to observe several productions. He noted that, regardless of the crew size, the leading actors were predominantly handsome and beautiful individuals, yet their acting skills left much to be desired. In a particularly absurd moment, Lin Hao witnessed a relatively obscure actress lounging in a chair, eating fruit, while a stunt double performed her scenes. The current state of the entertainment industry, marked by a scarcity of quality productions, is deeply intertwined with such phenomena. In this era dominated by internet fame, some young stars command exorbitant fees, yet display a lack of professionalism during filming, acting aloof, relying on doubles, and merely reciting lines. One can only imagine the mediocrity of the works produced under such circumstances. Lin Hao also heard tales of a certain popular young actor, due to a scheduling conflict with a commercial event, failed to appear on set, leaving the crew fully prepared and awaiting his scene. Despite his fame and being the investor in Oppos, as chosen male lead, even the director was powerless to intervene, ultimately resorting to employing several stand-ins and utilizing digital editing to complete the scene. As time passed, Lin Hao dialed Wang Lianhai and Amp, Oppo's S number. Given that Li Haiming had already discussed matters with him and Lin Hao had composed the opening theme for Yun Huan, Wang Lianhai's demeanor was quite cordial. He instructed Lin Hao to meet him at the Youth in Flight crew, located in Zone 2. Hongdian is divided into 9 zones, each housing numerous film crews. After inquiring along the way, Lin Hao swiftly located the right place. "Hey, wait a moment. Who are you looking for?" At that moment, Lin Hao stood at the entrance of a school built specifically for filming. Wang Lianhai was currently inside, but Lin Hao was halted by a staff member wearing a baseball cap. With a smile, Lin Hao offered him a cigarette. "Hello, I'm looking for Director Wang Lianhai. He sent me." "Looking for Director Wang? Please hold on a moment." Upon hearing the name, the staff member's tone softened considerably as he made a quick phone call. "Oh, got it." After hanging up, he turned to Lin Hao with newfound respect. "Mr. Lin, Director Wang has requested that you wait in the rest area. He will be here shortly." He gestured for another staff member to attend to Lin Hao. The rest area was bustling with activity, and the personnel merely glanced at Lin Hao without paying him much mind. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Lianhai arrived. "Little Lin, have you been waiting long? My apologies," he said, approaching with a smile and shaking Lin Hao and Oppo's hand. The other staff members finally took notice of Lin Hao, as Wang Lianhai, the chief director, was their highest authority, and no one wished to overlook the significance of curry favor with the director. "Director Wang, I just arrived as well. I feel somewhat guilty for interrupting your work," Lin Hao replied. "There's no need for that. Oldie has already briefed me. I've arranged the personnel you requested. Rest assured, they're all my old friends and highly capable." Wang Lianhai smiled and instructed someone nearby, "Go fetch Xiao Chu and the others." Then, Wang Lianhai engaged Lin Hao in conversation. He informed Lin Hao that the team he had assembled was from the recently released film Love Judge, directed by his good friend. The director had just taken a 2-month break following the birth of his child, and upon learning this news, Wang Lianhai promptly secured the entire crew for Lin Hao. "Thank you so much, Director Wang. I truly appreciate it." Lin Hao was aware of Love Judge, which had reportedly grossed over $500 million at the box office and received favorable reviews. The director, Guoming Shan, was also a well-known figure in Huahua, and the skills of his chosen crew were undoubtedly commendable. However, Shaolin, while it's all about connections, I cannot discuss the financial aspects, Wang Lianhai cautioned. "Director Wang, rest assured, money is not an issue," Lin Hao replied with a wave of his hand, exuding confidence. With Wang Fei as a strong backing, he felt no concern regarding costs. "Great. I am looking forward to seeing you create a unique film about Huang Feihong." Lin Hao smiled, but refrained from responding. Shortly thereafter, the individuals he had requested arrived. Chapter 71. The psychological transformation of Chu Chong in accordance with Lin Hao and Oppo's request. The total number of staff amounted to around 30 to 40 individuals. The leader, Chu Chong, served as the executive deputy director of the Guoming Shan film crew, holding the highest position after the chief director. "Come here, little Chu, allow me to introduce you to this individual." Wang Lianhai began. "This is Lin Hao, the one I mentioned to you." However, before Wang could finish his introduction, Chu Chong interjected. "No need, Director Wang. I am aware that he is the Lin Hao who has recently gained significant popularity online. He is here to have us assist him in filming the movie about Huang Feihong," Chu stated, not even glancing at Lin Hao. "Just tell me if we're filming or not," Lin Hao retorted, his demeanor turning icy. With ample funds at his disposal, he felt untroubled about finding collaborators. Initially, he had hoped to approach this professional team with courtesy to successfully create the film. Yet, upon their first meeting, he was met with a display of disrespect that he found unacceptable. Filmmaking was not a trivial matter, especially since Lin Hao intended to take the reins as the chief director. If the crew disregarded him, chaos would ensue during production. Do you think I desire to collaborate with you? If it weren't for Director Wang mediating, I might have assumed you were doing exceptionally well, Chu continued, showing no respect for Lin Hao. Those familiar with Chu knew that despite his youth, he was exceptionally meticulous about his work. While he refrained from reprimanding young stars, he felt no hesitation in undermining Lin Hao. In his eyes, Lin Hao should simply stick to being an internet celebrity and not meddle in filmmaking, which he found bothersome. What is the point of this argument? Little Chu, since you are here, take it seriously. If not, you may leave with your team. Wang Lianhai, too, was incensed, as Lin Hao was his introduction. Que his dismissive attitude was intolérable. My apologies, Director Wang, Chu thought, though he still bore resentment towards Lin Hao. He dared not offend Wang, fearing it could jeopardize his career. Director Chu, you need not pretend otherwise. I understand you look down upon me, believing I am incapable of producing a good film. How about we make a wager? If this film does not surpass Zhang Yang's, you may dictate my fate. If I win, I require nothing from you. Do you dare? Lin Hao proposed, determined not to allow them to exit without resolution, as such a professional team was hard to come by, and he had little time to waste. Huh, Director Wang, did you see that? He is young yet quite audacious. Very well. If you win, I shall comply with whatever you request, Chu replied, unwilling to back down in front of so many witnesses. Lin Hao flashed his trademark innocent smile at Wang Lianhai. Director Wang, you have heard what Director Chu said. Please serve as our witness. Afterward, he turned back to Chu. However, during the filming, I expect everything to proceed according to the rules. Rest assured, I possess sufficient professional integrity. I shall follow your lead, Chu responded, his temper flaring. Yet he would still maintain his seriousness during filming. This was his consistent approach, which had propelled him to his current position at such a young age. Agreed, then. I shall act as your witness. With their agreement in place, Wang Lianhai had no further arguments. It must be noted that Lin Hao's approach was commendable. Results would speak for themselves, and excessive banter was futile. The crew members accompanying Chu felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the initial confrontation. They held no particular opinions about Lin Hao, as long as compensation was assured. Director Chu, tomorrow I kindly request your assistance in informing the extras to gather for auditions. Lin Hao requested. Wait, you mean to say you will be casting your leads from the extras? Chu was momentarily taken aback, while others regarded him with amused expressions. Yes, I will provide the criteria needed for the roles, and we will seek out extras, Lin Hao affirmed. The so-called extras in Hongyan were those who played minor roles, often waiting for work, many of whom portrayed passers-by or corpses. The heads of these groups would seek out opportunities from film crews and recruit from areas where extras congregated. Extras, huh? Even the producer, Lin Hao, shook his head at this notion. Lin Hao, however, had no intention of justifying his choices, as he operated by his own principles. There were indeed many skilled actors among the extras, including numerous handsome men and beautiful women, but opportunities were scarce. Lin Hao's rationale for choosing them was partly economic, though that was not the primary concern. The crux of the matter was that in filming Huang Feihong, men must be strong, many action sequences would be genuine. It was not about using post-production tricks. Finding well-known stars willing to perform such stunts was improbable. Moreover, in the current entertainment industry, even second or third-tier actors could be difficult to manage. Lin Hao was not keen on playing the subordinate during filming, catering to their whims. However, the allure of starring roles would motivate the extras to give their all during production. Lin Hao was indifferent to whether they understood his reasoning and did not feel compelled to explain. Ultimately, results would clarify everything. With Wang Lianhai's assistance, Lin Hao selected a location in District 6 specifically designed for Qing Dynasty productions and established the film crew there. The venue was modest, yet still constituted a film set. And with Chu Chong and his team present, it garnered some attention. Wonderful. This script is outstanding. Upon arriving at the news set, Chen Guangxing eagerly shared the script with the production team. After reviewing it, Lin Hao was the first to slap his thigh in excitement. The plot begins with Huang Feihong responding to an invitation from the International Medical Association, traveling to Guangzhou with Liang Quan and Sister 13, where they encounter disputes with the White Lotus sect. Later, with the assistance of revolutionary hero Lin Hao, they take refuge in the British consulate and meet revolutionary leader Sun Quan in a bid to thwart the revolutionaries. Qing dynasty minister Nalin Yuan Shu incites the White Lotus sect to attack the British consulate to preserve the nation's vitality. Huang Feihong stands against Yuan Shu and aids Sun Quan and others in their escape. This overarching narrative, coupled with the detailed content within, exhilarated Lin Hao. Old Liu, is it truly this remarkable? Que Qiang's réaction indicated de surprise. Director Chu, if this script is executed well, it could yield tremendous success, Lin Hao remarked, casting a glance at Lin Hao, who was engaged outside, before passing the script to Chu. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Chu's expression grew serious, his hands even trembling slightly. The plot's design was exceptional. This was precisely the Huang Feihong we ought to portray, embodying the essence of such a film. Although Chu was merely the executive director, his capabilities and discerning eye were exceptional. Chapter 72. Recommendation of the protagonist in this script. What surprised him the most was the arrangement made by the White Lotus sect. Although filming had yet to commence, he could already sense the distorted thoughts of that era through the narration and dialogues. Particularly striking was the line uttered by Lin Hao before his demise. May the sun of dawn shine upon my homeland, and never forget the martyrs whose blood stains the earth. Even as mere text, it evoked a tearful impulse within Lin Hao. Before him, a scene unfolded, one of sorrow among the populace, swayed by the White Lotus sect. Aside from this, the overall plot was exceptionally well-crafted, featuring the characters of Huang Feihong and the 13th Aunt, who shared a love story that, while present, was not the central focus. In contrast to the plethora of love stories akin to Huang Feihong flooding the market in recent years, he felt genuinely delighted. As he spoke, Chu Chang called out to Lin Hao, who was busy at the door. "What's the matter, Director Chu?" Lin Hao inquired as he approached. His tone was not particularly pleasant. Yet Chu Chang paid no heed, his gaze firmly fixed on his notebook. "This script is remarkable. Both Liu and I truly appreciate it. I underestimated you before, and I apologize." Upon hearing Chu Chang and Appo's words, the other staff members exchanged astonished glances, wondering how he had just been at odds with Wang Lianhai and now was offering an apology. Even Lin Hao was taken aback, initially believing Chu Chang had come to cause him trouble. Lin Hao quickly interjected, smiling to ease the tension. "Director Lin, Director Chu is someone who is willing to give everything for the film. His previous remarks were not aimed at you. He merely doubted whether you were making the film for publicity. However, after reading the script, we see that is not the case. It is no wonder someone who can write works like Ghost Blows Out the Light has produced such excellent content." Lin Hao, not one to harbor grudges, smiled in response. "I understand. Directeur que. Let's bury the hatchet and work together diligently to create the finest piece possible." With that, he extended his hand. Chu Chang slapped it firmly, shaking hands with enthusiasm. The surrounding individuals erupted into applause. Regardless of the sincerity behind it, such a scene was certainly to be celebrated. Subsequently, Lin Hao, Chu Chang, and Lin Hao engaged in a formal discussion regarding the filming process. When they learned that Lin Hao intended to incorporate genuine fight scenes throughout, both men were taken aback. "Director Lin, I noticed there are numerous fight sequences in the script. If we were to utilize real action for all of them, aside from the difficulty of finding actors, the crucial issue lies in the choreography. Designing so many fight scenes would require considerable time, certainly more than a month," Chu Chang expressed. They appreciated Lin Hao's filming attitude, but practical concerns needed to be addressed. After reviewing the script, any misunderstandings between Chu Chang and Lin Hao had dissipated. Now, they were united in their goal of producing the best content from a cinematic perspective. After hearing Lin Hao and Appo's insights, Chu Chang nodded in agreement. These martial arts actions must convey authenticity and avoid redundancy. Otherwise, the audience will not resonate with it. In the film Huang Fei Hong, a man should stand strong while the plot shines. The captivating fight scenes are also a significant draw, especially in the current cinematic landscape of Huagua, filled with special effects and green screens. Many audiences harbor a genuine disdain for such practices. Their ability to propose these suggestions delighted Lin Hao, signifying that his script had successfully touched both men. With a smile, he declared, "Director Chu, you need not worry about the martial arts choreography. I've already designed everything. I will serve as the martial arts director for this film." The martial arts sequences in this movie, when viewed across the entire entertainment industry in Huagua, will undoubtedly stand out. Even if someone else could create something equally compelling, the time required would be considerable. In his mind, he envisioned each movement with crystal clarity. The absence of a martial arts foundation was not a hindrance. He could always exchange for goods from the system. In summary, Lin Hao was determined to spare no effort in producing this classic film to its utmost potential. "You will act as the martial arts director?" Lin Hao and Appo's statement astonished both Chu Chong and Liu Hao, who exchanged glances filled with skepticism. They acknowledged Lin Hao and Appo's talent. Yet the role of martial arts director was no trivial matter. A certain level of martial arts expertise was essential for effective choreography. Understanding their doubts, Lin Hao smiled and reassured them. "I recognize your concerns. However, I have prepared for this film for quite some time. Additionally, I practiced martial arts with the elder from my hometown during my childhood. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you." The pressing issue now is to find the lead actor to portray Huang Fei Hong, along with several other key supporting characters, such as Nailan Yuan Shu. Each must possess a strong work ethic and a solid foundation in martial arts, not just a superficial understanding. Do you have anyone in mind for recommendations? Are there any suitable candidates among the extras? While Lin Hao was hesitant to make promises, he was open to suggestions. "Director Lin, based on your criteria, I actually have someone in mind for Huang Fei Hong," Chu Chong stated. Liu Hao quickly interjected, "Are you referring to Li Renjie?" Chu Chong nodded with a smile. "Li Renjie? Who is he?" Lin Hao was unfamiliar with the name, but the approval of both men indicated that he must possess considerable skill. Li Renjie is a stuntman in Hongdian, who won the National Martial Arts Competition Championship during his youth. He has a striking demeanor and was quite well known in Hongdian a few years ago, Chu Chong explained, piquing Lin Hao and Appo's interest. "Oh, will he be difficult to work with?" "Surely, during the filming process, he might get injured or face other challenges," Lin Hao mused. Chu Chong chuckled. "You need not worry about that. He has always worked as a stunt double and has never officially played a lead or even a supporting role. In recent years, as the industry shifted toward a focus on celebrity appeal, opportunities for him have dwindled. Now, in his 30s, he finds himself in a less favorable situation. However, he has previously worked with us and is a genuinely good person. He has been practicing martial arts since childhood, so he is absolutely trustworthy in this regard. He is currently in Hongdian. Why not let me bring him over?" It was evident that both Chu Chong and Liu Hao held a deep admiration for one another. "That would be excellent." In a 3-bedroom apartment outside Hongdian, a sturdy middle-aged man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, was playing with a 4 or 5-year-old girl. "Renjie, haven't you received any offers yet? Perhaps we should leave this place," his wife, a woman in her 30s, said while mopping the floor. Looking at her husband and daughter, her eyes sparkled with happiness, but as she contemplated their current situation, a shadow of sorrow crossed her gaze. Chapter 73. The phone call that changed Li Renjie's life. Wang Shui is Li Renjie's wife, who once pursued her dreams in Hongdian, where she met Li Renjie through acting, and they eventually came together. A few years ago, Li Renjie was still able to secure many jobs and earn a decent income, allowing the couple to purchase a home. However, with the expenses of marriage and raising a child, their savings dwindled to almost nothing. In recent years, Li Renjie's career has been declining, and their daughter's expenses have been increasing. The situation has become dire. Upon hearing these words, Li Renjie fell silent, and after a long pause, managed to force a smile. All right. Although it was just a single word, it encapsulated a man's deep-seated helplessness. Since childhood, Li Renjie harbored dreams of stardom. Otherwise, he would not have left his hometown to venture into Hongdian alone. He had believed that with his martial arts skills, he could rise to prominence. Yet, over a decade has passed, and he has transitioned from a youthful dreamer to a man in his 30s with no resources, no money, and no connections. He has only ever worked as a stunt double, and now even that opportunity is dwindling. Reality has ruthlessly shattered his dreams, forcing him to make a choice between aspiration and necessity. Wang Shui leaned on the mop, watching Li Renjie's forced smile with a heavy heart. The only sound in the house was that of their daughter's laughter, which felt particularly oppressive. Suddenly, Li Renjie's phone buzzed. "Hello, is this Li Renjie? This is Chu Chong." A strange voice came through the line. "Kukian? Directeur que?" "Yes, this is Li Renjie." Li Renjie was momentarily taken aback, then quickly stepped onto the balcony and spoke politely. Chu Chong is somewhat renowned in Hongdian, and Li Renjie, having navigated the industry for years, was familiar with him. They had worked together before, albeit without direct conversation. "Do you have time this month? I have a role for you." "Yes, I do, Director Chu." Li Renjie glanced inside at his wife and daughter before nodding eagerly, his tone filled with eagerness. "If you're free, come to the set of Once Upon a Time in China in Zone 6 right now. This time, it's not as a stunt double. You're auditioning for the leading role. I've mentioned you to producer Liu, and Director Lin is very interested in you. He wants to see you." "What? The leading role?" Li Renjie exclaimed in shock, his excitement bubbling over before he quickly subdued it, his voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Director Chu, I'm just too excited. Is it really the leading role?" "Yes, the leading role." Quelqu'un fut understood Li Renjie et ses émotions. After more than a decade of hard work, having never even played a supporting role, the prospect of auditioning for the lead, especially at the behest of the director, was akin to an average student miraculously acing their college entrance exam. Who could remain composed under such overwhelming joy? "Thank you, Director Chu. I'll be there right away." Without hesitation, Li Renjie dashed back inside. "Wife, I have an urgent matter. I need to go to Hongyan Zone 6 immediately and might not be back for dinner." "What happened, Renjie? Who called?" Wang Shui asked, noticing his stammering, flushed face, a reaction she had only seen once before, on the day their daughter was born. "It was Director Chu. He called to let me know that I'm auditioning for the lead role in a film, and the main director specifically requested to see me." "The lead role? Then hurry. Wait, let me transfer all the money we have at home to you." Wang Shui was taken aback, followed by a rush of excitement and anxiety, quickly transferring their remaining 40,000 yuan. After all, auditioning for the leading role might involve dining expenses, and it wouldn't do to be short on cash. "Thank you, my dear." Li Renjie didn't refuse her generosity, feeling deeply moved. He kissed his wife and daughter and rushed out. 20 minutes later, after some inquiries, Li Renjie arrived at the film set. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. "Director Lin, Director Chu, I'm here." Lin Hao, who was discussing the film with Chu Chong, looked up upon hearing his voice. "You, Li Renjie." Although he was a 32-year-old man, he felt unusually nervous, especially under the intense gaze of a younger man who seemed to be studying him intently. He recognized that this was the director Lin who had specifically requested to meet him, yet he could not recall anything about him. Chu Chong smiled and nodded at him, preparing to ask for Lin Hao's opinion, only to find Lin Hao looking at Li Renjie with a peculiar mix of surprise and disbelief. "He looks just like him," Lin Hao thought to himself, his heart racing. Li Renjie bore an uncanny resemblance to the esteemed Jet Li, both in stature and appearance. While Jet Li was often seen with a buzz cut, Li Renjie's hair was slightly longer. "Director Lin?" Chu Chong called out, noticing Lin Hao's prolonged silence. Lin Hao snapped back to reality, smiling faintly before walking over to Li Renjie. "I heard from Director Chu that you were a national martial arts champion in your youth and have been working as a stunt double all these years." "Yes, but that was many years ago," Li Renjie replied, feeling a surge of nerves. "Good, very good." Lin Hao's satisfaction grew as he examined Li Renjie more closely. "Now, please demonstrate a set of your martial arts moves for me," followed by a few flips. The crew members gathered around, whispering among themselves. "Isn't this Li Renjie? I heard he was recommended by Director Chu for the lead role." Li Renjie paid them no mind, taking a deep breath before commencing his performance. He valued this opportunity immensely and approached it with utmost seriousness. His martial arts display was nothing short of elegant and impressive, eliciting applause from the audience, including Lin Hao. All right, that's enough. At Lin Hao's command, Li Renjie halted, his heart racing as he looked toward Lin Hao, who appeared equally anxious. I am very pleased with your performance. Now, I have a few points to discuss. If you agree, I would like to offer you the role of Huang Feihong. For a brief moment, Li Renjie was taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Wasn't there supposed to be a process involving meals and gifts? Once he regained his composure, he suppressed his excitement and resolved to accept whatever conditions were presented. We have just 1 month to shoot this film, which is quite a tight schedule. I will be serving as the martial arts supervisor for the entire production. Chapter 74. The protagonist is confirmed. I hope that everything can be authentic, resulting in a truly remarkable film. Thus, many of the martial arts scenes must be executed with genuine effort. The process will undoubtedly be arduous, and injuries may occur. Are you prepared to accept that? I am. Please rest assured, Director Lin. I have frequently sustained injuries during my martial arts training, as have the stunt doubles. I assure you that I will adhere strictly to the director and Oppo's demands, regardless of the hardships involved. Upon uttering these words, Li Renjie nodded resolutely. Initially, he had anticipated a more unreasonable request, but in the end, it was simply this, not to mention that this was a leading role. During his time as a stunt double, he had already experienced numerous injuries. Excellent. The remuneration is 500,000. Are you willing to accept this? No problem at all. As long as I can play the lead role, the amount is inconsequential, especially considering that 500,000 far exceeds my expectations. After all, someone like me, who has never taken on a role and has merely served as a stunt double, is essentially just a more elevated extra. Thus, 500,000 is remarkably generous. Very well. Let's not delay any further. I will have them prepare the contract immediately. Once the agreement is signed, you may take the script home. Once the roles are finalized, I will promptly inform you to come back. Lin Hao and Oppo's straightforward approach elicited some amusement from Chu Chong and the others. There was no one quite as eager as him, yet none voiced any objections. It was refreshing to see such directness. Soon, the contract was drafted. After both parties reviewed it and found no issues, they signed it. Lin Hao then instructed Lu Hao to hand the prepared script to him. As Li Renjie received it, his hands trembled, his breath came in quick gasps, and his face flushed with exhilaration. At this moment, he still found it hard to believe that such a monumental opportunity had fallen into his lap. Director Lin, Director Chu, and Oppo's. It's almost mealtime. Shall we go for a bite? Li Renjie inquired tentatively, taking the contract with utmost seriousness. No need. We can just grab a quick bite. We still have work to discuss. Lin Hao declined without a second thought. Although Lin Hao had acquired everything related to the film through the system and had even rented a basic directing skill, he could not afford to become complacent. Until the film was fully shot, he needed to remain vigilant. Hearing this, Li Renjie glanced awkwardly at Chu Chong. Chu Chong waved his hand with a smile. After so many years in the industry, he understood Li Renjie's mindset. Go home and prepare well. This film is on a tight schedule. Do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. The best gratitude to Director Lin is to minimize the number of NGs during filming. Thank you. Director Lin, thank you, Director Chu. I will study the script diligently and ensure I do not hold the crew back, Li Renjie replied, feeling a lump in his throat, bowing repeatedly to Lin Hao and Chu Chong. Even after exiting the production team, Li Renjie was still in disbelief, as if he had just awakened from a dream. Just moments ago, he had been discussing job changes with his wife, and who could have imagined that such a windfall would suddenly descend upon him? Gripping the script tightly, he wiped away his tears and silently vowed to exert every effort to make this film a success, not merely for the sake of money, but to uphold the dream that had initially ignited his passion. Director Lin, don't you think Li Renjie is quite good? I can't think of any other actors, but we have already released the audition notice, so we should have results by tomorrow. Li Renjie's successful passage through Lin Hao's scrutiny delighted Chu Chong. On one hand, it was gratifying that he had recommended him. On the other, he had high hopes for Li Renjie ever since he read the script and discussed it with Lin Hao. He had invested considerable effort into the film. Let us hope for the best, Lin Hao smiled, yet he harbored a more cautious outlook. Nevertheless, finding Li Renjie had already brought him joy. That evening, Lin Hao treated the entire crew to dinner. Director Lin, when can we expect your adaptation of And Oppos? Ghost Blows Out the Light and Oppos to be completed? Yes, we are all your loyal fans. Please share some insights on the upcoming plot. As they became familiar with one another, the crew discovered that Lin Hao was an affable individual, and given their relatively close ages, conversations flowed freely. Director, I believe the content of the novel Ghost Blows Out the Light is exceptionally captivating and would lend itself well to adaptation for film. Have you ever considered this? Lu Hao, seated beside Lin Hao, joined the discussion as everyone began to delve into the topic. With the rising popularity of Ghost Blows Out the Light on the internet, it had successfully garnered attention from many, including those within the film industry. With the advent of the era of web literature IPs, many novels have been adapted into films or television dramas, gracing the screens. Due to the built-in traffic of the novels, many adaptations had achieved significant success. However, the current adaptations were plagued by severe homogenization, predominantly featuring urban campus narratives or historical romances, which ultimately revolved around romantic entanglements. This saturation had become tiresome, leading to a point where content was no longer the focus. As long as a popular idol starred in the project, it would inevitably succeed. This reality left professionals like Lu Hao feeling disheartened and helpless, eagerly yearning for a genuinely exceptional production to alter this trend. They hoped to reduce the number of comments lamenting, "I haven't watched a new drama in years." Lin Hao took a bite of his meal and smiled. Indeed, I have considered such a project, but not at this moment. Given my current circumstances, I am not yet equipped to bring it to fruition. At the very least, I will need a few more years to build my reputation, so that when the time comes, I can carefully select the most suitable actors and wholeheartedly dedicate myself to producing the entire series. This will be the first project I unveil after the world changes. And, as one of my favorite novels, I am determined to give it my utmost effort. The dinner lasted until around midnight, after which everyone departed. The following morning, Lin Hao and Chu Chong arrived at the production set. Outside the set, long before dawn, a large crowd had gathered, those who had received news of the casting call from the production team, eagerly flocking to audition. It was their first time hearing that even supporting roles were being cast for a film, and many had inquired about Lin Hao and Oppos, the legend of the heroic man and Oppos. Most acknowledged Lin Hao's talent, particularly in music and literature, yet many remained skeptical about his ability to create a successful film. Furthermore, facing off against Zhang Yiyang's project appeared even more daunting. To put it simply, the lead in that production was a top-tier idol, and all the supporting roles were also popular young stars, each boasting a substantial fan base. Given the current trends in the fandom, even a subpar production could still achieve popularity. Chapter 75. The elusive Nailan Yuanshu. How could Lin Hao possibly compete against his adversary alone? Nevertheless, this did not deter their ambition to become either the lead or supporting characters in Lin Hao's film. While the remuneration was secondary, these background actors, usually relegated to playing corpses or bystanders, harbored a desire for fame. This film had already garnered significant attention due to the involvement of Zhang Yiyang and Lin Hao, and any opportunity to appear in it would undoubtedly be advantageous, potentially leading to recognition from a production company or film crew. Yiyang, look at these foolish extras coming for auditions. Lin Hao truly is a talent, seeking out background actors. Let us see how he embarrasses himself this time. Not far from their film crew, a luxury van was parked. Wu Fan, who had been humiliated by Lin Hao, sat by the window, directing his phone and Oppo's camera towards Lin Hao and his group. Despite being crushed in their previous singing duel and publicly apologizing online, his popularity remained intact, bolstered by his company and fans who promoted him as a paragon of integrity and the ideal idol. Consequently, he had trended on Weibo multiple times, his fame only increasing. Yet, Wu Fan bore no gratitude towards Lin Hao. His animosity lingered. He was well aware of the online wager between Lin Hao and Zhang Yang, as he was a close friend of the latter. Currently filming in Hongdian and learning of Lin Hao's presence, he decided to take a look. What can a mere internet celebrity, surrounded by a bunch of nobodies, possibly create? I never took him seriously. He's merely a clown. Although Zhang Yang, Kuden, and Oppos, TC, clearly from his distance, he remained unconcerned. In the current entertainment industry, the quality of a work is entirely manipulated by capital. With the backing of Dingjia Entertainment, the foremost entertainment giant in Huagua, why would he fear an internet celebrity? What a jest. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, he was engrossed in the tense auditioning of actors. Aside from the lead role of Huang Fei-hong, several other pivotal characters awaited casting, including Shursin Ant, Nailan Yuan-shu, Liang Quan, Lu Haodong, Sun Yixian, and the Nine Palace Master of the White Lotus sect. Each character was richly developed and distinct, their original portrayals having thrived in the past. Among these roles, the most challenging to cast were Nailan Yuan-shu and the Nine Palace Master, as both required actors with exceptional martial arts skills, given their direct confrontations with Huang Fei-hong. While many applicants possessed martial arts backgrounds, none met Lin Hao and Appo's expectations. He simply felt no connection to them. However, he did find a suitable candidate for Shursin Ant, Shun Miling, a 30-year-old beauty whose appearance and demeanor closely resembled that of the character played by Guan Zhilin in the original work. Although she had played minor roles in various productions, her beauty could easily carry leading roles, yet she was unwilling to adhere to certain industry norms, and opportunities had dwindled as she entered her 30s. Director Lin, there are too many people here. It might take days to finish selecting, remarked the staff. Today and Appo's assessment panel consisted of Lin Hao, Chu Chang, and Lu Hao. Yet the number of auditioning actors exceeded 100, with more arriving continuously. After a couple of hours, the crowd had only grown, as everyone aspired to land a role with lines and screen time. Lin Hao had not anticipated such a turnout. While he was indifferent to the rest, the situation proved to be a significant waste of time, a luxury he could ill afford. After some contemplation, he decided to halt the auditions temporarily. He procured a loudspeaker and clearly articulated his specific requirements for the roles, including the expectation of working overnight within a month. His directives were exceedingly detailed. Anyone who does not meet these criteria should leave now to avoid wasting our time. At this, Chu Chang and Lu Hao exchanged amused glances, both chuckling softly. In their view, this approach was rather foolish. Who had ever seen a director shouting through a loudspeaker to select the film's lead? Yet, even a foolish tactic had its merits. Many outside actors were already aware of the basic role requirements. Some still sought a stroke of luck. Others, who had unfinished business, departed upon hearing Lin Hao's words. Of course, some were undeterred, like a middle-aged man in his 40s who insisted on auditioning for Liang Quan's role. Lin Hao initially tolerated such individuals, but eventually lost his temper, reprimanding them harshly. He warned that if more candidates appeared who were utterly unqualified and wasted time, he would ensure they could not continue working in Hongdian. After all, he was a director, and even if it was his first film, he was far more competent than these extras. Consequently, a portion of the crowd left in frustration. Director Lin certainly has his methods, Chu Chang remarked with a smile. With the disruptive individuals gone, the subsequent additions proceeded much more smoothly. Although Lin Hao eliminated many, the remaining actors bore some resemblance to the characters. The auditions continued until the afternoon, with hundreds having participated. Finally, Lin Hao settled on most of the roles, except for Nailan Yuan-shu, which remained elusive. 6 martial arts stand-ins auditioned for this character, but either they were too old or their appearances were too far removed from the essence of Nailan Yuan-shu, a crucial antagonist in the film. Nailan Yuan-shu was a complex character. He possessed a kind heart, yet as a government official, his loyalty to the court superseded all else. For the sake of the court, he would act against his own principles. A martial arts enthusiast, he greatly admired Huang Fei-hong. When his schemes were uncovered, he was compelled to kill Huang Fei-hong. Despite having numerous means at his disposal to eliminate his opponent, he chose the most perilous yet honorable method, facing Huang Fei-hong directly, ultimately meeting his demise at his hands. Apart from Huang Fei-hong, this was Lin Hao and Appo's favorite character in the film. Therefore, even if it required additional time, he would never settle for a mediocre portrayal. Director Lin, your standards are exceedingly high. A solid martial arts background, a balance of fierce yet gentle demeanor, and good looks. This is proving to be quite the challenge, one of the staff commented. Chapter 76, official filming commences that evening. Lin Hao engaged in discussions with Chu Chang and others regarding the matter at hand. It seemed nearly impossible to find an actor who could simultaneously meet all three of Lin Hao's requirements within a short time frame. Lin Hao let out a bitter smile. I understand, but this is my debut film, and I aspire to present it in the most exquisite manner possible. The character of Nalin Yuanshu is extraordinarily captivating. If we fail to secure the right actor, it could ruin the entire film. With your extensive connections in the industry, is it truly impossible to find someone? Both of them shook their heads in response. Lin Hao sighed deeply upon seeing this. Very well, we shall proceed as planned. Let's give it another day tomorrow. If we still cannot find the right actor, we will begin shooting other scenes. Inform all the cast that we will officially start filming the day after tomorrow. We will shoot while searching. I refuse to believe we cannot find someone. Seeing Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's determination, Chu Chang and the others remained silent. They appreciated his sense of responsibility towards the film, and as Lin Hao was the chief director, they felt there was little they could do to oppose him. For many, that night was one of insomnia, including Li Renjia, who locked himself in his room, obsessively studying the script and character. Likewise, Shen Meiling and Liang Quan and Amp Oppo's actor, Liang Kuan, were also engrossed in their preparations. The following day, numerous individuals arrived to audition for roles. Although the lead characters had been finalized, there were still supporting roles with dialogues available. For those minor roles, it remained a rare opportunity. However, compared to the previous day, the turnout was significantly lower. A few still came to audition for Nalin Yuanshu, but Lin Hao rejected them all. This left him feeling quite frustrated, yet true to his character. He was not one to give up easily. Before long, another day passed, and The Man Should Be Strong officially commenced filming. Li Renyi, Shen Meiling, Liang Kuan, and others arrived early. Typically, the opening ceremony of a film is a grand event, requiring the presence of the entire crew, actors, industry peers, media, and even government officials. However, Lin Hao and Oppo's film lacked such prominence, with only Wang Lianhai and a few others attending to show their support. Initially, Lin Hao had intended to invite the media, but misfortune struck when a major IP, Wang Tu, began filming in Hungyan that same day. This adaptation of a popular web novel by the renowned author Yu Bai had already garnered immense attention due to its built-in fanbase and the star power of its lead actors. Naturally, this drew many capable media outlets away from Lin Hao's project. Director Wang, you need not console me. It's all right. If it weren't for Director Chu's suggestion to hold this opening ceremony, I would have preferred to forego the hassle altogether. The quality of the work ultimately relies on substance, not superficialities, Lin Hao sincerely expressed. Wang Lianhai chuckled lightly, patting him on the shoulder, and their understanding was mutual. The opening ceremony for Lin Hao's film was exceedingly simple, with only a handful of media present, especially considering Lin Hao had previously trended on Weibo. Moreover, this film was set to compete against Zhang Yiyang and Amp Oppo's project. The entire ceremony took the better part of the day. After sending Wang Lianhai and the others off, Lin Hao resumed his busy schedule. The costume designer, Wang Li, had originally designed attire in accordance with contemporary aesthetics, as did the head of the makeup team. The costumes were extravagant, and even the male actors were slated to be adorned in what was currently considered fashionable. Lin Hao promptly rejected these designs, instructing Wang Li and her team to faithfully recreate the attire of that era, including makeup that aligned with the characters and Amp Oppo's personalities, eschewing the androgynous styles that were in vogue. As the chief director, Lin Hao held the highest authority on set, and although Wang Li and her team felt he lacked understanding, they complied with his directives. These outfits are acceptable, but the fabric should be changed to something more ordinary, primarily in shades of gray and white. Following Lin Hao and Amp Oppo's vision, Wang Li completed the initial draft of the costumes and presented it to him, receiving the following feedback. Director Lin, this will surely attract criticism online, suggesting our crew lacks the funds to create proper costumes. Repeatedly dismissed by Lin Hao, Wang Li became somewhat disgruntled. Lin Hao's gaze immediately locked onto her. What the internet says is their concern, not yours. If there is criticism, it will be directed at me as the director. Everything must proceed according to my vision. After stating this, Lin Hao's attention swept over the rest of the crew. We aim to complete filming within a month, which means everyone will have to work diligently. Upon completion, I will reward each of you with a red envelope, but during this time, I expect full commitment. Should you have any thoughts, feel free to share them with me privately. Understood, Director Lin. The crew members responded with smiles. Director Chu, have all the actors arrived? Lin Hao inquired. We officially start filming tomorrow, and all the leads must remain on set, which means they should not return home unless absolutely necessary. Everyone is here, Chu Chong chuckled. For this opportunity, they have worked tirelessly and would never arrive late. Lin Hao felt satisfied with this response. Time flew by, and 4 days had elapsed. The Man Should Be Strong had entered the intensive phase of filming. Lin Hao's directorial techniques astonished even Chu Chong and the others. Initially, they perceived Lin Hao as an amateur, but they soon discovered that their assumptions were misguided. Lin Hao demonstrated an exceptional grasp of directorial skills, and his stringent standard for the film reshaped their understanding of the craft. Every minute detail, from facial expressions to speech intonations, received his meticulous attention. What astonished everyone the most was Lin Hao and Appo's prowess in martial arts. Although he had proclaimed his role as the martial arts chief instructor, everyone, including Li Renjie, believed he would merely provide verbal guidance. They never anticipated that Lin Hao would possess such remarkable skills. Even Li Renjie and the actor portraying Zhou Gongzhenren, Guan Xiaodao, acknowledged Lin Hao and Appo's martial arts foundation. Director Lin, I must say, you're quite the martial artist. The choreography is exquisite, and the overall feel of the film is outstanding. Chu Chong remarked as he approached Lin Hao during their lunch break after a shoot. I'm just a country boy who studied under a master in my youth. After so many years of neglect, I can only manage to appear decent. In a real fight, I fear I might get beaten to a pulp, Lin Hao replied modestly. Chapter 77. Classic moments. Lin Hao spoke with confidence, unreservedly claiming the credit for the system and Appo's accomplishments as his own. The day before filming commenced, he had invested 30,000 prestige points within the system to purchase the basic martial arts product, which enabled him to execute numerous challenging moves as if he had trained for decades. However, its practical utility was negligible, merely serving as a flashy display. Director Lin, our film has been in production for several days, yet the role of Nalin Yuanshu remains uncast. Perhaps you should consider taking on the role yourself? This was a sentiment I had long contemplated. Director Lin, you perfectly embody the character of Nalin Yuanshu, Lin Hao chimed in. Indeed, Director Lin, your profound understanding of this role is unquestionable. Why not step into it yourself? The surrounding crew members echoed these sentiments. The search for an actor to portray Nalin Yuanshu had been ongoing since filming began, yet no suitable candidates had emerged. This impasse could not persist. A resolution was imperative, lest the production be adversely affected. Let's wait another couple of days, and if nothing changes, we shall revisit the matter. After lunch, the crew plunged back into the intense filming schedule. As night fell, they found themselves on a meticulously prepared street set, starring Li Renjie as Wang Feihong. Alongside Liang Quan and the 13th Ant, they had just arrived in the provincial city. Those familiar with the film would surely recall the forthcoming scenes with vivid clarity. Set against the backdrop of a restaurant, an elderly blind man played the eru, seated on a bench, while around him the sounds of pigs slaughtering, drinking, and the antics of an old woman using her shoe sole to entertain a paper figure filled the air. The scene, enriched by a lively melody, vividly portrayed the lives of people during that era, along with the prevailing feudal backwardness. Critics in later years would refer to this segment as the film's crowning touch. Currently, Lin Hao and his team were filming this very scene to authentically recreate the film's content. Lin Hao had invested considerable resources to transform the street into an almost identical replica of the original film setting. This segment featured a large number of extras. Action, Lin Hao declared, donning headphones and fixating intently on the camera. The musical piece, drawn from Cantonese opera, specifically Jing Hui, Xiao Meng Iqiu Wan, resonated through the air. While Cantonese opera existed in this world, its cultural significance had waned over time, particularly for smaller genres like Cantonese opera, which had fewer practitioners. Lin Hao had initially feared finding a performer skilled in this art would be a daunting task. However, among the extras auditioning, he discovered a man named Chen Fuqiang, in his 40s, who possessed this rare talent. Lin Hao had provided him with the lyrics and music 2 days prior, and Chen quickly mastered the piece. Ultimately, the quality of the singing itself was not paramount. With a sharp clap, the scene marker was closed. Dressed in a gray robe and a round-topped cloth hat, Chen Fuqiang began to play the eru and sing. Drifting away, do not ask for the reason. Only the remnants of sunlight on the mountains illuminate a sorrowful figure. The path ahead is uncertain, evoking waves of sadness. A hazy future brings forth tears that cascade like rain. As the lyrics unfolded, the surrounding extras began to act as well. Quick, push in on the camera, keep it rolling. This scene comprised multiple shots, and Lin Hao was determined to capture it in one continuous take. Thus he approached it with utmost seriousness. The lyrics were in Cantonese, largely incomprehensible to the crew, yet the atmosphere evoked a shared, inexplicable sentiment among them. It felt as though they were not merely filming, but were instead immersed in the poignant realities of the late Qing dynasty. This shared emotion, resembling both sorrow and anger, was abruptly interrupted by Lin Hao and Appo's furious command, "Cut! Cut! Cut!" just as they were filming the moment when a woman used her shoe sole to strike a paper figure, sending a young girl into a bridal sedan chair. Lin Hao halted the filming, his face a mask of rage. He tore off his headphones and tossed them onto a chair, striding towards the girl with an imposing presence. "What is your name? Do you even know how to act?" An irate Lin Hao confronted the girl directly, his voice brimming with fury. "What an Appo's is going on?" The extras turned their attention to this unfolding drama, puzzled by the director and Appo's outburst. "Is it not clear? You brought your phone with you?" Lin Hao and Appo's accusatory finger pointed at her left hand. I and Appo's. "I'm sorry, director. I want an Appo's. Do it again." The girl, taken aback, burst into tears, profusely apologizing as she obediently retrieved her phone. "Did that group leader bring you here? Are you unaware of the rules?" Understanding dawned on Chu Chong, and his expression turned to one of anger. Filming period dramas came with strict protocols. No modern items could be present, especially not a phone. Should the director fail to notice and the audience spot such an oversight, it could severely undermine the film and Appo's integrity. The surrounding crew members fell silent, aware that this incident did not concern them directly. "I won't do it again. Please forgive me this once, director." The girl, a newcomer to Hongdian for less than 2 months, was clearly overwhelmed by the situation, appearing quite pitiable. Lin Hao took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his rage. "Return your phone immediately." He resumed his serious tone. "Anyone else with a phone, put it down now. If this occurs again during filming, you will be dismissed on the spot." Upon hearing this, 3 extras hesitated momentarily before relinquishing their phones. The filming resumed. After addressing the issue, Lin Hao returned to the camera. This scene was shot from Wang Feiheng and Appo's perspective in the attic. It appeared simple and devoid of major roles. In reality, it was anything but, compounded by Lin Hao's near-obsessive standards. They spent over 3 hours shooting, with nearly 20 takes before achieving a satisfactory result. While Lin Hao was engrossed in the demanding filming process, an incident connected to him ignited a firestorm on the internet. This past Sunday, on Mango TV and Appo's Happy Camp, former pop diva Sue Heike made a surprise appearance as a special guest. Many fans in their 30s, particularly male admirers, had once idolized Sue Heike as their dream woman. Given that Happy Camp was one of Mango TV's flagship variety shows, its notoriety ensured that this episode achieved remarkably high viewership ratings, particularly during the singing segment. Chapter 78. The boisterous Lin Dajuan joins the fray. Sue Heike and Appo's song Farewell to the Nine Gates captivated everyone, from its lyrics to its melody. It exuded a perfect ancient charm, especially enhanced by the subtle theatrical tone, which was simply exquisite. During the recording, it astonished everyone present, including the host. When it aired, the online live comments surged wildly. "Incredible! This song is extraordinary. It possesses a unique quality. Is this what theatrical singing is? It evokes a distinctive resonance." prompting many to consider learning opera themselves. Did you notice that both the lyricist and composer of this song are Lin Hao? How does he possess such talent? The founder of ancient-style music is no laughing matter. In comparison to the grandiose Eternal Ages and the poignant 3-inch Paradise, this song offers a different sensation. Listening to it evokes a sense of melancholy, particularly accentuated by the theatrical intonations, which sparked significant discussions online. Many music critics lauded it the following day. With this song, Soo Hye-ki officially announced her magnificent return, propelling her name and farewell to the 9 gates on a trending searches for 3 consecutive days. Lin Hao, however, remained indifferent to all this. During this time, he immersed himself entirely in filming, paying little attention to such matters. Under the auspices of dashing entertainment, the film Huang Fei Hong, The Heroic Spirit and Tenderness, starring top artists Zhang Yiyang and Lin Xiaoxue, was also in production. Unlike Lin Hao's solitary filming approach, this movie had an extravagant launch ceremony, and even before its release, it began extensive online promotions. Behind-the-scenes footage and character stills flooded Weibo. Some fans even created memes featuring Zhang Yiyang and Lin Xiaoxue, shipping them as a couple. This is a common tactic to generate buzz and create topics for discussion. Each release garnered a plethora of fan comments. In today's age of celebrity culture, many young fans, particularly female, idolize male stars. Subconsciously, they regard them as potential partners. For instance, before the world changed, when a male star announced he had a girlfriend, it led to a sudden exodus of fans. Thus, whenever they see their idol close to another woman, jealousy ensues, resulting in backlash. Even Lin Xiaoxue, a leading actress in her own right, faced similar scrutiny. Observing her working with Zhang Yiyang, many fans perceived her as unwilling, which was quite vexing. They deemed Lin Xiaoxue unworthy, expressing discontent that she was cast as the female lead. Once these comments surfaced, Lin Xiaoxue's fans retaliated vehemently. Laughable. Our Xiaoxue is ungrateful? For those who call our Xiaoxue a little son, have you lost your vision? When has she ever been unwilling? Are you blind to the truth? They were a rowdy bunch. Such incidents are typical publicity stunts. Even without fan disputes, management agencies often utilize controversial images or clips to spark discussions. This leads to exchanges between fan groups, and once the heat escalates, the lead actors emerge to mediate and clarify. Ultimately, they post a few reconciliatory photos, and the official channels provide explanations of the events, allowing fans to realize they were mistaken. Selected representatives from each side are then tasked with encouraging their peers to reconcile, resulting in heightened public interest and a polished image for the lead actors. However, no one anticipated that this time, the situation would take an unexpected turn. The feud between Little Sun and Little Snow was abruptly interrupted by a group of Lin Hao's fans. Ever since Lin Hao began filming, he had ceased live broadcasts and stopped posting on Weibo, leaving his fans frustrated. The absence of his signature sharp tongue and updates felt like a void. Seizing the opportunity to witness the online spat between Zhang Yiyang and Lin Xiaoxue and Oppos, fans, they joined in the fray. Lin Hao and Oppos, fans differed significantly from Lin Xiaoxue and Oppos, predominantly comprising young women who were somewhat more refined in their interactions. Influenced by Lin Hao, his fans adopted a witty and sarcastic tone. What are you all arguing about? Could it be that someone is genuinely jealous over Yang? Surely not. Haha. Aren't and Oppos, Teehee and Lin Xiaoxue like sisters? Shiba Inu emoji, Little Snow and Oppos. Fans need not worry. The formidable Lin Dajuan is your strong support. Zhang Yang is unworthy of Lin Xiaoxue. Haha, folks, charge ahead. I can't help but feel Lin Xiaoxue and our Lin Dajuan are a perfect match. Funny emoji. I propose Lin Xiaoxue and Lin Dajuan marry immediately, allowing us Yang fans to be the bridesmaids. Shiba Inu emoji laughing crying emoji. Lin Hao and Oppos. Fans refrained from using foul language, yet their remarks were more biting than outright insults. Why are you all so insufferable? Your clique is everywhere. Clearly, every idol has fans reflecting their character, an uncouth bunch, resorting to personal attacks. Ladies, ignore these rabid dogs. It and Amp, Oppos, merely a desperate struggle. In a month and a half, when the new film premieres, Lin Hao will retreat from the internet. Zhang Yang and Oppo's fans were acutely aware of the potency of Lin Dajuan and Oppo's followers. They had no concern for Lin Hao and Oppo's image, but remained vigilant regarding Zhang Yang and Oppo's. Thus, despite their anger, they felt powerless. Huh, how amusing. Lin Dajuan is our idol. Shiba Inu emoji. Don and Oppo's. T worry. Ladies, we are all good brothers. Come, support Lin Dajuan, and we will protect you. Insidious. These fans of Lin Hao were indifferent to how they were perceived. They simply enjoyed engaging with the young idolaters. In the office of dashing entertainment, a bespectacled young woman was reporting to a middle-aged man, visibly upset. This man was Li Lu, the deputy director of the publicity department. The woman, Wang Li, a staff member of the same department, expressed her frustration over the mismanagement of this publicity topic, which she had orchestrated. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but now Lin Hao's fans had derailed the narrative. How could she not be angry? This was her performance metric. Li Lu, while scrolling through Weibo, appeared calm, even sporting a peculiar smile. This Lin Hao is quite an enigma, and his fans are equally peculiar. Despite their insults, they remain staunch supporters of him. Chapter 79. The shooting in progress. It is truly puzzling what kind of charm Lin Hao possesses. After all, he has merely authored a book and composed a few songs. Wang Li remarked with a hint of envy. They exerted tremendous effort to craft personas for artists, maintain their public images, and engage in vigorous promotion. Yet the loyalty of their fans remains disappointingly low. Often, a trivial incident can lead to a mass exodus of followers. In stark contrast, Lin Hao appears indifferent to his fans, yet he enjoys remarkable loyalty from them. It is infuriating, one might say. As for the online matters, let them engage in their verbal sparring. It may not be entirely detrimental and could instead intensify the discussions surrounding the topics at hand. However, the fact that Lin Hao remains elusive to the agency, rejecting all offers, is rather peculiar. As a seasoned veteran in this industry, Li Lu understands well that whether it is a quarrel between Xiao Yang and Xiao Shui, or a dispute between Lin Hao and Oppo's fans and Xiao Yang and Oppo's, none of that truly matters, as long as the topic garners attention. What intrigues him more is Lin Hao himself. His works, such as Qian Xiu, 3 Inches of Heaven, and the recent CI, Jiu Min Hui Yi, have all left audiences in awe. These 3 songs have garnered immense praise from the company and Oppo's veteran music instructors. From the perspective of an audience member, they indeed stand out remarkably, coupled with his contributions to Gue Chue Deng and his poetic prowess. Not to mention his striking good looks, Lin Hao has become a coveted figure in the eyes of these management companies. In simple terms, Lin Hao possesses exceptional versatility. Should they manage to sign him, he could undoubtedly be molded into a multifaceted star. In this era, often criticized for its superficiality, any agency capable of nurturing a talented individual who is both visually appealing and versatile in singing, acting, and writing might very well conquer the entertainment landscape. Wang Li shook her head with a wry smile, expressing her confusion over Lin Hao's apparent desire for independence. Independent? Huh, just wait. He will inevitably become part of our illustrious Sheng entertainment. As she concluded, Li Lu waved his hand, and Wang Li respectfully exited. Unbeknownst to them, the time for Lin Hao and Zhang Yang and Amp Oppo's wager was fast approaching. At the filming location for The Man Should Be Strong, Lin Hao ultimately assumed the role of Nalin Yuanshu. At this moment, they were shooting the final scene, where Huang Feihong, having seized the roster, prepares to escape with Liang Quan to deliver it to Sun Yat-sun, only to be confronted by Nalin Yuanshu, setting the stage for their climactic duel. As they progressed with the filming, the quality of the movie had profoundly impressed everyone involved. Although they had yet to see the finished product, there was an unmistakable feeling that it would be exceptionally captivating. Scene 48, Take 12, Action. With Chu Chang's command, the 2 actors commenced their intense performance. As the shooting continued, the actors grew increasingly familiar with one another, making the process considerably smoother than at the outset. This particular scene is pivotal within the film and features some of the most exhilarating combat sequences. Prior to the shoot, Lin Hao had already instructed Li Renjie not to hold back simply because he was the director. They were to adhere strictly to the original plan and Li Renjia, understanding the gravity of the situation, complied without objection. Both possessed solid martial arts foundations, and executing the various intricate moves posed no challenge for them. With their mastery of the choreography, they astonishingly completed the scene in one take. Excellent. Very well done. Director Lin, come and take a look, Chu Chong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Satisfied with the performance, he called Lin Hao over to review the footage. After watching, Lin Hao nodded slightly, though his brow remained furrowed. This sequence lacks intensity. Li Renjia, you clearly restrained your strength, making it appear sluggish. We need to shoot it again. Do not hold back. Trust me, I can evade. The most challenging aspect of filming fight scenes lies within the combat sequences, particularly those that require genuine physicality. Numerous evasive maneuvers are necessary, and if one miscalculates the timing or power, injuries can easily occur. One particular shot involved Huang Feihong delivering a straight punch aimed directly at Lin Yuanshu and Appo's face. According to the script, Lin Yuanshu was to dodge by turning his head. However, Li Renjia's punch came off weak and slow. Director Lin, you're being overly meticulous. Such minor imperfections can be corrected in post-production. There's no need for a reshoot. What if someone gets hurt? Lin Hao's fastidious nature left Chu Chong both amused and exasperated. To him, these small flaws were hardly worth fretting over. No, I am determined to achieve perfection. We shall do it again. As the director, Lin Hao and Appo's insistence left Chu Chong with no choice but to acquiesce. After several unsuccessful attempts, they finally completed the scene successfully. The film comprises 48 scenes of varying lengths. And now, the focus shifts to post-production. While the crew includes professionals for this task, Lin Hao remained engaged throughout, offering guidance. Director Lin, how should we approach the film's soundtrack? Rest assured, I have everything prepared. I will provide guidance on where and how to incorporate it. Additionally, we must create a theme song and strive to produce an accompanying MV. As Lin Hao busied himself with these finishing touches, a month slipped by unnoticed. 3 days prior, the rap party for the man should be strong, starring Zhang Yiyang and Lin Xiaoxue, took place, accompanied by a press conference. The internet was flooded with promotional materials for the film. Moreover, today marked the first day of its pre-sale, which had been met with a fervent response due to the extensive promotional campaign. Pre-sales for films are managed uniformly by relevant authorities once the release date is approved. Typically, pre-sales commence about a week before the official release, allowing for the early sale of tickets. On the first day, many stars often attend to show support, and directors and leads may even make appearances at cinemas. Additionally, fans who secure tickets can attend and express their eagerness online. Prior to the official release, theaters utilize this data to schedule screenings, resulting in some films achieving high numbers due to enthusiastic fan engagement. However, this trend does not persist indefinitely. If the film proves subpar, ticket sales will falter, and no amount of supplementary ticket sales will remedy the situation. In the past, audiences flocked to theaters, but now, it is rare for individuals to seek out films, as few are compelling enough to warrant attention. Unless people happen upon a film or have nothing else to do, or if it is a classic overseas film series, attendance is sparse. Zhang Yang and Lin Xiaoxue are among the most popular stars today, each boasting a substantial fan base. Chapter 80. In search of cooperative cinemas with the support of a talent agency, the first day of pre-sales was exceptionally vibrant, with numerous stars, directors, film critics, and influencers checking in at cinemas across the country. The promotional campaign for this film was in full swing, and on the very first day, the pre-sale box office approached an astounding 1 billion, marking an impressive achievement. Zhang Yang and Lin Xiaoxue joined the crew in promoting the film, even appearing on variety shows. Over the 7-day pre-sale period, nearly 4 billion tickets were sold. Undoubtedly, surpassing 10 billion was a certainty, and in Huagua, films that achieve such figures are exceedingly rare. This success was attributed to the vigorous promotional efforts and the enthusiastic support of both fan bases, despite the film and Appo's lackluster plot, which had been exaggeratedly praised by them. Many fans watched it multiple times, some purchasing tickets merely for the sake of attendance, rather than actually viewing the film. In a short span, it soared to the top of the box office charts, initially boasting a rating of 9. 1. However, after some discerning viewers expressed their critiques, the rating plummeted to 8. 5. Simultaneously, online criticism turned once again towards Lin Hao. Particularly, fans of Zhang Yiyang inundated Lin Hao's social media accounts with inquiries about his projects. Initially, Lin Hao and Oppo's supporters defended him, but as Zhang Yiyang and Oppo's film and Oppo's pre-sale concluded without any updates from Lin Hao, doubts began to creep in. Was it possible that the infamous Lin had truly faltered this time? Surely not. Lin, known for his boldness, was likely concocting a remarkable comeback. His fans resolved to wait for his response. However, a month is a brief period, and whispers suggested that Lin was currently filming in Hongyan, employing only background actors. As such comments proliferated, many sought ways to elicit a response from Lin Hao. After all, he had once live-streamed a bet with Zhang Yiyang, vowing to withdraw from the internet should he lose. Lin Hao's fans had grown accustomed to his presence, although they often jested at his expense. They would vehemently oppose any notion of him leaving the online sphere. Meanwhile, Lin Hao in Hongyan was troubled by his new film, Huang Fei Hong, A Man Should Strive for Strength. The filming had concluded 3 days prior, with the final cut completed and approved, including Qiu Chong and Wang Lianfeng. All who viewed it were left astounded by its quality. Yet, they faced significant challenges in securing pre-sales. Leading cinemas, such as Qianda and Zhonghai, outright rejected Lin Hao's film, dismissing it without even a glance, convinced it would not succeed. Though a couple of second-tier cinemas showed willingness, the profit-sharing terms they proposed were excessively unreasonable. In the current market, a film must typically pay a service fee of $50 million to secure a screening, followed by various taxes, which generally account for about 10%. Consequently, from the remaining 90%, first-tier cinemas typically retain 57% of the box office. The few second-tier cinemas that were willing to screen his film demanded a staggering 70% share. This meant that if the film grossed $1 billion, after deducting $100 million in fixed fees, the cinemas would claim $630 million from the remaining $900 million. Following that, the distribution of funds would further diminish for the production and promotional teams. Adding to Lin Hao's frustration, the few screenings allocated for Huang Fei Hong, A Man Should Strive for Strength, were scheduled for after 11 at night, typically only 1 or 2 showings daily. This was akin to draining Lin Hao's lifeblood while demanding a feast. Moviegoers are aware that peak viewing times are between 2 in the afternoon and 10 at night. In contrast, Zhang Yiyang's film enjoyed a high screening frequency across major cinemas, with around 8 to 9 showings daily, while Lin Hao's film was relegated to the late hours. Shaolin, I inquired with some friends, these cinemas have been pressured by Dashing Entertainment and Moda Television, one of Lin Hao and Oppo's associates remarked. To resolve this predicament, there is but one avenue. Wang Lianfeng, enamored with the film, noted that while its production cost was modest, its fidelity to the era and thematic depth stood out amidst a sea of inferior films. The cast, although composed of relatively unknown background actors, delivered commendable performances, particularly in the martial arts sequences, impressing even Wang, a seasoned director with nearly 30 years of experience. The market was in dire need of a film like this, and upon its release, it was bound to create a significant stir. Yet, Wang felt powerless to intervene regarding the cinema issues. Director Wang, what do you propose? Lin Hao asked, exhaling a puff of smoke, his brows furrowed. He had invested considerable effort into this film, and if he were to lose on data alone, he would accept it. However, being subjected to such underhanded tactics left him feeling utterly disheartened. If you are willing to join us at Dingjia Entertainment, our company would advocate on your behalf, Wang Lianfeng proposed, his eyes gleaming with determination. He had discreetly shown a sample of the film to his boss, Meng Sihai, a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, who immediately recognized its potential. Furthermore, this was Lin Hao and Oppo's debut project, and Meng and Oppo's interest was piqued by Lin and Oppo's demonstrated talent, compelling him to consider bringing this multifaceted young artist into his fold. Director Wang, let me contemplate this matter. Lin Hao was not surprised by Wang and Oppo's proposition. After all, no one offers assistance without expecting something in return. If it came down to it, Lin would reluctantly agree, but he was unwilling to commit without exhausting all other options. Joining Dingjia Entertainment would likely bind him to them for at least 3 to 5 years. Even if they promised benefits, once he became one of their own, who could predict the terms? For these capitalists, maximizing profit was paramount, rendering all else insignificant. Wang Lianfeng, sensing Lin Hao's wavering resolve, ceased his insistence, convinced he was on the verge of success. In truth, with his connections, Wang could have facilitated Lin Hao's success more easily, but he was not Lin's father. Why should he extend such efforts? Simply out of admiration? That was preposterous. Director Lin, the film Xiaogugua Ro has officially commenced sales. If we delay any further, the situation may become increasingly unfavorable. If all else fails, we might need to consider online distribution. Chapter 81. A promotional video. Chu Chong never anticipated that Lin Hao would encounter such a dilemma. He, too, was in a state of great agitation. To put it plainly, this film was undoubtedly the finest he had produced throughout his career, and he was unconcerned with anything else but the desire to meet the audience promptly. However, Chu Chong had repeatedly advised himself to release a digital version of the film on platforms like Penguin Video and iQIYI, a common route for many contemporary films that could still yield substantial profits. Nevertheless, such releases were classified as online films, which differed significantly from theatrical releases. Moreover, he had wagered the film and Oppo's box office performance against Zhang Yang. That evening, Lin Hao dialed Wang Fei and Oppo's number, knowing that if anyone could assist him in resolving this crisis, it would be this individual. As an investor in the film, Wang Fei possessed considerable financial resources and might have a solution. "I thought you wouldn't come to me," Wang Fei remarked, displaying composure upon hearing Lin Hao and Oppo's plea, even making a jest. "Mr. Wang, name your terms. I am willing to meet your demands as long as you can help me navigate through this predicament." Lin Hao spoke candidly, avoiding any insincere niceties. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Wang Fei's calm voice replied, "You are quite straightforward. However, I won't always adhere to proper procedures. We shall draft a contract as it should be. Are you confident in the film and Oppo's content?" "Yes," Lin Hao responded, a hint of surprise crossing his mind as he pondered whether he had misjudged Wang Fei and Oppo's character. "I happen to have a friend who recently established a cinema chain called Dang Dang. Are you familiar with it?" "Of course, I know Liao Yuan Cinema." "Is the owner your friend?" Lin Hao exclaimed, astonished. Liao Yuan Cinema was affiliated with Dang Dang, a prominent e-commerce entity that, due to its ample funding, had rapidly established a network of cinemas across the nation within a year or two. While it may not rival top-tier cinemas like Qingda and Zhonghai, it certainly held its own among second-tier theaters. "The manager of a cinema is my friend, and I have already spoken with him. If your film meets their standards, they will assist you with the screening schedule," Wang Fei assured. "That's fantastic. I will send you the sample immediately," Lin Hao replied, elated at the prospect of an opportunity. "Go ahead and send it. I wish to assess the quality of your film," Wang Fei responded with a mild smile. Lin Hao quickly arranged for the sample to be sent to Wang Fei. Days slipped away unnoticed, and Lin Hao received no response. Even the wrap-up ceremony, media conference, and promotional activities seemed to have vanished, as if he had evaporated from existence. This silence unsettled even Lin Hao's fans, who began to speculate whether he had indeed surrendered and withdrawn from the internet entirely. Social media was abuzz with chatter, and amidst the frenzy, Zhang Yang and Oppo's fans boasted, "Have you seen? Our Yang Yang's new film has already grossed over 800 million, ranking first at the box office this week. How ridiculous that a mere internet celebrity dared to challenge Yang Yang." Now they see the reality. As Zhang Yang's fans reveled in their triumph, others, including Wu Fan and Lin Xiaoxue and Oppo's fans, alongside numerous fans from various circles, engaged in discussions online. Daily Slow Report. A month has passed, and we hear only whispers but see no sign of Lin Hao. Where on earth is he? Entertainment media outlets capitalized on the situation, using Lin Hao's name to attract attention. As another day faded without a word from Lin Hao, it became increasingly evident that he had little chance of a comeback. Zhang Yang's film had officially crossed the 1 billion mark. Although daily earnings were declining, the 15 billion milestone seemed inevitable. This demonstrated the immense allure of Star and Oppo's following, as the audience primarily consisted of devoted fans rather than individuals drawn by the storyline. On September 31st, the fifth day since the release of The Heroic Spirit of Wang Fei-hung, Lin Hao's Long Quiet Weibo account suddenly sprung to life at midnight with a 4-minute and 16-second video, accompanied by the poignant words, "May the morning sun shine upon my land, and may the blood of martyrs not stain the earth," and Oppo's, "A man should stand strong," and Oppo's, Lu Hao, Li Jiajun, a 30-year-old veteran who had transitioned from military service to running a small supermarket, had long cherished watching films, rarely missing screening. However, since the dawn of the streaming era, he had abstained from cinemas for 2 years, disillusioned by the formulaic plots and romantic drivel that had extinguished his passion for film. Instead, he occupied himself with reading and listening to novels, remaining a devoted fan of Ghost Blows Out the Light. As the clock struck midnight, preparing to close his shop, his phone chimed unexpectedly. Initially dismissing it as a promotional notification, one line caught his eye. "Weibo, the blogger you follow, Lin Hao, has posted new content. Check it out." 30 seconds ago, Lin updated his Weibo. Li Jiajun paused, momentarily taken aback, before instinctively clicking the link. The video began, and the words echoed in his mind. "Ah, those phrases are electrifying. Lu Haodong, is he a character from a film?" Even before viewing the video, those words stirred something deep within him, resonating with his military experience and evoking a sense of patriotic fervor. Suddenly, powerful drum beats thundered through the video, and the screen displayed the title, "A Man Should Stand Strong." The stirring vocals of Li Haiming followed, proudly laughing at the raging waves, with fervor surpassing the rising sun. Courage forged like iron and bone like steel, with a heart that stretches across vast horizons. Like the first time he heard this song, Li Jiajun felt a rush of exhilaration. Coupled with the promotional imagery, it sent shivers down his spine, igniting a fervor within him. This video was indeed the promotional clip for A Man Should Stand Strong, meticulously crafted by Lin Hao over 2 days. Chapter 82. A stunning revelation accompanied by the stirring anthem "Men Should Strive for Self-Reliance." The sight of it compelled Chu Chong and his companions to indulge in a refreshing cold shower. He had successfully negotiated with the Dang Dang Film City, who expressed their utmost satisfaction with the film and agreed to maximize its screening schedule. Due to the urgency of time and Lin Hao's insistence, they bypassed the pre-sale phase entirely. As they watched, Li Jiajun became completely engrossed, his face flushed, breaths quickening, teeth clenched, and body taut. His fists were tightly held, exerting strength in the shadows. The combination of the song and the content was so exhilarating that upon completion, Li Jiajun let out a long sigh of relief. "Damn, that was exhilarating," he exclaimed, swiftly retrieving a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and guzzling it down. However, the inexplicable emotions simmered within him, prompting him to delve into the comment section below. "Wow, I'm feeling nostalgic. Is this your new film, Lin, the foul-mouthed one? I am dying to know the name of this song. Just the snippets of the film are already so electrifying, and those martial arts scenes are absolutely stunning. So, the foul-mouthed Lin has been holding back a masterpiece." Some keen observers noted the poignant lines, "May the sun shine eternally upon my homeland. Let not the blood of the martyrs saturate the ground." For reasons unknown, a wave of emotion surged within him. Countless fans, akin to Li Jiajun, who followed Lin Hao on Weibo, were quick to catch this post. The song "Men Should Strive for Self-Reliance" emanated an inexplicable magic, even after hearing it 100 times. Each listen ignited a fervor anew. Furthermore, for these fans, it was their first encounter, and combined with Lin Hao's carefully selected film clips, their emotions erupted. "Lin Hao, the foul-mouthed one, when will this film be released? Hurry up, I can and Oppos, wait." Within just over an hour, the comments on Weibo had skyrocketed past 6,000, and Lin Hao's 2 lines and video quickly went viral on platforms like Douyin. "Wow, I adore this visual effect. This is true artistry. Lin Hao, truly a musical genius. This song "Men Should Strive for Self-Reliance" has got me excited, dog emoji." While I was watching the video, my wife wanted to engage in marital bliss, but I brush her off. No way. Let's just say the hospital Wi-Fi is pretty good. Smiley face. A plethora of colorful comments began to flood the internet. During this time, Lin Hao's fans felt an unbearable tension. Since becoming fans, they had always rallied behind Lin Hao whenever trouble arose. However, with his disappearance, they felt lost and distressed amidst the onslaught from the fan circles. The impact of this Weibo post not only attracted a wave of eager viewers, but also drew in those fan circle girls who had previously felt unbeatable. Most of them were under 20 and held little appreciation for the genre of film. Their preconceived notions led to an aversion to Lin Hao. The foul-mouthed Lin finally shows his face. Is this really the level of quality we can expect? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Sisters, do you recognize anyone from the video? They look so unattractive and dressed so poorly. Only a fool would like this contempt. The foul-mouthed Lin always resorts to flashy gimmicks. A film of this caliber would have been outdone 20 years ago. Even before the film's release, a fierce online battle commenced between the two factions. A group of youngsters cluelessly remarked, "What do you know?" To be fair, the foul-mouthed Lin has a point. It's pointless to argue with these kids. We'll see the truth in action. Although Lin Hao's fan base was significantly smaller than that of popular stars like Zhang Yiyang, many netizens, especially those who typically despise these celebrity sensations, began to voice their support for Lin Hao. They had previously viewed the situation as mere entertainment, but this promotional clip had captured their attention. Mandu Entertainment. Lin Hao finally responds. But can a small production film truly turn his fortunes around? Entertainment Frontline. The uproar caused by a promotional clip, contrasting with the current cinematic landscape. Is it merely a sensational ploy, or will it truly shine? The media outlets were eager to seize this opportunity, flooding the internet with articles and commentary. Meanwhile, many individuals, including Wu Fan and Zhang Yang, acknowledged the provocative nature of the promotional clip, both in content and song. However, they remained skeptical that such a low-budget film lacking star power could achieve any remarkable success. Lin Hao, too, was inundated with work. His collaboration with Dang Dang Film City had just been finalized yesterday, and other smaller cinema chains had also chosen to partner with him. As for the major cinema chains looking to capitalize on his success, he declined their offers outright. With the film's official release day, tomorrow, Dang Dang Film City was fully committed, scheduling 10 screenings daily and promising to increase the frequency if the response was favorable. Little Lin, you needn't thank me. Your film is simply outstanding. Lin Hao was on the phone expressing his gratitude to Wang Fei for his immense support. Initially, he had harbored doubts, now feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brother Wang, please don't say that. The success of this film is largely due to your investment. I believed in you from the start. You possess such talent, and the results have proven me right. However, Little Lin, you turned down the partnership with Chinda Cinema. Relying solely on Dang Dang Film City and a few smaller chains to compete with Zhang Yiyang and Oppo's S-Film at the box office may prove to be quite a challenge. This is the harsh reality, Wang continued. Regardless of how spectacular Lin Hao's film may be, the screening rates differ significantly. Unlike before, all theater chains in the country are showcasing the legend of Wang Feiheng. They have a larger base, and no matter how high your quality, victory will be arduous. Brother Wang, it and Oppo's. It's not that I don into Oppo's. Do you want to collaborate with them, but their terms remain excessively stringent. I am competing with Zhang Yang based on final box office returns. Their film's momentum has slowed considerably, and I estimate that in about a week, it will struggle to sell. My film, on the other hand, will have a different fate. Just wait and see. There will come a day when they regret their decisions. I won't say much, but this film will at least maintain its momentum for a month. Lin Hao made a valid point. The ultimate box office success of a film is indeed intricately linked to the number of screenings it receives. Chapter 83. The release of the heroic son of Wang Feiheng, if a film proves to be truly exceptional, it shall undoubtedly enjoy enduring success at the box office. For instance, the film The Tenderness of Chivalry boasts an impressive tally of nearly 1,000 screenings daily across all theaters. In stark contrast, The Heroic Son of Wang Feiheng is limited to merely 100 screenings. However, while the former may initially attract numerous showings, its frequency will inevitably diminish over time. After all, aside from a handful of ardent fans who would repeatedly attend the same film, the latter, on the other hand, despite its modest daily screenings, fails to satisfy audience demand, resulting in sold-out shows consistently. This trend is likely to persist for an extended duration, and by the time it is removed from theaters, it may very well accumulate a higher total box office than its counterpart. Lin Hao is presently banking on this scenario. His character is such that he is more receptive to gentle persuasion than to coercion, although the Qingda cinemas, having perused online reviews, are eager to collaborate with him. The terms offered are exceedingly stringent, akin to mere charity, which Lin Hao would never accept. After a night of anticipation, an intriguing phenomenon emerged. The song The Heroic Son of Wang Feiheng garnered even more acclaim than the film itself, with numerous artists and critics in the music industry bestowing it with high praise. This was particularly true in the regions of Guangdong and Hong Kong, where the prevalence of Cantonese made the appreciation for such a classic song even more pronounced. Given the scarcity of timeless Cantonese songs in contemporary music, this piece stands out as exceptionally remarkable. Consequently, many individuals eager to experience the film are drawn in, especially after witnessing the promotional material that suggests a promising cinematic experience. In the flourishing entertainment landscape of Huagua, cinemas are abundant. Generally, a chain with around 150 theaters is deemed a first-tier cinema group. For example, Qingda and Zhonghai collectively boast over 200 theaters, establishing themselves as industry leaders. Meanwhile, the emerging Dangdang Cinemas, despite being a newcomer, has swiftly expanded its national presence, amassing around 150 theaters in under 2 years, alongside various smaller establishments. Thus, approximately 200 cinemas are likely to screen The Heroic Son of Wang Feiheng. Lin Hao and Chen Shui, both students at Jingnan University, have been in a romantic relationship for a year. On this Golden Week holiday, they ventured out early to enjoy a day of shopping. By around 9 o'clock, feeling fatigued from their stroll, they decided to indulge in some spicy skewers. "Darling, what should we do next?" Lin Hao, having finished his meal first, inquired while patting his belly. "In an oppose, as still early. Let an oppose, as catch a movie. I've heard the new release, The Tenderness of Chivalry, is fantastic, and the leads are both my favorite idols," Chen Shui suggested. "All right, let me check for tickets," Lin Hao replied. Though he typically preferred video games over films, he was happy to accompany his girlfriend according to her wishes. Upon opening the ticketing app, he searched for the film. "Darling, it looks like the earliest showings aren't until 1 in the afternoon. However, The Heroic Son of Wang Feiheng has a screening in an hour. Shall we?" Lin Hao remarked. Isn't that film directed by Lin Hao? It lacks any star power and is bound to be disappointing, Chen Shui retorted. Her opinion colored by the negative impressions she had absorbed from her dorm mates, particularly a devoted fan of Wu Fan who incessantly criticized Lin Hao's reputation. "Wow, look, for the 10-0 and amp. Oppos. Clock showing, there are only 6 tickets left," Lin Hao exclaimed, startled by the rapid sellout. Despite it being a holiday morning, when many would be out enjoying leisure activities, it was surprising to see such demand for a film at this hour. "Should we give it a shot? My roommate mentioned Lin Hao is quite talented. I'm buying the tickets," he urged. Chen Shui remained silent, feeling indifferent about attending. "Seriously? Why can't I purchase tickets? They've already sold out?" Lin Hao expressed his confusion as he attempted to complete the transaction, only to find the tickets had vanished. He quickly selected another pair of seats, only to encounter the same result. Frustrated yet determined, he clicked on the last 2 available seats and finally secured the tickets. "Darling, these tickets are in high demand. I can't believe I snagged them just in time. Otherwise, we would have missed out," Lin Hao exclaimed. Chen Shui pouted in response. "It's all just hype. Haven't you seen today, as Weibo and Douyin? It's south all over the place, and it's infuriating. But now that we have the tickets, we might as well go. This is your fault. I told you we should have bought the tickets earlier, and now look, none are left." On the 4th floor, where they were dining, there was a Dangdang cinema, and upon their arrival, they found the venue bustling with patrons, predominantly there to see The Heroic Son of Wang Feiheng. Nearby, a couple was engaged in a heated argument. "How was I to know so many people would be here? Why are you yelling at me? Do you want to break up?" The woman, in a fit of tears, slapped her partner with her bag and stormed off, illustrating how a simple ticket shortage could lead to a breakup. This was merely a minor incident amid the throngs of people enjoying the holiday, with many on break. The cinemas were filled with those who rarely had the time to indulge in leisure activities. The audience for the first screening was largely composed of Lin Hao's fans, eager to witness the film. Additionally, several individuals, enticed by the promotional material, could not resist attending. For instance, Li Jiejun, who had been dreaming of the film's scenes since watching the promotional video, hurriedly purchased tickets first thing in the morning, leaving his store to his wife as he rushed to see his first movie in 2 years. Although ticket sales began today, the availability varied nationwide, with some regions not allowing screenings until the following day. As 10 o'clock arrived, the first wave of eager viewers in Jingnan City entered the theater. The auditorium they occupied was the largest, capable of accommodating hundreds of viewers simultaneously. Upon entering, Lin Hao and Chen Shui found the seats nearly filled to capacity. The exhilarating atmosphere of a packed theater heightened their anticipation as they settled into their seats, ready for the film to commence. "Whoa, what is happening? This is terrifying," Lin Hao exclaimed as the film began, with an unexpected jolt. A young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, donned in a white headpiece and wielding a paper lantern, began to sing, creating an eerie ambience. Those who have seen the film are likely to recall this haunting scene, which, when combined with the surrounding atmosphere, certainly evokes a sense of dread, leaving many first-time viewers startled. Chapter 84. Exceptional reputation. The opening segment, featuring the White Lotus sect, instantly captured the hearts of many. The film's introduction contained numerous references to the sect, which were equally present in the promotional materials. However, experiencing it live offered a distinctly different sensation. Whether through the meticulous set design, the color palette, or the accompanying music, one felt enveloped in the atmosphere. Then came the scenes of fire eating and walking on hot coals, executed seamlessly. Observant viewers noted that these were not mere special effects, but authentic performances. Gradually, as the narrative unfolded, we were introduced to Huang Feihong, portrayed by Li Renjie, accompanied by Ant 13 and Liang Quan in the fiery wheel cart. The story commenced in earnest. This segment mirrored the opening scene from the trailer, where Huang Feihong sat in the cart, gazing deeply out of the window. As the stirring melody of a man should be strong played. The sight of people practicing martial arts by the seaside left many in awe. This film not only boasts a profound narrative but also features abundant and captivating martial arts sequences, complemented by an undeniable comedic element. In the cart, Huang Feihong, who was oblivious to the intricacies of stake, struggled with motion sickness yet maintained an air of mastery, eliciting involuntary laughter from the audience. Chen Shui, initially ready to sleep, found herself engrossed. "Wow, Lin is also here. Sure, what are you saying? Haven't they shown the trailer? You fool. Keep it down, or you might get beaten up." When Nalin Yuanshu made his entrance, those who had not recognized Lin Hao were taken aback. The highlight of conversation was Huang Feihong's initial martial arts scene, where Ant 13, while taking photographs, was mistaken for a demon by the White Lotus adherents. They intended to burn her alive, prompting Huang Feihong to spring into action. The choreography of this fight was exhilarating, showcasing Li Renjie's solid martial arts foundation and Lin Hao's brilliantly designed moves, leaving audiences thrilled. Next came the film's first classic moment. Huang Feihong sought to have Nalin Yuanshu rescue the children from the church. Unexpectedly, Nalin Yuanshu challenged Huang Feihong to a duel. To the astonishment of all, Lin Hao's portrayal of Nalin Yuanshu not only reflected exceptional acting prowess, but also matched Li Renjie's martial arts skills, delivering an authentic experience devoid of stunt doubles, special effects, or digital manipulation, with every punch landing with palpable impact. This spectacle stirred the audience in Appo's blood, igniting an urge to spar with those beside them. Yet, amid this excitement, the manipulative allure of the White Lotus sect and the ignorance of the masses fostered a sense of inexplicable oppression. This emotion culminated during the segment featuring the blind man singing. Some viewers inexplicably felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. The film continued, its riveting narrative and unexpected details, coupled with fluid martial arts sequences, deeply engrossing the audience. The theater fell into an eerie silence, each gaze fixated on the screen, unwilling to miss a moment of the unfolding story. Before they realized it, over an hour had passed, and finally, the concluding segment arrived. Lin Hao, upon receiving the roster, was met with the sight of the frenzied followers of the White Lotus sect, leading him to weep in despair. Particularly poignant was the scene involving a young girl who, having been swayed by the sect's teachings, believed herself invulnerable to blades and bullets, only to meet her demise by gunfire. Following this scene, some women began to shed tears. Before his death, Lin Hao's final counsel to Huang Feihong was to hand over the roster to Sun Quan to continue the revolutionary cause. However, in his attempt to escape, he was thwarted by Nalin Yuanshu. Here, Huang Feihong and Nalin Yuanshu engaged in their final fated confrontation. This climactic scene surpassed their earlier duel in intensity. When Nalin Yuanshu was fatally wounded by Huang Feihong, curiously, many in the audience felt no sense of triumph. This was peculiar. Typically, Nalin Yuanshu was cast as the quintessential villain. Yet his character was intricately woven, with his misguided loyalty to the court and willingness to sacrifice innocent lives for the capture of Lin Hao and others, rendering him detestable. While his obsession with martial arts and occasional glimpses of kindness complicated the audience's ability to loathe him entirely. Ultimately, the film concluded with Huang Feihong arriving at the bridge, entrusting the roster and the tattered Republic of China flag to Sun Quan. As Sun Quan unfolded the burnt flag, the film came to an end. With a runtime of 112 minutes, it was moderately lengthy. Yet, upon its conclusion, the audience remained seated, their eyes glued to the screen, enveloped by a profound sense of loss. It was not until the theater staff arrived to clean that they began to depart. That was phenomenal. This is the best film I've seen this year. Darling, do you still think this film is subpar? It left me so exhilarated I almost wet myself. After Lin Hao pulled Chen Shui out, he could hardly contain his excitement. The film and Oppo's tone, reflecting the authentic societal backdrop of its time, coupled with the influence of the White Lotus sect, bore an air of heaviness. However, the emergence of Huang Feihong offered a glimmer of hope amidst the gloom. In summary, watching it evoked a strangely poignant feeling. I cried. This time I truly cried. I just finished watching Lin's new film, and it was absolutely spectacular. Brother, I barely managed to snag a ticket. I saw the reviews online were overwhelmingly positive. To be honest, it was my first time witnessing such a realistic portrayal, and the narrative was utterly captivating. Critics have also taken note of Lin Hao's film. They were not invited by him, but were drawn solely by their strong interest after viewing the trailer. Upon watching, they unanimously praised the film. Veteran filmmaker Lao Lin, a verified prominent figure on Weibo and among the earliest film critics, is known for his insightful and articulate commentary. Films he endorses typically achieve considerable success. Thus, he is regarded as a formidable figure in the film critique community, though he had been relatively quiet over the past year. Yet today, he penned an extensive review of nearly 2,000 to 3,000 words. May the sun shine upon our land, and may we never forget the blood of our martyrs. Having just watched Huang Feihong, A Man Should Be Strong, I found it to be a rare classic with dual narrative threads representing the pinnacle of the Huang Feihong series. It surpasses all current films about Huang Feihong, embodying both educational significance and the entertainment elements of commercial cinema. This film masterfully intertwines themes of martial arts, era, nation, ethnicity, revolution, and cultural sentiment without feeling disjointed. It is truly a remarkable work, undoubtedly the finest film I have witnessed in the past decade. Chapter 85. A ticket hard to come by. I wholeheartedly concur with Teacher Lin's perspective. What astonished me the most was the film's fidelity to its source material, particularly the segment featuring the old blind man. It vividly encapsulated the myriad facets of society at that time, and the emotional impact of such artistic expression left me utterly astounded. I believe this truly embodies the spirit of a classic Huang Feihong film, reflecting the patriotism that a martial arts master and nationalist ought to convey. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Lin Hao for introducing me to this magnificent cinematic work. Upon the release of old Lin's extensive review, a plethora of comments followed suit. Aside from these individuals, ordinary viewers who had experienced the film also took to the internet to extol its virtues. Many even embarked on thorough analyses, identifying numerous aspects worthy of exploration, such as the choreography of martial arts, the narrative structure, and the White Lotus Society, among others. The comment section was unanimously filled with praise, resulting in an astonishing overall rating of 9.8, the sheer improbability of which is striking. Additionally, on Huadian, it garnered an impressive score of 9.58, albeit with relatively few ratings thus far. It is worth noting that Huadian's ratings are among the most authoritative in domestic film criticism. The site operates under official oversight, affiliated with CCTV, ensuring that no one dares to manipulate the ratings. Any attempts at deceit could lead to dire consequences. Hence, numerous films that achieve a score above 9 in theaters often plummet to 3 or 4 on Huadian. In essence, it serves as a bastion against fraudulent ratings, with the highest-rated film remaining the decade-old Qin Shi Huang. This television drama, produced by CCTV, boasts grand and majestic scenes, featuring only the most accomplished veteran actors. Even the supporting roles are played by stars, maintaining a consistent score of 9.8, reigning supreme on the Huadian charts to this day. Intriguingly, the top 10 have remained unchanged for the past 2 years. Yet, Lin Hao's film has suddenly surged to 9th place with a score of 9.58. Consequently, the notoriety of Wang Fei Hung, A Man Should Stand Strong, has skyrocketed, prompting many to purchase tickets after reading online reviews. In a CAF in the capital, a young man sipping his coffee could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Damn it, why are there no tickets at Qianda and Zhonghai theaters? I have to go to Dangdang cinemas, and there are no tickets available all day." Without hesitation, he posted on social media, "Looking for a ticket to Wang Fei Hung, A Man Should Stand Strong, willing to pay 200 online." Unbeknownst to him, the premiere day of A Man Should Stand Strong was drawing to a close, with every theater in Dangdang cinemas fully booked. The emergence of scalpers selling tickets at exorbitant prices shattered everyone's expectations. Many viewers who had seen the film began sharing photos of their tickets online. In one social media circle, 2 ticket stubs for Wang Fei Hung, A Man Should Stand Strong, were posted with a strong recommendation for the film, declaring that not watching it would lead to lifelong regret. I just saw it," exclaimed one user. "When did you sneak off to see it? Why didn't you call me? Damn it, I can't get a ticket now. Don't let me catch you or I'll smash you. I want to see the movie. Where can I go?" Such provocations only fueled the anger of those who had failed to secure tickets, with some directly berating theaters like Qianda for not screening the film. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office of Dangdang Pictures, Zheng Yong was perusing online reviews when his secretary rushed in. "Boss, the response to Wang Fei Hung, A Man Should Stand Strong, has been overwhelmingly positive, and many theaters are struggling to keep up with demand. They're asking if we can add more screenings." Zheng Yong chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Although he anticipated the film would be popular, he never expected it to reach such heights. This was going to be quite the spectacle. He promptly issued a directive to adjust the schedule, reducing screenings of similar films and reallocating all resources to accommodate this movie. "Let us initiate midnight screenings and utilize every available slot." Upon receiving the order, the secretary hurried out to communicate the company's decision. Consequently, theater managers began to increase screenings. Given the low turnout for midnight showings, some cinemas decided to screen Wang Fei Hung, A Man Should Stand Strong, continuously from midnight until 8 a.m. Every auditorium was dedicated to this film. Wow, Dangdang Cinemas is incredible. They're even screening so many shows at night. Haha, I finally managed to get a ticket. Many who had initially felt disheartened at not securing a ticket suddenly felt exhilarated upon hearing the announcement of midnight screenings. Despite the late hour, tickets were snapped up at an astonishing pace. Within just 2 hours, the evening tickets were sold out. I got a ticket for the 4 a.m. show. One who had planned to go to bed thought better of it, opting instead for a night of beer and barbecue before heading to the cinema an hour later. The film's popularity far exceeded everyone's expectations, including Lin Hao's. It is noteworthy that this film had no promotional campaign, no launch event, and not even pre-sale. Its success was entirely driven by Lin Hao and Oppo's as promotional clip and word of mouth. Such an unprecedented phenomenon transcended even the concept of a blockbuster film. Truly, the streets were empty, and tickets were scarce. Haozi, you've truly outdone yourself this time. This film is extraordinarily captivating. Zhang Bei, a close friend of Lin Hao, felt compelled to show his support, just as his family of four exited the cinema. Their initial intentions to merely attend and support transformed into ecstatic enthusiasm after viewing the film. Even Zhang Bei's father, Zhang Wuxiang, who seldom watches films or television, was effusive in his praise. Of course, my friend worked tirelessly for a month and lost 12 pounds. How could it not be fantastic? At that moment, Lin Hao was still in Hongdian, having completed the filming and release of the movie, yet there were still matters to attend to. He was acutely aware of the online reviews and the fervor surrounding the film. Although the box office had yet to reach 1 billion due to several theaters declining to screen it, Lin Hao remained confident that the final earnings would surpass all expectations. Shaolin, this is Aunt Wang. We all watched the film. It was absolutely wonderful. Your uncle and I are now your fans. Before Zhang Bei could finish speaking, his phone was snatched by his mother. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, for your support. Lin Hao held great respect for Zhang Bei's parents, who had known him since school and had always looked out for him. Chapter 86. The response of the film Emperor, when will you return to the Magic City? Come home for a meal. You must come. It will probably take a few more days, but I will definitely come once I return. Lin Hao replied with a cheerful smile. Haozi, I have completely submitted to you now. My request is not high. For films like this, just for me a dozen or so, he continued. Get lost. A dozen? Do you think this is cabbage? But rest assured, I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. By the way, what is the latest with Tiam Entertainment? Lin Hao inquired again. The last time Zhang Bei spoke to him, he mentioned that Tiam Entertainment wanted to sign him, but there had been no further updates since. They decided not to sign after learning that you wouldn't be working with me. It really infuriates me. Zhang Bei initially thought they were interested in him due to his performance in Loserman. However, once the people who contacted him learned that Lin Hao would not be joining, they quickly concocted an excuse to wait and see and then fell silent. Let them be. If they don't sign, I will still make a good profit from this film. Once it concludes, our dream building studio will officially be established, and you can come work with me, Lin Hao reassured him. The two conversed for about 10 minutes before hanging up. Director Lin, based on the current market response, our film has tremendous potential. Additionally, theaters like Qianda and Zhonghai have approached us for collaboration. We hope to release our film in their cinemas, Chu Chong said, clearly overwhelmed with the developments. The movie Huang Fei Hong, A Man Should Be Strong, is immensely popular, to the point that scalpers have emerged. While scalp tickets are common for concerts or major events, I've never heard of them for movie tickets before. The reason is simple. The number of cinemas showing this film cannot meet audience demand. We cannot release it elsewhere as we have a contract with Dandang Cinemas. Lin Hao replied calmly. Although Dandang Cinemas is optimistic about the film, they are not a charitable organization. The contract stipulates that if the film performs well, they will support it unconditionally. However, it also prohibits screenings in rival cinemas like Qianda and Zhonghai. It's a pity, Chu Chong sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, he did not blame Lin Hao, as he had witnessed Qianda's initial attitude. It was not that Lin Hao did not want to release the film there. They had previously rejected Huang Fei Hong, A Man Should Be Strong, and now they wanted to collaborate after seeing its success. Such opportunities do not come easily. The following day, major entertainment headlines, including platforms like Weibo and Douyin, were dominated by the film. Huaguo Entertainment Express, Huang Fei Hong, A Man Should Be Strong is a must-watch for all Huaguo citizens. Chinese Language Express, it is hard to believe that such a film was directed by a newcomer, and Oppo's Huang Fei Hong, A Man Should Be Strong in Oppo's, is truly a Huang Fei Hong film. From every angle, this film is unparalleled among the existing Huang Fei Hong series in the market. Surprisingly, even the Jiangnan Province Education Network provided a review, noting that films of such caliber are exceedingly rare in the history of Huaguo cinema. In today's entertainment market, Huang Fei Hong, A Man Should Be Strong has shattered the status quo. The film's profound themes, captivating plot, dedicated performances, and perfect songs are seldom seen in recent years. While it appears to be set against the backdrop of Huang Fei Hong, it is in fact a tribute to those who sacrificed their lives for the rise of Huaguo. The Education Network's review spanned 1 to 2,000 words, thoroughly analyzing the film from various perspectives. Following this, several celebrities and internet personalities began to endorse the film. Even the award-winning actor Liang Hui directly mentioned Lin Hao on Weibo, expressing hope for future collaboration opportunities. Liang Hui, known as the versatile film emperor from Port City, holds a prestigious position in both the Port City and mainland entertainment circles. Lin Hao promptly responded, expressing his delight at receiving Liang's recognition and his eagerness to collaborate in the future. The lead actors, including Li Renjie, have also risen to fame overnight, with multiple entertainment companies reaching out to discuss potential collaborations. Upon checking his Douyin account, Lin Hao saw his follower count had officially surpassed 5.8 million, while his Weibo followers exceeded 5 million. It is worth noting that prior to the film's release, he had around 3 million followers on Douyin and 2 million on Weibo. Thus, the surge in followers is undoubtedly attributed to Huang Feihong. A man should be strong. If Huang Feihong, the heroic and tender, appealed primarily to teenage girls, Huang Feihong, a man should be strong, captivates audiences across all age groups, from children to the elderly. Each viewer can find elements they adore within the film. Simultaneously, the previous wager between Lin Hao and Zhang Yiyang resurfaced. Some time ago, when A Man Should Be Strong had yet to be released, Lin Hao's fans had suffered greatly. Now, seizing the opportunity, they would not let it slip away. My precious little sons, what do you say? Where are Zhang Yiyang's brainless fans? Have they all vanished? Weren't they supposed to make a film? Is this it? Lin Hao's fans, quick-witted in their banter, expressed themselves with a touch of sarcasm. What are you so proud of? The results aren't out yet, and our Yang's film has already grossed over 1.2 billion. Exactly. Your film is so ugly. We wouldn't even watch it if you paid us. As the insults escalated, some of Zhang Yiyang's fans retaliated online. I watched A Man Should Be Strong, and I fell asleep. What kind of rubbish was that? The online reviews must have been bought. Anyone who claims this film is good must be some loser in reality. In the entertainment industry, whenever such large-scale disputes arise, there are always those eager to stir the pot. Chapter 87. Acquiring a cinema to watch a film in truth. Neither party was a genuine fan. They merely escalated the situation through provocative and controversial remarks. Regardless of whether one opened Douyin or Weibo, discussions surrounding the two films were rampant. Consequently, an increasing number of individuals expressed a desire to view the legend of Huang Feihong. Men should stand strong to ascertain its true merit. Director Lin, I sincerely appreciate this opportunity you have provided me. Li Renjie, along with his companions, naturally observed the film's phenomenal success and deeply felt the changes it brought to their own lives. It's nothing. You have earned this through your own capabilities. Lin Hao remarked with a smile, fully comprehending the surge of emotions within Li Renjie. During the filming process, the time constraints and limited special effects posed significant challenges. It could be said that it was quite arduous. Li Renjie sustained several injuries while shooting. However, he never uttered a single complaint, and this dedication greatly pleased Lin Hao. After their conversation, Lin Hao noticed a silence from Li Renjie. Do you have something to say? Director Lin, I must be honest with you. Currently, Dingjia Entertainment, Dasheng Entertainment, Tianma Entertainment, and others have reached out to me, hoping to sign contracts. They have promised to tailor a series of Huang Feihong films for me, offering remarkably generous terms. Is that so? Congratulations. What are your thoughts? Lin Hao smiled in response. Similar calls have been made to Shun Meiling, who played the role of Annie 13, and others, as the film's overwhelming popularity had catapulted them to sudden fame. Being unattached freelancers, they naturally became the coveted targets of these entertainment companies. As the lead actor, Li Renjie found himself in even greater demand. It was said that one must strike while the iron is hot. It was best to film a few more projects while the film's popularity remained high. Shun Meiling and her peers harbored dreams of becoming true stars, eagerly joining their desired companies. I initially intended to join Dingjia Entertainment, but later heard from Director Chu that you, Director Lin, have not affiliated with any company. This film is co-produced by your studio, Dingjia Entertainment, and Fading Investment Group, correct? Indeed, that is the case. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao began to grasp Li Renjie's intentions. As expected, Li Renjie continued, Director Lin, may I join your studio? At that moment, he was at home, his wife by his side. This decision had come after considerable contemplation. On one hand, It was a way to repay Lin Hao for his mentorship. On the other, he was acutely aware of the nature of the entertainment industry. Despite his current popularity, it was solely due to the film's success. If the fervor waned and he lacked subsequent acclaimed works, he would swiftly fade from public consciousness. This was a harsh reality. Hence, artists relentlessly strove to enhance their visibility, often resorting to personal relationships for publicity. In this era of fleeting fame, unless one was among the top-tier stars or had long-established renown, the pace of turnover was bewilderingly rapid. Li Renjie admired Lin Hao's talent, gambling on the notion that he could produce another critically acclaimed film. Once he gained fame, everything else would follow. Oh, Li Renjie, you may not be fully aware of my circumstances. If it amuses you, my dream-making studio is merely a shell at present. It consists of myself and a handful of students, all of whom are part-time. Upon your arrival, I cannot promise you a lavish signing bonus or any guarantees. Have you truly considered this? Lin Hao said with interest. I'm unperturbed, Director Lin. I only know that the dream-making studio belongs to you, and that suffices. Upon hearing this, Li Renjie's resolve wavered slightly, but the supportive gaze of his wife solidified his determination. After all, could it be any more difficult than it had been before? Very well, I'm still on set. If you have time, please come by after tomorrow's media conference. I will return to Modu afterward. Li Renjie was a highly promising actor, and despite the challenging conditions, his willingness to join Lin Hao's studio deeply satisfied him. The earlier inquiries had merely served as a test. Given that Li Renjie placed such trust in him, as the first artist set to sign with his studio, Lin Hao was determined to elevate him to heights he could scarcely imagine, with the film achieving a commendable reputation in the market. Alongside extensive media coverage from outlets like Education Network and fervent debates among fans online, many media representatives sought to interview director Lin. From the beginning of filming to the present, the film had received limited exposure in the media, and no wrap-up ceremony had been held. This led many journalists to resemble cats drawn to the scent of fish, eager to secure interviews. Before long, Li Renjie arrived at the set. Lin Hao had a contract drafted, which he signed. The contract spanned 3 years, during which Li Renjie would be an artist under the dream-making studio, subject to its arrangements. The studio would retain a 50% share of his earnings, a commendable rate in the current capital market, which often resembled vampires. The remaining clauses were standard, stipulating that Li Renjie could not independently accept work or damage the studio's image, among other provisions. The following morning, precisely 4 days after the release of The Legend of Wang Fei Hung, Men Should Stand Strong, one would expect the film to be in a period of decline. However, this was far from the case. Even as Dang Dang Cinema nearly exhausted showings of other films, fully booked for the evening, it was still insufficient. In addition to those who had yet to see the film, many had returned for second or third viewings. Other smaller cinemas were also filled to capacity due to this film, mirroring the trend by maximizing showings of competing films and even introducing midnight screenings, which still could not meet demand. This morning, a significant news story broke. A businessman from the capital, who had been on a business trip abroad, was an avid film enthusiast and rarely missed any screenings, even of mediocre films. After watching the promotional trailer for The Legend of Wang Fei Hung, Men Should Stand Strong, he was so exhilarated that he flew back from overseas. However, by the time he returned, it was already the second day of the film's release, and he could not secure a ticket. They were sold out almost instantly. Frustrated, he invested 10 billion yuan into a third-tier cinema chain, flying there on a private jet just to watch the film. Wow, purchasing an entire cinema just to watch a movie. What a wealthy owner. My goodness, I have never heard of such a thing in my life. I thought scalpers were impressive, but compared to this owner, they seem utterly insignificant. Chapter 88. How much box office can he achieve? Ah, the notorious Lin with a sharp tongue. Is there truly any need to compare this film? One wonders if the 10 billion spent by the boss counts as box office revenue. This news has undoubtedly stirred much excitement across the nation, igniting fervent discussions among countless netizens. While some rejoice, others lament. Among the dissatisfied is Dashing Entertainment, alongside Modu television station. The former feels aggrieved, as Lin Hao's film competes against their own, a meticulously crafted production from the largest company in the entertainment industry. Yet it pales in comparison to a film produced by an internet celebrity in merely a month. The frustration is palpable. As for Modu television station, they are humiliated by Lin Hao's continuous success, as he repeatedly breaks through their defenses, leaving their personnel feeling quite dismayed. Many are now proclaiming that the leadership at Modu television is incompetent for allowing such a remarkable talent to slip away. Moreover, the highest-end cinemas like Qianda and Zhonghai are equally displeased. Initially, they could have followed the standard procedure to screen this film, but due to interference from Modu television and Dashing Entertainment, they lost the opportunity to showcase this phenomenal movie. Take a look at Dang Dang Cinemas, which has been relentlessly pursuing them. Thanks to this film, they are now perpetually packed and trending online. In contrast, while Qianda Cinemas also draws crowds, the numbers are woefully insignificant in comparison. Their fleeting moments of trending are merely a result of netizens criticizing them for their oversight in not securing such an exceptional film. Disappointment abounds, with patrons expressing their dissatisfaction after years of loyalty to Qianda Cinemas, only to find themselves preferring Dang Dang Cinemas. The economic ramifications, tarnished reputation, and loss of clientele have left the managers of these cinemas seething with anger, yet feeling utterly helpless. Meanwhile, at Dashing Entertainment's headquarters, Zhang Yiyang, his manager, and the publicity team are engrossed in the projection before them. The atmosphere in the room is heavy, especially for Zhang Yiyang, whose expression is as gloomy as a stormy sky. On the screen, Lin Hao, accompanied by leading actors Li Renjie and Shun Meiling, is being interviewed. Director Lin, what inspired the concept for your film? Are the fight scenes and some of the more perilous moments genuinely real? What are your thoughts on the online wager with Zhang Yiyang? Why was this film not screened at Qianda Cinemas, but only at Dang Dang Cinemas? Could you enlighten us? The reporters, eager and insistent, appear almost desperate to thrust their microphones into Lin Hao's hands. Please, everyone, settle down. I shall answer your questions one by one, he replies. As we all know, Huang Feihong was a martial arts master during the late Qing dynasty. Thus, I believe the film should primarily focus on martial arts rather than trivial romantic entanglements. Furthermore, I would like to clarify that aside from the pressure techniques, all actions in this film are authentic without the use of special effects or stunt doubles, which is why I insisted on casting individuals with solid martial arts backgrounds. I firmly believe that a good film must be rooted in reality, with every individual involved diligently contributing their efforts to return to the essence of cinema. I am convinced that a film crafted in this manner, combined with a compelling narrative, is destined for success. Regarding the wager with Zhang Yiyang, Lin continued, "It was merely a jest from the beginning. If he does not apologize, I do not perceive it as an issue." At this moment, Lin Hao turned towards the camera and flashed a smile. "Throughout this entire ordeal, I have never regarded him as my rival." Exclamations of disbelief echoed among viewers of the interview as they typed their comments. Ultimately, Lin Hao briefly touched upon the reasons for the film's absence from Qianda Cinemas, albeit vaguely, attributing it to some special reasons that could not be reconciled. Following the interview, reporters also sought insights from the other leading actors, creating an equally captivating spectacle as these individuals had been relatively unknown prior to this film's release. In the annals of Chinese cinema, this marked a first. Facing the cameras and questions, they were brimming with excitement, having dreamt of such moments countless times. The inquiries predominantly revolved around how they joined the cast and amusing anecdotes from the filming process. The entire interview spanned approximately 40 minutes, yet the viewership was remarkably high. Huang Feihong, the heroic spirit, concluded its theatrical run with a box office total of $1.7 billion, having screened for a full 2 weeks. Such figures are undeniably impressive, as any film surpassing $1 billion in box office earnings stands tall among its peers. At present, it holds the title of the highest-grossing film of its release period. However, Zhang Yiyang and his supporters are far from jubilant. Trailing closely behind is Lin Hao and Appo's subsequent film, Huang Feihong, A Man in Appo's resolve, which, after securing Dang Dang Cinemas and Appo's approval, partnered with several secondary cinemas, leading to a surge in ticket sales that propelled its earnings to over $1.2 billion. Even more alarming is the fact that it remains completely sold out daily, with tickets proving exceedingly difficult to procure. At this rate of box office growth, It will not be long before it surpasses Zhang Yiyang's film. Despite Zhang Yiyang's fans exerting considerable effort to boost ticket sales, even going so far as to book entire screenings, their attempts have been futile in reversing the downward trend. The ultimate box office figures for the two films have become an unspoken certainty. A Man's Resolve has quenched the thirst of audiences in China, who have long yearned for quality films, akin to a refreshing rain after a drought. Many patrons have watched it 3 times or more, with some accompanying friends for viewings that have exceeded 5 or 6 times. Currently, the wager between Lin Hao and Zhang Yiyang has faded from public interest, with netizens and industry insiders speculating about the film's potential box office peak. Presently, the highest-grossing film in Chinese cinema history is the Hollywood production Alien Life 1, part of an extraterrestrial series, which has amassed a staggering $6 billion in total box office receipts. Following closely is Youth is Sweet, which reached a box office total of $5.1 billion. The former success is well-deserved due to its blockbuster status, featuring cutting-edge special effects and a cast of international superstars, coupled with the allure of the Alien Life franchise. In contrast, Youth is Sweet is less commendable, as its leading actor, the immensely popular Meng Xiaohai, rose to prominence after returning from South Korea 2 years ago, swiftly claiming the pinnacle of domestic entertainment. Chapter 89. The new program Lin Hao remarked on history. This film was shot last year, featuring him as the lead, alongside the immensely popular Li Mengru, a rising star among the current crop of actresses. With a strong ensemble cast of prominent celebrities, the film skyrocketed to success upon its release, thanks largely to the fervent support from fans, securing its position firmly as the second highest-grossing film overall. To date, Lin Hao and Oppo's film has grossed $12 billion, with daily earnings consistently climbing by $1 to $2 billion. If this trend continues, the final box office total is projected to be remarkably high. Industry insiders, through extensive data analysis, speculate that it may settle around $30 to $40 billion. However, reaching that figure requires at least half a month, during which time the film's popularity may wane. Unexpectedly, just 7 days later, the film's box office crossed the $20 billion mark, showing no signs of slowing down. Despite a decrease in repeat viewers, tickets continue to sell out almost immediately upon release, prompting those who initially missed out to return for another chance. Lin Hao himself has assessed that, at this momentum, $50 billion seems plausible. Nevertheless, this is not his primary concern. His foremost priority lies in increasing his Douyin follower count. Since acquiring the system and commencing the main quest, over 50 days have elapsed. With just 1 week remaining, he must reach 10 million followers on Douyin to complete his first main task. Success would yield a reward of 100,000 prestige points, while failure would result in a harsh penalty. Although Lin Hao remains unaware of the specifics of this cruel punishment, insights gleaned from the system's acting master training course suggest that it could be severe. Every night, while Lin Hao sleeps, his consciousness enters the system for learning, mastering a range of emotions from joy to sorrow. Even the foundational courses are numerous, and the punishments he has endured thus far are too grim to recount. Beatings, immersion in icy waters, exposure in the desert, and torturous devices. Thus, he must complete this task. Through this film, Lin Hao's Weibo followers have surpassed 10 million, as he frequently engages with netizens. However, his Douyin followers have only just crossed 8 million, leaving him 2 million short of his goal with a mere week to go. Despite the continuous success of the man who should be strong, many remain oblivious to his Douyin presence. Since returning to the bustling metropolis, Lin Hao has resumed narrating Ghost Blows Out the Light, concluding the last volume yesterday. Given the current rate of follower growth, it is not entirely impossible to gain 2 million in a week. In fact, the likelihood is quite high. Yet, for Lin Hao, mere possibility is insufficient. He seeks absolute certainty. How to swiftly gain those 2 million followers. As he pondered this dilemma, inspiration struck him, prompting a snap of his fingers. Many fans have been inquiring whether Lin Hao will continue narrating on Douyin or pursue other endeavors. Until now, he has not provided a response. Initially, Lin Hao ventured into Douyin to narrate Ghost Blows Out the Light due to pressure from the television station and the urgent need for funds for his mother's surgery. He had intended to transition to the entertainment industry after completing the narration, but circumstances evolved differently than anticipated. Since joining Douyin, he has encountered numerous challenges, including conflicts with notable figures such as Li Yong, Wu Fan, Zhang Yiyang, Pan Wenyong, and Li Wenqing, each of whom sought to undermine him. However, none succeeded, and Lin Hao managed to turn the tables on them, thanks in part to the system's assistance. Yet, he believes it is the fans drawn in by Ghost Blows Out the Light who have been pivotal to his current standing. They came for the story and remained for him, embodying the most cherished and appreciated aspect of his journey. Their unwavering support has allowed him to genuinely enjoy live streaming, relishing the intimate interactions it affords. Thus, Lin Hao continuously contemplates whether to continue narrating after completing Ghost Blows Out the Light or to explore other types of programming. Above all, he cannot disappoint his loyal fans. While he possesses numerous excellent literary works in his mind, novels are traditionally published in written form. Currently, many hosts across various online platforms, including WeChat public accounts, have begun to create their own shows, ranging from celebrity gossip to automotive discussions and even mediating family disputes. These endeavors fall under the umbrella of self-media or new media, with many achieving remarkable success, often surpassing conventional television programs in viewership. Why then? Couldn't he create a program of his own on Douyin? Countless captivating ideas flooded Lin Hao's mind, beyond the realm of large-scale reality shows. There are numerous concepts that require minimal resources, which he could execute alone online. Resolving to act, Lin Hao delved into the system's store, seeking a suitable program format. The system offered an array of production options, down to the finest details, available for exchange with sufficient prestige points. Stand-up comedy? That wouldn't work without a live audience for interaction. Singing? Even less feasible, given his current lack of vocal prowess. History discussions? This seems promising. As he pondered this option, Lin Hao's eyes lit up with recognition. He vividly recalled a once popular program called 100 Schools of Thought, which emerged in Huagua before the world was altered. This cultural program focused primarily on historical topics, engaging with Chinese history and culture to educate and provide in-depth commentary. The presenters were invariably distinguished scholars, diverging from the monotonous narratives of traditional historical accounts, opting instead for a more entertaining approach that intertwined folklore, unofficial histories, online discourse, and personal insights. Notable examples include Professor Yi Zhongtian's The Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Professor Yu Dan's reinterpretation of the Analects, both of which are celebrated classics. Chapter 90. Lin Hao's interpretation of the Three Kingdoms. It may carry a strong tint of individualism and lacks the rigor typical of academic pursuits. Yet it captivates the eye and pleases the ear, allowing many viewers to unwittingly absorb a wealth of knowledge. Indeed, the modified history, influenced by the succession of Fusu during the Qin dynasty, has undergone numerous transformations. Strangely enough, the dynasties remain intact, albeit with alterations to certain historical figures and renowned works within them. In a world where entertainment reigns supreme, genuine interest in history is a rarity. Despite the emergence of various historical programs in the past, they have all met with dismal failure. Thus, if Lin Hao manages to excel with this program, he will face virtually no competition. Moreover, discussing history carries an air of sophistication. After careful contemplation, Lin Hao resolutely exchanged his merits for the complete works of Professor Yi Zhongtian's Three Kingdoms. He spent 30,000 prestige points, which encompassed every word spoken by Yi Zhongtian, now vividly etched in Lin Hao's mind. Upon completion, Lin Hao promptly posted a Weibo update. Historical records, folk legends, novel adaptations, and dramatic interpretations, portraying characters through stories, narrating history through personalities, reflecting culture through history, and contemplating life through culture. The tale of Ghost Blows Out the Light has concluded. Next, join me for Lin Hao's discourse on history. Tonight at 9:00 and AMP, Oppo's Clock. Do not miss it. Lin Hao and AMP. Oppo's Weibo following had surpassed 10 million, all active fans. Prior to this, discussions revolved around two main topics. The conclusion of Ghost Blows Out the Light, which elicited profound sentiments of nostalgia among many, and the promotional video for A Man Should Strive for Self-Reliance. As the film continued to perform remarkably well, making tickets hard to come by. Numerous viewers left comments, with even industry professionals meticulously analyzing every detail of the film. The vigorous discussions on Weibo were a rare phenomenon. Thus, when Lin Hao's Weibo post went live, it caused an uproar. Shocking. Oh dear, everyone come and see. Lin Hao is at it again. Lin Hao discussing history? Can he not focus on serious matters? Why not continue narrating novels? To be honest, Lin Hao has indeed strayed from his path. Why not stick to storytelling? What an oppose. That's so compelling about history. I might as well read a book. A small internet celebrity truly believes he is a big deal now. Discussing history? Does he possess the qualifications? These comments erupted almost instantaneously, with Lin Hao's fans engaging in their usual banter, while the critics spared no effort in their disparagement of him. Discussing history? What kind of person can speak on such matters? Aren't they all renowned professors? What is Lin Hao in comparison? Does he even measure up? My patience is wearing thin once again. Regardless of what Lin Hao does, whether narrating novels or discussing history, I believe in him. Wow, I just discovered something monumental. Lin Hao is about to stir things up. That Li Wenqing is currently hosting a history program at the Magic Capital television station. Indeed, Li Wenqing was thoroughly criticized by Lin Hao for his views on the spring and autumn period. This promises to be entertaining if Lin Hao engages in such antics. Particularly with a focus on the Three Kingdoms, it will surely be amusing. A rivalry between an internet celebrity and a distinguished history professor. Who will emerge victorious? The speculation is now underway. Since Lin Hao's Weibo post, he has been monitoring the comments, taking note of the mention of Li Wenqing's historical program. Curiously, he searched online and indeed found that at the cultural education channel, the Magic Capital television station, from 10 to 11 o'clock, there was a program titled Yang Wenqing's Interpretation of the Three Kingdoms, which lasted about 40 minutes per episode. It had already aired 4 episodes, and based on online buzz, it appeared to be performing decently in terms of viewership. Intrigued, Lin Hao clicked on one of the episodes. However, after a brief while, he turned it off. While Li Wenqing did cover the content of the Three Kingdoms. Comparing the historical context of the Three Kingdoms era in Huagua with its pre-alteration state yielded little difference in historical figures and storylines. Yet, Li Wenqing's method of recounting history made the experience painfully dull, akin to attending a lecture. Nonetheless, the old fox was quite clever. Many of the historical facts he presented were indeed part of the school curriculum. This implied that watching the program could potentially enhance students' exam performance, indicating his efforts to boost viewership. Aside from students seeking knowledge, most viewers were merely those interested in history, as the Three Kingdoms period is one of the most thoroughly documented and fascinating eras in Huagua. Not only is it emphasized in textbooks, but it is also a key focus in history exams. Many contemporary online novels, particularly historical ones, predominantly revolve around time travel to the Three Kingdoms, alongside various games and films that explore this theme, even spawning a unique Three Kingdoms culture. In reality, however, few individuals possess a true understanding of this historical period. Most have only a superficial grasp or rely on hearsay. Well, old chap, it seems you have unwittingly walked into my line of fire, Lin Hao mused, a peculiar smile creeping across his lips. Meanwhile, at home, Li Wenqing was preparing for the next recording session when he suddenly felt a chill along his neck. Lin Hao, known for his pursuit of perfection, had purchased a gray long robe and a folding fan, upon which he had inscribed the 4 characters' dramatic interpretation of the Three Kingdoms. He also spent 25,000 prestige points to acquire the complete lyrics of the song, The Yangtze River Flows East. The head of the Yang Wenqing's interpretation of the Three Kingdoms program at the Magic Capital television station, Zhang Haichao, aged 45, had been with the station for nearly 20 years and was a veteran in the field. Under his leadership, several successful programs had been launched, showcasing his considerable talent. Initially, he had little interest in this historical program and was reluctant to take it on. However, as it was a request from his superior and their personal rapport was strong, coupled with the station's inclination towards it, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Originally, this program received little attention within the station. Otherwise, it would not have been scheduled for the peculiar time slot of 10 to 11 o'clock. This time frame was quite peculiar, as typically, the audience consisted of elderly individuals and children, most of whom would be asleep by that hour. Chapter 91. The Provocation of Magic City Television as for the youth. How many of them still return to watch television these days? Most are engrossed in their computers or gaming. Consequently, once the time has passed, unless it is a program with an established audience, viewership remains dismally low, particularly for a dull historical segment. Yet Zhang Haichao, true to his reputation as the Midas touch of Magic City Television, devised a strategy that compelled Li Wenqing to focus on elucidating historical knowledge points during the show, thereby significantly boosting its ratings. Boss, have you seen Weibo? Just as Zhang Haichao was preparing for the recording, the program's director, Malin, approached with an unexpected inquiry. Weibo, what's going on? Zhang Haichao, overwhelmed with tasks, was baffled. He had no time for his phone. That Lin Hao. Do you remember him? Malin continued. He the one who stirred up quite a commotion after being dismissed from a station, right? Why do you bring him up? Lin Hao's name was well known at Magic City Television. Initially, he was merely a minor intern, forced to resign under unspoken rules, but after leaving, he had become quite the sensation, repeatedly embarrassing the station. The more the station suppressed him, the more he thrived, making it hard for anyone to forget him. He just posted on Weibo, announcing he will be live-streaming history on Douyin, seemingly targeting us, Malin concluded, handing over his phone. After a brief glance, Zhang Haichao's expression morphed into one of intrigue. Interesting. This Lin Hao dares to challenge us directly. He must be unaware of his own insignificance. Boss, I think we shouldn't underestimate him. Lin Hao has a knack for surprises. After that poetry event, he publicly clashed with Professor Li Wenqing online. I suspect he's aiming at the professor. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhang Haichao replied, why should we care who he is targeting? The show belongs to our station. Discussing history is not the same as writing poetry or novels. Without true expertise, he'll be the one in trouble when things go awry. Suddenly, a spark lit up in Zhang Haichao's eyes as he seemed to recall something. Go! Prepare a Weibo post, directly asking Lin Hao if he wishes to challenge us. Boss, should we consult Professor Li first? Malin inquired, aware that Zhang Haichao and Appo's intent was merely to ride the wave of publicity. There and Appo's. No need to ask. I agree. I am curious to see what gives this audacious young man his courage. As Malin finished speaking, an irate voice echoed from nearby. None other than Li Wenqing, who had just arrived for the recording. He had also heard about the online developments and was seething with anger. The last time Lin had disparaged his book, The Disappearance of Ancient Culture in China, using some so-called theories of the spring and autumn and warring states period, Li Wenqing had yearned for retribution. However, the emergence of Li Qiuhai had forced him to suppress those thoughts. Now, with the young man boldly seeking confrontation, there was no reason for hesitation. Li Wenqing was determined to show him what it meant to be a true historian. History is not something that just anyone can discuss. Upon receiving Li Wenqing's approval, Malin promptly set to work. At 8 o'clock that evening, while Lin Hao was composing the background music for the Yangtze River flows east, his phone erupted with notifications. How's he? Hurry and check Weibo. Li Wenqing and Magic City Television have declared war on you. Xiaolin, are you aware of the situation online? Zhang Bei, Li Haiming, and Zhang Daxiao were all inquiring. Declared war on me? Lin Hao was momentarily stunned before opening Weibo without needing to search. Trending at number 2 was the post from Magic City Television, officially responding to Lin Hao's remarks on history. Upon clicking, he immediately read the station's statement. History possesses its own seriousness and uniqueness. In response to Lin Hao's provocation, we wish to convey that not everyone is qualified to discuss history. Young man, take heed. Though expressed plainly, the message was undeniably clear. Wow, things just got serious. Come and see, Magic City Television is on edge. To be fair, it seemed that the station had lost its dignity, bullying our brash Lin Hao. Had they forgotten the times they were humiliated by him? In this wave of public opinion, many believed that Lin Hao would once again embarrass Magic City Television. Although rationality prevailed in the majority. One was an internet celebrity, while the other was a distinguished professor. One was a small Douyin live streamer, the other a top-tier television station. Comparing their historical knowledge, Lin Hao's actions appeared self-destructive. While discussions raged on, Lin Hao updated his Weibo again, this time with a more direct and aggressive tone. Stop blabbering online. If you have the guts, confront me in reality. Let's see if I can't knock your teeth out. Huh. When it comes to stirring the pot, Lin Hao is unmatched. People began to rally behind Lin Hao's audacity, expressing admiration for his boldness against the so-called professors and television stations. Many who had previously disdained Lin Hao began to chastise him for his audacity. Lin Hao issued another post aimed squarely at his detractors. For all you haters, take it easy. I have time now, don't push me to act. This post targeted those who criticized him, igniting fury among many viewers. Just as they prepared to continue their tirades, memories surfaced of how Lin Hao had once single-handedly driven online trolls away a month prior. His sharp retorts had become legendary, with many phrases now recognized as internet memes. Lin Hao had earned the notorious title of the internet's greatest critic. Consequently, some individuals paused their keyboard strikes, thinking that it wouldn't be long before Lin Hao was brought back to reality. They could wait to mock him then. Coincidentally, many shared this sentiment, leading to a peculiar phenomenon online. Following Lin Hao's latest Weibo update, the number of those criticizing him suddenly dwindled. Lin Hao is incredible. The #1 internet critic lives up to his name. He can scare off all the online haters. This showcased the power of Lin Hao's reputation, garnering admiration from his fans who erupted in joy. Such an unusual occurrence had never been witnessed in the annals of online history. Chapter 92. Live response in the past. Those online keyboard warriors would attack anyone with impunity. But now, faced with Lin Hao, they dare not speak ill of him. How amusing. Lin Hao is truly a fascinating character. In a villa in Jiangnan province, a man in his 50s, sporting slick-back silver hair, sat on the sofa, browsing the internet on his tablet. Dad, what do you think of Lin Hao? Beside him was a young and beautiful woman, likely in her early 20s. She had shoulder-length dark hair, skin as smooth as jade, and under her gracefully arched eyebrows were bright, almond-shaped eyes, with a delicate nose and rosy lips. She exuded a unique classical beauty. Dressed in a light blue nightgown, she rested her chin on the man and Oppo's shoulder, watching the tablet with a playful smile that revealed charming dimples. Her name was Su Yuan, a name as lovely as her appearance. She was an emerging second-tier actress, renowned for her striking beauty, earning her the affectionate title of fairy sister among fans. Having starred in 2 television dramas, her allure had attracted a significant audience. However, her low profile and refusal to participate in commercial events or shows meant her fame paled in comparison to first-tier stars. Su Yuan had been following Lin Hao since 3 Inches of Heaven. She adored the drama Cloud Hair, particularly the opening theme song that deeply moved her. Since then, she had quietly monitored every one of Lin Hao's live broadcasts and events, becoming a staunch fan. He's quite a remarkable young man, though a bit temperamental, Su Guanyin remarked, patting his daughter's hand with a smile. We admire Lin Hao's straightforwardness. Can you find another like him in the current entertainment industry? What are you thinking about? My little imp? Su Guanyin, having spoiled his only daughter from a young age, asked her. Dad, you've seen Lin Hao's talent, but he has offended too many people. I was wondering if you could help him out, pretty please? Su Yuan said, employing her most effective tactic of charm that had never failed her. As expected, Su Guanyin quickly succumbed. All right, I'll have someone contact him as soon as possible. Is that good enough? Yay, you're the best, Dad. Honestly, it's a privilege for you to collaborate with Lin Hao. He is incredibly talented. An excited Su Yuan pecked her father on the cheek and raised her small fist in triumph. Seeing his daughter so delighted, Su Guanyin couldn't help but smile as he redirected his gaze to the tablet before him. Lin Hao, Lin Hao. He silently repeated the name several times. Meanwhile, Lin Hao remained oblivious to the discussion taking place about him. He was busy preparing for his live broadcast that evening. Initially, his goal was merely to use this program to rapidly gain 2 million followers while delivering captivating content to his audience. To his surprise, Li Wenqing and Magic City Television had directly targeted him and provoked him. Given Lin Hao's temperament, he certainly would not indulge them. Li Wenqing announced that the program about the 3 kingdoms would air at 10 o'clock. Yet Lin Hao began his broadcast punctually at 9. As soon as fans saw him, the barrage of comments flooded in. Wow, Mouthy Lin, you've changed your look and it suits you. Mouthy Lin, start the show, we can't wait. Otherwise, we might head over to Li Wenqing. Lin Hao's attire today was a stark departure from his usual style. With his inherent good looks, the gray long robe he wore gave him the air of a dashing gentleman from the Republic era. Everyone, please be patient. Let us wait for Li Wenqing. In the future, my broadcasts may not be as timely, but I'll do my best to stream daily. Since we have some time, let us chat casually, Lin Hao said as he sat back in his chair and took a sip of water. Ah, the nostalgia. Mouthy Lin. Many are asking about the legend of the Flying Tiger. Is there a sequel? Indeed. Who knew Mouthy Lin's movie would be so captivating? Please make more. Lin Hao. Now, that ghost blows out the light is over. Will you continue to read novels? Are you single? Lin Hao. What is your ideal type? Should I head to Thailand now? The chat section of Lin Hao's live stream was a favorite part for many fans, filled with an array of whimsical questions. First, let me address Zhang Dashao's inquiry. Regarding the legend of the Flying Tiger, I believe you're all aware of the reasons behind its production, so I want to elaborate further. As for a sequel, of course, there will be one. However, its plot won't be directly connected to the first film. I can assure you that the style will remain consistent. Wow. Breaking news. Lin Hao, the director of The Legend of the Flying Tiger, confirmed a sequel. Really, Lin Hao? Please hurry and film it. I can't wait. I've watched The Legend of the Flying Tiger 3 times already and still can't get enough. Such high-quality films are exceedingly rare. Will the sequel feature the same cast? Many stars are expressing their desire to collaborate with you on Weibo. Well, might we expect the sequel? This film's explosive success had significantly elevated Lin Hao's profile within the industry. Notably, numerous entertainment companies had already set their sights on him, publicly expressing their eagerness to collaborate. They were willing to meet any conditions if it meant securing a role for their artists. With Lin Hao directly addressing the anticipation for a sequel, excitement surged among fans. However, there were concerns about whether the original cast would remain intact. I will provide more specifics when a new film is in preparation. I currently have no plans for a sequel, but I can confirm that Li Renjie will definitely reprise his role as he has joined my studio. As for Liang Quan's character, I've heard he has officially signed with Dashing Entertainment, which happens to be my arch-rival, so that role will definitely change. Meanwhile, Shun Meiling, who plays the 13th Ant, has signed with Tianma Entertainment. Since I have no grievances with their company, I can negotiate with them. If all goes well, I may continue to work with Shun Meiling. Chapter 93. The broadcast begins. A significant element in the series of films The East River Flows is that the male and female leads must not be casually replaced. Each character cultivates a devoted fanbase. A change in cast risks losing these followers and can leave certain audiences feeling disoriented. As for the future, the likelihood of continuing to narrate novels on Douyin seems slim, though I shall explore alternative channels to publish in written form. Wonderful. What is the title of your next novel, Master Lin? Will it still be in the supernatural genre? Master Lin, I am an avid fan of novels, particularly fond of fantasy. However, the major websites have become excessively homogenized, lacking any intrigue. When will you write again? Please do let us know. We will certainly show our support. With the success of Ghost Blows Out the Light, anticipation for Lin Hao's next work is palpable. In addition to these two pertinent questions, Lin Hao also engaged with fans on some personal matters in a lighthearted manner. Yet, he remained unaware of the magnitude of the stir his comments would cause online. Many fans of Once Upon a Time in China had never followed Lin Hao on Douyin. They simply enjoyed watching films. Upon hearing that Lin Hao mentioned a sequel during the live stream, they hastily downloaded Douyin to join the broadcast. The actors from Once Upon a Time in China, along with various entertainment companies and artist studios in the country, quickly learned this news and sought to reach out to Lin Hao through every possible channel to discuss the new film. Furthermore, major online novel platforms in the country buzzed with excitement upon receiving the news. Given the compelling content of Ghost Blows Out the Light and Lin Hao's renown, any new novel he publishes on any website is bound to create a significant sensation. Prominent sites like Shiyong Chinese Network, Shouyue App, Gugu Reading, and Feilu Novel Network began to prepare for this opportunity with great enthusiasm. Having previously missed out on Ghost Blows Out the Light due to issues with Moda Television, they were determined not to let this chance slip away. The qualifications to invite Lin Hao to their websites were insufficient. At the very least, an editor-in-chief would be required. The chief editor of Shouyue App, Shisan Liu, personally took charge of matter. Meanwhile, Lin Hao remained blissfully unaware of all this commotion. As the clock approached 10 o'clock, it signaled the impending start of Li Wenqing's program. Time slipped away, and at last, 10 o'clock arrived. The barrage of comments in the live stream increased sharply, urging Lin Hao to commence. "Start already, you foul-mouthed Lin. The program over there has begun. If you don't start soon, we shall leave." Has the trashy host lost his nerve? Weren't you going to discuss history? I am a graduate student in the history department of Jiangnan University, and I am curious how a mere internet celebrity can narrate history. At the same moment, numerous critics of Lin Hao flooded into his live stream. "Oh, what's the fuss about being a graduate student? Are you someone special? Don't forget, our foul-mouthed Lin has even been praised by the likes of Li Qiuhai." In the face of external criticism, Lin Hao and Oppo's fans remained united. He cleared his throat, gazing into the camera, and welcomed everyone to his storytelling livestream. "We have completed the Tales of Ghost Blows Out the Light. From today, I shall embark on a new program, Lin Hao Talks History. Today, we shall begin with the Three Kingdoms, a topic that many of you adore and are curious about." As he spoke, a grand and resonant background score suddenly erupted, catching everyone off guard. What the heck? Has Lin the Foul-Mouthed revived himself? This music is incredibly stirring. The pure instrumental rendition of the East River Flows was meticulously crafted by Lin Hao. Although it lacked lyrics, it was enough to astonish the audience. Unfazed, Lin Hao began reciting, "Nianujio, reminiscing at red cliffs. The East River flows, washing away the heroes of yore. To the west of the ruins, people say, is the red cliffs of the Three Kingdoms. Jagged rocks pierce the sky, crashing waves pound the shore, stirring up piles of snow. The landscape is picturesque. How many heroes have risen in that moment?" The audience was captivated by the grandeur of the words. Is that music followed by lyrics? This is quite a powerful move from Lin the Foul-Mouthed. The poem, composed by Su Dompa, is undoubtedly among the finest in the realm of Three Kingdoms poetry. As the verses resonated, the livestream audience reached a euphoric peak. Lin Hao, with his gaze distant and a contemplative expression, continued, "Recall the valiant Zhou Yu of yore, newlywed to Xiao Qiao, handsome and spirited, with feather fan and silk scarf, jesting while the ships vanished in smoke. Wandering through the homeland, I can't help but laugh at myself for my early gray hair. Life is but a dream. Let us toast to the moon over the river." After finishing, Lin Hao gradually turned his gaze back to the camera, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am utterly entranced. This music combined with the poetry. What can Li Wenqing possibly contribute?" The comments surged uncontrollably across the screen, barely lingering for a moment as they were overwhelmed by the sheer volume. The number of online viewers in Lin Hao and Oppo's livestream surpassed 70,000 and continued to rise rapidly. Among those tuning in were not only fans and critics, but also many admirers of Once Upon a Time in China. Given Lin Hao's remarks, individuals from the literary, historical, poetic, entertainment, and online writing circles all were watching. Li Wenqing might be in for a rough time. Truly, Lin Hao's songs and poetry are in a league of their own. Lin Hao then spoke again, his voice returning to its normal timbre. "Welcome to the live stream, where we will explore the series appreciating the Three Kingdoms. The poem I just recited is the first segment of our journey today, which I have titled The East River Flows, Chapter 94, An Unconventional Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Part 1, The Mighty River Flows Eastward." The audacity of Lin Hao is truly remarkable. Although he has just delivered a stirring performance with music and lyrics, this is a different matter from recounting history. Aside from Lin Hao's devoted fans, the majority remain skeptical about his ability to narrate the intricate and captivating saga of the Three Kingdoms effectively. Unperturbed by their doubts, Lin Hao abruptly unfurled his folding fan. With a sharp clap, he proclaimed, "A dramatic interpretation of the Three Kingdoms?" Upon seeing the four characters of dancing dragons emblazoned on the fan, many could not help but recite them aloud. This stage is one of a triad of powers, where a group of larger-than-life heroes once tread. Yet, it is also a narrative shrouded in embellishment. Is the Three Kingdoms a tale of legendary heroes or a contest of wits? We shall pierce through the fog of myth to unveil the truth of history. This is an era teeming with heroes, a chapter steeped in enigma, and a subject that sparks endless fascination. Here lies Chow Chow, who once lamented, "The bones lie exposed in the wild, and not a single rooster crows for 1,000 miles." There is also Zhuge Liang, the strategist from Longzhong, who divided the realm. We find the charismatic Zhou Yu, the dragon among men, and the resolute Liu Bei, who devoted himself to the restoration of the Han dynasty. Then there's Guan Yu, whose loyalty was as vast as the skies, and Zhao Zilong, the valiant general who ventured forth alone. These figures embody the heroism of their time, shaping an era of grandeur. Opinions vary wildly, and the truth of their fates is often clouded by speculation. Let us embark together on this journey through the annals of history to seek the echoes of this remarkable age. Wow, that was quite the captivating summary. It is indeed true that Lin Hao possesses a flair for the dramatic, effortlessly outshining Li Wenqing. Do not stop, Lin Hao. Keep going. The momentum is building. This introduction alone is sufficient to demonstrate Lin Hao's prowess, compelling even the most doubtful observers to take him seriously. Today, we shall first discuss the figure of Zhou Yu. Those familiar with the Three Kingdoms saga are likely aware of the saying, "Since there was Yu, why was there Liang?" The illustrious Zhou Yu, it is said, was driven to his demise by Zhuge Liang's machinations. Many scoff, what sort of man is this Zhou Yu? To die of anger is utterly foolish. Huh, Lin Hao, what are you suggesting? Such a shift in tone. Laughter erupted as Lin Hao labeled Zhou Yu as a fool. The term felt oddly amusing, despite its peculiarity. If Zhou Yu were truly a fool, why would he garner such respect? Lin Hao continued, in the common perception, Zhou Yu is often seen as a mere jester, with some claiming he lost both his wife and his soldiers. But is this truly the essence of his character? I assert firmly that he is far from such a description. What? Lin Hao, you're treading dangerous waters. If he is not a fool, then what kind of man is he? Do not speak nonsense, Lin. I graduated from the history department of Hucking University. If you lack understanding, do not mislead others. Came the retort from the audience. Upon hearing these words, a wave of dissent emerged in the comments, with self-proclaimed historians condemning him for his folly. Yet Lin Hao remained unfazed, pressing on. On the contrary, Zhou Yu was a figure of remarkable heroism and capability. At the tender age of 24, he was appointed general of the vanguard by Sun Tzu, a position akin to that of a modern-day military district commander. He commanded a legion of troops with youthful exuberance and remarkable prowess. Let's not forget, Sun Tzu himself was known as Sun Lang, with Lang serving as an ancient term denoting a handsome young man, much like today's male god. Male god? Is he referring to me? Came a humorous interjection. Indeed, if Zhou Yu were truly inept, why would Sun Tzu hold him in such high regard? Lin Hao asserted. Thus, we can encapsulate Zhou Yu's life in 2 words, perfection. In his 20s, while others were still mere foot soldiers, he ascended to the rank of commander, marrying the goddess of his time, Xiao Qiao, and becoming the brother-in-law of Sun Tzu. His life was a source of envy for many, leaving others green with jealousy. Such a man, would he even know the meaning of jealousy? Indeed, if it were me, I would be utterly dissatisfied. Who would be worthy of my envy? Do not speak of history if you lack knowledge. How do you explain his demise then? To feign understanding when one does not is foolish. Zhou Yu is the greatest joke of the Three Kingdoms. Lin Hao merely smiled at the barrage of criticisms. Was Zhou Yu truly driven to his death by anger? This is what the text suggests, yet who witnessed it firsthand? We must remember that historical accounts are penned by historians, who are, after all, human and possess their own biases. Is their writing truly impartial? Now, let me pose a question. If Zhou Yu were indeed a fool, why did Sun Tzu place such trust in him? Why did Liu Bei commend him for his great magnanimity and lofty character? Why did Zhuge Liang engage in friendly discourse with him upon their first meeting? Why did contemporaries regard him as the foremost general of Jiangdong? Why did the likes of Lu Su and other eminent figures from Eastern Wu hold him in such high esteem? Are we to believe that all of them were fools, or perhaps mere sycophants? Lin Hao's relentless inquiries began to silence many of his detractors, for he spoke undeniable truths, dismantling the notion of Zhou Yu as a fool. Let's also consider the accolades bestowed upon Zhuge Liang. We are all familiar with the tales of the empty city strategy, borrowing arrows with straw boats, and predicting celestial phenomena. Is this something a mere mortal could accomplish? To predict the weather with such precision, surpassing even today as forecasts? Indeed, I find that hard to believe. Lin Hao's style was refreshingly candid and accessible, starkly contrasting with the archaic rhetoric of scholars like Li Wenqing, effortlessly drawing in the audience. Most of what we know of the Three Kingdoms comes from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a novel that dramatizes history from the author's perspective. This is a far cry from the true events that transpired. To my fellow alumnus from Hucking University, you must be aware of the authentic history behind the Three Kingdoms. Chapter 95, An Unconventional Three Kingdoms. Part 2. Take Zhuge Liang's empty city stratagem, for instance. Sima Yi arrived with a sizable force solely because of Zhuge Liang. He brought along a couple of youths, played a tune, and sang a song atop the city gate, scaring away a formidable army? What was Zhuge Liang singing? I stand on the city gate, admiring the view while you act immorally by bringing men to confront me. Come forth, I shall open the city gates, set the table with wine, and serenade you with my lute. Goodness, this pretentious display surpasses anything I could muster 100-fold. Yet Sima Yi was frightened away? Is he lacking intelligence? Wuden and Oppos. T send someone to investigate? This is sheer nonsense, devoid of any logic. Moreover, Zhuge Liang's ingenious schemes often involve tossing out a few scrolls during battle. You there, go wait at a designated spot. And you, do not open my scrolls until you arrive. How absurd. This is hardly warfare. It resembles a fortune-telling game, far more juvenile than my Three Kingdoms legend. If Zhuge Liang were truly so remarkable, why engage in battles at all? He would have unified the nation long ago. Upon hearing this, the audience in the comments erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, in a residence in the capital, the over 100-year-old Li Qiuhai, with the assistance of his secretary, was also watching this live broadcast. Upon hearing these remarks, he couldn't help but smile. This young man, though a bit crude in expression, speaks with undeniable reason. Many historians shared his sentiment, as their views aligned closely with Lin Hao's. They believed the public had been misled by the novel romance of the Three Kingdoms, which excessively mythologized Zhuge Liang and trivialized the depiction of warfare, leading many to mistakenly regard it as factual history. Lin Hao, through his program, aimed to rectify these misconceptions using accessible modern language. Lin with the foul mouth speaks well. This interpretation of the Three Kingdoms is utterly captivating. To be frank, after watching tonight's program, I finally grasped what true history is. Just then, the comments section erupted in chaos. Oh no, Lin has stirred up trouble again. Professor Sun from Capital University posted a video on Weibo condemning Lin's remarks. Is this real? Many history scholars are questioning Lin Hao online. Everyone, take a look. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then promptly opened Weibo to investigate who this Professor Sun was. Due to Lin Hao's provocative comments and the vigorous response from Magic Capital Television, this historical discussion program had gained considerable traction, drawing in a large audience, including Sun Zijiang. Like Li Wenqing, he was a historian, albeit significantly younger, being a mere 30-something and already an associate professor in the history department at Capital University, an impressive feat. Though engaged in academia, Sun Zijiang harbored ambitions of fame. His expertise lay in the Three Kingdoms period, and he frequently shared his thoughts online. He had also contributed to several Three Kingdoms-themed games and films, earning a fair degree of recognition. Knowing that Lin Hao was set to challenge Li Wenqing directly tonight, he pondered how to capitalize on this opportunity. After hearing Lin Hao's remarks, he could no longer contain himself and publicly declared war on Lin Hao via Weibo. While Sun Zijiang could tolerate discussions on other topics, Lin Hao and Oppos, as blatant mockery of Zhuge Liang and Oppos, as empty city stratagem and his clever schemes struck a nerve. Zhuge Liang was the historical figure he admired most, to the extent of adopting the moniker Little Zhuge. His Weibo post directly targeted Lin Hao. In front of the camera, Sun Zijiang expressed his outrage, saying, "Lin Hao, the history of the Three Kingdoms you present in your broadcast is sheer nonsense. You clearly lack an understanding of history. You are misleading all your viewers with your misguided notions. What is your true intention?" Upon reading this comment, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. He had expected something formidable. Yet this was it. Many comments beneath Sun Zijiang's post echoed his sentiments, but more were simply enjoying the spectacle. Lin Hao's response was succinct. "Dear child, return to your books." The audacity of Lin Hao's retort was predictably bold. This marked a significant low point for Sun Zijiang, but his words indeed resembled mere drivel. As a history major, I can assure everyone that Lin Hao's assertions reflect the genuine historical narrative. Zhuge Liang was indeed romanticized within the novel. Sun Zijiang sought to ride this wave of attention, but had clearly underestimated the backlash. After all, there are ample historical records regarding the Three Kingdoms period. Although aware that his stance was weak, Sun Zijiang remained defiant, having consumed a few drinks and subsequently posted another video. "You little internet celebrity, how dare you insult me? Have you even read Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" Encouraged by the comments, Lin Hao viewed this new Weibo post, feeling a surge of irritation, and decided to respond bluntly. "You, Sun Zijiang, yes, you out of your mind? Romance of the Three Kingdoms is merely a novel. If you take it as factual history, I suggest you purchase a copy of Records of the Three Kingdoms. With your level of understanding, I could easily become the head of your history department." The directness of Lin Hao's retort was refreshing, and the online community erupted in laughter. Just as the audience was enjoying the unfolding drama, another prominent figure stepped forward to voice his opinion. Professor Wang Chang, the head of the history department at Peking University, tweeted, tagging Sun Zijiang, "Do not continue to argue without basis. Academic inquiry requires open-mindedness. Indeed, Zhuge Liang has been excessively glorified in the novel." The official comment was met with amusement. "Is this the best you can do? A vice professor from Capital University? Even the department head can no longer stand by." Many chimed in, suggesting that Capital University reconsider Sun Zijiang's candidacy in future faculty evaluations. As a graduate of Blue Sky Excavator class of 2018, I feel I could easily become a vice professor at Capital University. No one anticipated that the university itself would step in to clarify matters, and the internet was abuzz with laughter. To most, esteemed institutions like Capital University appeared to be an unattainable dream. The professors were held in high regard, and even a random student seemed lofty in their eyes. Yet, an opportunity to poke fun at them had arisen, and the fervor was palpable. Before long, Capital University and Oppo's official Weibo account was inundated with comments, and the most unfortunate of all was Sun Zijiang. Chapter 96. Lin Hao checks and he abruptly closed Weibo, remaining silent until now. Lin Hao chuckled at this, not allowing it to affect him as he continued his own livestream. His discussion of the Three Kingdoms contrasted sharply with Li Wenqing's ongoing presentation, showcasing entirely different styles. Given the prior online build-up, many viewers were simultaneously watching both programs for comparison. Soon enough, Lin Hao's engaging and vibrant style captivated the audience, and before anyone realized, an hour had slipped by. Li Wenqing's segment on the Three Kingdoms concluded 10 minutes ago, with a viewership that barely managed to hold attention. However, the online audience numbers for Lin Hao's stream far surpassed those of Li Wenqing. In terms of trending topics and popularity, Lin Hao's presence was unparalleled. The familiar strains of Rolling Long River Flows East filled his live stream, accompanied by his resonant voice. Well, today concludes our first episode of Lin Hao's Three Kingdoms. It's time to bid farewell. As the saying goes, a cup of murky wine brings joy in reunion. How many matters from ancient to modern times are but laughter and conversation. In the time to come, I hope to continue exploring the Three Kingdoms with all of you, discussing the multitude of heroic figures we have talked about. Among these, one individual stands out for being particularly contentious, with significant divides in both scholarly and popular circles. With a swift motion, Lin Hao opened his folding fan and continued, "Let us examine this tumultuous hero from various perspectives." He invited viewers to join him in the next episode of Lin Hao's historical discussions, set for the same time the day after tomorrow. Titled The True and False Chow Chow. In the past, history programs would put me to sleep, but after watching Lin Hao and Oppo's live stream, I have unexpectedly developed a fondness for it. To be frank, this show is truly exceptional. The commentary on the Three Kingdoms is immensely entertaining, and I certainly won't miss an episode. What about Li Wenqing from Magic City TV? Shouldn't we stir things up a bit? Currently, The verdict on the quality of both programs was still pending, but it was evident which one was more popular. Following Lin Hao's announcement of his historical discussions, Magic City TV had openly ridiculed him, suggesting he was unworthy of discussing history. Lin Hao's response was equally direct. Reality check. With that, Magic City TV found itself in disarray. Lin Hao's fans began to encourage him to speak out against them, eager for more drama. The audience's demands were to be met, as the night was still young. Come, let's store Magic City TV together, Lin Hao declared, fueled by excitement. The viewers initially expected only a few sarcastic remarks from Lin Hao. However, he proposed a direct action to engage with Magic City TV's official Weibo account, igniting a flurry of activity. Lin Hao, a regular feature on Weibo's trending list, was recognized officially. The audience watched as he swiftly typed a message. Is this all Magic City TV has? I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already collapsing? I may not be a historian, but I can surely outshine your Li Wenqing by a smidgen. The audience erupted with laughter, finding Lin Hao's playful jab delightful. Where are the folks from Magic City TV? Why the silence? Didn't you boast about your prowess before? The comments flooded in, overwhelming Magic City TV's Weibo account, leaving Zhang Haichao, a member of the production team, seething. Boss, this Lin Hao is utterly uncouth, blatantly inciting chaos on our Weibo. What should we do? The director asked, fuming as he glanced at Li Wenqing, who also wore a frustrated expression. Ignore the online commotion. It will be handled. This Lin Hao seems intent on ruining his own career in this industry. Zhang Haichao replied coldly, his gaze lingering on Li Wenqing, whose failure only intensified his ire. As the comments continued to flood Magic City TV's Weibo, Lin Hao grew weary of the lack of response. Just as he was about to conclude, an unexpected event unfolded. The live chat began to scroll furiously, as Magic City TV shockingly disabled its Weibo comment section, silencing the audience. Magic City TV is trembling in fear. My followers are indeed formidable, Lin Hao exclaimed, reveling in the moment. Despite this unforeseen turn of events, Lin Hao remained unfazed, mockingly closing his laptop. Is this all you can do, Magic City TV? You are truly the champions of defeat. Indeed, this is rather dull. Let's check in, Lin Hao suggested, acknowledging that he had grown into a prominent streamer with nearly 10 million followers. Let us go see the ladies, shall we? Regardless of the content, the audience simply enjoyed watching Lin Hao stream. In the streaming world, checking in refers to larger streamers visiting the broadcasts of smaller ones. A significant opportunity for the latter to boost their visibility. Many small streamers dream of such visits, and some organizations even facilitate these interactions to help smaller accounts gain traction. Lin Hao, a savvy member of the streaming community, knew this well. All right, let's take a look. If we can assist those just starting out, that would be splendid. Responding to the audience's requests, Lin Hao entered beautiful streamers in the search bar, revealing a multitude of options. Chapter 97, Li Xiaowei Dear Family. Our shoes are shipped directly from the manufacturer, guaranteed authentic. Kindly click the little yellow card below. Lin Hao glanced at the first live stream, where a young woman was selling shoes barefoot, albeit with the intent of promoting goods. He swiftly scrolled down. No way, 588 is far too expensive. That's absolutely unacceptable. With so many followers on my live stream, I must strive for the best deal for my family. 99, just 99. Back end. Let's start with 500 pieces. That's not feasible. 99 is too much of a loss. We can't sell it. Not selling is not an option. I'll forego my commission and even take a $50 hit. Why can't you do the same? Today, I am determined to secure the maximum benefits for my family in this live stream. Come on, let us put up 500 pieces at just 99. Once they're gone, they're gone. Rest assured, they are authentic 10 Wolves pure wool. The second live stream was even more chaotic, resembling a brawl with fervent arguing. Lin Hao frowned and continued scrolling. To his dismay, 7 or 8 consecutive streams were all about selling goods. These live stream sales on Douyin really need regulation. They're quite off-putting. Indeed, platforms like Shark TV and Longya TV excel in this regard, featuring beauty zones and star shows filled with young ladies dancing and singing. Finally, in the 9th room, Lin Hao found a stream that was not focused on selling. However, the female host only revealed her chin, while the rest of her attire was quite provocative, showing just enough skin. Her melodious voice resonated. "Welcome all newcomers. I can't show my face. I'm a beauty streamer, and I need 1 million followers before I can do so. What on earth is this? Is there anything normal?" Lin Hao couldn't help but scoff. Continuing to scroll, he found that at least half of the streams were still focused on selling goods. Others donned tailored suits, sitting there discussing how to gain followers and monetize, or offering dubious advice to women about beauty and expensive gifts to test their partner's affections. "I'm truly fed up, guys. I don't want to search anymore." In just a short while, he had viewed 20 or 30 streamers, and there wasn't a single one that he found satisfactory or even watchable. The comments below echoed his sentiments, filled with complaints. They had prepared gifts, waiting for a large influx of viewers to shower gifts and show off, or to see the ladies dance. Yet, Lin Hao's luck was dismal. He hadn't encountered anyone worthwhile. Meanwhile, numerous room numbers floated by in the chat. These were from small streamers watching Lin Hao, hoping he would visit their streams to boost their popularity. Lin Hao clicked on a few, nearly giving himself a fright. There were all sorts eccentric characters, those filming while driving, or even bizarre acts like headbutting walls and drinking chilly water, a true medley of oddities. Just one more, and if it's not suitable, I'll take my leave. Just checking rooms has wasted over half an hour. Lin Hao decided to check one last time, ready to depart if it was yet another unsuitable stream. Lin Hao's followers had noticeably lost some enthusiasm. As he continued to scroll, an ID, namely Xiaowei, caught his eye. Upon seeing it, his fans urged him to click in. Initially, Lin Hao was perplexed, but soon understood from the comments. It turned out that Li Xiaowei was somewhat of an online celebrity, a top 36 contestant from a popular singing competition show aired by Magic City Television last year, exclusively for female participants. A good performance in this program could yield excellent resources and fame. However, the selection process was highly predetermined, with most contestants already under management contracts, sent to participate merely as a means of preparation for their debut. Many had substantial backgrounds, such as being the daughters of influential business tycoons or media executives. Li Xiaowei, however, was an exception. She was not exceptionally beautiful, embodying the innocent charm of a girl next door. Yet her vocal prowess was astonishing, especially her high notes, which were powerful and captivating. Among the 36 finalists, while not the absolute best, she was certainly among the top tier. Unfortunately, lacking an agency or connections, she was eliminated during the transition from 36 to 18 due to behind-the-scenes manipulation, igniting a wave of outrage online. However, the fervor quickly dissipated under the influence of Magic City Television. Subsequently, Li Xiaowei began live streaming her singing, amassing over 2 million followers on Douyin. At that moment, Lin Hao had entered her live stream, where she was passionately singing Su Haiqi's Memories of the Nine Gates. Micro, the outspoken Lin Dajuan, has arrived. Brothers, shower Micro with gifts. She is one of the few new generation singers I truly admire. Those scoundrels at Magic City Television are utterly disgraceful. Speaking of outspoken Lin, he was also driven away by Magic City Television, so they share a common plight. Micro, look, the author, outspoken Lin, is here. With Lin Hao's arrival, over 100,000 fans joined him, led by the wealthy influencers among them, showering gifts in the live stream. Seeing this, Micro's fans eagerly engaged as well. Moments latte. As the song concluded, Li Xiaowei sensed something was amiss in her live stream. Upon realizing it was Lin Hao checking in, a joyful smile brightened her face, revealing 2 adorable dimples at the corners of her mouth. Lin Dajuan has arrived. I absolutely adore your song and Oppo's Memories of the Nine Gates, and Oppo's, after saying this. She made a heart gesture towards the camera, radiating cuteness. Outspoken Lin, what are you up to? Exactly. Don't criticize Micro. We all adore her. Or else you won be forgiven. Lin Hao's fans, noticing he had yet to speak, began flooding the chat with questions. Li Xiaowei was no ordinary talent. Since her participation in the show, she had captured the hearts of a significant audience, including many of Lin Hao's followers who were quite fond of her. Just then, a collaboration invite popped up in Li Xiaowei's livestream. Wow, outspoken Lin is quite direct. This invitation was initiated by Lin Hao. Li Xiaowei hesitated briefly before immediately accepting. Instantly, her screen split, revealing Lin Hao on the other side. Hello, Miss Li Xiaowei. Hello, Lin Dajuan. It was their first time collaborating live, and they exchanged greetings. Chapter 98. Lin Hao's invitation, however, their somewhat antiquated greeting style immediately drew criticism from fans on both sides. In Li Xiaowei's livestream, there were around 10,000 viewers, many of whom were familiar with Lin Hao. The overlap between both fan bases was significant. Miss Li Xiaowei, I just listened to the song you performed. It was absolutely splendid, and I was captivated by your rendition of C.I. Jiu Minhui, Lin Hao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and showering her with praise. In recent times, Lin Hao had taken the initiative to familiarize himself with the current state of the entertainment industry in this altered world. He had garnered some understanding of the active singers in the Chinese music scene. Among the female vocalists, Lin Hao could confidently assert that a considerable majority lacked the prowess of Li Xiaowei before him. Her singing style bore a striking resemblance to that of Tan Weiwei, a singer he had adored from Hunan TV Supergirl. Their vocal timbres and singing abilities were remarkably alike. This inspired Lin Hao to consider bringing her into his studio. Although the film Huang Fei Hong, A Man Should Be Strong had yet to finalize its box office figures, it was anticipated to be a tremendous success. Even after accounting for distribution cuts, taxes, actor salaries, and other expenses, Lin Hao anticipated earning several hundred million. Hence, his next ambition was to officially establish his dream-building studio once the funds were secured. Currently, the studio consisted solely of temporary personnel involved in the production of Jiaoxi Nansheng. They were not technically employees, as they had only reached a verbal agreement with Lin Hao without formal contracts. The only confirmed artist associated with the studio was Li Renjia, alongside himself. Lin Hao harbored grand ambitions. He did not wish to limit himself to nurturing actors, but also aspired to cultivate singers. While he held little interest in signing major stars, he envisioned creating a road to stardom for emerging talents through his own creations. However, this ambition was contingent upon the talent of his artists being commensurate with his vision. In Li Xiaowei, he believed he had found a fitting candidate. I am absolutely thrilled to receive your praise, Lord Lin, Li Xiaowei said, her face lighting up with a bashful smile. Their interaction, which entirely disregarded their fans, incited dissatisfaction among the audience. Consequently, both live streams erupted with a flurry of extravagant virtual gifts. Are you two holding a meeting here? Haha, it feels like Li Xiaowei and Mouthy Lin are a pair of old-timers, one commenter quipped. Lord Lin, please just call me Weiwei. I am your devoted fan. I adore your songs and the film and oppos, Huang Fei Hong. A Man Should Be Strong and oppos. Oh, my childhood memories are flooding back. I've become a love-struck fan of Weiwei. Mouthy Lin was undoubtedly pleased, while others expressed their jealousy. As tensions rose, the comments began to take a more hostile turn, with some declaring, "You guys are always thinking about this nonsense. Can't you focus on something serious?" Weiwei and I have only just met. Seeing the escalating situation, Lin Hao felt compelled to intervene. After all, they were both public figures, and such conduct could lead to backlash, especially for a young woman like Li Xiaowei, who could easily become a target for online harassment. Hold on, everyone, let us remain calm. It was merely a jest. I was asking Weiwei all those questions just to pose a single inquiry. What inquiry could warrant such an interrogation? Came the retort. Although our numbers may not match yours, we will not allow you to bully Weiwei, Lin Hao clarified. Li Xiaowei endeavored to soothe her own fans. Her curiosity piqued. Weiwei, you mentioned that you have not joined any entertainment company yet. Do you intend to continue live streaming? Do you have aspirations to release an album and become a true artist? Originally, Lin Hao had intended to ask this privately, but with the rising commotion, he decided to address it openly. What does Mouthy Lin mean by that? Doesn't he lack a management company as well? This sudden remark left many perplexed, including Li Xiaowei, who paused in surprise before turning her gaze toward Lin Hao. Lord Lin, what do you mean? I genuinely enjoy live streaming, but music has always been my dream. If it had been anyone else posing the question, Li Xiaowei might not have felt much. However, the person asking was Lin Hao, the idol she admired. Without that dream of music, she would never have participated in the competition or continued streaming after being unfairly eliminated. She had never abandoned her musical aspirations. I have established a studio called Dream Building Studio. Although we are still in the early stages and currently lack artists, If you are willing, I will be delighted for you to join. Dream Building Studio? I recall that name. It was associated with the production of Huang Fei Hong. A man should be strong. I was puzzled earlier. It turns out that mouthy Lin is behind it. Lord Lin, are you planning to start your own company and become a boss? The question sparked a flurry of inquiries in the live stream. Naturally, opinions regarding Li Xiaowei's potential agreement quickly divided the audience. Lin Hao's supporters urged her to accept, praising his exceptional talent. Chapter 99. Mother wants to leave, however. The majority of fans on Li Xiaowei and Oppo's side held opposing views. Li Xiaowei herself did not anticipate that Lin Hao would extend an invitation for her to join a studio. She understood precisely what this entailed. As a person who cherishes freedom and music, she was reluctant to be bound by any constraints. Otherwise, given her circumstances, she would not have remained a free spirit until now. Since her participation in the program, numerous talent agencies had approached her. Even the union from Douyin had expressed interest in signing her. Yet, Li Xiaowei had consistently declined their offers. Now that Lin Hao was the one making the request, she found herself momentarily hesitant. She admired Lin Hao and Oppo's work, but even more so, she respected his character. Xiaowei, Don and Oppo's agreed to him. Lin Hao is surely looking to exploit your talent, some fans cautioned. Indeed, Don and Oppo's consent to his proposal. We can support you with gifts during your Douyin live streams. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Hao's fans felt a sense of discomfort. Why are you disparaging Lin? He may have done some unreliable things, but his character is commendable. Let's be fair. Out of respect for Xiaowei, we have been tolerant towards you. Do not overstep your bounds, or you might awaken the wrath of Lin's supporters, and regret will come too late. Lin, may I take some time to consider your offer to join your studio? Li Xiaowei pondered internally, torn by indecision. She feared that Lin Hao's studio might impose stringent conditions akin to those of other agencies, confining and exploiting her. Yet, she was unwilling to live her life solely as a streamer. She yearned to create her own songs and become a genuine singer. However, for someone like her, devoid of any background or resources, achieving this seemed nearly impossible. Sure, feel free to send me a private message later. We can add each other as friends, and we can discuss this further. If you choose not to join, I will never pressure you. Lin Hao smiled reassuringly. His intention in recruiting Li Xiaowei stemmed purely from his appreciation for her talent and character, rather than an absolute necessity for her presence. As this topic concluded, Lin Hao engaged her in conversation for another 10 minutes before ending the live stream. Lin, will you be discussing the Three Kingdoms tomorrow? Lin, the wager with Zhang Yang is approaching. I am eagerly anticipating it. I heard that the film Huang Fei Hong, the heroic spirit and tenderness, has achieved at least half of its box office through fan support, reaching an impressive 20 billion. Alas, it is destined to be ruthlessly overshadowed. In terms of face-slapping, Lin never disappoints. Lin, hurry up and plan the second installment. We are all eagerly waiting. Upon returning to his live stream room, the conversation among the viewers shifted back to discussing the Three Kingdoms and the Huang Fei Hong film. They vividly recalled the online wager between Lin Hao and Zhang Yang from over a month ago. With the month-long deadline fast approaching, while Huang Fei Hong, the heroic spirit and tenderness, currently held a slight edge in box office performance, it was beginning to lose momentum, with many theaters reducing its screenings or even pulling it all together. In contrast, Lin Hao's Huang Fei Hong, A Man Should Stand Strong, continued to thrive, with ticket sales remaining in high demand. The local cinemas were doing their utmost to accommodate the overwhelming interest, thus surpassing the box office of Huang Fei Hong. The heroic spirit and tenderness was merely a matter of time. As for the production of a new film, there was no rush. I will inform everyone well in advance. Regarding the Three Kingdoms program, I cannot guarantee a daily broadcast, but I will strive to arrange it for you all. After conversing with his fans, Lin Hao swiftly ended the live stream. Knock, knock. Mom, why are you still awake? I made you some old hen soup. Drink it while it's hot. Wang Ying replied, standing at the door with a steaming bowl in hand. Since Lin Hao returned to Shanghai after filming, Zhang Bei had not visited daily. Lin Han had started school and would only return on weekends, spending the rest of the time at school. Mom, you just had surgery not long ago. Didn't I tell you to rest more? Why did you go to the market again? Despite his words, Lin Hao took the bowl from his mother's hands. I'm Fine. If I don't keep busy, My health will deteriorate. How can I recover? You stay up late every day. You need to replenish your strength. Hurry and drink. I specially added your favorite mushrooms. Wang Ying said, smiling affectionately at her son. The soup, not only delicious but also imbued with deep maternal love, brought Lin Hao a profound sense of satisfaction as he sat in the chair, blowing on the soup before sipping. How, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? I want to go back. Back? Where to? As Lin Hao paused mid-sip, confusion painted his face as he looked at his mother. Back to our hometown. I simply cannot acclimate to life here. I do not know anyone around, and I often feel lost. Wang Ying spoke, her gaze nervously searching Lin Hao's face. Instinctively, Lin Hao wanted to refuse, but upon seeing the careful glimmer in her eyes and her anxious demeanor, an unexpected wave of emotion washed over him. He suddenly felt a pang of regret. Unbeknownst to him, the roles he shared with his mother seemed to have reversed. In his childhood, every decision had to be approved by her, yet now that he had grown, it appeared to have flipped. Setting the bowl down, Lin Hao knelt before Wang Ying, taking her hands in his own. Her hands were rough and weathered. Despite it being summer, they bore cracks and dirt, resembling those of an elderly farmer rather than a woman in her 50s. Mom, it is I who have been inconsiderate, forgetting that you struggle to adapt to life here. These hands had toiled tirelessly for the sake of Lin Hao and Lin Han, bearing the marks of maternal love. How, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Wang Ying, noticing his tears, quickly reached out to wipe them away, her face filled with concern. After taking a moment to compose himself, Lin Hao wiped his tears and smiled at his mother. It's nothing, Mom. I just feel quite sorry for you. Silly child, you treat me so well. Why should you feel remorse? Mom, you can go back, but you absolutely must not go out to work. Wang Ying frowned. I'm only in my 50s. How can I not work? You and Han Nin have not settled down. How can I not earn money? Mom, I am now a celebrity. I can earn money, and you do not need to work outside anymore. I will support you and Han Nin, buy you a house in the county, and open a small shop for you. Is that acceptable? You must not tire yourself out with early mornings and late nights. Otherwise, I, as your son, will be the subject of ridicule. But, no boots. It is settled. I will talk to Uncle Dajuan and arrange the finances. Otherwise, I will not allow you to return. Chapter 100. All sealed upon hearing the name Uncle Dajuan. A rare flush appeared on Wang Ying's face as she slapped Lin Hao on the head. What business do you have involving him in our affairs? Lin Hao, however, chuckled. Uncle Dajuan isn't a stranger, Mom. Both Han and I are grown now, and Dad has been gone for over a decade. You know what I mean? The Uncle Dajuan Lin Hao referred to was named Li Dajuan, a chef who had cared for their family since Lin Hao's father passed away. In their childhood, both Lin Hao and Lin Han detested Uncle Dajuan, fearing that he would take their mother away. However, as they matured, their understanding evolved. Li Dajuan was a lifelong bachelor, a man of integrity. Lin Hao held no objections if his mother chose to build a new family with him. Enough chatter, you're just rambling, Wang Ying said, poking Lin Hao's forehead before rising to leave. Remember to finish your soup and leave the bowl in the sink. I'll wash it tomorrow. The following morning, while Lin Hao was blissfully asleep, someone shook him awake. Baisie, what are you doing here? Lin Hao blinked to find Zhang Bei's large face before him, leaving him quite bewildered. Still sleeping, Hoko? You really have a carefree spirit. The situation is critical, and you can still snooze. Zhang Bei exclaimed, exasperated as he rubbed his forehead. What do you mean by critical? Lin Hao asked, puzzled, as he fell on top of the world. Your movie has been banned and taken down. Check online immediately. What? Taken down? Lin Hao was stunned, quickly sitting up and reaching for his phone, only to find it dead. I and Oppos. V. Called you 100 times, and you didn't and Oppos. T answer. Even while sleeping, you didn't T charge it. Here, use mine. Zhang Bei handed over his phone. The headline screamed across various news outlets, all discussing the incident. The patriotic film Huang Fei Hong. A man should be strong banned for promoting violence and feudal superstition. Lin Hao clicked on one of the articles, his face darkening as he read. The content claimed that his film, under the guise of patriotism, contained numerous references to the White Lotus sect, a cult despised in Huagua. Thus, Lin Hao was deemed in severe violation, with the film filled with violent scenes that fostered a detrimental social atmosphere. Damn it, this is pure slander. Lin Hao erupted after finishing the article. The comments were overwhelmingly critical, with many viewers vehemently defending the film. However, these voices were merely from the general audience, and their opinions held no weight. The film was indeed banned from all cinemas nationwide, and a wave of online trolls emerged, viciously attacking it. Haoko, you need to call and find out what happened. How could everything change overnight? Zhang Bei, as a loyal friend, was equally anxious, which was why he rushed over so early. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, quickly plugging his phone to charge. As soon as it powered on, he noticed over 30 missed calls and an overflowing number of unread messages. Friends like Li Haiming, Li Renjie, and Wang Lianhai had all reached out. Even Lin Han had called. The messages urged him to respond immediately to understand what was going on. Just then, his phone rang again, displaying Wang Fei's name. Lin Hao quickly answered. Shaolin, why are you only picking up now? I've been searching for you all morning. Wang Fei's voice was tinged with urgency. I'm sorry, Brother Wang. I was in a daze last night and forgot to charge my phone. You must have seen the news. You need to prepare for a period of disappearance. Disappearance? But Brother Wang, my film was produced legally, and just a few days ago, the Education Bureau praised it. How could everything have changed in a single night? I refuse to accept that. My film has no issues. These accusations of promoting feudal superstition and violence are baseless. Anyone with a shred of discernment can see that. Lin Hao was genuinely worried now. This situation was unlike previous incidents. This time, it was the state that had taken direct action against his film. And he couldn't oppose. He fathomed why they would do so when he had done nothing wrong. Shaolin, your refusal won into oppose. T change anything. Do you understand why this happened? You share some responsibility as well. Lin Hao lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Brother Wang, please enlighten me. What heinous act have I committed? Let me give you an example. Every industry has its unwritten rules. Before you have enough strength, you must adhere to these rules. Your movie has sold remarkably well. And as an unremarkable internet celebrity, how do you think established directors feel about that? Moreover, with the high quality of your content, how will future films be made? You only screened it at Dang Dang Cinema. How do first-rate places like Zhonghai Cinema perceive this? You claimed in interviews that you only want to create the most authentic and best films. How do actors and entertainment companies take that? Do you understand now? In essence, you created an outstanding film without sufficient standing, and many were affected by your success. You must realize that the current capitalized entertainment industry is built on the investment of countless individuals. In addition to being an investor, Wang Fei genuinely loved the film and had watched it twice. He understood that the narrative of the film being banned online was merely a ruse. However, he was acutely aware of the industry's rules. Lin Hao's mistake lay in producing an exceptional film while lacking notoriety, coupled with having offended many in the online sphere. The capitalized entertainment industry would not tolerate rule breakers, resulting in this outcome. Wang Fei had gathered intelligence indicating that the swift and forceful response was due not only to Desheng Entertainment and Modu Television's meddling, but also to others fanning the flames behind the scenes. Even he felt powerless in the face of it all. Lin Hao fell silent, his fists clenched tightly. For the first time, he grasped the harsh reality of capital's cruelty.